Chapter 1. Bullying You. On a spring day, a gentle drizzle fell outside, and a chill permeated the room. A man knelt on one knee, his gaze veiled with emotion as he stared at the petite woman before him. With a slight tremor in her voice and her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she uttered, Jiang Yunchen, you kneel down and let me step on you. Jiang Sui delivered her lines with a lack of confidence, glancing back at the small glowing orb that floated in midair. Furrowing her brow, she feigned a fierce demeanor, believing it might intimidate Jiang Yunchen, the recipient of her bullying. System, am I correct? It seems quite accurate. Emboldened by the system's affirming response, her resolve stiffened. She playfully tugged at the partially concealed garment draped over Jiang Yunchen, revealing a hint of his skin. As her gaze fell upon his abdominal muscles, she found herself entranced. Jiang Sui, do not overstep your bounds. The system, noticing her infatuated expression, hurried to remind her, young master, the mission is paramount. How could she falter at such a critical moment? She could not fall prey to his allure. Seduction? Who could not master that? Tomorrow, it would instruct her. Half a month prior, after meeting her demise beneath the wheels of a carriage, Jiang Sui found herself before the king of hell, only to be informed of her insufficient balance to be reincarnated. An orphan without parents, she had perished at the tender age of 16, possessing no savings to speak of. Unaware of her impending fate, she had not prepared for her own funeral rites. The scant few hundred coins she had were a meager offering from Aunt Wang, her neighbor, who had taken pity on her and burned some money for her. Yet, even this paltry sum was insufficient for reincarnation. Initially, she had hoped to find employment below and earn the funds for rebirth, only to discover that not only was it hopeless above, but jobs below were fiercely contested as well. Just as despair threatened to consume her, the king of hell revealed an alternative chance to bind with the system. Upon completing tasks, she would be rewarded with a substantial fortune. Without hesitation, Jiang Sui eagerly bound herself to the system, exhausting all her funds to secure even the most rudimentary version. However, she was elated having something was better than nothing. Her mission was to court death before the villain, perishing at his hands before he returned to the enemy realm and ascended as the crown prince. The system, inexperienced itself, gathered an array of scripts, particularly favoring one titled, The Malicious Female Supporting Role is Always on the Path to Self-Destruction. Was this not perfectly aligned with Jiang Sui's current undertaking? Yet, the character of the malicious female counterpart starkly contrasted with Jiang Sui's own nature. Born into a general's household, her father was a grand marshal, and her mother a celebrated lady of the capital, both fiercely loyal to the nation, enjoying an unshakable status. Jiang Sui was well-behaved, gentle in temperament, friendly towards others, and exceedingly obedient. Nonetheless, it mattered not everything could be learned. With perseverance, nothing could obstruct Jiang Sui on her path to self-destruction. The system particularly emphasized to Jiang Sui that as long as she proficiently memorized the script, she would successfully complete her mission. Filled with determination, Jiang Sui diligently studied the script each day. Yet she had one unfortunate flaw. Despite her efforts, she struggled to retain what she had memorized. Just moments ago, when Jiang Sui recited her lines, the script actually stated, "You despicable creature, you have trodden upon me, kneel and apologize." Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Sui had erred, yet she felt an inexplicable joy within. Prior to this, Jiang Sui had already tormented Jiang Yunchen, but her efforts bore little fruit, for each time, it was Jiang Sui who ended up hurt. Little master, muster your strength and humiliate him thoroughly. Perhaps today you shall accomplish your task. The system was quite excited. This was its inaugural assignment since its inception, and it was determined to excel. In truth, this was not Jiang Sui's first attempt at bullying Jiang Yunchen. To incite his disdain, she concocted various schemes to harass him daily. However, circumstances seldom unfolded as she wished. That on one occasion, she intended to shove Jiang Yunchen into a pool, only to find herself tumbling in instead, resulting in illness. Upon learning of this, Madame Jiang restricted Jiang Yunchen's meals, allowing him only one daily serving, a punishment that remains to this day. Although her plans to undermine him backfired, Jiang Yunchen too faced consequences, leading Jiang Sui to ponder that perhaps he would grow to despise her even more. Jiang Sui recalled another scene from the script, wherein the female antagonist seized the male protagonist's chin and delivered a resounding slap. However, she was not adept at striking others. Regardless, she thought, desperate times call for desperate measures. She still yearned for a windfall. As she approached him, she crouched down, unsteady on her feet, and fell against Jiang Yunchen. Jiang Sui? The system. Miscalculation. Jiang Yunchen, having been drugged by Jiang Sui, was rendered weak and immobile. Even though Jiang Sui was petite, her gentle weight pressing against him did not allow Jiang Yunchen to fully rise. Jiang Sui. His tone was cold, as if he longed to shove her away. Startled, Jiang Sui momentarily forgot her intentions. The system urged, "Little master, strike him. Deliver a resounding slap." Jiang Sui, all right. Before her palm could connect, the fragrance emanating from Jiang Sui enveloped Jiang Yunchen's senses. The next instant, her soft hand landed on his cheek, akin to a mere caress. Jiang Sui huffed, "It'll beat you to a pulp." Jiang Yunchen, his body aflame with heat, he placed his hand upon Jiang Sui's shoulders, questioning. Jiang Sui, "What exactly do you intend to do?" "To bully you," Jiang Sui replied, blinking innocently, her tone earnest. "Little master, why did you reveal your intentions so plainly? What if he gets angry and decides to eliminate me?" "That would be splendid." The system, enlightened, nodded in agreement. Indeed, little master is quite astute. Emboldened by the system's praise, Jiang Sui's confidence soared. "Are you angry?" she inquired with a smile, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Jiang Yunchen. If Jiang Yunchen were to become enraged and vent his frustrations upon her, it would lead to her demise. The hint of crimson graced Jiang Yunchen's earlobe as he turned his face away, avoiding her gaze. No. Jiang Sui felt a twinge of disappointment. "System, have I failed yet again?" The system consoled her. "As long as little master remains persistent, the task shall surely be accomplished." Jiang Sui pouted, suddenly aware of something hard pressing against her beneath. As she reached out to touch him, Jiang Yunchen reprimanded. "Jiang Sui, remove yourself from me." Startled, she froze mid-motion, her hands suspended in the air, momentarily dazed before obediently rising from his side. "Antidote," Jiang Yunchen stated, his gaze averted, his emotions somewhat agitated. His immediate concern was to dispel the effects of the poison coursing through him. After a few seconds of silence in the air, he lifted his gaze, his pupils constricting in alarm. Jiang Sui had been frightened to tears by him. A wave of guilt washed over him. It had not been his intention. Jiang Sui wept like a delicate flower in the rain, occasionally glancing at Jiang Yunchen. "Master, why are you crying?" "It's an act." The system let out a prolonged "oh," observing Jiang Sui with a sense of pride. The young master had learned to embellish the scene herself. There was progress. Chapter 1. Bullying you. In the spring, a gentle drizzle falls outside, and a chill seeps into the room. A man kneels on one knee, his eyes betraying a swirl of emotions as he gazes at the petite woman before him. Her voice trembles slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she addresses him. Jiang Yunchen, kneel down and let me step on you." Jiang Sui, filled with uncertainty, delivers her line and glances back at the small orb of light hovering in the air. Furrowing her brows, she feigns a fierce expression, hoping to intimidate Jiang Yunchen, the one she has been bullying. "System, am I correct?" "It seems quite accurate." Bolstered by the system's affirmative response, she gains a newfound confidence. She playfully tugs at Jiang Yunchen's partially concealed garment, revealing a glimpse of his bare skin, and as her gaze falls upon his sculpted abs, she finds herself momentarily entranced. "Jiang Sui, do not be overly cruel." The system, observing her moment of infatuation, hastily reminds her, "Little master, the mission is paramount." How could she afford to falter at such a crucial moment? The little master must not fall for his charms. And seduction? Who cannot master that? Tomorrow, it shall instruct the little master. A fortnight prior, after meeting her demise in a tragic carriage accident, Jiang Sui found herself before the king of hell, only to be informed that her balance was insufficient for reincarnation, an orphan without parents. She was merely 16 at the time of her death, possessing no savings. Unaware of her impending fate, she had not prepared offerings of paper money for herself. The scant few hundred coins she had were a pitiful gift from Aunt Wang. a sympathetic neighbor who burned a little money for her. However, even that sum was inadequate for her rebirth. She had initially hoped to secure a job in the afterlife to earn the necessary funds for reincarnation. Yet, she discovered that not only was the above world competitive, but the opportunities below were just as fiercely contested. Just when she thought all hope for rebirth was lost, the king of hell revealed another option. She could bind to a system and, upon completing tasks, amass a substantial fortune. Without hesitation, Jiang Sui bound herself to the system, depleting all her funds to secure even the most rudimentary version. Nonetheless, she felt a surge of joy. Having something was far better than having nothing. Her task was to provoke her adversary, ultimately meeting her end at his hands before he returned to his homeland to ascend as the crown prince. The system, inexperienced in its first endeavor, rummaged through numerous scripts, particularly favoring one titled The Malevolent Female, supporting character on the path to self-destruction. This seemed to align perfectly with Jiang Sui's current mission. However, the character of the vicious female counterpart stood in stark contrast to Jiang Sui's own nature. Born into a military family, her father was a grand marshal, and her mother was a renowned lady of the capital, with generations steeped in unwavering loyalty to the nation and an unassailable status. Jiang Sui was gentle and kind, obedient and amiable. Yet, she reassured herself that everything could be learned. With perseverance, nothing could hinder her journey towards self-destruction. The system emphasized to Jiang Sui that as long as she thoroughly memorized the script, she could successfully complete her mission. Filled with determination, Jiang Sui devoted her days to studying the script. Yet, she possessed one notable flaw. No matter how long she studied, she struggled to retain the information. As Jiang Sui recited her lines, the script actually commanded, "You, despicable creature, you have tread upon me, kneel and apologize." Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Sui was blissfully unaware of her blunder. Prior to this moment, she had already tormented Jiang Yunchen, though the results were far from satisfactory, for it was invariably Jiang Sui who ended up injured. "Dear master, muster your strength and humiliate him thoroughly. Perhaps today you shall fulfill your mission." The system was positively exhilarated, for this marked its inaugural assignment, and it was determined to excel. This was not Jiang Sui's first endeavor to bully Jiang Yunchen. Each day, she concocted various schemes to incite his disdain. However, circumstances rarely aligned with her intentions. On one occasion, she attempted to shove Jiang Yunchen into a pool, only to find herself tumbling in instead, resulting in a subsequent illness. Upon learning of this, Madame Jiang restricted Jiang Yunchen's meals, allowing him but one a day, a punishment that lingered even now. Though her plans to undermine him had backfired, Jiang Yunchen faced consequences, and Jiang Sui mused that perhaps he would grow to loathe her even more. Jiang Sui recalled a scene from the script where a female antagonist grasped the male lead's chin and struck him forcefully. Yet, she was not one to resort to violence. Nevertheless, she resolved to proceed. Hoping for a stroke of fortune, she approached him, crouching down, but faltered and fell onto Jiang Yunchen. She exclaimed, while the system stammered, "Miscalculation, miscalculation." Jiang Yunchen, having been incapacitated by Jiang Sui's scheme, lay weak and motionless beneath her slight frame. "Jiang Sui," he uttered coldly, wishing to shove her away. Startled, Jiang Sui momentarily forgot her intentions. "Quickly strike him, deliver a solid blow," urged the system. All right, she acquiesced. Before the slap could land, the fragrance emanating from Jiang Sui enveloped Jiang Yunchen's senses. In the next heartbeat, her soft palm made contact with his face, resembling more of a caress than an assault. Fuming, she declared, "I shall strike you dead." Jiang Yunchen responded with bewilderment. His body aflame with heat, he grasped her shoulders and questioned, "Jiang Sui, what on earth do you intend to do?" "I wish to bully you," she replied, blinking innocently, her sincerity evident. "Why would you divulge that?" The system pondered. "Perhaps he will become so enraged that he will eliminate me. Wouldn't that be fortuitous?" The system nodded in realization, fully endorsing her notion. Indeed, dear master is quite astute. Emboldened by the system's praise, Jiang Sui's confidence surged. "Are you angry?" she inquired with a smile, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Jiang Yunchen. Should he become incensed and unleash his ire upon her, she believed her goal would be achieved. A faint blush crept to Jiang Yunchen's ears as he turned his face away, refusing to meet her gaze. "No," he replied tersely. "None?" Jiang Sui felt a flicker of disappointment. "System, have I failed once more? Fear not, dear master with perseverance. You shall undoubtedly succeed in your mission," the system consoled her. Jiang Sui pouted, suddenly aware of an uncomfortable sensation beneath her as she reached out to touch him. Jiang Yunchen reprimanded, "Jiang Sui, remove yourself from me." Startled, she halted her hand midair, momentarily dazed, and obediently withdrew from his side. "Antidote," Jiang Yunchen stated, avoiding her gaze. His emotions somewhat frayed. His immediate concern was to counteract the effects of the drug coursing through him. After a few seconds of silence enveloped the air, he lifted his gaze, his pupils contracting in alarm. Jiang Sui was in tears, frightened by his outburst. A wave of guilt washed over him. He had not intended to frighten her. With tears streaming down her cheeks like delicate blossoms in the rain, Jiang Sui occasionally glanced at Jiang Yunchen. "Little master, why are you crying?" "It's an act." The system let out a prolonged "oh," observing Jiang Sui with a sense of accomplishment. The little master had learned to embellish the scene. Hersel fan, evident sign of progress. Chapter 2. Spring Palace Pictures? The dramatic embellishment proved remarkably effective, leaving Jiang Yunchen feeling profoundly guilty about his conduct. Realizing he ought not to have spoken so loudly to her, Jiang Sui produced the antidote, when suddenly a mischievous idea struck her. "Here, take this." Just as Jiang Yunchen raised his hand to accept it, Jiang Sui released her grip, letting the vial slip from her fingers towards the ground. Fortunately, it did not shatter. "System, was my embellishment appropriate?" Jiang Sui looked towards the system, seeking praise. The system replied, "Absolutely right. This is precisely how you should humiliate him." Both the individual and the system reveled in their shared amusement, while Jiang Sui fantasized about Jiang Yunchen taking up a knife to slay her. Feigning tears is an art. Jiang Sui pouted and chastised him. "If you can't catch it, don't blame me." Jiang Yunchen was taken aback, speechless. The villain cries foul first. He had not uttered a word. He picked up the vial from the ground, poured out the pills within, and swallowed them. The effects of the drug dissipated swiftly, and Jiang Yunchen dressed himself, turning his back to Jiang Sui, his face flushed. It was perhaps just before dawn when Jiang Yunchen found himself bound in Jiang Sui's room. Upon awakening, he felt utterly exhausted and immobile, and the first sight that greeted his eyes was Jiang Sui attempting to undress him. Following were the events that had just transpired. Jiang Yunchen remained silent. He had long grown accustomed to Jiang Sui's little ploys to torment him, though they were always rather innocuous. To this day, he remained perplexed as to her true intentions. After donning his clothes, he approached the door, intent on leaving. But the system quickly alerted Jiang Sui. "Little master, he is about to escape." Jiang Sui, lost in her recollections of the script, momentarily overlooked Jiang Yunchen's presence in the room. She immediately blocked the doorway, forbidding his departure. Jiang Yunchen regarded her, noticing the redness in her eyes, and pursed his lips. "Jiang Sui, what more do you wish to play at?" Detecting his impatience, Jiang Sui's eyes lit up as she continued to challenge him. "Play? I wish to play with you." Her audacious declaration left Jiang Yunchen dumbfounded. "Do you even realize what you were saying?" She nodded, mimicking the dialogue from the script. The malevolent supporting character often spoke to the male lead in such a manner. Was this not a form of humiliation? "System, did I err my words?" The system expressed uncertainty. "Wait a moment, let me check what the script says." In the next instant, the system vanished from her sight, leaving only Jiang Sui and Jiang Yunchen to exchange glances. A hint of trepidation crept into Jiang Sui. With the system absent, her earlier bravado had diminished. Yet, for the sake of her mission, she steeled herself, standing resolutely in front of Jiang Yunchen. Jiang Yunchen towered over her, a full head taller, in his presence. She resembled a small quail, one that had yet to mature. Now that Jiang Yunchen had shaken off the drug's effects, he could easily push Jiang Sui aside. Observing her defiant demeanor, he felt a twinge of confusion. He had done nothing to warrant such a reaction. "Jiang Sui, step aside." "No," Jiang Sui declared, arms outstretched. Obstructing his path, Jiang Yunchen crossed his arms and retreated a few steps, leveling his gaze at her. Suddenly, he found himself patient, curious to discover what Jiang Sui truly intended. Jiang Sui observed him retreat a few steps, mistakenly believing her imposing presence had intimidated him. However, the truth was quite different. She recalled the next scene from the script, though her memory seemed to falter despite having reviewed it just yesterday. Where was the system? Jiang Sui's almond-shaped eyes darted around. Yet she could not discern even the faintest trace of the system. Nevertheless, she pressed on, remembering that the malicious supporting character had hurled something at the male lead, provoking his ire and resulting in him striking her. The thought of Jiang Yunchen striking her sent a shiver down her spine. Would she crumble like a brittle cookie? Jiang Yunchen raised an eyebrow, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he watched Jiang Sui frighten herself, even shuddering slightly. She scanned her surroundings and found nothing of significance, save for a few books on the table. Surely, books lacked the lethal impact she desired. After much mental preparation, she bit her lip and, in a voice devoid of intimidation, called out, "Jiang Yunchen." Then, she flung the books at him. The tomes soared gracefully through the air, landing squarely upon Jiang Yunchen's face. "What?" he exclaimed, as the scent of the pages wafted into his embrace. "Jiang Sui, what are you up to now?" Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon an open book, revealing scandalous illustrations. In an instant, he cast the books to the floor, turning his face away. "Jiang Sui, you!" Seeing his furious expression, Jiang Sui felt a surge of delight. Her plan was indeed effective. Her confidence swelled as she realized she was well suited for this role. "Are you angry now, Jiang Yunchen?" "Infuriate him." Jiang Yunchen remained silent, his cheeks flushed with anger. Observing his reaction, Jiang Sui was certain he was indeed upset. This was precisely the response she desired. The angrier he became, the more joy she felt. However, her amusement faded when she noticed the open book lying on the floor, its provocative images laid bare before her. Her mind abruptly short-circuited. The illustrations were so scandalous that she could barely form a coherent sentence. How could this be happening? Yesterday, while wandering aimlessly, she had stopped by a bookstore, intending to purchase some light reading to alleviate her boredom and to learn a few tricks for tormenting Jiang Yunchen. Hastening her own demise, she had spotted a few enticing volumes tucked away in a corner and, drawn by their attractive covers, had bought them without scrutinizing their content. She never anticipated she would acquire such mortifying material. Jiang Sui was thrown off course by this unexpected turn of events. Jiang Yunchen mocked her. "I truly underestimated you." At that moment, Jiang Sui forgot all about adhering to the script, her cheeks ablaze. "Sui Sui, Sui Sui," came the voice of Madame Jiang, Zhao Wanyu, from the doorway. Jiang Sui snapped back to reality and glanced at the scandalous illustrations on the floor. If Zhao Wanyu were to catch sight of them, how could she possibly face her? One could die, but not in such a shameful manner. Jiang Yunchen's gaze darkened as he observed the approaching figure of Zhao Wanyu, who was drawing nearer. What to do? The system was absent, and Jiang Sui's mind was a blank slate. As Jiang Sui watched Zhao Wanyu about to open the door, she hastily attempted to destroy the evidence on the floor, only to trip over a book and fall to the ground. With the door swinging open, Zhao Wanyu was left speechless. The scene revealed Jiang Sui sprawled on the floor, an open erotic painting beside her, while Jiang Yunchen stood before her. No matter how Zhao Wanyu perceived it, it appeared as though Jiang Yunchen was bullying his sister. Mother, please let me explain." Jiang Sui managed to force a smile. Chapter 3. The Great Yellow Girl, Jiang Yunchen. "What have you done to your sister?" Zhao Wanyu shouted upon seeing the painting on the floor. Jiang Sui thought, why am I not the one being scolded? She looked at Zhao Wanyu, somewhat perplexed. Jiang Yunchen remained silent, showing no reaction to Zhao Wanyu's accusations, as if he had anticipated her response. "Oh dear, how did you fall? Does it hurt?" Zhao Wanyu exclaimed with concern, helping her up and brushing off the dust. "Mother, I'm fine," Jiang Sui reassured her, genuinely unscathed from the fall she had caused herself. Zhao Wanyu scrutinized her, quickly noticing something amiss. "Why are your eyes red? Did your brother bully you?" "I knew he had ill intentions." Jiang Sui was about to clarify that she had actually bullied Jiang Yunchen, But Zhao Wanyue had misconstrued the situation. However, it seemed that her attempt was still not entirely successful. The system, having just finished reading the script, witnessed this dramatic turn of events. What had it missed? Jiang Yunchen, after all the food and care I provided you for 16 years, how dare you lay a hand on your sister? Zhao Wanyue's demeanor shifted, transforming into a fierce and venomous glare directed at Jiang Yunchen. Jiang Sui hid behind Zhao Wanyue, peeking out at Jiang Yunchen. Faced with Zhao Wanyue's interrogation, Jiang Yunchen uttered not a single word. You ingrate. In the next moment, Zhao Wanyue raised her hand and struck him across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed throughout the room, causing Jiang Yunchen's head to jerk to the side. His cheek instantly flushed red. This was the first occasion Jiang Sui had witnessed Zhao Wanyue physically confronting Jiang Yunchen, despite her disdain for him. She had never before acted so openly in front of Jiang Sui. Conversely, the system looked on with admiration. Little master, your mother is remarkable. She was truly a paragon of the archetypal villainess in the script. Indeed impressive. Jiang Sui found herself somewhat astonished. Compared to the slap she had just given Jiang Yunchen, Zhao Wanyue's was on an entirely different level. Jiang Sui stood frozen, absorbing the scene frame by frame. Little master, remember your mother's formidable presence. Next time, strike him hard, and perhaps you will succeed. The system observed Jiang Yunchen's face darkening, likely a consequence of Zhao Wanyue's slap. Jiang Yunchen declared, from this day forth, you shall kneel in the courtyard as punishment. If Sui does not forgive you, do not expect her to relent. Zhao Wanyue gave him a shove, pointing at the open door. Jiang Yunchen slowly turned away, scoffing, before stepping outside. The maids and servants at the entrance lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze, wishing to avoid any repercussions. Jiang Sui watched him leave, wondering if he would truly abide by her mother's orders. Jiang Yunchen does not seem like a compliant individual. Just moments ago, he refused to undress when she requested it. Sui, are you all right? Zhao Wanyue turned her gaze towards Jiang Sui, examining her for any signs of abuse, suspecting that Jiang Sui's earlier tears were a result of Jiang Yunchen's aggression. Jiang Sui shook her head. Mother, is it true that my brother has been punished? Of course not. No one shall mistreat my precious daughter. Jiang Yunchen is not a biological child of the Jiang family. After Zhao Wanyue married Jiang Huaiqian, 3 years passed without any offspring. And given that Jiang Huaiqian was the sole heir, the old matriarch was exceedingly anxious. As time went on, Zhao Wanyue's silence regarding her condition led to an increasingly frigid attitude from the matriarch, and even Jiang Huaiqian seldom spoke to her. In a moment of desperation, unexpectedly, they brought home a child who was only 3 at the time, Jiang Yunchen. Zhao Wanyue had a fierce argument with Jiang Huaiqian over this matter, which further eroded their relationship. Surprisingly, just half a month later, Zhao Wanyue discovered she was pregnant, an event that was celebrated with great joy. Upon hearing this news, the matriarch made multiple visits to the temple, and her demeanor towards Zhao Wanyue underwent a significant transformation, regardless of the child's gender. The matriarch declared her intent to dote on the baby. Zhao Wanyue, however, channeled all her resentment towards Jiang Yunchen, this enigmatic child. Should Jiang Yunchen dare to harm Jiang Sui, Zhao Wanyue would resort to scorn or even punishment. Jiang Sui had always maintained a degree of indifference toward her brother, and she never intervened in Zhao Wanyue's actions until Jiang Sui found herself inhabiting her body. In truth, Jiang Sui had always struggled with her health, having been born prematurely. Zhao Wanyue sought out renowned physicians, yet all they could offer was a mere glimmer of hope, for her condition resembled that of a withered branch, poised to wither away at any moment. On one occasion, after a fall, Jiang Sui concealed her illness to spare Zhao Wanyue's worries, but unfortunately, she did not survive, leading to Jiang Sui taking her place. Following that incident, Jiang Sui's health improved remarkably, brimming with vitality, much to Zhao Wanyue's delight, who believed the renowned remedy she sought was effective. In reality, however, it was a transformation of spirit that invigorated the body. Jiang Sui had been in this place for about a month now, and she still hesitated to reveal the truth to Zhao Wanyue. She pondered whether the revelation that her true daughter had perished and that she was an imposter would shatter her. Having never experienced maternal love, she excused her own selfishness and chose to conceal the truth. The presence of Zhao Wanyue represented salvation and protection for Jiang Sui, a form of affection she had never known. Her small selfish desire yearned to bask in this love. Sui, do not be afraid. If Jiang Yunchen bullies you again, tell your mother, Zhao Wanyue said, her heart aching for Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui regained her focus, glancing outside before nodding obediently. Mother, I am tired and wish to rest. She fabricated a reason, feigning yawn. Zhao Wanyue, wholly devoted to Jiang Sui, promised to comply with her every wish. Very well. You rest well. I have just prepared some soup. I will bring it to you when you awaken. Zhao Wanyue smiled. Jiang Sui pressed her lips together, responding with a soft She reminisced about the soup prepared by Zhao Wanyue, infused with medicinal herbs sourced from renowned physicians. It was sweet yet exceedingly difficult to swallow. Nevertheless, to avoid dampening the mood, Jiang Sui would dutifully finish every drop. Just as Zhao Wanyue was about to depart, her gaze fell upon the erotic illustrations strewn across the floor, and a fleeting flash of anger crossed her face. She hastily gathered the scattered books, resolving to incinerate them later, as they could tarnish her Sui's reputation. Internally, she cursed Jiang Yunchen a few more times. Jiang Sui observed her mother collecting the books, her mouth opening slightly before closing again, watching her mother depart slowly. With a sigh, she reflected on Zhao Wanyue's retreating figure. My dear master, why the sigh? The system inquired, perplexed. Was it reluctance to see Zhao Wanyue leave, or was she preoccupied with thoughts of Jiang Yunchen's punishment? Jiang Sui chose not to communicate with the system telepathically, leaving it in confusion. My erotic illustrations. The system pondered, what a pity. Such a rare purchase gone awry. She didn't even take a glance. Chapter 4. Mischievous Creatures. At dawn, Jiang Sui was roused by the sound of rain. Tossing and turning in bed, she found sleep elusive, so she decided to rise and open the window. The earthy fragrance of rain-soaked soil wafted into her room, invigorating her senses. She gazed out at the torrential downpour, realizing it would not cease anytime soon. Suddenly, Jiang Yunchen's image flashed across her mind. In such weather, if he were to be caught in the rain, it would surely lead to illness. Jiang Sui mused that, unlike her, he was unlikely to obediently return home. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. She slapped her own face, questioning why she felt such concern for him. A moment ago, an absurd desire to seek him out had crossed her mind, but she promptly quashed that thought, reminding herself that her priority was to complete her task swiftly. However, if he were to perish, her mission would fail, rendering all her and the system's meticulous planning futile. In the midst of this internal conflict, her benevolent side ultimately prevailed. Jiang Sui donned several layers of clothing, draped a cloak over her shoulders, and grasped an umbrella in her hand. Upon stepping outside, she initially saw no sign of Jiang Yunchen, which brought her a momentary thrill. Indeed, things were not as she had anticipated. In the next instant, his figure came into view, kneeling on the stepping stones, the sharp stones pressing painfully against his knees, making her wince at the sight. He was clad only in the outer garment she had seen during the day, his frame appearing frail and completely drenched, his eyes reflecting a depth of despair. Jiang Sui stood a short distance away, her heart aching at the sight of his misery, questioning whether she had gone too far. The rain poured heavily, splashing droplets onto her skirt. After taking a few hesitant steps back, she finally opened her umbrella and approached him. The raindrops pounded against the umbrella, nearly causing her to lose her grip. Jiang Yunchen's head hung low, and without lifting his gaze, he recognized the familiar pearl-studded shoes before him, the very ones that Jiang Sui adored. Silently, she held the umbrella above them, neither speaking nor meeting his eyes, and they remained in this state for what felt like an eternity. Observing his pallid complexion, Jiang Sui couldn't shake the worry that he might be on the brink of death. Jiang Yunchen's patience had worn thin as he raised his gaze to meet Jiang Sui's eyes, where a glimmer reflected his figure. She smiled at him, prompting a bitter self-deprecation within him. Was she specifically here to witness his misfortune? The smile on Jiang Sui's face faltered, and she dared not laugh any longer. "It's not funny," she retorted, feigning anger. Jiang Yunchen found himself momentarily speechless. Her expression was less than pleasing. "You need not go out of your way to witness my disgrace. I shall bear my punishment alone." Over the years, he had grown accustomed to this. Whether Zhao Wanyu's reprimands were instigated by Jiang Sui was of little concern to him. Even in Jiang Sui's absence, she would seek various excuses to chastise him. Such was his due. "I did not come to mock you," Jiang Sui replied earnestly. Her words only deepened Jiang Yunchen's confusion. What game was she playing? She then stepped back a few paces, emulating the script, and tossed another umbrella before him, declaring fiercely, "I am here to humiliate you." "I forgot my lines," she added, lamenting her inability to remember them. The system appeared before Jiang Sui, observing her. "Young master, why did you give him the umbrella?" "System, please remind me of the next line." "I have forgotten," she implored. The system, after a moment, relayed the original dialogue from the script. "This is a gift from me. Do not be ungrateful." Jiang Sui silently recited the line, then fixed her gaze upon Jiang Yunchen, boldly pointing at the umbrella on the ground. "This is a gift from me. Do not be ungrateful." This time, she recited the lines flawlessly. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she looked to the system for praise. Oberi, young master, you are undoubtedly the most formidable and intelligent host in this world." Jiang Sui was becoming increasingly adept at tormenting Jiang Yunchen, her delivery of lines growing ever more fluent. It seemed that her demise was imminent. Though the system had yet to fully grasp the current situation, it still offered encouragement to Jiang Sui. Jiang Yunchen regarded the umbrella on the ground, perplexed by this novel form of humiliation. "I do not need it. No, I went through great lengths to acquire it. You cannot simply refuse it." "How vexing." Jiang Sui was immediately displeased. How could he dismiss her kindness? The rain fell heavily, and she had come out specifically to offer him an umbrella. Truly ungrateful. How infuriating. With a huff, Jiang Sui kicked the umbrella, insisting that he take it regardless. After making her point, she turned and ran away, splashing rainwater onto Jiang Yunchen as she departed. Jiang Yunchen felt the sudden chill on his leg. Speckled with mud, what a grudge she holds. Yet Jiang Sui did not run far. She swiftly turned and concealed herself behind a nearby pillar, observing Jiang Yunchen's reaction. He made no move to touch the umbrella on the ground, which only deepened her frustration. Such a waste of my good intentions. Jiang Sui pouted, managing to convince herself as she gazed at the torrential rain. What if Jiang Yunchen were to get drenched and become a fool? "Young master, why are you giving him an umbrella? Your mother punished him by making him kneel, precisely to vent her frustrations on your behalf. Yet you still show him kindness. And he doesn't even appreciate it," the system remarked with sarcasm. Jiang Sui's eyes remained fixated on Jiang Yunchen, contemplating her thoughts before conveying them to the system. "What I'm doing is quite significant. Just think, if Jiang Yunchen were to perish, how would he ever seek revenge on me? How could I complete my mission? Wouldn't you agree?" The system suddenly grasped her reasoning, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. "Ah, I see now. Young master, you are truly clever." Naturally, Jiang Sui felt her pride swell once more. However, Jiang Yunchen had yet to open the umbrella that Jiang Sui had offered him. The day had not yet fully brightened, and the rain shrouded the surroundings in a misty haze. This downpour was unlikely to cease anytime soon and could persist for several days. If Jiang Yunchen remained exposed to the rain, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. She had a plea with Zhao Wanyue. He must not die. "I agree." The system chimed in, recognizing that if Jiang Yunchen were to die, the narrative could not progress. This was its inaugural assignment, and it could not afford to falter. "Young master, what do you intend to do?" Jiang Sui bit her lip, feeling somewhat cold, rubbing her arms. She cast a glance at Jiang Yunchen in the courtyard and said, "I will plead for him." Chapter 5. You are mine without hesitation. Jiang Sui dashed to Zhao Wanyue's chamber, knocking on the door. Uncertain of her success, she rushed over without a second thought. "Mother, dear mother, please open the door." "It's Sui," she whispered softly. Zhao Wanyue, deep in slumber, stirred at the intermittent sounds, and upon recognizing Jiang Sui's voice, her eyes fluttered open. "Who is knocking?" Jiang Huaiqian had just returned from training and, having barely slept a few minutes, was roused from his rest. Zhao Wanyue sat up, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. It's Sui coming to me. So early? What could be the matter? Jiang Huaiqian, still half asleep, murmured, I'll go see. You continue to rest. Just as Zhao Wanyue finished speaking, she heard Jiang Huaiqian snoring. Is he a pig? Disregarding Jiang Huaiqian, she slipped on her shoes, maintaining unwavering patience for her daughter. Zhao Wanyue donned her robe and opened the door, only to be met with a warm embrace. Mother, Jiang Sui cooed affectionately, causing Zhao Wanyue to feel a chill envelop her, instantly waking her up. Sui, why are you so cold? Jiang Sui, bewildered by Zhao Wanyue's concern, replied. I ran over here. Ran over? In this rain? What are you thinking? You mustn't catch a cold. Zhao Wanyue hurriedly patted away the moisture from Jiang Sui's clothes, draping her own cloak over her daughter. In truth, Jiang Sui had her own cloak, but Zhao Wanyue was simply worried for her. What brings you here at such an early hour? Zhao Wanyue frowned, mildly reproaching Jiang Sui for rushing out in the rain. Jiang Sui's health was fragile, making her susceptible to chills, and a mere fever could linger for months. Zhao Wanyue gazed out at the heavy rain, her attention drawn to the frail attire of Jiang Sui, which instantly stirred a sense of concern within her. She pondered how to broach the subject, yet found herself at a loss for a suitable pretext to persuade Zhao Wanyue. Noticing Jiang Sui's hesitance, she suspected there was something of significance troubling her. Sui, is there something you wish to ask of your mother? Jiang Sui lowered her gaze, feeling timid, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment as she replied softly. There's indeed a matter. What is it? Zhao Wanyue inquired. Mother, Jiang Sui bit her lip. Please do not punish brother. Zhao Wanyue's expression shifted at this revelation. Has Jiang Yunchen sent you to plead on his behalf? The audacity! He dares to incite you to intervene after his transgressions? It seems he no longer regards me with respect. Does he wish to abandon this family? Before Jiang Sui could elucidate further, Zhao Wanyue placed the entirety of the blame upon Jiang Yunchen, convinced that her daughter's visit was merely a result of his manipulation. Regardless of the situation, Zhao Wanyue instinctively attributed all misdeeds to Jiang Yunchen, for it was he who had once shattered their family. Moreover, Jiang Huaiqian had yet to disclose Jiang Yunchen's true origins to her. Each time she inquired, Jiang Huaiqian would only say the child was found in a war-torn region. Zhao Wanyue found this explanation utterly implausible. It seemed far-fetched to believe that a child could be fortuitously discovered during her own childless plight. Surely, the heavens must have shown her mercy, granting her a child to shield her from hardship. Zhao Wanyue had long harbored the belief that Jiang Yunchen was Jiang Huaiqian's illegitimate son, conveniently brought into their home to assume the role of the legitimate heir of the Jiang family. That is not the case, mother. It is I who is pleading for him. Jiang Sui had steeled herself for the reprimand she anticipated from Zhao Wanyue, her head bowed low, avoiding her gaze. Sui, you. Zhao Wanyue momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend. Gathering her courage, Jiang Sui devised a rationale to convince Zhao Wanyue. Mother, if he remains in the rain, he may fall ill or worse. If word spreads that the Jiang family is heartless and unfeeling, how will we face the world in the capital? Uncertain if her reasoning would sway Zhao Wanyue, Jiang Sui pressed on when she received no immediate response. Moreover, he is publicly acknowledged as my brother. Regardless of circumstances, familial harmony is paramount. Even if it is merely for appearances, we cannot allow ourselves to be vulnerable to criticism. Would you not agree, mother? Jiang Sui's arguments held merit, and Zhao Wanyue fell into contemplation. Mother, please do not punish him. Perhaps you could leave his punishment to me? Jiang Sui suggested a compromise. Zhao Wanyue's demeanor softened slightly as she deliberated before responding. Very well. However, should he dare to engage in any peculiar behavior towards you again, rest assured, I shall not let him off lightly. Peculiar behavior? Jiang Sui was somewhat perplexed, as Zhao Wanyue recalled the explicit imagery she had encountered the previous day. A wave of discomfort washed over her. Had she not intervened in time, she could scarcely fathom what Jiang Yunchen might have subjected Jiang Sui to. She initially believed that Jiang Yunchen, despite his youth, harbored such sordid thoughts. It appeared she had underestimated him. "Mother, you are the best." Jiang Sui planted a fervent kiss on Zhao Wanyue's cheek and returned with a beaming smile. Zhao Wanyue stood in a daze, gently touching her cheek where Jiang Sui had just kissed her, and then let out a resigned chuckle. "This child," she observed Jiang Sui, who was bouncing about recklessly, and worried about the possibility of her falling. Upon returning, Jiang Sui did not linger, but instead grabbed a larger cloak and dashed towards the door. "Little master, why are you so joyful? Is it because Jiang Yunchen escaped punishment, and you are delighted on his behalf?" The system inquired, seeking an answer. "If Jiang Yunchen remains unharmed, then I can perish," Jiang Sui responded. This visit was entirely different from the last. She even hummed a cheerful tune along the way. She was preoccupied with thoughts of the substantial reward awaiting her from the task. She had never seen such a fortune in her life, and was uncertain how to spend it. The first order of business would certainly be to secure herself a good family and live a fulfilling life. The remainder of the money could be saved, ensuring she would not end up destitute in the future. When Jiang Sui returned and saw Jiang Yunchen, he was still in the same position. She approached him, her pearl shoes once again coming into view. Jiang Yunchen thought again. Was one encounter not enough? Did she require two to be satisfied? However, this time Jiang Sui's expression was one of great satisfaction. "What do you intend to do now?" Jiang Yunchen asked, his tone indifferent, already accustomed to her sudden appearances. Jiang Sui crouched down to meet his gaze, her apricot-shaped eyes sparkling with mirth. She reached out and grasped Jiang Yunchen's chin, declaring playfully, "Brother, you are mine now." Jiang Yunchen was perplexed. What nonsense are you spouting? He found himself increasingly bewildered by Jiang Sui's intentions. Every step she took was beyond his expectations. The system gave Jiang Sui a thumbs up. Earlier on their way, it had recounted the script-S plot to her. The malicious female antagonist humiliates the male lead, gripping his chin and stepping on his sensibilities while uttering the most unpleasant remarks, though the system had forgotten the specifics. This script was nearing completion, yet it had not stirred much excitement. If anything, it would lead to the next one. "Brother, mother has already lifted your punishment," Jiang Sui said with a cheerful grin, her eyes sparkling, though she refrained from revealing that she had pleaded on his behalf. Otherwise, he would not have been released. Jiang Yunchen's expression darkened, clearly skeptical of Jiang Sui's words. "Why do you not rise? I have told you that mother has ceased your punishment. Why remain kneeling? Is this your peculiar habit?" Jiang Sui asked curiously, recalling that protagonists in the novels she had read often had quirks, and she suspected Jiang Yunchen might as well. Jiang Yunchen's face grew even darker. "You are the one with peculiarities." He shifted his legs, the numbness causing him pain. Considering the time, he had been kneeling in the courtyard for nearly half a day, and his legs had lost all sensation. The wounds on his knees had been cleansed of blood by the rain. "Brother?" Jiang Sui observed his inactivity and wondered why he had not stood up for so long. Jiang Yunchen propped himself up on the ground, but before long, his balance faltered, and he fell directly onto Jiang Sui. The two collapsed together in the rain, the umbrella discarded nearby, with raindrops cascading onto Jiang Sui's face. She closed her eyes for a moment, only to open them and meet Jiang Yunchen's gaze. They exchanged a wordless glance. Suddenly, Jiang Sui felt a chill enveloping her. Glancing down, she realized her thin inner garment had become transparent, and Jiang Yunchen's gaze had inadvertently followed her line of sight to her curves. Jiang Sui's face flushed crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment, and she bit her lip, thinking, "Pervert." Unbeknownst to Jiang Yunchen, the rain had soaked through Jiang Sui's clothing. The next moment, a fragrant slap landed firmly on his face. This slap resonated loudly. The system observed in awe, noting Jiang Sui's remarkable learning ability. Just yesterday, she had witnessed Zhao Wanyu strike Jiang Yunchen, and now she had adeptly replicated the action, surpassing her mentor. Jiang Yunchen was momentarily stunned, but as he endured the ache in his legs, he quickly rose to his feet. Jiang Sui picked up the overturned umbrella from the ground, shot him an angry glance, and stormed away without a backward glance. Guilt washed over Jiang Yunchen as he watched her retreating figure. He mused that he should not have pleaded with his mother on his behalf. Perhaps he deserved to be drenched like a fool, left to freeze or starve. All the while, Jiang Sui fumed about the earlier incident, muttering to herself. The system followed closely behind, unable to suppress a chuckle. This was the first time it had witnessed Jiang Sui so irate. "Little master, didn't you just say you wouldn't let him die? What changed your mind? He deserves it." Jiang Sui pouted, thoroughly drenched and mortified at having been seen by Jiang Yunchen. Once back in her room, she hurriedly changed out of her soaked clothes and sat by the charcoal fire, warming her hands until she felt some comfort return. As she calmed, she contemplated how Zhao Wenyu might react if she learned of Jiang Yunchen's earlier actions. She might very well strike him dead. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts, drawing her attention to the door. The figure outside appeared somewhat like Jiang Yunchen. She called out, "Who is it?" Jiang Yunchen stood at the door, now dressed neatly after having changed into dry clothes. He approached her immediately. He remained silent, and so did Jiang Sui, both waiting for the other to speak. The system ventured outside for a glimpse and confirmed it was indeed Jiang Yunchen, turning back to inform Jiang Sui. "It is truly Jiang Yunchen. What did he possibly want this time?" Jiang Sui shook her head, uncertain. Jiang Yunchen felt a bitter taste in his throat and knocked again. This time, silence met his ears from within. Did she truly not wish to see him? He lingered at the door, hearing soft, rustling footsteps from inside. Jiang Sui opened the door, blinking her almond-shaped eyes. "What do you want?" She was still somewhat irked about him having seen her body earlier, and she wondered how he would manage to articulate himself now that they were face to face. Seeing him at a loss for words, Jiang Sui paid him no mind. Just as she was about to close the door, she suddenly recalled the meal on the table, undoubtedly sent by Zhao Wenyu as an early breakfast, which contained the most distasteful medicinal soup for her. Her health was robust. She had no need for it. Casting a glance at Jiang Yunchen, whose face was devoid of color and appeared exceedingly frail, she decided that the soup should be given to someone in need. It could also serve as a means to punish Jiang Yunchen. "Come in," she beckoned as she entered and took a seat at the dining table, awaiting Jiang Yunchen's arrival. The system, in search of a similar scene from the script, indeed found one. "Young master," the wicked female antagonist splashed hot soup in a male lead's face. And due to this act, he bore a grudge, ultimately seeking vengeance by stabbing the female antagonist to death. Jiang Sui frowned slightly, but decided against it. Do not waste food. This aspect did not sit well with Jiang Sui, yet the system did not press her, seeking her opinion instead. Jiang Yunchen stepped inside, and a fragrant aroma enveloped him, the warmth surrounding him contrasting sharply with the chilly air outside. "Sit down," Jiang Sui commanded. This time, Jiang Yunchen complied without resistance, obediently taking a seat. The table was laden with dishes that Jiang Sui adored, save for that repugnant soup. She wondered where Zhao Wenyu had found such a renowned physician, as this concoction hardly seemed fit for consumption. Jiang Yunchen gazed at her, wanting to explain the earlier mishap. He intended to fall onto her. "Jiang Sui, just now, Jiang Sui slid the soup toward him, stating, "If you finish this soup, I shall reluctantly overlook what happened earlier." She smiled mischievously, contemplating her wicked scheme. Engaging in mischief rarely felt tiresome. However, this time, Jiang Yunchen discerned her intentions but chose not to expose her. He regarded the soup she had pushed toward him, perplexed. Was this truly a punishment? At times, he questioned whether his sister genuinely despised him or merely enjoyed tormenting him, albeit in a manner that was always lighthearted. He met Jiang Sui's gaze. Is it really that simple? Jiang Sui nodded, indeed. Chapter 7. He felt insulted. Jiang Sui eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, harboring a persistent fear of the soup's potency, which always required her to prepare herself mentally before consumption. She doubted Jiang Yunchen could truly drink it. Each time she did, she grimaced, needing at least a dozen candied fruits to recover from the taste. Jiang Yunchen cast a dubious glance her way, then at the soup before him, unable to comprehend Jiang Sui's behavior. Was it truly as simple as drinking the soup? The thought of her taunts echoed in his mind. Was this also a form of bullying? The coldness only deepened his unwillingness to forgive her. Seeing him hesitate, Jiang Sui grew anxious. Had her ruse been uncovered? She had been so convincing, leaving no room for doubt. Jiang Yunchen picked up a spoon and brought the soup to his lips. An indescribable flavor erupted in his mouth. However, it was not overly distasteful. At least not in comparison to the gruel Zhao Wanyue had compelled him to consume in recent days. Jiang Sui rested her chin on her hand, wide-eyed and astonished, as she watched Jiang Yunchen finish the soup in his bowl without leaving a single drop. Could it be? Jiang Sui, unable to believe her eyes, tilted the bowl to check. The soup that took her ages to finish was consumed by Jiang Yunchen in one swift gulp. He pressed his lips together, suppressing the unpleasant taste, and downed it all. A promise kept. Noticing Jiang Sui's reaction, Jiang Yunchen, concerned that she might retract her words, offered her a gentle reminder. Jiang Sui remained perplexed. How could he possibly swallow such a dreadful concoction? Did he lack taste altogether? She raised her gaze to him, genuinely inquiring, was it good? He was about to respond with a nonchalant mediocre, but fearing her ire, he reconsidered and replied, not bad. Not bad. Jiang Sui felt a pang of disappointment. She had assumed that this wretched soup would defeat Jiang Yunchen, only to find herself bested instead. She had thought that by serving him unpalatable dishes, he would come to despise her. However, that was not the case. She seriously doubted his taste buds were functional, which meant her current strategy was futile. Jiang Sui resolved to devise an alternative plan. I am indeed a person of my word, but I have stated that you are now mine. You must comply with my every command, she recalled from earlier. It was imperative that she induce a sense of aversion in Jiang Yunchen. He acknowledged. Jiang Sui blinked in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. When had he become so obedient? Just yesterday, she had secretly added a substance to his water to bring him to her chamber. She pushed the food before her towards Jiang Yunchen, urging him to eat, along with the dishes on the table. Aren't you going to eat? Jiang Yunchen inquired, observing her. Jiang Sui shook her head, reasoning that she could still speak with her mother and enjoy a warm meal anytime. But Jiang Yunchen's situation was starkly different. His circumstances were even worse than those of a servant. He did not press for more information and, without hesitation, began to eat. Eat more, Jiang Sui insisted, pushing all the dishes towards him. Did you poison it? Jiang Sui retorted, shocked. How dare you speak such nonsense? Spit it out. Jiang Sui's cheeks puffed up in indignation, nearly causing her to faint from anger. Jiang Yunchen couldn't suppress a chuckle. He had not anticipated her to be so easily entertained. With her small mind, she was utterly inept at intimidation, deluding herself into thinking she was formidable enough to poison him. What are you laughing at? Since she had begun to call him by his full name, their interactions had grown more familiar, and she could now speak so freely. I am your brother, he declared. Not all, Jiang Sui muttered under her breath. She almost forgot that Jiang Yunchen was still unaware of his true identity. Otherwise, she would have surely met her end. However, the system dictated that the task must be completed before his return. Otherwise, Jiang Sui would have swiftly revealed the truth, urging him to come after her with a blade. Jiang Yunchen chose not to dwell on the matter and continued to eat. With food before him, it would be foolish to let it go to waste. Jiang Sui, with her whimsical thoughts, would simply have to bear with it, though not particularly hungry at the moment. Seeing Jiang Yunchen enjoy his meal sparked her appetite. He ate with a certain elegance, displaying impeccable manners throughout the meal. Jiang Sui, why do you offer me your meal when you do not eat? Jiang Yunchen found this quite intriguing. It was the first time in a long while that he had enjoyed a hearty meal. I don't want you to perish, Jiang Sui replied candidly. Jiang Yunchen's hand faltered, causing the food he had been holding with his chopsticks to tumble onto the table. What did you say? Jiang Yunchen is truly peculiar. Not only has he seemingly lost his sense of taste, but his hearing appears to be impaired as well. Jiang Sui complained to the system. Indeed, it is rather strange. The system, acting as a supportive foil, echoed Jiang Sui's sentiments. Why do you not wish for my demise? Jiang Yunchen's gaze darkened as he set down his bowl and chopsticks. In the Jiang household, everyone disregarded him, especially Zhao Wanyue, who would rather see him dead. Yet now, Jiang Sui expressed that she did not wish for his death. This was the first time he had ever heard someone voice such a sentiment. Jiang Sui observed him, understanding that if he were to die, her mission would come to a halt. This much she comprehended. I am full, I shall take my leave now. Jiang Yunchen, feeling a tangle of emotions, stood to escape. Jiang Sui seized his hand, preventing him from departing. Young master seized this opportunity to humiliate him fiercely. The system continuously reminded Jiang Sui of her task. Jiang Sui, noticing that he had not finished his meal, felt a surge of annoyance and admonished, "No wasting food." Jiang Yunchen glanced at the remnants of rice in his bowl, still a few bites left. He clenched his fist and sat back down, determined to finish every last morsel. Yet, as he prepared to leave once more, Jiang Sui caught him. "I am not." Jiang Yunchen turned to see that the previously empty bowl was now brimming with rice. Jiang Yunchen, is this an illusion? What illusion? Jiang Sui feigned ignorance. She had, with the swiftness of 16 years, filled the empty bowl with rice. "You are wasting food," she solemnly accused. Resigned, Jiang Yunchen inhaled deeply and once again sat down to complete his meal. Afterward, Jiang Sui rose and rummaged through her belongings, extracting several garments, particularly capes. Emulating the actions of a wicked female antagonist from a script, she transformed the act of discarding food into that of tossing clothing. One by one, she flung them onto Jiang Yunchen, adopting an imperious demeanor. "This is a gift from me." In truth, many of the garments were new, and Jiang Sui, unable to distinguish between them, threw them all at him. The system observed the look of confusion on Jiang Yunchen's face and promptly reported to Jiang Sui, "Young master, he feels insulted." In reality, he did not. With a pile of clothing in hand, Jiang Yunchen remarked, "Jiang Sui, I am not a wardrobe. You are now," she retorted as she ushered him out along with the garments. He still clutched a quilt. "Brother, take care. No need to see you off." Jiang Sui coldly shut the door behind him. Jiang Yunchen stood before the firmly closed door, letting out a silent sigh. His sister, who claimed to torment him, always seemed to trip him up in the end. Alas, let her find her own joy. Chapter 8. Her little clothes, Jiang Yunchen returned to his quarters, clutching what Jiang Sui deemed to be rags. Upon pushing open the door, he was met with the musty scent of decay characteristic of a rainy day. Zhao Wanyue harbored a disdain for him, primarily due to her suspicion that he was the illegitimate offspring of Jiang Huaqian and another woman. Consequently, she had cast him aside in a desolate, dilapidated abode. The furnishings within were sparse yet sufficient, comprising merely a humble bed, a simple quilt, and a table. The remainder consisted of discarded items left by the servants. He had long grown accustomed to this environment, standing calmly at the threshold while closing the creaky door to shield himself from the frigid air outside. Yet, he still clutched the quilt and some garments that Jiang Sui had just given him, contemplating whether to cast them onto the floor, but his heart could not bear to part with them. Reluctantly, Jiang Yunchen moved his bed to create a small space and laid down the clothes he held, most of which were women's garments that Jiang Sui had unthinkingly thrown at him. Jiang Yunchen found it disheartening that not only had Jiang Sui begun to address him by his given name, but she also seemed to regard him as anything but a man. With a sigh, he began to sort through the clothing, carefully folding Jiang Sui's skirts and placing them aside. Aside from the quilt and a cloak that he could barely wear, the rest were solely Jiang Sui's apparel. Once he had organized the garments, he noticed the newly added debris on the floor and, with practiced ease, rolled up his sleeves and tidied up the disarray, transforming the chaotic ground into a semblance of order. As twilight descended, he glanced outside and realized that the rain had ceased. His gaze returned to the neatly arranged clothes on the bed, and after much hesitation, he rose and cradled them in his arms. How could a man of his stature truly wear such attire? Standing before Jiang Sui's door, he raised his hand, poised to knock, but hesitated abruptly. It was late, and he pondered whether Jiang Sui was asleep. After a moment's indecision at the door, he finally resolved to knock gently, calling out to Jiang Sui. No response emanated from within the room. Just as he contemplated knocking more forcefully, the door unexpectedly swung open. Jiang Yunchen was taken aback, his mind racing with the thought that it was the door that had moved first, not him. After a brief internal struggle, he stepped through the threshold into the silence, where the warmth from the burning charcoal filled the room. Jiang Sui lay in disarray upon the bed, her hair cascading like a waterfall. The quilt having slipped to the floor, revealing a small expanse of her skin. Jiang Yunchen's gaze instinctively diverted, unwilling to stare at her in such a vulnerable state. How could she be so unguarded as to remain oblivious to his presence? Not only had he entered, but Jiang Sui had also failed to secure the door properly. Evidently, she did not perceive him as a man at all. Within the confines of the Jiang household, she was still a pampered darling, sheltered from any imminent danger, cherished and protected by Zhao Wanyue. Jiang Yunchen raised his eyes and placed the garments he held onto a clean surface, intending to depart. Yet his glance fell upon the quilt that lay discarded on the floor. After much deliberation, he approached and picked it up, his gaze evasively shifting as he pulled the inner garment that had slipped from Jiang Sui's south body back into place. The quilt lay over her body, and Jiang Yunchen gently tucked in the corners. Having completed this task, he exited the room, closing the door securely behind him. The cold wind outside brushed against him, alleviating some of the heat that had accumulated within. His mind was filled with the earlier scene. Jiang Sui's skin as fair as snow, prompting him to swiftly suppress the strange thoughts that suddenly arose in his heart. What was happening to him? Jiang Yunchen stifled the emotions stirring within and made his way back. Upon returning to his own room, he could still discern a faint fragrance clinging to him, likely a remnant of his prolonged stay in Jiang Sui's room. He gazed at the remaining cloak and quilt, noting that the patterns were the most exquisite of the year, presumably a new purchase from Zhao Wanyue for Jiang Sui. Without a second thought, she had tossed it to him. He was torn between praising her for her generosity and questioning her intelligence. Jiang Yunchen was not the type to turn down a free quilt. Zhao Wanyue had not provided him with what he truly deserved, let alone the services of a servant. He ran his fingers over the soft fabric of the quilt, which was undoubtedly superior to the one he had been using. Observing the old quilt on his bed, he frowned slightly before discarding it. The new quilt seemed out of place in the room, much like himself. As he lay on the bed, enveloped in the new quilt and inhaling its fragrance, the experience was unlike any he had known in the Jiang household. Outside was tranquil, and Jiang Sui's quilt shielded him from the chill seeping in. Spring had only just begun, and it was not yet warm enough to dress lightly. In the middle of the night, Jiang Yunchen dreamt. In this dream, he stood in an imagined home where his true biological parents and Jiang Sui appeared before him. They shared a meal at the same table, radiating warmth and joy, a stark contrast to his reality in the Jiang family, where he was unworthy of dining at the table. Just the day before, Jiang Sui had insisted he finish his meal, marking this as the second time he had dined at the table. The first was when Jiang Huaiji had brought him home to meet their grandmother, sharing a meal with the Jiang family. In this household, his status was even lower than that of dog. In his dream, this was his most fervent wish. Yet why did Jiang Sui appear in it? Before Jiang Yunchen could comprehend the situation, the scene shifted, and he found himself lying in a sea of flowers, enveloped by their fragrance. His body grew warm, and a hand crept up from his abdomen, teasingly exploring. The hand was restless, seemingly intent on provoking him. Jiang Yunchen felt a tickle and seized the hand, pulling the person hidden beneath him into view. Jiang Sui smiled, her eyes brimming with mirth. "Brother," she said playfully, "you caught me." Suddenly, Jiang Yunchen jolted awake. He opened his eyes, struggling to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to calm his wildly beating heart. Moving his feet, he was startled to discover a dampness beneath him. He immediately sat up, unable to believe the dream he had just experienced. How could he have dreamed of Jiang Sui? It must be an illusion, a mere figment of the imagination. Jiang Yunchen consoled himself, as the only fragment he could recall from the dream involved Jiang Sui, her unyielding smile lingering in his mind for an extended period. He must have truly lost his mind. Such an absurd dream. Jiang Yunchen's hand brushed against something soft beside the bed, a texture reminiscent of fabric. He grasped it and discovered a small piece, crumpled into his palm. Confused, he folded the item neatly, but when it was fully revealed before him, his ears flushed crimson. This item was none other than Jiang Sui's little garment. Chapter 9. The protector of the young Jiang Yunchen felt as if he were handling a hot potato, promptly tossing the small garment aside. How could Jiang Sui's clothing possibly be in his possession? Unable to decipher the situation, his mind momentarily stalled. After much contemplation, yielded no answers. He noticed the quilt draped over him and realized that Jiang Sui must have carelessly discarded all of her clothes onto him, with the little garment inadvertently tucked within. He couldn't help but admire her a bit for that. Taking a moment to compose himself, Jiang Yunchen threw off the quilt and donned a clean outfit. Turning to look at the small garment lying quietly on the bed, he held it in his hand, hesitating briefly before concealing it beneath his pillow, ensuring that it was entirely hidden from view. When he awoke, it coincided perfectly with the servants beginning their work, and Jiang Yunchen followed suit. Zhao Wanyue had not granted him any real authority as the young master of the Jiang family. Everyone was well aware of the dubious nature of Jiang Yunchen's lineage. The legitimate heir of the Jiang family was merely a nominal title, and in truth his status barely qualified him above the servants. Thus, if he wished to secure a decent meal and some savings, he had to toil alongside the servants. In this place, no one regarded him as part of the Jiang family. At times, Jiang Yunchen found himself loathing his own name, living a constrained life under the roof of others for 16 years. If given the choice, he would have preferred to have perished as a child, never to have been brought back by Jiang Huaqian. Even the food he was allowed to consume was akin to what the servants ate, a life that no one would willingly choose to live as a young master. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the cold, and he wrapped himself in the cloak that Jiang Sui had given him. Arriving rather early, there were still few people around, and breakfast was plentiful. As he reached for a warm bun, a servant unexpectedly slapped it from his hand. He gazed at the servant before him, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. "What are you doing, young Master Jiang? This is food meant for us servants. Do you think you deserve it?" Zhao San sneered, chewing on a bun with disdainful eyes fixed on him. Zhao San seized all the buns, denying Jiang Yunchen any. Jiang Yunchen remained silent, choosing not to respond to Zhao San's taunts. Instead, he turned his gaze to another pot of congee, serving himself a bowl and adding some pickles. In the past, Jiang Yunchen would have never encountered such appetizing food. It was either reduced to mere dregs or completely empty, not a drop remaining. Had it not been for the meal Jiang Sui provided him the previous day, he might not have made it to this moment, perhaps having fainted from hunger the night before. He had just taken a sip when another man, Li De, entered and saw Jiang Yunchen drinking hot porridge. With a swift motion, he snatched the bowl from Jiang's hands and hurled it to the ground. "Have we eaten? How dare you eat, Jiang Yunchen?" Li De glared at him, spitting contemptuously. Jiang Yunchen replied, "I wanted to eat steamed buns earlier, and luckily I saw them, so I gave them to him. Otherwise, will we be left hungry?" Instead of acting like his young master, he comes here to snatch food from us commoners. I've only seen dogs gnawing on bones in such situations. Laughter echoed around him, and Jiang Yunchen calmly accepted their scorn. He had long grown accustomed to such derision. Every time he appeared before them, mockery was inevitable, a daily occurrence. Zhao San and Li De, finding his indifference dull and unamusing, ceased their taunts. Once their enthusiasm waned, Jiang Yunchen filled another bowl of porridge. Luckily, he had consumed a few bites earlier, so this wouldn't be considered wasteful. If Jiang Sui were to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly glare at him, accusing him of wasting food. This time, he ate quickly, fearing that some Zhang San or Li Si would snatch his bowl again. Indeed, he had barely consumed half of it when some ruffians appeared out of nowhere to humiliate him. "Get lost! How dare you eat our food?" Anticipating their movements before they could act, Jiang Yunchen splashed the porridge onto their faces. "Jiang Yunchen, you've gone too far." He set the bowl aside, exasperated by the fuss over a simple meal. "It is you who relentlessly pursue me. I merely wish to eat," Jiang Yunchen responded calmly, feeling much more at ease this time, savoring the warmth of the porridge. "Eat, Jiang Yunchen. You are even beneath us. What gives you the right to eat?" Zhao San retorted. Indeed, Jiang Yunchen did not deny it. His words held a grain of truth. The group pressed closer, stating, "If you wish to eat, you may, but only if the lady permits it. Whatever you desire, we can prepare for you." Jiang Yunchen bit his lip, unable to refute them. "If you lack the capability, you should obediently come and go like a dog at a command." Li De jabbed at his chest, each poke infused with force. "Will you listen to my words?" A youthful voice rang from the doorway, as Jiang Sui strutted in, hands on her hips. Upon seeing Jiang Sui, The servants dared not utter a word and immediately parted to make way. Miss, what brings you to the small kitchen at this hour? Indeed, the meal is not yet prepared. If you desire something, just let us know, and we shall make it immediately. The atmosphere shifted from mockery to sycophancy, a stark contrast in the servants' demeanor towards Jiang Yunchen and Jiang Sui. They treated Jiang Sui with utmost respect, refraining from any insolence. Jiang Sui surveyed them before glancing at Jiang Yunchen, feeling irked. Why was it that anyone could bully him? She would not allow such a thing to happen. Only she had the right to tease Jiang Yunchen, having previously allowed him to consume all the food. She had intended to check the small kitchen for snacks later that night. However, her laziness overcame her, and, after tossing and turning in bed for a while, she fell asleep. Upon awakening, it was the present moment. My stomach ached with hunger, and I thought to visit the small kitchen, only to be met with an unexpected scene. Miss, they cautiously inquired when Jiang Sui did not respond. Clearing her throat, Jiang Sui mustered her courage, stating, I have prepared 2 portions of my favorite dishes. Very well, the servants nodded. Moreover, how dare you shatter the dishes? Do you no longer wish to remain in the Jiang household? Jiang Sui echoed the system's words. The servants were taken aback, hastily shifting all blame onto Jiang Yunchen. No, miss, it was him. It was all Jiang Yunchen's doing. Jiang Yunchen? Indeed, Jiang Sui had just witnessed him twisting the truth and lying before her. I clearly saw you bullying him and breaking the dishes. Miss, it's a misunderstanding, she declared. Let me known, no one is permitted to bully Jiang Yunchen but me. Chapter 10. The troublemaker, so domineering. The young master is simply stunning. The system admires him greatly. The system showered Jiang Sui with compliments, lifting her spirits. And you all, what do you have to say? Jiang Sui inquired. Initially, she had no intention of involving herself, merely hoping to find something to eat. However, upon hearing Jiang Yunchen's name, she was instantly activated. She urged the system to search for suitable lines. The system promptly found them. This was its first task, and it took it very seriously, diligently reviewing countless scripts in anticipation of such moments. The system quickly stated, You have made such a mess of the small kitchen. I shall inform Mother. Upon hearing this, the servants' expressions shifted dramatically, and they hurriedly apologized and pleaded with Jiang Sui not to disclose the matter to Zhao Wanyu. The punishment may be minor, but losing their positions would be catastrophic. The Jiang household offered servants double the wages of other families, attracting many in search of stable employment. Miss, we will clean it up immediately. Please do not inform the madam. Please spare us. In the Jiang household, Zhao Wanyu was supposed to hold the highest authority. Yet with Jiang Sui, the little ancestor, even she was compelled to heed her words. Consequently, Jiang Sui became the most influential figure in the Jiang family. Any request she made to Zhao Wanyu that was within her power would invariably be granted. Not to mention, it was entirely possible to dismiss all the servants if she desired. Jiang Sui was merely intimidating them. She understood the difficulty of finding work. During her time with the King of Hell, she had struggled to secure a decent position, which was why she ended up here. All right, fine. It wasn't a matter of being soft-hearted. Rather, it was a reluctance to act harshly. After all, she had experienced similar circumstances and could empathize. Upon hearing Jiang Sui's decision not to pursue the matter, the servants were immediately overjoyed. Thank you, miss. Thank you. The servants ceased to pay attention to Jiang Yunchen, each engrossed in their own tasks. As they passed by him, one muttered a remark. Unlucky. Jiang Sui found this display of false authority quite amusing. Indeed, invoking her mother made conversations considerably easier. Brother, am I impressive? Jiang Sui flashed him a smile. Jiang Yunchen gazed at her, the image overlapping with a figure from his dreams, causing his heart to race as he turned his eyes away, avoiding her gaze. Jiang Sui's mind vanished. What was his reaction? Did he think she was not impressive? System, am I impressive? The system nodded vigorously. Little Master is the most formidable being, commanding the winds and rains, learning anything swiftly. The system praised her without a second thought, maintaining unwavering trust. Jiang Sui felt a pang of insecurity, pouting slightly. Then why doesn't Jiang Yunchen praise my prowess? He lacks discernment. The system cast a scornful glance at him. Jiang Sui suddenly understood. The system was correct. Jiang Yunchen indeed lacked insight. The two remained in a stalemate, neither moving. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Yunchen, unsure of Jiang Sui's intentions, recalled his own work and turned to leave. Jiang Sui immediately followed, seizing his hand. "Where are you going?" "To fetch water." "What for?" Jiang Sui inquired. Jiang Yunchen replied coldly, "To work." "Why work?" Such a tiresome question. When he fell silent, Jiang Sui pressed on. "Aren't there servants for that?" Jiang Yunchen's heart sank. He himself was a servant. How could he respond to that? "Brother, why won't you answer my question?" "It's impolite," Jiang Sui complained, lamenting his cold demeanor. Once she perused the new script, she would surely trample him beneath her feet, compelling him to plead for mercy before her. No, that was not the right approach. Jiang Sui's mind raced, contemplating how to provoke Jiang Yunchen into taking drastic measures against her. "Jiang Sui, I'm here." She snapped back to attention, looking at him. "Let go. I need to work." Jiang Yunchen directed his gaze to her small hands clinging to his arm. While her grip was weak, her temper was quite fierce. In truth, he could easily free himself, yet he refrained from doing so. Jiang Sui shook her head stubbornly, refusing to let go. Jiang Yunchen remained silent, dragging her along. Jiang Sui observed her feet, moving uncontrollably forward. Wait, what now?" Jiang Yunchen turned to her, sighing in exasperation. She found herself at a loss for words, then shook her head. "Nothing. You're quite the nuisance," Jiang Yunchen remarked. Yet, Jiang Sui stubbornly clung to him, trailing behind until he reached the riverbank. With a bucket in hand, he skillfully lowered it into the water, allowing it to fill swiftly. "Jiang Yunchen, why are you fetching water? Don't you have any to drink?" Jiang Sui inquired innocently, failing to comprehend his actions. This was work meant for servants. Having never witnessed it before, she was filled with curiosity and continued to ask questions. Jiang Yunchen's ears buzzed incessantly with her chatter, far more disruptive than the birds in the forest. "Jiang Sui, I am your brother," he stated pointedly, deliberately emphasizing their relationship. Oh, she has grown accustomed to calling Jiang Yunchen by his full name, often forgetting that he is her brother. Though they are not blood-related, whenever Jiang Sui calls for him, Jiang Yunchen invariably corrects her. "I wish to try as well." Jiang Sui observed for a long time. Her curiosity piqued. Despite being an orphan, the villagers treated her kindly, thus she had little exposure to such matters. It wasn't her first encounter, but she found it rather dull, especially since Jiang Yunchen was not engaging her in conversation, making the atmosphere rather stifling. Rising to her feet, she attempted to snatch the wooden bucket from his grasp. The ground was slippery, having recently rained. A careless slip could result in a tumble into the river, where one would soon be swept away by the current, impossible to retrieve. Jiang Yunchen, concerned for her reckless nature, knew that a moment's inattention could lead to her disappearance. Should anything happen to Jiang Sui, Zhao Wenyu would not let him off easily. He was not ready to meet his demise just yet. He seized Jiang Sui, pulling her to a safer spot, glaring at her fiercely. "Jiang Sui, can you not behave yourself? I see you've been at it for a while, without success. Let me assist you." Jiang Sui was quite serious. No need. She sought something to occupy her, lest boredom consume her. Jiang Yunchen placed his hands on her shoulders, attempting to intimidate her. "Jiang Sui, if you continue this way, I shall toss you into the river and let you drown." Jiang Sui's eyes brightened at the prospect. Could it be that the wish she had long held was finally to be fulfilled? Chapter 11. Heart and mouth discrepancy. Jiang Yunchen found it peculiar that Jiang Sui, upon hearing his words, appeared not fearful, but rather expectant. Had she lost her senses? Jiang Sui blinked innocently, clutching the bucket in his hand. "I'm ever so helpful." She beamed, anticipating Jiang Yunchen's anger to escalate to the point where he would indeed throw her into the river. Jiang Yunchen sighed, exasperated. Jiang Sui not only dismissed his threats, but seemed to take liberties with them. "Jiang Sui, do you not have your own affairs to attend to?" Jiang Yunchen felt powerless. If he did not finish drawing water today, he would have no supper that evening. Those servants were adept at finding trouble. And Jiang Sui novelly believed that her few words in his defense during her time in the small kitchen would intimidate them. In truth, the servants would only double down on their harassment, and this incident could lead to further troubles for him. Jiang Yunchen's life would not change due to Jiang Sui's few remarks. She was determined not to let him dismiss her. She pondered how she could further provoke him. After all, it was the first time she had heard him utter such a threat against her life. With progress made in her little quest, she was resolved to pursue it further. Indeed, Jiang Sui's eyes sparkled as she nodded at him. Will you perform well? Do not linger here. Jiang Yunchen initially intended to say, do not bother me here, but the words faltered on his lips. After contemplating, he rephrased his statement. Jiang Sui regarded him, intrigued as it was the first time she had heard such a request. She picked up a small stone from the ground and tossed it toward his feet. I missed. Jiang Sui had intended to hit Jiang Yunchen, but with a feeble throw, it merely landed on the ground. Jiang Yunchen asked in disbelief, Little master, throw a few more. Perhaps you will hit him. The system cheered from the sidelines. Jiang Sui, with a burst of determination, threw several small stones, all landing by Jiang Yunchen's feet. The only stone that struck him merely grazed the edge of his sleeve. It must be the stone's fault, Jiang Sui thought, observing the dirt clinging to her palm. Her brow furrowing slightly, Jiang Yunchen looked at the pile of stones before him, initially perplexed by Jiang Sui's antics. However, recalling her earlier words about someone intending to bully him, he recognized her persistence. It seemed she would not relent, driven by both cunning and diligence. As Jiang Sui walked past him, he assumed she was giving up, believing his words had made an impact, and she would obediently return. Yet to his surprise, she headed toward the river. Reacting swiftly, he grasped her arm, lifting her as one would a chick. The river bank is perilous. Should you fall, I shan't rescue you. He warned, though his grip remained firm, fearing that if he let go, she might run toward her demise. Jiang Sui opened her palm to show him the grime. Her tone sweet and soft, I wish to wash my hands. Jiang Yunchen's expression softened slightly, loosening his hold. Come here, he instructed, leading the way for her to follow. Though puzzled, Jiang Sui complied. They arrived at a pavilion, where Jiang Yunchen noticed the stone bench dampened by rain. He retrieved a handkerchief from his sleeve to dry the surface before motioning for Jiang Sui to sit. Do not move, he cautioned, anticipating any mischief she might conjure. Jiang Sui obediently settled down, her hands dirty, discomfort evident. Jiang Yunchen grasped her hands, crouching before her. A flicker of joy sparked in Jiang Sui's eyes. Did he intend to harm her here? But in such a desolate place, would her decaying body attract swarms of insects? The mere thought terrified her. If possible, she wished to negotiate with Jiang Yunchen for a more graceful exit. Suddenly, a cool sensation enveloped her palms. Jiang Sui recoiled slightly, snapping back to reality to see Jiang Yunchen's focused expression. Stay still, he instructed gently, scooping water from a bucket to cleanse her soiled hands. This water, freshly drawn, was for her, but it would mean he would need to retrieve more later. Although Jiang Sui was unsure of Jiang Yunchen's intentions with the water, she felt an inexplicable guilt for the trouble she had caused him. His touch was tender and meticulous. All done, he announced. Jiang Sui gazed at her now clean hands, the discomfort dissipating. Jiang Yunchen, why are you suddenly so kind to me? She inquired, realizing that his kindness might hinder her quest. He stood, gazing down at her, and playfully tapped her forehead. Jiang Sui winced, covering her brow in confusion. His touch was not harsh, at least not for her. It merely left a red mark on her fair skin. Are you all right? Jiang Yunchen asked, a flicker of remorse crossing his features as he noticed the imprint on her forehead. Jiang Sui touched her lips and whispered, that's not good. Just stay away from me. Jiang Yunchen said nothing further, merely glanced back at Jiang Sui before taking the water bucket away. He returned to the riverbank, realizing that the bucket was useless and needed to be filled anew. Jiang Sui did not pursue him, feeling perplexed by his actions. System, what do you think this means? The system analyzed and replied, isn't it a good thing that Jiang Yunchen struck you? A good thing? Jiang Sui was bewildered. Little master, have you forgotten? Our mission is to ensure that Jiang Yunchen kills you. Now that he dares to lay a hand on you, perhaps next time he will wield a knife. The system's reasoning struck a chord with Jiang Sui, leading her to a sudden realization. It seemed to indeed be a fortuitous development. A wave of joy surged within her. Those storybooks were truly insightful. System, do you suggest I provoke him immediately? Not at all, the system countered, shaking its head like a sage of old. There's a saying, to achieve the opposite effect. If you approach him and fail to meet your objective, it would be akin to drawing water with a basket, resulting in nothing but disappointment. This would yield a result that is precisely contrary to your expectations. The system's arguments were compelling, persuading Jiang Sui. You make a valid point. But, system, how do you know so many idioms? Jiang Sui asked curiously. Of course, I diligently study those storybooks every day. I am no longer the rudimentary system I once was. Jiang Sui cast an admiring glance at it, impressed. Little master, once you return, I will teach you a skill. Jiang Sui blinked her bright eyes, intrigued. What skill? The system teased, withholding the information. It recalled the last time Jiang Yunchen had worn revealing attire to seduce Jiang Sui, nearly ensnaring her in his trap. He remembered well. Chapter 12. A different approach to humiliation, brother, a little master, be a bit more alluring, and let that dress fall a little lower. The system advised from the sidelines, having specially chosen a flowing purple gown for Jiang Sui. Purple exuded a certain allure. Jiang Sui followed its instructions, pulling her garment down slightly, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Is this right? Her eyelashes trembled gently, her fair skin glowing with a delicate blush, and her thin lips were as tender as rose petals. Jiang Sui had never dressed this way before, let alone adopted such a bashful pose. The system gazed at the illustrations in the storybook, depicting a woman covering her mouth with a smile, her delicate hand playfully tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her languid gaze instantly captivating. Jiang Sui shared only one trait with the woman in the illustration, an enchanting beauty. It seemed that mature allure was ill-suited for her. Little master, this style does not suit you. I shall find another. The system continued to peruse the illustrations, its treasured collection ready for any occasion. Since charm did not align with Jiang Sui, it sought a more whimsical alternative. What do you think of this one? The system magnified an illustration for Jiang Sui, depicting a young girl playfully flirting with her beloved, her demeanor charmingly petulant. With her hair styled in twin buns and clad in a delicate emerald garment, the girl's round face and full forehead exuded a youthful innocence. While not conventionally beautiful, her fresh and endearing appearance, coupled with a bashful demeanor, made her quite appealing. Was this not a perfect representation of Jiang Sui? The system believed it was fitting and thus presented it to her, compared to the discomfort of her previous appearance. Jiang Sui found this much more agreeable. Yes, this would do. Please call me once you've changed, my little master. The system understood the boundaries that exist between individuals, and naturally, the same principles applied to interactions between humans and machines. It vanished before her, and Jiang Sui promptly changed out of her shimmering dress, feeling significantly more at ease. The attire was purchased by Zhao Wanyue. It was not as revealing as the illustration suggested. The system had encouraged Jiang Sui to wear something more daring in order to enhance the resemblance. After reapplying her makeup, Jiang Sui gathered her hair into an elegant updo. All right, you may come out now. Spotting a teacup on the table, she poured herself a drink. Upon hearing her words, the system reappeared before Jiang Sui. With her striking features, bright eyes and pearly teeth, and a pair of enchanting, watery eyes, she possessed an innate grace. Her lustrous black hair was partially styled into a bun, adorned with a green ribbon, while she wore a light green dress embellished with delicate floral patterns, her cheeks blooming like the tender shoots of spring. In truth, Jiang Sui had felt no dissonance in the previous purple shimmering dress. It simply projected a more mature image that she was not accustomed to, despite having already celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony. My little master looks truly exquisite. The system concluded that Jiang Sui was more suited to her original style, with just a hint of allure. It mused that no one could possibly resist the charm of its little master. Jiang Sui blushed, lowering her gaze. The system continued its instruction. Although Jiang Sui was initially somewhat reserved, she gradually became more engaged in the process. Do you think Jiang Yunchen would fall for this? Jiang Sui pondered, her concern growing as she wondered whether these strategies would prove ineffective against him, rendering her efforts futile. The system could not provide a definitive answer, but it reasoned that attempting was better than not trying at all. Having completed the study of the wicked female supporting role's daily descent into ruin, in which the antagonist attempted to scald the male lead, leading to his promotion and subsequent revenge against her family, Jiang Sui found that her character's arc had concluded. Consequently, the system sought out a new narrative to explore. It discovered a tale titled, "After seducing the young master, I seek my grandfather in the underworld for rebirth." This narrative was more intricate, featuring a tumultuous relationship between the male and female leads, who ultimately overcame their trials to find happiness together. However, Jiang Sui aimed not to emulate the female lead, but rather the secondary female character, who harbored jealousy towards the lead and sought to seduce the male protagonist, who remained resolutely immune to her charms. In the end, he reaped the consequences of his own actions, falling victim to the male protagonist's blade. The title of the book initially perplexed the system, but upon witnessing the second female lead's reincarnation scenes, its significance became clear. Indeed, she is the true protagonist. This narrative is undeniably rife with melodrama, yet has captivated many readers. The system, seizing the opportunity, promptly procured a copy to delve into its pages. As the young master confronted the challenges ahead, the identity of the rival remained undetermined. "Little master, besides you, we must find another to portray the female lead," the system advised. "What?" Jiang Sui felt a pang of hunger. After taking a sip of water, her appetite intensified. She had risen early that morning to seek sustenance. Yet her focus had shifted entirely to Jiang Yunchen, causing her hunger to momentarily fade. At present, Jiang Sui felt as if her spirit were on the verge of departure. "You must make Jiang Yunchen develop feelings for someone else, and then you shall seduce him, intruding upon their bond. Their affection for each other is steadfast. Once Jiang Yunchen grows to detest you, you will be swiftly dealt with," the system instructed. Jiang Sui pursed her lips, uncertain about disrupting another's relationship. She voiced her concerns, deeming the plan somewhat inappropriate. The system pondered this for a moment, conceding that it might indeed be a flawed approach. "Then I shall consider this further. It is imperative that the little master departs untainted." Jiang Sui nodded resolutely. She had no intention of being a mere interloper. Suddenly, the system conceived an excellent strategy. "Eureka! Little master, you shall alternate between warmth and coldness towards Jiang Yunchen. From this moment onward, you must treat him exceedingly well, and when he becomes utterly infatuated, you shall push him away." Jiang Sui rested her chin on the table. "So, I am to be exceptionally kind to him now? I shan't humiliate him?" The system replied with a chuckle. "Of course, humiliation is essential. It is most effective when he is at his happiest." Jiang Sui nodded in agreement, responding, "Very well. But will this not drive Jiang Yunchen to despair?" At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, drawing Jiang Sui's attention. "Mississippi." Sound from outside the door prompted her to spring upright. Upon opening the door, her eyes sparkled at the sight of a lavish spread laid out before her. She had finally been rewarded. It was truly a long-awaited moment. As she observed the servants bringing in dish after dish, her excitement grew. "Miss, please enjoy your meal. Everything has been prepared according to your preferences, with double portions," a servant announced before retreating. Jiang Sui gazed at the two servings, recalling the system's previous words, and called out to the departing servant, "Wait. Please summon my brother Jiang." Chapter 13. Because I want to treat you well. Jiang Yunchen lingered at the doorway, hesitating to enter. At the riverside, he had refilled the water bucket, only to be sabotaged on his return, spilling a significant portion of the water. His daily task involved filling the water jar at the small kitchen entrance, a deliberate arrangement by Zhao Wanyu, who instructed the servants to monitor him. Should he fail to fill it or show any signs of laziness, his meals would be withheld. Initially, they thought Zhao Wanyu was merely jesting, but as days passed, Jiang Yunchen diligently fulfilled his duties, filling the jar with water, all in hopes of securing a proper meal. As time passed, their audacity grew, and they began to bully him openly, fully aware that Zhao Wanyu would not intervene. Initially, Jiang Yunchen believed he would again go without a meal today, but upon returning, a servant informed him that Jiang Sui was looking for him. The moment they heard that Jiang Sui sought Jiang Yunchen, they immediately refrained from any mischief. For in the Jiang family, Jiang Sui was the cherished little darling of all. At this moment, the two exchanged glances, with Jiang Yunchen eyeing Jiang Sui warily. "Brother, why don't you come in?" Jiang Sui sat at the table, gazing at Jiang Yunchen with an air of indifference. He noticed the sauce smeared at the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating her unawareness that her little act of thievery had been discovered. On the way to Jiang Yunchen, Jiang Sui could not contain her impatience and had stolen a few bites. Unexpectedly, before she could relish the meal, Jiang Yunchen arrived, prompting her to hurriedly wipe her mouth, yet she failed to conceal her indulgence. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside and observed the dishes before her. "Jiang Sui, I have many matters to attend to and no time to play." Jiang Sui stood up, pulling him down to sit. Eating is also a matter, indeed a matter of utmost importance. Only then did Jiang Yunchen notice that the table was set with double portions of food, with chopsticks and bowls placed before him, alongside several dishes he had enjoyed during his previous meal. "I'm not hungry." No sooner had the words left his mouth than his stomach audibly protested. "What an unreliable body, choosing this moment to embarrass me," Jiang Yunchen thought. Jiang Sui laughed, pointing at his stomach. "It accuses you. It's not deaf. Eat, or I shall continue to bully you." Jiang Sui attempted to mimic the menacing demeanor Jiang Yunchen had displayed by the river, believing her fierce facade to be intimidating, though it possessed little actual bite. She gazed at the food before her, poised to pick up her chopsticks, yet upon noticing Jiang Yunchen's refusal to eat, she regarded him with puzzlement. "System, why is he so strange? It's one thing to refuse food," but he clearly heard his stomach growl and still wanted to admit it. "Young master, perhaps you should feed him." The system made a bold suggestion, though fortunately, Jiang Sui did not grasp the deeper implication of its words. "Will he eat?" Jiang Sui glanced at Jiang Yunchen. After nibbling on her chopsticks, she set them down, took a serving chopstick, picked up a piece of meat, and offered it to Jiang Yunchen. He was caught off guard as the meat brushed against his lips. She heeded the system's words, but Jiang Yunchen seemed unappreciative. Jiang Yunchen retreated a bit, perplexed. What is this all about? The two remained frozen in that position, with Jiang Sui feeling bewildered and somewhat annoyed. "Young master, does he not suspect you of poisoning it?" The system looked at her, filled with doubt. "Poison? Why would I poison it?" Jiang Sui was confused. "If I had known, given Jiang Yunchen's repeated waste of food, you should have let him starve." The system, exasperated by the way he bullied the young master, wished it could transform into human form to give him a good thrashing, yet only the young master could perceive it. These mere mortals were oblivious to its presence. Alas, for the sake of the mission, it had to endure. The young master's dreams of wealth had yet to materialize. It still yearned to soar high and show those who looked down upon it the merits of having a good master to lean on. "Brother, just take a bite." Jiang Sui looked forward with a sense of grievance, gazing at Jiang Yunchen's face, and said, "My hands are sore." Jiang Yunchen, filled with confusion, hesitated for a moment before finally partaking of the morsel of meat she held. The meat was succulent, and the culinary skill was exquisite. "System, your suggestion proved effective." At last, she could enjoy her meal. Adhering to the principle that elders should commence with their chopsticks, Jiang Yunchen, being her nominal elder brother, was indeed considered her superior. She gazed at the delectable dishes before her, lamenting that she possessed only one mouth. Otherwise, she would have wished to devour them all. As Jiang Yunchen chewed the meat, his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Sui, who was relishing her meal. Why was she feeding him? This question burgeoned within him. Yet he remained unaware that her seemingly casual gesture had captivated his thoughts for an extended period. "Brother, please eat. This duck meat is truly delicious," Jiang Sui urged, placing a slice of duck in his bowl and resuming her own meal. Jiang Yunchen instinctively opened his mouth, but upon seeing the meat resting in his empty bowl, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Jiang Sui disregarded him, focusing on her own food. However, noticing his reluctance to pick up his chopsticks, she had even requested the kitchen to prepare 2 servings, which was initially the perfect portion. If Jiang Yunchen refused to eat, she certainly could not accommodate such an excess. "Brother, do you intend to waste food again?" Jiang Sui questioned, pulling him back to reality as he glanced at his empty bowl. This seemed to be the third time she had remarked upon his potential wastefulness. Did you bring me here merely to accompany you for a meal? Jiang Yunchen was aware that this was not what he meant, simply by the quantity of food on the table. It was implausible for Jiang Sui to possess such a large appetite. Jiang Sui looked up and corrected him. You are mistaken. It is to share a meal with me. If you continue to neglect your food, I shall promptly inform Mother and have her discipline you appropriately. Jiang Yunchen's fingers twitched, and ultimately he picked up his chopsticks. By now, Jiang Sui had nearly satiated her hunger, only to witness Jiang Yunchen finally eating. Indeed, invoking their mother was effective. In truth, Jiang Yunchen was not fearful of Zhao Wanyu's punishment. Rather, he was concerned that if he continued to abstain from eating, Jiang Sui would become petulant and resort to her trivial antics to vex him. Under Jiang Sui's watchful gaze, Jiang Yunchen finished the remaining dishes on the table: crispy lotus root, jade-like vegetables, hibiscus cake, winter melon soup, and the delicate strands of food. Jiang Sui pointed to the empty plates. What are you mumbling about? Jiang Yunchen asked as he set down his bowl and chopsticks. Jiang Sui smiled. You have taken much of these dishes. It seems you must enjoy them. She had observed that Jiang Yunchen had consumed the most of these particular dishes. Jiang Yunchen paused. Why are you observing these? She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, the hairpin in her hair jingling softly. Because I wish to treat you well. Chapter 14. A bit adorable because I wish to treat you well. Jiang Yunchen was taken aback, doubting whether his ears were deceiving him. Did Jiang Sui just express a desire to be good to him? Just days before, someone had boasted of bullying him, and now she was articulating an entirely different sentiment. He questioned every possibility, except for the notion that Jiang Sui was sincere. Jiang Sui observed the confusion in his eyes. Was it truly so difficult to believe? To treat me well? Jiang Sui, I genuinely lack the time to indulge in your games, Jiang Yunchen replied with a light chuckle. Having never been favored by anyone, he naturally found it hard to trust Jiang Sui's solitary account. Do you not believe her? System, am I not sincere? Why does Jiang Yunchen not trust me? The system pondered for a moment before responding to Jiang Sui. Perhaps his prior humiliation at your hands has left an indelible mark on his heart, casting a shadow that now renders him fearful of you. The system's analysis was astute, and Jiang Sui nodded in agreement, accepting the explanation. So it was fear that gripped him. A sense of joy welled up within Jiang Sui. Indeed, the system's teachings proved useful. System, you mentioned that if I treat him well, would it truly be effective if I later chose to ignore him? Jiang Sui had never attempted such an approach, as it was uncharted territory for her. Feeling apprehensive was only natural. Fear not. The script I procured is exceptionally popular, filled with genuine wisdom. I am confident that soon we shall accomplish our task and return to inherit a considerable fortune. At that point, we shall be the wealthy elite. Jiang Sui envisioned herself rolling in piles of money, savoring its scent, and felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. One person, one device, and she began to daydream once more. Lost in conversation with the system, she momentarily forgot that Jiang Yunchen was still present. Observing her silly smile, he felt a flicker of complex emotions cross his face. Is she quite all right? Hurry and eat. Once you've finished, I shall take you out. Jiang Sui beamed, resting her chin in her hand while gazing at Jiang Yunchen. Unbeknownst to her, he had already finished his meal, her reverie having consumed her attention. Jiang Yunchen twitched his lips and reached out to touch Jiang Sui's forehead, confirming that she was not feverish. What is he doing? Perhaps he is showing concern for you. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Sui wondered if her methods were indeed effective. Encouraged, she seized Jiang Yunchen's hand, placing it against her face. Brother, accompany me on a shopping trip. Jiang Yunchen's breath caught, leaving him no chance to react as his fingertips brushed against her soft cheek, feeling the fine hairs on her face. If I go alone, I will be scared, Jiang Sui pouted, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with moisture. The system was pleased with Jiang Sui's actions. It seemed that the lessons of the day had not been in vain. In such a brief time, the young master was becoming adept, and soon she would be ready to graduate. What are you doing? Jiang Yunchen exclaimed, hastily withdrawing his hand. Jiang Sui felt the emptiness in her grasp, but was unperturbed. System, Jiang Yunchen is not falling for this. The system observed the flush in Jiang Yunchen's ears and questioned whether he truly was impervious to her charms. It's fine, young master. If he does not respond to this approach, we shall simply try another. I have plenty of strategies at my disposal. Do you not wish to accompany me? Jiang Sui inquired. Though she was capable of venturing out alone, she merely wished to take a stroll. Jiang Yunchen had been cooped up indoors for far too long. His fingertips felt warm as he evaded her gaze. Well then, I shall find someone else to join me. Since Jiang Yunchen was unwilling, she did not insist. Upon hearing Jiang Sui mention seeking companionship elsewhere, a flicker of emotion stirred within her. She envisioned the scene of him alongside another, and an uncomfortable sensation washed over her. What if it were a man? Just as Jiang Sui rose, preparing to tidy up, she heard Jiang Yunchen's response. Weren't you reluctant to go? She gazed at him. He had just declined, yet now he seemed inclined to proceed. A contradiction of words and intentions. A fleeting hint of guilt crossed Jiang Yunchen's face. Since she had expressed her desire, he felt compelled not to dampen her spirits. Then, accompany me out shortly, he proposed. Jiang Sui smiled, playfully pushing him forward. I shall await you at the door. After returning, Jiang Yunchen sat upon his bed, scrutinizing his meager wardrobe, anxiety creeping in. The only recent and suitable garment he possessed was the cloak gifted by Jiang Sui. Zhao Wanyue harbored disdain for his presence. She ignored him in their household, allowing him a degree of freedom that was her utmost tolerance. He could wear many things, yet he felt none were quite appropriate. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he selected a light green robe, deeming it his most presentable attire. However, for a mere outing, why was he so concerned, especially for Jiang Sui's sake? With his mind adrift and thoughts muddled, he unknowingly found himself at the door. The system had trailed Jiang Yunchen throughout, and the time spent merely choosing an outfit was considerable. Despite his verbal reluctance, his body was evidently honest. Jiang Sui had not changed her attire, still donning the light azure dress from the morning, which harmonized beautifully with the early spring ambience. She had been waiting for him at the door since finishing her meal, puzzled by his delay. Jiang Yunchen, why are you so slow? My legs are growing weary, she softly complained. Apologies, he replied, surprising Jiang Sui. Was he actually apologizing to her? She glanced toward the sun's position in the sky. It was not rising from the west, yet he did not correct her. Jiang Yunchen avoided her gaze, feeling anxious as he stood before her, questioning if his appearance was too peculiar. You look truly lovely today, Jiang Sui praised, mindful of the new task bestowed upon her by the system. Her current objective was to treat Jiang Yunchen kindly, and complimenting him was the initial step. A blush adorned Jiang Yunchen's cheeks as he lowered his eyes, unable to meet her gaze. What was happening to her? Hadn't she previously boasted of tormenting him? You, Jiang Sui said, hands on her hips, playfully continuing her flattery. If you could smile more often in the future, that would be even better. With that, she reached out, placing her fingers on his face, mimicking a smile. Jiang Yunchen was taken aback. I seem a bit foolish, don't I? You look good, Jiang Sui insisted, determined to continue her praise without faltering. As Jiang Yunchen watched her retreating figure, he found her unexpectedly endearing. She turned back, urging him, hurry along, or the weather may turn unfavorable. He pressed his lips together, his brows relaxing as he fell in a step beside her, responding, all right. Chapter 15. Ensnared as Jiang Sui traversed the streets, she could not resist purchasing every intriguing trinket she encountered. All her acquisitions were entrusted to her maid, Lan Yu, and her brother, Jiang Yunchen, while she sauntered ahead, her hands blissfully empty. Accompanied only by her own Lan Yu, she was under the watchful eye of Zhao Wanyue. Unable to quell her concern, had dispatched several servants to accompany Jiang Sui on her outing. After days of incessant rain, the sun finally graced the sky, providing the perfect opportunity for a leisurely stroll. What is this? Jiang Sui's eyes were drawn to a small stall adorned with a plethora of whimsical toys, each bobbing and swaying in a delightful manner. Recognizing her discerning taste, the stall owner eagerly extolled the merits of his wares, lavishing compliments upon her. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Sui procured one of the toys, cradling it in her palm as she watched it jiggle with amusement. Jiang Yunchen suppressed a smirk, choosing not to dissuade her. It was rather foolish of her, for such a novelty was commonplace. Yet, she seemed to find wonder in everything. "Jiang Gij, I shall gift this to you," she proclaimed, momentarily addressing him as she once did, before recalling that her demeanor towards him must now shift. The adjustment was indeed peculiar. Though the system had initially instructed her to belittle Jiang Yunchen, such tactics bore no fruit, yet she remained resolute in her quest for alternative methods. Jiang Yunchen observed the little figure in her palm, its head bobbing with a painted smile, and thought to himself, "Just as foolish as someone I know." He then tucked the trinket away, his gaze lingering on Jiang Sui's petite silhouette ahead of him, pondering over her meager frame and whether she was neglecting her meals. Jiang Sui, blissfully unaware, ambled forward, oblivious to the intensity of Jiang Yunchen's watchful stare. The system hesitated, refraining from informing Jiang Sui of its observations. It had witnessed the myriad expressions flitting across Jiang Yunchen's face. He truly was an enigma. They had been out for nearly half the day, and fatigue began to settle in. "Gij, would you like to dine at Fuang Tower?" Jiang Sui inquired, glancing back at him. "Not particularly," he replied, instinctively avoiding her gaze as her cheerful countenance met his eyes. "Oh, if that is the case, let us go together," she suggested, undeterred. Jiang Yunchen mused to himself that she had clearly overlooked his refusal. Jiang Sui transferred all that Jiang Yunchen was carrying to the servants and turned to Lan Yu. "Lan Yu, you may return to inform Mother that I will be dining at Fuang Tower, so she need not worry." "Miss, but Madam has instructed that you should not be out of her sight," Lan Yu insisted, adhering strictly to Zhao Wanyuer's orders. After all, Jiang Sui was the cherished daughter of the Jiang family, and any misfortune befalling her could jeopardize not only her family's standing, but also their very lives. "It is quite all right. Just tell Mother I shall return shortly." Yet, Lan Yu remained steadfast, unwilling to depart. The system, observing the unfolding situation, surmised that no matter how much it communicated with Lan Yu, she would remain dutiful to Zhao Wanyue's command. Will that blue moon be too demanding? Jiang Sui did not wish to burden others. She glanced at the system. "Rest assured, when we return, charm your mother with a few sweet words. It will be more effective than anything else." The system had discerned Zhao Wanyue's temperament. As long as Jiang Sui returned safely, her words would carry weight. Jiang Sui felt a twinge of hesitation, but after considering the system's advice, she found it reasonable. She had ventured out with great difficulty and wished to enjoy herself before returning. Furthermore, with Blue Moon subordinates around her, she felt quite uneasy. "Brother, can you run fast?" Jiang Sui inquired. "What?" Jiang Yunchen was momentarily perplexed by Jiang Sui's question, but the next instant, a small hand grasped his palm and began to flee. "Miss!" Blue Moon was caught off guard as Jiang Sui led Jiang Yunchen away. Her arms were laden with items, and she could not pursue them immediately. Jiang Sui cast a glance back at Blue Moon, who had yet to catch up, and paused at the mouth of an alley with Jiang Yunchen. Jiang Yunchen was breathless as he looked at Jiang Sui. She took a moment to compose herself, shaking off her anxiety. When she finally focused on him, her eyes sparkled with delight. Jiang Yunchen's heart skipped a beat, and he found his palm empty, having grasped at air. Something unfamiliar surged within him. "Why did you pull me along?" Jiang Yunchen suppressed the peculiar sensation in his heart, unable to comprehend it fully. Jiang Sui herself was uncertain about the reason for dragging Jiang Yunchen along. "Little master, simply say it is because I wish to be alone with you." "Because I want to be with you," Jiang Sui uttered. In that moment, all other sounds faded, leaving only her words echoing in Jiang Yunchen's ears. The system sighed in exasperation. It had nearly forgotten that the little master could never fully memorize her lines. Jiang Sui was blissfully unaware that her omission of the word alone had led to a significant misunderstanding for Jiang Yunchen. "What's wrong?" Jiang Sui observed the flush on Jiang Yunchen's face and pointed at it. "Brother, you're blushing." Jiang Yunchen's heart raced as he quickly denied it. "And no, I'm not." "Yes, you are," Jiang Sui affirmed, certain of her observation. Jiang Yunchen, guilty, averted his gaze. "Weren't you supposed to go to the fortune building? We should hurry." He shifted the topic, taking hold of Jiang Sui's hand. "Oh, right." Jiang Sui was immediately redirected by his words, abandoning her previous remark. Jiang Yunchen tightened his grip on her hand, feeling its softness. "Brother, why are you holding my hand?" Jiang Sui asked, puzzled by his action. He walked ahead, unwilling to release her hand. "Didn't your mother say we should stick together?" Jiang Sui recalled Blue Moon's words, realizing Jiang Yunchen had remembered them. Additionally, she was not well acquainted with the route home, which made his grip all the more necessary. In a place unseen by her, Jiang Yunchen's smile deepened. "All right." The system observed with keen interest. Indeed, the strategy it had imparted to the little master was far more effective than the previous one. Jiang Yunchen had begun to reciprocate, and it eagerly anticipated the moment he became utterly entranced, at which point it would plunge him into despair. It now hoped the little master would exert herself further, for in doing so, Jiang Yunchen would undoubtedly harbor a profound resentment towards her, leading to her undoing. "Well done, young master." "Of course." Jiang Sui replied with a hint of pride. Unbeknownst to them, their thoughts were in stark contrast, one yearning for death while the other was ensnared in the moment. Chapter 16. Love Rivals at the Fortune Pavilion. Jiang Sui and Jiang Yunchen were seated in a private room on the second floor, while below, the storyteller captivated the audience with the most riveting segments. The Fortune Pavilion was particularly renowned not only for its delectable cuisine, but also for the variety of performances, including storytelling and opera. Jiang Sui ordered a plethora of dishes, some of which Jiang Yunchen had sampled that morning. "Take a look and see if there's anything else you wish to eat. I shall cover the expenses," she said, patting her chest and retrieving her little purse, filled with her hard-earned silver coins. Jiang Yunchen frowned slightly, feeling reluctant. "I am not hungry," he implied, indicating his disinclination to spend Jiang Sui's money. It was unbecoming for a man to spend a woman's money. Jiang Sui cast a glance at her purse and then at Jiang Yunchen, wondering if he believed she was using the family's money. "Brother, this is all my savings, which means it is my own money, not the family's. I am treating you with my little treasury," she explained. Jiang Yunchen paused, perplexed. Was she really trying to justify her own money to him? Nonetheless, he still felt uneasy. It would be improper for him to let Jiang Sui pay. Jiang Sui felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, finding his rigidity rather exasperating. Jiang Yunchen noticed her smile falter, and guilt washed over him. It was not his intention to upset her. Jiang Sui clutched her purse, filled to the brim with her painstakingly saved coins. She had envisioned treating Jiang Yunchen to a fine meal, only to find him unappreciative. Before her current fortune, she had treasured even a meager silver coin, and now her little obsession with money allowed her to gather such a sum, something she had never anticipated. "How about this? You treat me this time, and on a future occasion, I shall treat you, all right?" Jiang Yunchen's voice softened unconsciously as he gazed at Jiang Sui. Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" Jiang Yunchen nodded affirmatively. He was not one to lie. He would honor his promises. "But you haven't even ordered what you wish to eat. How can I consider this as me treating you?" Jiang Sui noted that she had ordered all the dishes herself without seeing Jiang Yunchen choose any. "If we order too much and cannot finish, won't that be a waste of food?" Jiang Yunchen recalled how someone frequently admonished about wasting food, now echoing those very sentiments. Leaning on the table, Jiang Sui realized she had indeed ordered an abundance of dishes. "All right then. It is said that there exists a flower known as the Higanbana, capable of bridging the realms of the living and the dead. Acquiring this flower would allow one to meet the person they long to see." Meanwhile, the storyteller below was elaborating on the enthralling tale of the Higanbana, captivating the audience who were drawn in by his narrative. Is there any truth to this Higanbana? Or is the storyteller merely spinning a fanciful tale for entertainment? Indeed, we have never heard of such extraordinary occurrences. The storyteller merely stroked his beard and chuckled. Belief brings existence. Disbelief renders it void. It all hinges on the individual. This legend remains just that, a legend, its truth contingent upon one's inner conviction. Jiang Sui swallowed the food in her mouth and turned her gaze towards the storyteller. "I have never heard of this Bienhua, brother. Have you?" Jiang Yunchen shook his head. The storyteller continued, Once, a sovereign sought this bienhua solely to reunite with his deceased wife. A sovereign? Surely, a sovereign's harem is vast. How could he possibly seek out this non-existent flower for a single woman? Jiang Sui retorted. A sovereign may be sentimental, but I find this tale hard to believe. The storyteller listened to their discourse, silently acquiescing, for everyone possesses their unique perspective, and myriad interpretations are commonplace. Nay, though the sovereign ruled a vast empire, he had but one empress and never took a concubine. The empress's death was an unbearable loss for him, prompting him to explore every avenue to see her again, thus leading him to the tale of the bienhua. The storyteller's words left the listeners in shock. A sovereign who had never taken a concubine was indeed unprecedented. Impossible. Sir, you cannot be serious. How could a sovereign's harem consist of but one? They exclaimed. After all, it is merely a legend. Let us not take it too seriously. Naturally, people were skeptical of such occurrences, yet since it was merely a tale, belief or disbelief seemed inconsequential. Jiang Sui, listening to the discussions below, raised her eyes to Jiang Yunchen. Brother, do you believe? Jiang Yunchen pressed his lips together, offering no reply. I do believe. There are indeed devoted souls in this world, Jiang Sui asserted, holding firm to her faith in the legend. Perhaps the bienhua is indeed real. Alas, Jiang Sui had no one she yearned to meet. She did not even know what her biological parents looked like. From a moment she could remember, she grew up in the village, nourished by the kindness of neighbors who became her kin. As the meal arrived, Jiang Sui picked up her chopsticks. Her elbow inadvertently knocked over an object on the table, and as she bent to retrieve it, a maid picked it up and placed it in Jiang Sui's hand. Miss, this is yours. Jiang Sui looked up to see a woman standing nearby. The woman had delicate hands as white as snow, with deep, dark eyes that curved slightly at the corners. Her skin as smooth as jade. She was clad in a gown of moonlight white silk, with a pale blue skirt, a butterfly tassel adorning her waist, and a jade hairpin nestled in her hair, from which cascaded strings of pearls. Thank you, Miss, Jiang Sui replied courteously. It was but a small effort, the woman responded, her voice a gentle whisper, the pearls swaying softly as she spoke. However, her gaze was fixed upon Jiang Yunchen, seated across from Jiang Sui. After the woman departed, Jiang Sui couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Brother, do you not think that sister is quite beautiful? She inquired. Not all, Jiang Yunchen replied curtly. Jiang Sui pouted. You have no appreciation. Yet, the system sensed something amiss. It had observed that the woman's gaze was wholly upon Jiang Yunchen. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? The realization struck. It was a rival in love. This aligns perfectly with the narrative she has been observing. It seems that Jiang Sui may indeed find herself reluctantly playing the role of the third or fourth party. Young master, I just discovered that she certainly harbors different intentions towards Jiang Yunchen. Jiang Sui paused for a moment and inquired, different intentions? It appears the heroine of this story has arrived, making things difficult for you, young master. Jiang Sui blinked, realizing the implication of the system's words. She immediately recalled that the system was referring to the book titled after seducing the young master, I Sought Grandfather in the Underworld for Rebirth, which they had only recently discussed. But isn't this rather inappropriate? If that lady did indeed have feelings for Jiang Yunchen, it would necessitate a competition between them, a scenario she wished to avoid. Furthermore, she herself did not harbor any affection for Jiang Yunchen. Chapter 17. A little head with great curiosity, brother. That lady was staring at you just now. Jiang Sui noticed that the woman in question was seated in the adjacent booth. From her angle, she could clearly observe the lady's demeanor, while Jiang Yunchen, with his back turned, remained oblivious to her gaze, continuing to eat his meal. Jiang Sui had already satisfied her appetite. This was her second time enjoying the dishes from Fuwang Tower, which, though not as delectable as those from her family's small kitchen, were visually appealing. Brother, I'm full. Why don't you turn around and take a look? That lady has been watching you intently. Jiang Sui discreetly pointed behind her, glancing at Jiang Yunchen, who showed no discernible reaction. Why should I turn around? Jiang Yunchen questioned, perplexed by Jiang Sui's thoughts. Out of politeness? Jiang Sui pondered a possible rationale. I lack inherent manners, Jiang Yunchen replied, focusing solely on his own meal, disregarding Jiang Sui's remarks. Brother, is this dish tasty? Ordinary. Jiang Sui sought further conversation. What do you think of the little trinkets I bought earlier? Jiang Yunchen merely cast a fleeting glance at her, his expression one of boredom. And what are your thoughts on that lady? Jiang Sui asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Yunchen fell silent. Jiang Sui realized that he answered her every question, except when it came to the matter of that lady, which rendered him mute. You can't even silence me during a meal, Jiang Yunchen retorted, deftly feeding her a piece of meat. Jiang Sui began to speak, but was interrupted, instantly forgetting what she intended to say. She chewed, somewhat flustered, pondering the purpose of opening her mouth if she had nothing to say. Jiang Yunchen, speechless. After finishing their meal, Jiang Sui led Jiang Yunchen out, the evening still young, and she contemplated visiting a clothing store. Miss, they have left, the maid beside the earlier lady remarked. Have they? What a pity. I didn't even get to ask her name, said He Yaoqing, the daughter of the He family, well-educated and proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was amiable and admired by many young gentlemen from noble families. Additionally, the He family was currently seeking suitors for her, and the news had spread, causing the threshold of the He residence to be nearly trampled by visitors, with invitations piling up like a mountain. Yet, He Yaoqing found none of them to her liking. Today, I ventured out to alleviate my boredom, seeking to escape the incessant entreaties that had become bothersome. To my surprise, I found myself at the Fuan building, where I immediately laid eyes upon someone who captivated my heart. As I passed by, I inadvertently witnessed Jiang Sui's belongings tumble to the ground. My intention was merely to assist, yet when I shifted my gaze, I beheld Jiang Yunchen. This was the first time I encountered someone entirely oblivious to my presence, not even bestowing a single glance in my direction. Rather than feeling discomfort, I was filled with curiosity. Countless suitors had professed their suitability, promising to treat me with unparalleled kindness, their words adorned with extravagant embellishments, all mere FAAs. In truth, they were enamored solely with my appearance, and I, He Yaoqing, could easily discern their ulterior motives. Yet my own father remained oblivious, seeing only the benefits of their lineage, status, and achievements, qualities he deemed favorable. If given the chance, I could surmise that my father, He Liang, would eagerly gather all the suitors he deemed worthy into his fold. Miss, what are you pondering so deeply? Lu Yu inquired, shaking me from my reverie. I snapped back to reality, stammering, what is it? You were lost in thought as I spoke at length. Surely, you heard none of it? What did you say? I confessed, acknowledging my distraction, my mind lingering on the fleeting encounter with Jiang Yunchen. Lu Yu chuckled awkwardly. And nothing of consequence. I sighed, casting my gaze towards a vacant table where Jiang Sui sat. How I wished I had summoned the courage to inquire about his name. Perhaps I could discreetly gather some information for you? Lu Yu proposed, noticing my unusual preoccupation with this individual, a first for me. As anticipated, I readily acquiesced, yes. Please do. However, I recalled observing him tenderly serving dishes to that charming young lady, even feeding her, suggesting their relationship was undeniably close. If they were indeed a couple, I would resign myself to fate, accepting that we were simply not meant to be. Conversely, if they were not entwined, it would seem the heavens had granted me a rare opportunity to become acquainted with him. I have always been proactive. Once I set my mind to something, I'm unwavering in my resolve. I am not the sort to force a relationship. Should Lu Yu return with news confirming my suspicions, I would gladly relinquish my interest. There are countless men in this world, and I need not hang my hopes on a solitary branch. I will ensure to bring you a satisfactory reply, Lu Yu promised. Our relationship unfettered by societal constraints, as she often lent her assistance in various matters. I nodded. I shall await your good news. On the return journey, Jiang Yunchen and Jiang Sui sat in silence within the carriage, exchanging no words. Jiang Sui refrained from broaching a topic, merely observing Jiang Yunchen, perplexed as to why he felt no attraction toward the beautiful young lady, while she, a girl, was nearly smitten. After much contemplation, Jiang Sui's curiosity prevailed. If you are about to inquire about my thoughts on that person, it would be prudent to remain silent, Jiang Yunchen interjected, as if he were reading her mind before she could articulate her question. Jiang Sui bit her lip and fell quiet. How does he know what I am about to ask? Is he endowed with some extraordinary ability like you, system? The system emitted an awkward yet polite chuckle. Since the moment you left the Fuwan building and boarded the carriage, you have posed the same question to Jiang Yunchen countless times. If he still remains oblivious to your intentions, I must commend his remarkable patience. Have I really asked that many times? Jiang Sui began to count on her fingers, realizing that the number was far from 800. Jiang Yunchen observed her peculiar behavior, a question mark appearing above his head. What are you doing? Jiang Sui looked up at him. Jiang Yunchen paused for a couple of seconds, genuinely curious why Jiang Sui was so fixated on his thoughts regarding Xie Yanshi. Could it be she had misunderstood? Misunderstood that he would harbor any feelings for her? But they were merely acquaintances, having met only once. He had no reason to form any opinions about her. Yet this little ancestor, day after day, what on earth occupied her mind? If possible, he would truly like to peer inside. Chapter 18. I have someone I like regardless of what thoughts currently occupy your mind. I advise you to dismiss all notions. Jiang Yunchen said coldly, feigning a serious demeanor. All? Jiang Sui queried earnestly, gazing at Jiang Yunchen. Does that include how I treat you well? Jiang Yunchen was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to respond. His first instinct was to wish that Jiang Sui would not treat him so kindly. Brother? Jiang Sui looked at him, awaiting his answer. No, that is not included. Jiang Yunchen turned his face away, stiffly replying. The system noticed the subtlety. Jiang Yunchen's contradictory nature was indeed remarkable. Young master, I suspect Jiang Yunchen feels differently about you. What is different? Jiang Sui could not discern any change in Jiang Yunchen. If there was any alteration in his demeanor, it might be in terms of attitude. At the very least, Jiang Yunchen no longer ignored her questions, even if he remained brusque. The system found it difficult to articulate what exactly was different. After observing numerous narratives, the system had evolved significantly, particularly in understanding human emotions, especially since it was an outsider, allowing it to see more clearly. Although it could not pinpoint how Jiang Yunchen had changed, I will continue to observe. The system refrained from voicing its suspicions. Jiang Sui was not one to pry unnecessarily, and since the system remained silent, she too chose not to inquire further. The carriage came to a halt, and Jiang Yunchen was the first to disembark. Brother, wait for me, Jiang Sui called out, noticing that he had not paused for her. She thought he was leaving, and upon pulling back the curtain, she saw him standing ahead, looking at her. Let us go, Jiang Yunchen said. The items they had purchased had already been sent back by Lan Yu, leaving Jiang Sui feeling light. She jogged to Jiang Yunchen's side, her hands tightly gripping his arm, which brushed against her soft form. He froze, his movement halting. Jiang Sui, let go. No, Jiang Sui shook her head. The system had advised her to treat Jiang Yunchen well, and if she were to avoid clinging to him, how could she possibly do so? Jiang Sui clung stubbornly to Jiang Yunchen, akin to an unyielding adhesive plaster. Jiang Yunchen's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. He wished to extricate himself from her grasp, yet hesitated to exert force. He cleared his throat and inquired, Jiang Sui, are you incapable of walking on your own? I cannot, Jiang Sui replied obediently. Jiang Yunchen lamented inwardly, realizing he was utterly powerless against her persistence. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation, deciding not to voice any further objections. If Zhao wanted you to witness this, so be it. Embracing a sense of reckless abandon, Jiang Yunchen allowed Jiang Sui to cling to his arm. After escorting her home, he chose not to linger, departing before she could entangle him further. The fleeting beauty of the moment dissipated, and he was compelled to return to his grim and confined dwelling, akin to a mouse. He fidgeted with his fingertips, standing at the threshold, hesitating to enter. It was unclear how long he stood there before finally pushing the door open. The first sight that greeted him was not the usual clutter, but the items Jiang Sui had acquired for him earlier that day. Closing the door behind him, he questioned whether he was merely imagining this, finding it hard to believe the items were real. On the table lay the snacks Jiang Sui had insisted on purchasing for him despite his refusals. He had forgotten about this incident, yet Jiang Sui had not. Seated at the small table, he gazed at the abundance before him, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dreamlike state, unable to extricate himself. Images of Jiang Sui smiling at him flitted through his mind, her sweet, melodic voice echoing, "Brother, I will treat you well in the future." This was the first time in his life someone had promised him kindness. Rather than feeling joy, Jiang Yunchen was perplexed. He perceived himself as undeserving, merely an unwelcome stray in the Jiang household, regarded as inferior even to animals in their eyes. Yet, someone had vowed to treat him well, a notion he scarcely dared to entertain. Lying in bed, he stared at the dilapidated rafters, questioning whether someone like him was worthy of such affection. Meanwhile, He Liang was troubled, staring at the invitations in his hands. He had made inquiries in recent days and found several satisfactory prospects, but none appealed to He Yaoqing. Not even a young master from a prestigious family captured her interest. With a sigh, He Liang shook his head and took a sip of tea, reflecting on He Yaoqing's discerning nature. He did not wish to impose. What father would force his daughter into an unwanted union? "Father, I'm back," He Yaoqing announced as she rushed to find him. Upon hearing her voice, He Liang looked up, his frown lifting into a smile. "Yaoqing, you've returned. How was your outing? Why didn't you bring anything back?" He noted the emptiness of her hands. "I wandered about, but found nothing that caught my eye," He Yaoqing replied candidly. "I merely sought a breath of fresh air, escaping those invitations and the superficial suitors." He Liang refrained from pressing further. He typically respected her privacy, but this marriage was a matter of particular significance to him. He Yaoqing's biological mother, frail in health, passed away when she was merely 5 years old. He Liang, embodying both mother and father roles, was deeply concerned about ensuring her well-being. He strived to treat her fairly, even when the second young master threw tantrums. He Liang would first seek to understand the situation before speaking, ensuring that no one was wronged. By the way, he had sent numerous greeting cards, and he suggested that she take a look to see if any of them met her approval. Upon seeing those cards, He Yaoqing felt dizzy, wishing to discard them all. He Liang found himself in a predicament, as some of the cards had been arriving for several days without her even glancing at them. Now that she was 18, he would not have considered discussing her marriage. However, He Yaoqing immediately suspected that Aunt Zhao had whispered in her father's ear, persuading him with who knows what words to indeed propose a match for her. Nevertheless, He Liang would at least consult He Yaoqing for her opinion and would not unilaterally decide her fate, knowing that such an action would displease her and anger her mother's spirit. "Yaoqing, do you truly not have anyone you fancy?" he asked. "This cannot continue. Perhaps you might consider meeting someone? You may find someone appealing." He Yaoqing's face displayed a hint of displeasure. "Father, I have already expressed that I do not wish to receive any more. Those suitors are not genuinely fond of me. They come to the He family with ulterior motives." "Yaoqing," her father interjected, but she interrupted him with a flicker of joy on her face. "I have someone I like." Chapter 19. Outsiders. He Liang was taken aback. "Like? You have someone you fancy?" He was momentarily speechless, his mind blank. "Father, I already have someone I like. Please do not worry about my marriage anymore. You said I had no one I fancied. Now that I do, you can rest easy." He Yaoqing spoke in one breath, gazing at her father, who was left astonished. This revelation was a considerable shock to him. He had never heard of He Yaoqing having affections for anyone. "Yaoqing, is what you say true?" He Liang questioned, his disbelief evident. He Yaoqing nodded earnestly, and He Liang sensed that she was not deceiving him. Regaining his composure, he began to inquire. "Who is this young man you speak of? What is his family background? What is his name? How does he appear?" He Liang's barrage of questions left He Yaoqing knowing precisely how to respond to most, except for the last one regarding appearance. I'm momentarily at a loss for words," she confessed, struggling to articulate. "Yaoqing, are you jesting with me?" He Liang sighed in disappointment. Initially, he had felt immense joy upon hearing her words, but seeing her unable to articulate anything led him to believe it was merely an excuse to evade marriage. He Yaoqing hastily sought to clarify. "Father, allow me to explain. I have only met him briefly. I have yet to inquire about his name." She provided a brief account of her encounter with Jiang Yunchen. Indeed, sir, I can attest to the young lady's words." Lu Yu interjected, eager to support He Yaoqing. Observing their reactions, He Liang sensed that their exchange bore an element of truth, yet he remained somewhat skeptical. Is it truly so? He Yaoqing smiled gently, assisting He Liang to a chair beside her. Of course, father. When have you ever seen your daughter tell a lie? This statement bore truth. For He Yaoqing had never deceived He Liang. Yet you are enamored with someone without even knowing their background. Yaoqing, be cautious not to misjudge. He Liang expressed his concern. For it was evident from her words that she knew little of Jiang Yunchen, yet had fallen for him at first sight. My judgment is sound. If you were to meet him, I am certain you would also take a liking to him. However, as He Yaoqing spoke, the image of Jiang Yunchen serving Jiang Sui at Fuwan building suddenly flashed through her mind. Noticing that she had trailed off mid-sentence, He Liang inquired, "What is it?" He Yaoqing was still uncertain about their relationship and did not wish to prematurely draw conclusions that might tarnish his reputation. It's nothing. I just haven't discovered who he is yet. She had already sent someone to inquire and believed news would soon surface. Oh, you're quite reckless, He Liang remarked. Not truly angry, but offering a few words of caution. He Yaoqing smiled, knowing that her marriage prospects were no longer a source of worry upon learning of her affections. He Liang would surely cease the incessant matchmaking. At least she could enjoy a period of peace. If any clarity emerged regarding this matter, she would be sure to inform her father early on, so he could investigate what made this young man so exceptional that his daughter was captivated at first sight. All fathers are alike, their words often contradicting their true feelings. Although he had been swayed by Aunt Zhao's whispers to propose matches for He Yaoqing, hearing that she had a suitor caused discomfort in his heart. He Yaoqing sat down and raised a toast to He Liang. Of course, you are my father. It is only right that you see him before I can feel at ease. She was confident that her choice would not disappoint He Liang. He Liang patted her hand, assuring her, I trust your judgment will not be hasty. Do not worry, father. I shall marry someone who cherishes me wholly. June, who stood nearby, sought to ease the atmosphere. Her words echoed He Liang's hopes. Years ago, before her passing, He Yaoqing's mother had wished for her daughter to live a life of ease and joy, ultimately finding a worthy husband who was inherently good. He Liang felt a persistent guilt, ever mindful of her wishes. In truth, he had refrained from settling any marriage arrangements, not wanting to betray her aspirations. Should He Yaoqing marry a hypocrite who mistreated her, he would bear that guilt in the afterlife. He Liang chose not to delve further into the matter, tacitly accepting it. After He Yaoqing revealed her affection, the He family received no further marriage proposals, and the number of matchmakers visiting diminished significantly. Consequently, He Yaoqing felt considerably relieved. The He family was adept at gathering information, and within a day, she learned that the person she had encountered yesterday was Jiang Yunchen, the eldest son of the Jiang family. What a fine name, Jiang Yunchen, He Yaoqing murmured to herself as she contemplated his name. However, Zhao Yinyang was not particularly pleased. Upon hearing of this matter, she felt a knot of frustration in her heart and elegantly articulated her thoughts in front of He Liang, subtly implying that he should hasten the marriage of He Yaoting. While He Liang might not grasp her true intentions, He Yaoting certainly did. Zhao Yinyang, emboldened by the fact that she had borne a son, acted with impunity, frequently wielding He Liang's authority to engage in actions detrimental to He Yaoting. As evidenced by this incident, Zhao Yinyang, whose full name was Zhao Minwei, bore a resemblance to He Yaoting's late mother, which was one of the reasons He Liang chose to marry her. After the demise of He Yaoting's mother, He Liang found himself engulfed in sorrow and despair. It was during this vulnerable period that Zhao Minwei fortuitously entered his life. Upon viewing the portrait of He Yaoting's mother, she recognized their similarities and, with calculated intent, employed certain tactics to captivate He Liang. Caught in this web of circumstance, He Liang succumbed to her charms, and by the time he realized his error, Zhao Minwei was already with child. Had she not been a mere orphan, a former singer at that, it would have been inconceivable for her to step into the He family's residence. The matriarch of the He family had never favored her. However, Zhao Minwei skillfully leveraged the power of motherhood to her advantage. After giving birth to a son, the matriarch was compelled to alter her attitude, and even He Yaoting found herself ensnared in this predicament. The impostor had long coveted her mother's position, seeking to displace her from the He household. He Yaoting had always been aware of this, but as a fragile woman, she felt powerless to advocate for her own marriage, leaving her the mercy of circumstances. This was also the reason she had been reluctant to wed. She did not wish to depend on others, to entrust her life to a man, nor to allow Zhao Minwei, an outsider, to usurp her rightful place in her family. Chapter 20. Good news, my lord. How could you be so foolish? If you do not expedite Yaoting's marriage now, who will wish to marry her in the future? Zhao Minwei expressed her concerns, placing her palm on He Liang's shoulder. Her gesture tinged with flirtation. He Liang evaded her touch, refusing to meet her gaze. Madam, let us set aside the matter of Yaoting's marriage for now. A flicker of disbelief crossed Zhao Minwei's eyes. Just days prior, she had successfully persuaded He Liang and orchestrated numerous matchmakers to discreetly propose, resulting in a flood of marriage invitations arriving at the He residence. She was taken aback that He Liang would now retract his commitment to arrange He Yaoting's marriage. She pondered what transpired in her absence. Even more surprising was what He Yaoting had said to He Liang that led him to abandon this endeavor. Zhao Minwei had painstakingly convinced He Liang, and she could not allow her plans to fall through. My lord, Yaoting is no longer a child. Furthermore, there are numerous respectable families eagerly awaiting her hand. If you do not take this seriously now, will she end up marrying someone of no renown? Zhao Minwei exaggerated the situation, painting a dire picture of He Yaoting's potential fate. Had He Liang not previously heard He Yaoting mention having affections for someone, he might have readily believed Zhao Minwei's assertions. However, He Liang now merely wishes to adhere to He Yaoting's suggestion. Madam, Yao Yao has already discussed this with me, and we shall leave it at that. The marriage will take place, but it is at her discretion. At her discretion? Zhao Minwei inwardly scoffed. It was evident that He Yaoting had said something to He Liang to provoke such a response. Master, what did Yao Yao say to you? Zhao Minwei inquired. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I am weary, and those invitations can be discarded. With that, He Liang turned and departed. Master, Zhao Minwei followed closely behind, but He Liang did not look back. In that fleeting moment after He Liang left, Zhao Minwei's expression shifted dramatically. What a vexation. Her meticulous plans had been rendered futile. What she loathed more than this situation was the realization that in this household, she remained an outsider. Regardless of the circumstances, He Liang was always reluctant to confide in her, revealing only the slightest details after much pressing. This was how she had come to learn about He Yaoting's marriage. Madam, what shall we do now? Wang Mama, who had been by Zhao Minwei's side since her arrival, glanced at her. What to do? Why, we shall make a grand affair of it, Zhao Minwei replied, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Since He Liang no longer discussed her marriage, she would take matters into her own hands. If numerous invitations had failed to effectuate the desired outcome, then she would resort to subtler tactics. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she contemplated the myriad ways to expel He Yaoting from the He family. If she was unwilling to accept a formal union, then she could not blame Zhao Minwei for her actions. Madam, how do you intend to proceed? Wang Mama asked. The two women were akin to wolves in this household, sharing a bond forged through mutual interests. Zhao Minwei waved her hand and whispered a few instructions into Wang Mama's ear. Wang Mama understood. The old servant knows what to do. Inside her chamber, He Yaoting suddenly felt a pang in her heart, a moment of discomfort causing her brow to furrow. Miss, what is the matter? June entered at that moment, concern etched on her face. I am fine, He Yaoting replied, taking a deep breath to steady herself. June remained worried, noting her mistress's poor condition. I just felt a bit unwell earlier, but I'm better now. What brings you here? He Yaoting shook her head and smiled. I have come to share good news. June beamed. The only piece of good fortune He Yaoting had encountered recently was meeting Jiang Yunchen, though she hesitated to assume that June was referring to this. I have inquired thoroughly. That day, the young Master Jiang was accompanied by the second miss of the Jiang family. They are siblings, not involved in any other relationship, so you may rest easy. June hadn't anticipated her inquiries would yield such clarity. Upon learning of the Jiang family connection, she understood. Everyone knew the reputation of the general's residence, yet few were familiar with the Jiang children. This was attributed to Jiang Sui's frail health, which had kept her from public appearances until her condition improved this year. While Jiang Yunchen had also remained secluded. Siblings, how wonderful! Yaoqing's worries dissipated. Initially, she had feared their relationship to be superficial, but it seemed her concerns about their identities had been misplaced. She had worried that her affections might cause them distress, but now, there was no longer any cause for concern. June, you have indeed brought good news. Yaoqing felt an unexpected surge of joy. Now she could boldly pursue Jiang Yunchen. Yet, she pondered how she should present herself before him. June, brimming with pride, patted her chest and declared, "Of course, I am your little oracle. I shall bring good news to the young lady." Yaoqing smiled, but a pressing question lingered. How was she to meet Jiang Yunchen? Surely, she could not simply pay him an unannounced visit. What excuse could she muster? "Miss, allow me to guess, are you worried about not being able to see him?" June perceptively inquired, having detected Yaoqing's unease. Yaoqing lowered her gaze, remaining silent. June continued, "Do not fret, for I have devised a plan." Upon hearing this, Yaoqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "A plan? What kind of plan?" "I have heard that tomorrow, young Master Jiang and Miss Jiang will be visiting the tailor to collect their bespoke garments. You could seize this opportunity to orchestrate a chance encounter," June exclaimed, clapping her hands in pride of her cleverness. However, Yaoqing sensed something amiss. "June, be honest with me. How do you know all this?" June awkwardly chuckled twice. "I shall confess. How could I possibly know such intricate details without some other means? I happened to visit the back entrance of the Jiang residence and encountered a servant who was out shopping for groceries. I offered him some silver," June admitted, her confession causing Yaoqing's eyes to widen in disbelief. "You, June, how bold of you to venture to the Jiang household. If father finds out, your monthly allowance will surely vanish," Yaoqing exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing that her earnings might be at stake, June became flustered. "Please, miss, this is the best plan I could devise." Yaoqing chuckled. "Rest assured, I shall not divulge this to father." "Well done, June," she playfully teased her friend, not expecting June to take her words so seriously. "You nearly terrified me." June breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped a fright. "So, miss, what shall we do now?" A flicker of amusement danced in Yaoqing's eyes. "We shall wait for tomorrow to orchestrate our serendipitous encounter." Chapter 21. Accompany her young master. "Why have you been waking so early lately?" The system inquired curiously, as it did not require sleep, and found Jiang Sui's early rising quite astonishing. Barely dawn, Jiang Sui opened her eyes, appearing quite refreshed. "I don't know," Jiang Sui replied, rubbing her eyes, still somewhat drowsy. "Perhaps it was due to her recent habit of retiring early," she mused. With a yawn, Jiang Sui tossed and turned in bed, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, she recalled her plan to visit the tailor today. "I want Jiang Yunchen to accompany me," she declared. "Young master, are you certain about this so early?" The system cautioned, reminding her that the hour was still quite early, and Jiang Yunchen might still be asleep. After contemplating, Jiang Sui decided that since she had nothing pressing to do, she might as well rise and seek out Jiang Yunchen. "Do you think that beautiful sister will appear again?" "Young master, you aren't considering attempting that scenario I mentioned, are you?" The system quickly connected the dots, recognizing that the beautiful sister Jiang Sui referred to was the one she had encountered at the tailor. Jiang Sui promptly shook her head and explained with a smile, "No, Jiang Yunchen does not fancy beautiful sisters." Upon hearing this, the system inquired, "How do you know?" She chuckled, "I just know." Whenever she mentioned Yaoqing, Jiang Yunchen would instantly adopt a serious demeanor and forbid her from speaking. As Jiang Sui hummed a little tune, she suddenly realized that she had no idea where Jiang Yunchen lived. Despite staying in the Jiang residence for quite some time, she had never laid eyes on his abode. "Young mistress, why have you stopped?" She recalled, "I seem to have forgotten something. I don't know where Jiang Yunchen lives." Jiang Sui offered an awkward smile. There were hardly any people around, and she remembered seeing him last in the small kitchen. Pondering this, she decided to head there. "Miss, you're up quite early today," a servant remarked, a hint of fear evident in their demeanor upon seeing Jiang Sui, though thankfully Jiang Yunchen was not present. "Where's my brother?" Jiang Sui asked, noticing Jiang Yunchen's absence in the small kitchen. "He hasn't come today." "Not here." Jiang Sui was momentarily taken aback, then inquired further, "Where does he live?" The servant pointed towards a dilapidated little hut behind the kitchen, saying, "He resides there. But miss, why would you want to find him? It's not a place for anyone to live. It's filthy and cluttered with garbage. For someone of your stature, it would be best to avoid it." The servant's words irked her. Why does he live there? The servant chuckled softly. Him? He doesn't deserve better. Jiang Sui furrowed her brows, disregarding the servant's comments as she proceeded in the indicated direction. Jiang Yunchen had awakened early, seated at his table, casting a glance at the sky. He felt disinclined to go to the small kitchen to fetch water today. After all, even if he went, he wouldn't be able to eat much, as there were still snacks that Jiang Sui had bought for him inside, sufficient to stave off hunger. "Brother, are you there?" Jiang Sui knocked on the door. Jiang Yunchen momentarily froze. The surroundings fell silent, and he wondered if he was imagining Jiang Sui's voice. "Why is he ignoring me?" Jiang Sui murmured, glancing at the system beside her. "Young mistress, would you like to take a look at today's weather?" Jiang Sui looked up to see the dawn breaking. There were hardly any workers about. "It seems a bit early. Perhaps you should return for now and come back later," the system suggested. Jiang Sui felt she had arrived too early to seek out Jiang Yunchen, who likely hadn't fully awakened yet. Contemplating this, she decided to head back for the time being. Just as she turned, Jiang Yunchen emerged from the room. "Brother, do you have time?" Jiang Yunchen regarded her and closed the door behind him. Jiang Sui noticed his actions and recalled the servant's previous remarks. It seemed he was quite concerned about this matter. "Brother, would you accompany me to the clothing store?" She refrained from mentioning their earlier conversation. Jiang Yunchen found it curious that Jiang Sui had come to him. Throughout their time together, she had never sought him out directly at his door. "I won't go." His response doused Jiang Sui's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. She pouted, asking why not. He remained silent, pursing his lips. Jiang Yunchen cast a glance at her. The two stood at the threshold of the door, with him not permitting Jiang Sui to enter. "Brother, brother, 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 brother. Stop." Jiang Yunchen halted Jiang Sui's actions as she shook his arm. He covered his ears in exasperation, finding her more bothersome than a mosquito. "Why won't you accompany me outside?" Jiang Sui inquired, having sought him out since the morning. He gazed at her side and replied, "I want to go." Jiang Sui, feeling a twinge of sadness, did not wish to venture out alone. "Brother, please. Considering I came to find you so early, accompany me outside," she pleaded, her smile sweet and endearing. Jiang Yunchen felt his heart skip a beat at her radiant smile. He began, but Jiang Sui interrupted him, preemptively stating, "If you hadn't come, I would dislike you." Jiang Yunchen opened his mouth to retort. Yet before he could voice a response, Jiang Sui, like a persistent little shadow, trailed closely behind him. "Then hurry and get ready. I'll tidy up a bit and meet you at the door." With that, she skipped away joyfully. Jiang Yunchen shook his head in resignation and turned back to his room. The interior was modest. He had initially lingered at the door to prevent Jiang Sui from entering. Not wishing to engage in lengthy conversation, though he was parched, he chuckled helplessly, quickly tidied himself, and changed into a relatively clean outfit. As he stepped out, he had to pass through the small kitchen where a servant happened to catch sight of him. "Oh, is that not young Master Jiang? Dressed like this? Are you off somewhere special?" The servant mocked him, dressed up like a peacock, thinking you can soar to greatness? "No wonder you didn't come to fetch water today. Have you captivated some young lady? I suppose your only merit is your decent looks, making you a pretty boy. Ha ha ha." Laughter echoed around him. But Jiang Yunchen chose to ignore it and continued on his way. The servant, harboring malicious intent, splashed the dishwater towards him. Fortunately, Jiang Yunchen had been alert and managed to step back, though his clothes still bore some water stains. "Be careful next time. Next time at 1 just be water." He shot back coldly as he advanced. "Don't think you can act so arrogantly with the young lady's protection. I wonder how you'll act when she is not around." At the entrance, Jiang Sui awaited him, donned in a pink gauzy dress, resembling a delicate doll. "You finally made it out," she exclaimed, taking his hand and leading him away. Strangely, whenever he saw Jiang Sui, his previous gloom dissipated. Today felt unusually swift. Jiang Yunchen, for once, did not procrastinate. Observing her joyful demeanor, a smile crept onto his lips, and his heart softened. Along their journey, Jiang Sui chattered incessantly while Jiang Yunchen occasionally responded. In the distance, Lu Yu peered out, whispering, Miss, young Master Jiang has arrived. Chapter 22. Teasing the good family's young Master He Yao, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, also peeked out, catching sight of Jiang Sui and Jiang Yunchen walking down the street. Lu Yu, I don't know how to approach him, He Yao confessed, her heart racing at the sight of Jiang Yunchen, her mind blanking out entirely, having forgotten her meticulously planned casual encounter. Miss, weren't you just very clear about it? Why forget now? Lu Yu questioned. In June, I did not anticipate this dilemma. I was preoccupied with observing whether Jiang Yunchen had arrived, neglecting to pay attention to He Yaoding. He Yaoding felt a tinge of embarrassment, marking her second encounter with Jiang Yunchen. I, in June, was quite anxious. He Yaoding grasped her hand, occasionally glancing at Jiang Yunchen. Do not be nervous. Take a deep breath. It is merely a customary meeting. Besides, he is unaware of who you are, I reassured He Yaoding, encouraging her to calm her emotions. At this moment, Jiang Yunchen stood with his arms crossed, trailing behind Jiang Sui, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Jiang Sui exhibited an eagerness to purchase everything that caught her eye, and he refrained from intervening. Is this one good? Jiang Sui lifted a jade hairpin and held it against her head. It is passable, Jiang Yunchen replied with a dissonance between his thoughts and words. Jiang Sui, not receiving the affirmation she sought, quietly set the hairpin down. The Jiang residence was not far from the clothing store, yet Jiang Sui wished to browse leisurely. Thus they did not hurry. It is truly beautiful, Miss, Lanya remarked, admiring Jiang Sui's allure. Did you hear that? Brother, your taste is truly lacking, Jiang Sui retorted, climbing higher on the rod, dismissing Jiang Yunchen's lukewarm response. With a huff, she turned and continued onward, while Jiang Yunchen slowed his pace, directing his gaze towards the jade hairpin Jiang Sui had just touched. How much is this? Jiang Yunchen inquired. The shopkeeper, smiling broadly, responded, You have an exquisite eye. Esteemed guest, this hairpin is crafted from the finest mutton fat jade, with exceptional workmanship. How much? Jiang Yunchen interjected coldly, uninterested in the shopkeeper's exaggerated praises. The shopkeeper extended 10 fingers, indicating 10 coins. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunchen promptly retrieved the money from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper. What generosity! The shopkeeper exclaimed, as Jiang Yunchen took the hairpin and departed, feeling its surface. It was unmistakably a counterfeit of mutton fat jade. The exorbitant price did not appeal to him. It was merely for her enjoyment. When Jiang Sui turned around, she realized Jiang Yunchen had not followed and returned to pull him along. What are you doing? Your pace is akin to a tortoise, she complained. Jiang Yunchen instinctively concealed the hairpin behind his back, unable to articulate a coherent explanation as Jiang Sui scrutinized him. Since he had expressed her intent to treat him well, he had inexplicably transformed, feeling somewhat unlike himself, particularly in her presence, where he would inexplicably become anxious. At this rate, it will be dark soon, Jiang Sui teased, playfully poking his cheek. Jiang Yunchen covered the spot where she had touched him, momentarily flustered. Had she just teased him? By the time he regained his composure, Jiang Sui had already moved ahead. He shifted his feet, hastily catching up, his face flushed and heart racing. Unbeknownst to Jiang Sui, the emotions of the person trailing her were exceedingly complex, triggered by her casual gesture. The instigator of this turmoil was blissfully indulging in a candied hawthorn skewer, oblivious to Jiang Yunchen's turmoil. Once Jiang Yunchen joined them, they arrived at the entrance of the clothing store, alongside the discreetly following He Yaoding. Miss Jiang, I only informed you yesterday, yet you have arrived so punctually today. The proprietor, with a benevolent demeanor, was the first figure that Jiang Sui beheld upon entering. Naturally, she had a desire to don new attire. This assertion held true, as she had purchased numerous garments, initially intending to collect them the following day. However, feeling stifled within the confines of her dwelling, she impulsively invited Jiang Yunchen to accompany her. The reason for choosing him was that Jiang Sui perceived him to share her sense of ennui. The owner guided Jiang Sui to view the clothing, while Jiang Yunchen lingered nearby. Brother, keep up, Jiang Sui called back to him. He raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. as her pursuit of new garments was of no concern to him. Noticing his lack of movement, Jiang Sui stepped forward, clasping his hand in hers. If you don't try on the clothes, how will you know if they fit? Jiang Yunchen halted, his strength allowing him to pull her back. Fit? Why would I need to try on clothes? He questioned, perplexed. Because there are garments for you as well, Jiang Sui replied sweetly. His share? He was bewildered. Nothing in the Jiang household had ever been designated for him, save for the stale leftovers that no one else desired. What are you dawdling for? Jiang Sui noted his odd demeanor today. Was it due to her waking him early, disrupting his sleep? System, he is indeed peculiar. I concur. The two shared a mutual understanding as they observed Jiang Yunchen's expression. Seeing that he remained unmoved, Jiang Sui boldly pushed him into the fitting area. This one, and this one. Wait until you've tried them all before coming out, she instructed, placing a heap of new clothes into his hands, insisting he model them for her. Jiang Yunchen, momentarily bewildered, found himself thrust into the fitting room with an assortment of garments. As the curtain closed, his emotions swirled in complexity. Jiang Sui truly cared for him. She had kept her word, without a trace of deceit. Whether this revelation was fortuitous or unfortunate remained uncertain. Still caught in his thoughts, he stared blankly at the clothes in his hands, Jiang Sui's image lingering vividly in his mind. Are you ready, brother? Her voice called, snapping him back to reality. Almost, he replied, hastily picking up a black and white ink wash pattern garment. As he donned it, an unfamiliar sensation washed over him. Not that it was ill-fitting or unattractive, but the sudden possession of something new left him feeling slightly disoriented. He drew back the curtain, his gaze cast downward, hesitant to meet Jiang Sui's eyes. The dark patterned robe, adorned with ink-like borders at the cuffs, was a striking sight. The ink bamboo design on the hem was almost lifelike, reflecting his modest demeanor like spring water. This ensemble seemed tailored exclusively for him, and for a moment, Jiang Sui was entranced. Is it unappealing? Jiang Yunchen asked, sensing her lingering gaze, a hint of insecurity in his voice. Jiang Sui, nearly drooling in admiration, exclaimed, "It's stunning," before she could restrain herself from reaching out to touch him. At that moment, the scene was witnessed by He Yaoqing, who had just entered. Chapter 23. A Transformed Individual. He Yaoqing's gaze met Jiang Yunchen's just as he raised his head. A slight frown creased his brow as he recognized her as the woman he had encountered at Fuan Tower, puzzled by the serendipity of their meeting once more in this place. Intuition alerted Jiang Yunchen that something was amiss. Their gazes met, yet the emotions they conveyed were starkly contrasting. Jiang Yunchen exhibited suspicion and vigilance, while He Yaoqing radiated joy and tension. "Little master, pay attention, saliva is about to spill." Jiang Sui hastily pressed her lips together, nearly losing her composure. Couldn't he hold it back, Sui muttered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The system shook its head in resignation and turned to observe He Yaoqing. "Isn't she the beautiful sister you mentioned that day?" The system inquired curiously, contemplating. As it regarded her, it noticed that her gaze seemed to linger upon Jiang Yunchen. Jiang Sui, puzzled, glanced back and indeed recognized the sister from that day. Her smile now, playful, beautiful sister. He Yaoqing, startled by Jiang Sui's voice, withdrew her gaze from Jiang Yunchen. "Miss Jiang," He Yaoqing instinctively addressed Jiang Sui, a flicker of tension crossing her face. "What a coincidence! How delightful that we meet here," Jiang Sui exclaimed warmly, taking her hand without sensing He Yaoqing's oddity. Unbeknownst to Jiang Sui, Jiang Yunchen was acutely aware of this detail. He suspected He Yaoqing had prior knowledge of their whereabouts at the clothing store, indicating she must have had someone investigate them. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so informed. "Sister, after meeting you that day, I realized I still didn't know your name." Jiang Sui inquired. "My name is He Yaoqing, but you may call me Yao Yao," she replied. Jiang Sui hesitated, biting her lip. "I am younger than you. Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" From a moment He Yaoqing first laid eyes on Jiang Sui, she felt an instant fondness for her. "If you feel it's improper, we can simply refer to each other as sisters," He Yaoqing suggested, to which Jiang Sui nodded in agreement. "Sister Yao Yao." He Yaoqing nodded slightly and glanced at the cold-faced Jiang Yunchen. This is my brother, Jiang Yunchen, Jiang Sui introduced as she moved closer to him. Young Master Jiang. He out and greeted with a bow. Jiang Yunchen remained indifferent yet courteous, nodding in acknowledgement. Internally, he chuckled softly, bemused by her pretense. This charade could only unfold before the foolish Jiang Sui. He outing was well aware of Jiang Yunchen's identity, but she chose to feign ignorance in Jiang Sui's presence, considering they had only met at Fuan Building. Sister Yao Yao, are you here to order new clothes as well? Jiang Sui inquired with curiosity. She mused that their serendipitous encounter with He Yaoting was quite fortuitous. She glanced at Jiang Yunchen and replied, indeed. I hadn't anticipated running into my sister today. Jiang Yunchen interjected, Sui, do you find it beautiful? Beautiful, Jiang Sui instinctively responded. Then realized Jiang Yunchen had called her by her childhood name, something he had never done before. How peculiar today was. A faint smile graced Jiang Yunchen's face as he turned to head toward the fitting room, only to be halted by Jiang Sui. Brother, you don't need to change. This outfit is meant for you. A new season, a fresh atmosphere. Let go of the old clothes. All right, Jiang Yunchen acquiesced. Returning to Jiang Sui's side. Jiang Sui. System? ? Everyone was bewildered, and Jiang Yunchen spoke softly to Jiang Sui, his demeanor surprisingly gentle. Was he possessed? Little master, did you do anything to Jiang Yunchen while I was away? What could I do? Jiang Sui replied, somewhat confused. According to her, she had done nothing. Yet Jiang Yunchen seemed to have transformed entirely. Even his tone of voice had changed. Had he stepped into a fitting room and emerged as a different person? Was there something amiss with the clothing? Or was there another system bound to Jiang Yunchen? However, after looking around, she saw none of her colleagues, which ruled that possibility out. Then what was it? Jiang Yunchen, with his aloof, noble demeanor, now stood beside Jiang Sui like a sentinel, his eyes harboring a hidden hostility. He Yaoqing sensed that this subtle animosity seemed to stem from his concern for Jiang Sui. Yet this thought vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. After all, they were siblings, and it was natural for Jiang Yunchen to care for Jiang Sui. Sui is such a lovely name. May I call you that? He Yaoqing smiled. Jiang Sui nodded, replying sweetly, of course you can. However, Jiang Yunchen's expression soured slightly. Sui, we've already taken the clothes. We should head back. It will be dark soon. Jiang Sui, somewhat reluctant upon hearing his words, protested, but we've only just come out. How about we share a meal with Sister Yaoqing? He Yaoqing was quite pleased with Jiang Sui's suggestion, although she maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Indeed, the bonds of affection were best nurtured through familial ties. And He Yaoqing sought to cultivate a relationship with Jiang Sui, partly for Jiang Yunchen's sake, as they might one day be family, and partly because she genuinely liked Jiang Sui. Jiang Yunchen firmly declined. No. Jiang Sui's expression fell as she shot an accusatory glance at him. I apologize, Miss He, but we have been out for quite a while. If we return too late, our family might worry. Jiang Yunchen replied tactfully. He Yaoqing opened her mouth but said nothing further. She realized her approach had indeed been abrupt and resolved to visit another time. Jiang Yunchen held the items in one hand while grasping Jiang Sui's hand with the other. Brother, why don't you want to dine with Sister Yaoqing? She is beautiful and kind. Don't you like her? Jiang Sui's words held no ulterior motive. Her notion of liking was merely admiration and a fondness for He Yaoqing. Why eat out when we have food at home? Jiang Yunchen answered. Jiang Sui was momentarily taken aback, as his reasoning held some merit. She dared not argue further. The Jiang Yunchen before her was nothing like the one in the clothing store. This was the same indifferent, somewhat fierce Jiang Yunchen she recognized. She glanced at the items in his hand, saying, I bought you new clothes. Remember to wear them. Jiang Yunchen was momentarily stunned, nearly forgetting that the clothes were a gift from Jiang Sui. He slowed his pace to match hers and simply replied, Okay. Chapter 24. Keep your distance upon returning. Jiang Sui noticed Zhao Wenyu waiting at the door. However, the moment she caught sight of Jiang Yunchen, her expression soured dramatically. Sui, how could you return with him? And Jiang Yunchen, did I give you permission to leave? Zhao Wenyu's demeanor was far from cordial, particularly towards Jiang Yunchen. The system couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly Zhao Wenyu's demeanor shifted. She was nurturing towards Jiang Sui, yet transformed into a venomous figure when addressing Jiang Yunchen. Jiang Sui approached without relinquishing the hand Jiang Yunchen held. He subtly moved his fingers, and upon witnessing her gesture, a complex emotion stirred within him. Little master, I was solely focused on your well-being with Jiang Yunchen, neglecting the fact that your mother would disapprove. This has now become quite troublesome. The system had only considered Jiang Sui and Jiang Yunchen, failing to factor in Zhao Wanyu's influence. Zhao Wanyu's gaze fell upon their intertwined hands, igniting further fury within her. Let go of my hand. Jiang Yunchen remained impassive, his fingertips twitching before ultimately releasing his grip. With her hand suddenly empty, Jiang Sui was perplexed by Jiang Yunchen's reaction. Why was he afraid of her mother? Mother, I brought my brother with me, Jiang Sui explained, eager to dispel any misunderstandings Zhao Wanyu might harbor. Sui, dia. With your mother protecting you, I know it must have been Jiang Yunchen who coerced you. There is no need to speak on his behalf. Zhao Wanyu's demeanor transformed to one of tenderness when addressing Jiang Sui, almost as if she were an entirely different person. Jiang Sui blinked in confusion. Although she spoke the truth, Zhao Wanyu clearly doubted her. She could not comprehend why both she and Jiang Yunchen were capable of changing their expressions. While she remained steadfast, Zhao Wanyu turned her attention to Jiang Yunchen, positioning Jiang Sui protectively behind her. Jiang Yunchen, I do not care what means you employ to threaten Sui. If I discover you have used any nefarious methods to manipulate her, I will ensure you are expelled from this family. Before Jiang Sui could finish her sentence, Zhao Wanyu forcibly pulled her inside. Let us go. Jiang Sui, unable to resist, was dragged along. She glanced back at Jiang Yunchen, a twinge of guilt settling in her heart. He had unfairly borne the blame without defending himself. Jiang Yunchen watched their retreating figures, unable to suppress a bitter smile. All that was beautiful now lay bare. He, a despicable person, was unworthy of happiness. The warmth of Jiang Sui's hand lingered in his palm as he clenched his fist, the wind slipping through his fingers soon dissipating that residual warmth. Indeed, no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Jiang Yunchen lingered at the door for an indeterminate time, the darkness enveloping him as he remained outside, knowing he did not belong to the Jiang family. Look, externally, he is the esteemed young Master Jiang, yet Our Lady doesn't even spare him a glance. Indeed, he has been standing there for quite a while without entering. Could it be that he has been punished by the lady? Who knows? He asks leaving now. It's none of our business. The surrounding gossip seeped into Jiang Yunchen's ears, and he lowered his gaze, void of vitality. Silently, he took a step towards the back door, where only the shadows could offer him solace. Zhao Wanyue led Jiang Sui into the room. Casting a glance behind her, she noticed that Jiang Yunchen had not followed and let out a sigh of relief. Mother, it truly was not my brother. I insisted on taking him out. Jiang Sui looked at her, still somewhat fearful. After all, Zhao Wanyue was her mother, the biological mother of the original owner of this body. And whenever she looked at Jiang Sui, an involuntary sense of guilt would wash over her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanyue could not bring herself to forgive Jiang Yunchen. Instead, her disdain for him only grew. Sui, you need not be afraid. Mother will protect you. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and now he dares to set his sights on you. She would never allow such a thing to transpire. Zhao Wanyue had already been displeased when Jiang Huaiqian brought Jiang Yunchen home. If he were to involve Jiang Sui, she would promptly sever all ties with the Jiang family through a formal letter of divorce. From the very beginning, Zhao Wanyue had suspected that Jiang Yunchen was after the Jiang family's wealth. She had turned a blind eye, letting him remain in the Jiang household to fend for himself. But he was still young, and any missteps he made would not lead to significant losses. She had initially thought he would remain obedient, playing the role of a mute. However, he had begun to associate frequently with Jiang Sui and even ventured out together with her. Zhao Wanyue could not continue to tolerate this. As long as Jiang Sui was threatened, nothing was acceptable, particularly not Jiang Yunchen. Sui, you must keep your distance from him from now on, understood? Jiang Sui, perplexed, asked why. Zhao Wanyue found it difficult to explain to Jiang Sui in detail. She was still young, and knowing too much could adversely affect her psyche. Regardless, You must listen to Mother. I will explain everything to you in due time. Zhao Wanyue's dislike for Jiang Yunchen was deeply rooted, and her so-called explanations were merely reflections of her prejudice. Jiang Sui lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat aggrieved. However, if she did not approach Jiang Yunchen, she would have no one to accompany her on outings. Mother, are we not siblings? It is not a significant matter for us to go out together. Why do you care so much? Jiang Sui's inquiry left Zhao Wanyue momentarily speechless, her mind a blank, unable to articulate a response. In Jiang Sui's eyes, she was unaware that Jiang Yunchen was not a biological son of the Jiang family. She had always believed him to be the eldest son of the Jiang family and Zhao Wanyue's child. This was a matter Zhao Wanyue had never broached with Jiang Sui. Although Jiang Sui had heard a few related comments, she remained largely oblivious to the truth. In any case, you must heed Mother's words. You are not to seek him out in the future. Zhao Wanyue reiterated her warnings before departing. Jiang Sui gazed at Zhao Wanyue's retreating figure, still not comprehending why her mother forbade her from approaching Jiang Yunchen. He had not done anything wrong, after all. Sitting on a chair, Jiang Sui propped her chin on her hand and looked at the system. System, have I messed up? Given the current circumstances, perhaps not, but it is uncertain. The system was equally perplexed. Jiang Sui sighed, recalling Jiang Yunchen's expression when she left, feeling a pang of sadness. She felt somewhat remorseful, regardless of her explanations. Zhao Wanyue believed that Jiang Yunchen had led her astray and forced her to go out. Yet, it was she who had compelled Jiang Yunchen. System, do you think that if I apologized to Jiang Yunchen, he would listen? Jiang Sui began to doodle circles on the table, lost in thought. After some contemplation, it appears that such a plot does not exist within the original script. However, with slight modifications, it should not alter the storyline significantly, right? The emergence of a rival. He Yaoqing seems to indicate that the narrative must proceed in this direction. I believe it ultimately depends on you. First, treat Jiang Yunchen well, then cast him into despair. The dramatic highs and lows will enhance the effect. I approve of this suggestion. Jiang Sui's eyes sparkled with excitement. As soon as dawn broke the following day, she would seek out Jiang Yunchen. She wondered if he would acknowledge her presence. System, do you think he will respond to me? Tomorrow will reveal the answer. Chapter 25. A twinge of pain after a long day of wandering. Jiang Sui was weary and did not rise early. Upon awakening, she felt somewhat disoriented. But the memory of her agreement with the system to find Jiang Yunchen first thing in the morning brought her clarity. To her surprise, upon stepping outside, she encountered Zhao Wanyue at her doorstep. Mother, what brings you here? Jiang Sui inquired with a smile. Zhao Wanyue's expression was inscrutable as she regarded Jiang Sui and asked, Has Jiang Yunchen summoned you again? Jiang Sui shook her head. Mother, you've got it wrong. I am the one seeking my brother. Her honesty transformed Zhao Wanyue's countenance into one of distress. Sui, today I have invited a renowned physician. Would you allow her to examine you? Zhao Wanyue sighed, suspecting that Jiang Yunchen had employed some form of sorcery on Jiang Sui. Otherwise, how could she be so compliant with his wishes? After all, in the past, Jiang Sui had never maintained any connection with Jiang Yunchen, and even when she learned of his existence, she exhibited no particular reaction. Mother, didn't we just have a checkup last month? Dr. Li confirmed that I am in good health, Jiang Sui replied, unaware of Zhao Wanyue's inner turmoil. Last month marked the moment Jiang Sui's soul had traversed into this body, leading to an unexpected improvement in her health. Zhao Wanyue was overjoyed yet apprehensive, fearing it might be a fleeting illusion, so she promptly summoned Dr. Li. Dr. Li, the esteemed physician Zhao Wanyue had tirelessly sought, was known for her miraculous healing abilities and was an excellent doctor. Many of the medicinal herbs Jiang Sui had taken were prescribed by her, sustaining her life. Otherwise, Jiang Sui might have perished before her arrival. Zhao Wanyue sought to soothe her own worries, explaining, as the weather warms. Dr. Li has advised that medicinal treatments vary with the seasons. Since you've finished the last batch, it is prudent for her to reassess your condition. Jiang Sui pursed her lips and nodded. Perhaps a thorough examination by Dr. Li would indeed alleviate Zhao Wanyue's concerns. Consequently, with Dr. Li's arrival, Jiang Sui refrained from seeking out Jiang Yunchen. Young master, you possess no ailments whatsoever. Why not simply inform Zhao Wanyue? Jiang Sui hesitated, not out of unwillingness, but rather from trepidation. The system, sensing her reluctance to divulge, chose not to press further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Perhaps the young master's reluctance to share with Zhao Wanyue is, in itself, a secret. Dr. Li, what are the findings? Zhao Wanyue inquired anxiously, bracing herself for adverse news. After Dr. Li concluded the pulse examination, he turned to Zhao Wanyue and assured her, Madam, rest easy. Miss Jiang is in excellent health. Exhibiting no abnormalities. The medications I prescribed can be discontinued. Dr. Li's words were like a precious treasure to Zhao Wanyue, and she gazed at Jiang Sui, feeling the burdens of many years finally dissipate. Wonderful, wonderful. My Sui Sui is all right, she exclaimed, embracing Jiang Sui and gently stroking her head. Jiang Sui was momentarily taken aback, but then reciprocated the embrace. Rest assured, Madam Jiang, Miss Jiang will return to her usual self and can resume all her activities. Wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes, Zhao Wanyue expressed her deep gratitude to Dr. Li. If it weren't for you, my daughter would not have recovered so swiftly. Madam Jiang, you flatter me, Dr. Li replied. During the pulse examination, he had discerned that Jiang Sui's condition was entirely unlike before. One might even say she had become a different person. He firmly believed that the complete recovery was not solely due to his medications, which could merely sustain her vitality and extend her lifespan for a few years. Such profound efficacy was beyond the scope of his treatments. Dr. Li cast a glance at Jiang Sui, sensing that she harbored secrets, yet he refrained from exposing them. For who among us is without secrets? Moreover, he was somewhat selfish, hoping that this incident involving the Jiang family would elevate his medical reputation and provide him with opportunities to explore new avenues in medical science. Wait, Dr. Li, Zhao Wanyue called out just as he was about to depart. Is there anything else you wish to discuss, Madam Jiang? He inquired, stepping closer. Zhao Wanyue lowered her voice and asked, Did you notice anything peculiar about Sui Sui? Her question was vague and indirect. Peculiar? Doctor. Li was somewhat perplexed by Zhao Wanyue's inquiry, yet he affirmed, Miss Jiang truly has no significant issues. Nothing at all. Zhao Wanyue pressed. None, Dr. Li confirmed. Upon receiving this definitive response, Zhao Wanyue's confusion only deepened. Could it be that Jiang Yunchen had not employed any dark arts on Jiang Sui? Then I shall rest easy. Thank you, Dr. Li, for your dedicated care over the years. I am truly at a loss for how to repay you. Dr. Li took her hand gently, replying, A physician's compassion is simply my duty. Let us not dwell on the future. I bid you farewell, Madam Jiang. He hoped that Zhao Wanyue would not seek him out again regarding Jiang Sui's health. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. As Zhao Wanyue walked alongside Dr. Li, her gratitude was beyond words, and she accompanied him to the door. Young master, your mother has departed. Do you wish to seek out Jiang Yunchen now? The system observed, noting that Zhao Wanyue was quite far away and unlikely to return soon. Jiang Sui nodded, releasing a sigh of relief at last. She would no longer have to consume those sweet yet bitter herbal concoctions. The mere thought of those brews made her feel nauseated. She stepped outside, but did not see Zhao Wanyue and instead turned in the direction of Jiang Yunchen. At that moment, he was in the small kitchen, filling a pot with water, dressed not in the new clothes Jiang Sui had bought for him, but in his own old garments. Jiang Yunchen, could you hurry up? The water has run out. If you do not work properly, just wait and see if I will feed you. Jiang Yunchen revealed his bare arms, having just filled 2 buckets with water and was about to pour it into the water tank when a passing servant deliberately kicked 1 bucket over. Oh dear, that was not intentional. It seems I must trouble young Master Jiang to fetch water once more. Jiang Yunchen, appearing unfazed, righted the fallen wooden bucket. Thankfully, the bucket in his hands remained undisturbed, sparing him an additional trip. Initially, after filling the bucket, he could have taken a moment to rest, but it seemed that would not be the case now. Silently, Jiang Yunchen lifted the bucket and made his way toward the waterside meadow. What is going on today? Why is he not losing his temper? Perhaps he is afraid. At that moment, Jiang Sui happened to walk by and witnessed Jiang Yunchen being bullied. For some reason, her heart ached. Chapter 26. Reluctance to be angry with her. Jiang Sui did not approach to confront them, but quietly followed Jiang Yunchen, observing him. Young master, are you sure he will not notice you? The system remarked as it watched Jiang Sui sneakily trail behind Jiang Yunchen. Dressed in a striking crimson gauze skirt that made her the most conspicuous presence in the meadow. It's fine, Jiang Yunchen definitely hasn't noticed me. The system twitched its lips. Are you certain? At that moment, Jiang Sui was balancing a large leaf atop her head while holding two others in her hands. Recently, the system had encountered a term in a book that closely resembled this, a leaf obstructing one's vision. However, the young master was adorned with 3 leaves. Jiang Yunchen sighed in resignation, slowing his pace. From the very beginning, he had sensed someone following him. He could hear the jingling of the ornament atop Jiang Sui's head without needing to turn around and know who it was. He was uncertain of her intentions in following him, especially after her previous near misadventure in the river. It was indeed a case of a naive newcomer, unafraid of danger. Returning once again, Jiang Yunchen wrestled with the decision of whether to turn around and send her away, yet he hesitated, wanting to discern what Jiang Sui hoped to achieve by shadowing him. Jiang Sui hid behind a stone, feeling quite pleased with herself. You see, I told you my disguise was impeccable. Jiang Yunchen hasn't noticed me at all. In truth, he had been aware all along. The system, oblivious to this fact, nodded in agreement. Young master, you are truly remarkable. Flattery had its effect, and Jiang Sui's nose was almost in the air. Jiang Yunchen skillfully filled the bucket with river water, and soon enough, it was full. When he had first gone to the small kitchen, he had been assigned the dirtiest and most laborious tasks, and fetching water was the easiest of them all, allowing him a chance to slack off for a bit before returning. While fetching water was not a difficult endeavor, the journey back was. The riverbank was quite a distance from the small kitchen, and it would take Jiang Yunchen a substantial amount of time to complete the task. This time, he deliberately slowed his movements, casting furtive glances behind him in search of Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui peeked out from behind a rock. System, do you think I should go up to him? The system was unaware and shook its head, suggesting, if you wish to go, then go. Jiang Sui hesitated, recalling how Zhao Wanyue had treated him the previous night. Would Jiang Yunchen still be angry? I am a bit scared, Jiang Sui murmured. Little master, what is there to fear? Jiang Yunchen is not a tiger. He won't devour you, the system reassured her. She understood this. Yet she was concerned that Jiang Yunchen might not be inclined to forgive her. Why not write down everything you wish to say on the ground and mark it? When Jiang Yunchen passes by, he will surely see it. The system proposed a clever solution. Jiang Sui looked at it. You are quite intelligent. The system beamed with pride. Of course, I learned it from storybooks. It boasted. To successfully accomplish this task, it had indeed perused numerous tales. Otherwise, how could it claim to be an exemplary system? Jiang Sui nodded, finding the suggestion quite reasonable. She chose a clean patch of ground, conveniently located near Jiang Yunchen, ensuring he would see it as he approached. Crouching down with a twig in hand, she hesitated to write her thoughts. Little master, why are you not writing? The system inquired, noticing her stillness. I don't know what to write, Jiang Sui lamented, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the ground, oblivious to the fact that someone was currently observing her from behind a stone. Jiang Sui bit her lip, contemplating for a long while, entirely unaware that Jiang Yunchen was watching her. The system, focused on Jiang Sui, also failed to notice him. Eventually, after much thought, Jiang Sui inscribed 3 characters on the ground, satisfied with her work. As she stood up, she instinctively glanced towards Jiang Yunchen, meeting his gaze. Startled, she crouched down again, muttering to herself, He can't see me, he can't see me, he can't see me. Quietly, she picked up her concealing leaves and cautiously began to retreat. Resembling a timid turtle, Jiang Yunchen, witnessing her antics, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Foolish, he observed as Jiang Sui wandered away before he commenced his own movement, lifting the wooden bucket in his hand and approaching the spot where she had been. Upon halting, he noticed the words etched in a crooked manner on the ground. I'm sorry. Jiang Sui had struggled to find the right words to communicate with Jiang Yunchen, fearing he might disregard her apology. Thus, She followed the system's advice and wrote down, "I'm sorry." "I'm sorry," Jiang Yunchen repeated, staring at the words, momentarily lost in thought. He turned his gaze towards Jiang Sui, and in that moment, a torrent of unspoken words and complex emotions began to thaw. What a fool! Jiang Sui stole a glance. Realizing Jiang Yunchen was standing precisely where she had inscribed her message, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Surely he must have seen it? She turned away, feeling somewhat glum, perplexed as to why Jiang Yunchen's silence affected her so deeply. "System, do you think he will forgive me?" she asked. "I suspect he will," the system replied. "Why are you squatting here?" Jiang Yunchen's unexpectedly cold voice reached Jiang Sui's ears, startling her and causing her hair to stand on end. I can't be seen." Jiang Sui hurriedly shielded her face with a large leaf, attempting to conceal herself from Jiang Yunchen's gaze. With a resigned smile, Jiang Yunchen set down the water and crouched beside her, gently removing the leaf from her face. "With so many mosquitoes around, aren't you afraid of being bitten?" Jiang Yunchen inquired, checking her skin for any signs of insect bites. Fortunately, her complexion remained unblemished and clear. Jiang Sui felt a twinge of guilt, unable to meet his eyes. "Little master, stand tall. Do not cower." The system noticed Jiang Sui's newfound trepidation towards Jiang Yunchen, which was unacceptable. Bolstered by the system's words, Jiang Sui adopted a defiant demeanor. Jiang Yunchen, perplexed, asked, "Why are you more nervous now?" "I am not angry with you," he reassured, as he tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Jiang Sui was momentarily taken aback, not immediately processing his words. Observing her dazed expression, Jiang Yunchen reiterated, "Jiang Sui, I am not angry, I never have been." His gaze was gentle. How could he ever bear to be angry with her? At that moment, the wind stirred Jiang Sui's heart. Chapter 27. The Flower Banquet. After escorting Jiang Sui back, Jiang Yunchen noticed she did not leave the small kitchen. Her eyes fell upon her pearl-embellished shoes, now muddied. She shifted her foot, rubbing it against the ground to clean off the dirt. "Why don't you leave?" he asked, noting that the water in the barrel was not yet full and would require at least 2 more trips. Jiang Sui fabricated an excuse. I'm hungry. Staying at the door will not satiate your hunger." Jiang Yunchen posed a rhetorical question. It seemed not to. Jiang Sui simply did not wish to depart. She had no intention of obeying Jiang Yunchen. On one hand, she wanted to prevent him from wandering too far, and on the other, to keep an eye on the servants in the small kitchen who might bully him. As long as she remained, they would not dare to misbehave. Like a sentinel, Jiang Sui stood firm at the door. Jiang Yunchen, resigned, recognized that Jiang Sui would not leave easily, so he acquiesced. "Then you may stay here." Jiang Sui nodded obediently. The servants inside the kitchen occasionally peeked outside, wondering if the young lady had come to supervise. "Surely not, just as I was hoping to take a break." "She arrives at this hour. Have you not noticed the time? It's almost lunchtime. Besides, I saw Madam sending off Dr. Li just now." "Is that true? Could it be related to the young lady's health?" "Don't be ridiculous." Madam looked radiant and cheerful. The servants were quite familiar with Dr. Li, a frequent visitor to the Jiang household. They were all aware of Jiang Sui's frail health, and Dr. Li had been summoned to tend to her well-being. Initially, they believed she would not live past 18, yet to their surprise, her health had gradually improved since the beginning of spring. This was joyous news for the Jiang family, and Zhao Wanqing had even doubled the monthly wages for all the servants. Jiang Sui, overhearing their conversation outside, felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. If they were aware that the young lady was no longer the same as before, how would they treat her? "Little master, what troubles you?" The system immediately noticed Jiang Sui's slight melancholy. "I'm perfectly fine." Jiang Sui concealed her inner sorrow and smiled brightly as she glanced at the system. "Little master, look back and see who it is." The system's expression darkened slightly. Upon turning, Jiang Sui was taken aback to find Zhao Wanyue there. She feigned calmness, avoiding Zhao Wanyue's gaze and focusing on the pearls adorning her shoes. "Sui Sui?" Zhao Wanyue was equally surprised to see Jiang Sui. Why was she in the small kitchen? As she approached, Zhao Wanyue quickly noticed the dirt smeared across Jiang Sui's skirt and inquired, "Where have you been?" Jiang Sui shook her head, insisting she had been nowhere. It was evident that Zhao Wanyue was skeptical of her words, yet since she did not see Jiang Yunchen, her slight apprehension eased. Sui, what brings you to the small kitchen? I am hungry, Jiang Sui replied, using her desire to evade Jiang Yunchen as an excuse. Hearing this, Zhao Wanyue's heart ached for Jiang Sui. She had been so preoccupied with matters concerning Jiang Yunchen that she lost track of time. I will have the small kitchen prepare something for you immediately. I've put you through so much trouble by making you come here. Jiang Sui did not feel wronged. Fortunately, Zhao Wanyue did not press her about Jiang Yunchen. As Zhao Wanyue entered, the servants greeted her in unison. Put aside your current tasks and prepare a meal exclusively for the young lady, ensuring all dishes are to her liking, Zhao Wanyue commanded, and the servants hurriedly complied. In the Jiang household, Zhao Wanyue's directives held the utmost authority. Mother, is this not too much trouble? Jiang Sui was not particularly hungry. Her excuse was merely a pretext. Your well-being is of the utmost importance, Zhao Wanyue replied with a smile, her gaze drifting to the dirt on Jiang Sui's skirt. Where did the mud on your dress come from? Zhao Wanyue curiously asked. Following her gaze, Jiang Sui noticed the dirt on her skirt, undoubtedly accrued while she was crouched earlier. A flicker of guilt crossed her face. I. Little master, just say you accidentally fell. Zhao Wanyue's suspicion grew. Jiang Sui was not a liar, and her demeanor gave her away. I fell by accident. Fell. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanyue could no longer remain composed and began to check Jiang Sui for any injuries. What happened? Why didn't you inform your mother? How could Wanyue let this happen and fail to protect you? Zhao Wanyue's heart ached as she wiped the dust from Jiang Sui's face. Jiang Sui shook her head. Do not blame Wanyue. It was my own fault for being playful. It was a harmless fib, but if it were to escalate into a reason that could hurt others, Jiang Sui would certainly feel remorseful. After inspecting Jiang Sui and finding no injuries, Zhao Wanyue felt reassured. Just as your health improves, you start to act recklessly. Jiang Sui chuckled. Indeed, Zhao Wanyue could not bear to scold her. Mother, it is precisely because I'm feeling better that I should move around more. Jiang Sui's reasoning was not without merit. Zhao Wanyue had indeed come to the small kitchen for a purpose and was swayed by Jiang Sui's words. As the days pass, a flower banquet is approaching. Do you wish to attend? Zhao Wanyue inquired. A flower banquet? Jiang Sui had never heard of such an event. Mother, what is that? Is it simply a gathering to admire flowers? Upon hearing the term, Jiang Sui instinctively associated it with floral observations, believing it to be an occasion for viewing blossoms. Zhao Wanyue chuckled at her naivety and playfully pinched Jiang Sui's cheek, clarifying, not quite. A flower banquet is an invitation extended to various families, each of whom prepares a delicacy made from their chosen flower. It is merely a small gathering, devoid of any deeper significance. Intrigued by Zhao Wanyue's explanation, Jiang Sui found it rather delightful, especially since she had yet to explore the world around her since her arrival. Yes, I would love to go, she exclaimed, eager to discover what this flower banquet entailed. The scale of the upcoming flower banquet was modest, yet Zhao Wanyue had omitted a crucial detail. The delicacies crafted from flowers would be presented to the palace, and if any family-esque creation captured the queen's favor, they would be rewarded handsomely. Zhao Wanyue harbored no interest in such rewards. Her sole concern was whether Jiang Sui wished to attend. This occasion would also allow her to observe the families and identify any suitable candidates. Presently, Jiang Sui's thoughts were consumed by Jiang Yunchen, prompting Zhao Wanyue to worry about the potential dangers of their non-blood-related connection. Casting her gaze toward Jiang Yunchen, she silently warned him with a glance. Jiang Sui, you may return now. I must instruct the kitchen staff regarding the preparations for the flower banquet, Zhao Wanyue suggested upon seeing Jiang Yunchen, hoping to distance Jiang Sui from him. They belonged to different worlds and would never converge. Jiang Sui obediently nodded, unaware that Jiang Yunchen had returned. As she turned, Jiang Yunchen concealed himself behind a nearby pillar, out of her sight, while Zhao Wanyue observed his actions with a smirk, acknowledging his perceptiveness. Very well, Jiang Sui agreed, turning to leave. After she had departed, Zhao Wanyue approached Jiang Yunchen. At that moment, he appeared disheveled. His sleeves were drenched from fetching water, and mud caked his boots. Having barely eaten during his time in the kitchen, he looked rather pale. Aware that Zhao Wanyue's presence was ominous, he braced himself. As long as you keep your distance from Jiang Sui, I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests, Zhao Wanyue stated, offering her maximum concession. Jiang Yunchen scoffed, fully grasping her veiled implications. Zhao Wanyue had harbored disdain for him since the moment he stepped into the Jiang household, her loathing having festered beyond measure. Meeting her gaze, he replied, "Very well." A smile graced his lips, recognizing the advantages of her proposition. "Proceed with your terms," he invited, while Zhao Wanyue internally derided him for his unscrupulous nature. She spoke only a few words, yet her heart could no longer contain itself. Indeed, he had come to the Jiang family in search of gain. Zhao Wanyue had never relinquished her investigation into Jiang Yunchen's origins, albeit with no results thus far. Her motive was solely to expel him from this family that did not rightfully belong to him. Jiang Yunchen was acutely aware of Zhao Wanyue's desires. He slowly parted his lips, requesting, "Please arrange for me a different residence." Zhao Wanyue raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the simplicity of his demand. "Very well," she acquiesced. Despite her aversion to Jiang Yunchen, she would never utter a promise she could not fulfill. This was her moral compass. "From now on, I shall no longer frequent the small kitchen," Jiang Yunchen stated, presenting his second request. As anticipated, Zhao Wanyue realized matters were not so uncomplicated. Yet these were demands well within her capacity to meet. "What other request do you have? I shall grant you this one opportunity to speak your mind today." Jiang Yunchen eagerly awaited this invitation. "I wish to become the eldest son of the Jiang family, possessing real authority, not just a hollow title." A flicker of disbelief crossed Zhao Wanyue's eyes. Jiang Yunchen had audaciously set his sights on the position of the Jiang family's heir. She gritted her teeth, and though she was loath to concede, the thought of him no longer encroaching upon Sui tempered her reluctance. "For my final request, I wish to attend the flower banquet," Jiang Yunchen declared. This particular demand left Zhao Wanyue somewhat perplexed, though she refrained from voicing her confusion. "Your requests shall be honored, Jiang Yunchen, but I hope you do not lack even the most basic principles," she warned, signifying that he must uphold his commitments to her. Thus, this transaction concluded with mutual satisfaction, though it remained uncertain who might retract their agreement first. Noting his silence, Zhao Wanyue continued, "You, a wild seed of unknown origin, shall not set your sights on Sui. Jiang Yunchen remained unresponsive. After Zhao Wanyue's remarks, she retreated into the small kitchen. As she approached him, he discerned that her intentions were driven by concern for Jiang Sui. Yet, surprisingly, Jiang Yunchen felt no fear. For the first time, he understood what it meant to be unassailable. Even if he did not seek out Jiang Sui, she would inevitably come looking for him. Jiang Yunchen placed a hand over his heart, feeling a profound sense of security. Since their second encounter, He Yaoting had been somewhat despondent, not for any particular reason, but because she sensed Jiang Yunchen's reluctance to engage with her. Lu Yu observed her, noting the peculiar expression on her face. "Miss, what occupies your thoughts?" Lu Yu inquired, bringing over a plate of freshly cut fruit. He Yaoting sighed softly, gazing at Lu Yu. "Tell me, do you think Jiang Gongzi harbors feelings for me?" "Miss, you have only met him twice, and already you are lost in fanciful thoughts," Lu Yu chuckled. Indeed, a woman in love tends to be more pensive. He Yaoting realized there was some truth to this. She had indeed been overthinking. It must be due to their lack of familiarity that their interactions felt so awkward. "By the way, Miss, will you be attending the flower banquet in a few days? You declined last year due to illness." Lu Yu regarded her with concern. He Yaoting pondered for a moment. The reason she had refrained from attending last year's flower banquet was due to Zhao Minwei's intention to find her a suitable match. Yet she was acutely aware that Zhao Minwei's motives were far from benevolent. Zhao Minwei merely wished to hasten her own marriage, effectively banishing the He family from their home. In this way, the He residence would belong solely to her and her son, He Gumming. Having evaded the banquet last year, she wondered if she would be able to do so again this year. He Yaoting did not respond to Lu Yu's remark, instead contemplating what excuse she could employ to decline this year's invitation without raising Zhao Minwei's suspicions. However, observing Lu Yu's expression, it seemed she genuinely desired to attend. He Yaoqing, perplexed, inquired, Lu Yu, why do you look at me so? Is there something on my face? Lu Yu shook her head. I was merely contemplating that you surely would not attend again, but she deliberately trailed off. What? He Yaoqing's curiosity piqued further. Miss, should you choose not to attend this time, you will miss the opportunity to meet young Master Jiang. Lu Yu had learned that the Jiang family would also be present at this flower banquet and hurried to share this delightful news with He Yaoqing. A spark ignited in He Yaoqing's eyes. Really? Is that true? She asked, excitement bubbling within her. Lu Yu nodded emphatically. Will he truly be there? He Yaoqing, who had just resolved to abstain, found her thoughts rapidly shifting. She could not afford to let this opportunity slip away, especially since Zhao Minwei was also intent on marrying her off. This time, He Yaoqing felt a newfound confidence. She was no longer intimidated by Zhao Minwei, regardless of how charmingly she might present herself before He Liang. After all, she had already taken the initiative to inform He Liang of her affections for another. At this flower banquet, He Liang would undoubtedly inquire, and she would be able to introduce him with grace. Lu Yu remarked, of course, the Jiang family, as the deputy host, will certainly be in attendance. Moreover, this is an event endorsed by the palace. Prominent families will not miss it. He Yaoqing's anticipation deepened with this realization. This would be a perfect opportunity to converse with him. The following day, Jiang Yunchen was relocated to a new residence named Lanwan Pavilion. Zhao Wenyu had indeed kept her promise, fulfilling all of Jiang Yuncheng's requests. He Yuncheng chose not to enlist the help of the servants. Although Zhao Wenyu had instructed them, he preferred to handle his belongings himself. Most of what he possessed had been procured by Jiang Sui. It seemed he had indeed risen to prominence, as the lady of the house had arranged for him to move into a new abode. Would they be required to serve him from now on? Surely not. It appeared the lady was not particularly fond of him, merely changing his quarters without any significant merit. The gossip among the servants was crystal clear to Jiang Yunchen. Yet he paid it no mind. Early that morning, Jiang Sui had caught wind of the situation and was curious as to why Zhao Wenyu had suddenly become so amiable towards her. Don't you find this situation rather peculiar? Jiang Sui asked the system hovering before her. The system nodded. Your mother's transformation is quite drastic. Was she not the one who despised Jiang Yunchen the most? Perhaps her perspective had shifted? Jiang Sui was uncertain. Jiang Sui refrained from approaching him. Recently, Zhao Wenyu had been vigilant, closely monitoring her every move, preventing her from seeking out Jiang Yunchen. Little master, are you not intending to visit Jiang Yunchen? Why linger at the door instead of entering? The system was perplexed by Jiang Sui's actions. Jiang Yunchen ignores me. Jiang Sui felt a pang of grievance. Last night, she had wished to share the pastries that Lan Yu had brought back with Jiang Yunchen, yet he had dismissed her, refusing to open the door despite the light still shining within. Disheartened by her rejection, Jiang Sui dared not pursue him again, though the reason for his coldness eluded her. What are you afraid of, little master? Have you forgotten your mission? Jiang Sui sighed, I remember. Then why? Jiang Yunchen continued to disregard her, and she thought it unwise to approach him directly. After all, he had claimed he was not angry. Jiang Sui felt a twinge of resentment towards him. He had not upheld his own words, rendering him a deceiver. Jiang Sui. Zhao Wenyu suddenly appeared behind her, startling her. Mother, what brings you here? Jiang Sui momentarily lost her composure and glanced at the system, which expressed its own confusion. I am curious to know what you're doing here, Sui Sui. Zhao Wenyu glanced at the plaque of Lan Yuan Xian before directing her gaze back at Jiang Sui. It was evident that she knew Jiang Sui had come to find Jiang Yunchen, yet her intuition suggested there was more to the story, prompting her to arrive early. Jiang Sui lowered her head, hesitant to confess the truth. Zhao Wenyu bore no resentment towards her. She could not bring herself to scold Jiang Sui. Gently, she patted her head and said, Did you not wish to attend the flower banquet? You could assist me in selecting flowers you like, and it would be splendid to hear your thoughts. Zhao Wenyu skillfully redirected the conversation towards the flower banquet, diverting Jiang Sui's attention. Flowers? I adore many kinds. Jiang Sui's focus shifted as Zhao Wenyu steered her thoughts away from Lan Yuan Xian. Shall we go together to see? Zhao Wenyu smiled. Jiang Sui nodded. Her curiosity about the flower banquet piqued. As Jiang Sui was led away by Lan Yu, Zhao Wanyu did not leave immediately. Instead, she lingered at the entrance, casting a glance at Jiang Yunchen. With her presence, Jiang Yunchen could not approach Jiang Sui. Zhao Wanyu had assigned a servant to assist Jiang Yunchen in moving his belongings, but since he had few items in the previous residence, it would not take long. When their eyes met, an ominous feeling settled within Jiang Yunchen. He had seen Jiang Sui's silhouette just moments ago and was merely waiting for her to enter. Presently, he found himself unable to seek her out. Only if she took the initiative would Zhao Wanyu refrain from causing trouble. It seemed that Jiang Sui had always been the one to pursue him, and now it appeared that such encounters were no longer possible. Zhao Wanyu departed, leaving behind a warning glance. Standing still, Jiang Yunchen felt an unsettling emptiness within him, as though something precious had been lost. Initially, he had not been particularly concerned about Jiang Sui, yet now, her absence stirred a sense of melancholy within him. An absurd thought began to take root in his mind. Jiang Yunchen immediately dispelled his thoughts, refusing to dwell on the matter any longer. It was indeed best that the little troublemaker, Jiang Sui, did not seek him out. So why did he feel an inexplicable yearning for her presence? What was the matter with him? After Zhao Wanyu took Jiang Sui away, she gazed at the myriad flowers in the courtyard, each a variety she had never encountered before. "Mother, are these the flowers that will be at the banquet?" Zhao Wanyu patiently explained. Each household may only use one type, but a single flower can be utilized by many households. There are no restrictions, and aside from transforming these flowers into food, there are other activities as well. Jiang Sui's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Other activities? What are they? Zhao Wanyu teased her, withholding the information. "You'll find out when you attend." Jiang Sui, not hearing a response, felt only a slight disappointment. After all, she had never participated in a flower banquet before, and a touch of mystery only heightened her anticipation. As she admired the flowers before her, delicately playing with the petals, she was careful not to damage them. "Young mistress, it seems you have forgotten something important." The system observed quietly, noting her obliviousness to her oversight. "What is it?" She blinked, gazing at the system, struggling to recall what she might have overlooked. The system chuckled lightly, offering a hint. "Did you not forget that you were standing at the entrance of Lanyuan Pavilion, intending to speak with Jiang Yunchen?" Jiang Sui blinked in surprise. "Oh, right." She then remembered her intention to find Jiang Yunchen and her curiosity about why he had suddenly changed residences. However, she acknowledged that his previous dwelling was indeed dilapidated, so a change was warranted. But why would Zhao Wanyu, who seemingly despised Jiang Yunchen, accommodate his request for a new home? It appeared the young mistress had completely forgotten about that matter. Jiang Sui rose to her feet and asked, "Mother, will my brother be attending the flower banquet as well?" Zhao Wanyu hesitated before responding, "Yes." If it were not for her desire to keep Jiang Yunchen at a distance from Jiang Sui, she would never have consented to his request. "Wonderful. We will all go together, right?" Zhao Wanyu's expression turned stern. Sui, we are not a family with him." Just as Jiang Sui was about to speak, Zhao Wanyu interrupted. Sui, remember, Jiang Yunchen is merely an outsider residing in the Jiang household. He has no relation to us. He is not your brother." Jiang Sui struggled to comprehend her words. Why did Zhao Wanyu express such disdain? She understood that her mother had always resisted Jiang Yunchen's presence, but the reasons behind this animosity eluded her. "All right, Sui, these matters are not for you to ponder. Your safety and peace are my greatest hopes," Zhao Wanyu insisted. She did not want Jiang Yunchen to influence Jiang Sui. He was an outsider, entirely unconnected to the Jiang family. Moreover, no matter how many questions she posed to Jiang Huaqian, he could never clarify the child's origins, only stating that he had brought him back out of pity. With Jiang Huaqian now away at the frontier dealing with matters, and unable to be reached, Zhao Wanyu sighed, feeling a twinge of self-reproach for not being able to keep Jiang Yunchen away from Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui pursed her lips, hesitant to speak as she wished to avoid inciting her mother's anger. "I can manage," she replied, casting a glance at Zhao Wanyu. Satisfied with the answer, Zhao Wanyu departed, leaving Jiang Sui in deep contemplation as she watched her retreating figure. In the ensuing days, Jiang Yunchen remained conspicuously absent from Jiang Sui's presence, though she found herself frequently hovering near him, albeit without entering his space. It appears, young master, that this approach has proven ineffective. I shall seek out a new strategy once I procure a fresh manuscript. For now, it would be prudent to remain still, the system observed. Having monitored the dynamic between Jiang Yunchen and Jiang Sui for several days, should the task remain unfulfilled, it was anticipated that Jiang Yunchen would soon return to Jinghua. Resigned, Jiang Sui returned to her chamber and lay on her bed, lost in thought about why Jiang Yunchen had suddenly grown so indifferent towards her. Surely, something must be amiss. She pondered, unable to decipher the cause. Am I perhaps employing the wrong methods? I have adhered to your guidance, treating him with utmost kindness, purchasing clothes, preparing meals, and assisting him with tasks. I have been nothing but good to him, Jiang Sui recounted, counting on her fingers the various ways she had shown her goodwill. Yet, she remained perplexed about the source of the problem. Clearly, it is Jiang Yunchen who lacks appreciation for your kindness, young master, the system asserted, unwavering in its allegiance to Jiang Sui, attributing the fault solely to Jiang Yunchen. Indeed, Jiang Sui agreed. Perhaps it will be wise for you to withdraw your kindness for the time being. Once I discover a new method, we can endeavor anew, the system suggested, having recently acquired a multitude of manuscripts that promise potential solutions. Jiang Sui nodded in agreement. She had always been obedient, willing to heed the advice of Zhao, Wanyue, or the system, as long as it was within her capacity to comply. As the system vanished to explore new strategies, Jiang Sui found herself alone in her room. She stared at the floor, lost in thought, her hand pressed against her heart, reflecting on her experiences in this life. Though brief, they were profoundly significant. Since her arrival, she had encountered many things she had once yearned for: a home, family, wealth, and countless novel wonders. Yet, she had come here for a purpose, and in reality, she was destitute, with her sole hope resting on Jiang Yunchen ending her life before his return. Brother, Jiang Sui closed her eyes, succumbing to fatigue and drifting into slumber. In her dreams, she beheld Jiang Yunchen wielding a dagger while she sat upon the ground, her expression devoid of joy. In an instant, she witnessed him plunge the dagger into his own chest, a pained expression on his face mingled with reluctance as he uttered, Sui, do not leave me." Jiang Sui jolted awake, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Overcome with shock, she marveled at the peculiarity of her dream. Why was it always about Jiang Yunchen? She slapped her cheeks lightly, reminding herself that dreams often conveyed the opposite of reality. By now, darkness had enveloped the room, and at that moment, Lan Yu entered, noticing Jiang Sui's drenched forehead. "Miss, why are you sweating so? Did you have a nightmare?" Lan Yu inquired, producing a handkerchief to dab at Jiang Sui's brow, as this was a common occurrence whenever she experienced a troubling dream. Jiang Sui smiled and shook her head. "It's nothing. If the young lady has any matters to discuss, please inform Lan Yu." After hearing this, Jiang Sui paused for a moment and nodded. She understood that even if she spoke, Lan Yu would only relay it to Zhao Wanyu. Jiang Sui could sense Zhao Wanyu's genuine affection for her. "Lan Yu, what time is it now?" she inquired. It was already past dinner time. "Are you hungry, miss? If not, I can ask the kitchen to send something over." Just as Lan Yu was about to rise, Jiang Sui pulled her back. "I am not hungry. There's no need to trouble yourself. I wish to be alone for a while." Jiang Sui had not yet fully emerged from a recent dream, making it difficult for her to absorb Lan Yu's words. Lan Yu hesitated, then lowered the handkerchief she held. "Very well, miss. I shall remain at the door. Just call if you need anything." Jiang Sui nodded, then recalled an important matter. "Lan Yu, when does the flower banquet commence?" "Tomorrow," Lan Yu replied. "Tomorrow." Jiang Sui almost forgot. "All right, you may go." She reclined back onto the bed, tucked herself under the covers, and closed her eyes, hearing the sound of Lan Yu closing the door. Yet, sleep eluded her. Outside, the branches swayed gently in the spring breeze, and leaves drifted down. "Tuzi, we have aired." Aired? Two mysterious figures, each wearing a conical hat, one lounging nonchalantly on a tree branch while the other, holding prayer beads, leaned against the trunk. Both gazed intently at Jiang Sui's room. The target is wrong, the standing figure remarked, his tone rising. Illusion? He then chuckled lightly. His Highness certainly knows how to jest with us. The other figure stood as well, crossing his arms. Tuzi, are you pretending to be scholarly again? He fiddled with the prayer beads in his hand, intrigued, and inquired, Oh, there's an extra bead. Whose eye is this? Guess, the other man replied, ceasing his movements. The prayer beads were not genuine, but intricately carved eyes. Keep your secrets, then. I am not particularly interested. The priority is to take His Highness away. I find the upcoming flower banquet quite appealing, the other man expressed with surprise, realizing they were on the same wavelength. It is said that in the kingdom of Jing, there exists a clandestine organization, its true visage unseen, with ruthless methods, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Those who catch even a glimpse of their activities are silenced without mercy. To be more precise, this organization serves as a dagger for the kingdom of Jing, a tool of assassination, traversing between two nations, with no accurate information about them to date. All that is known is their codename, the Masked One. Chapter 31. Jin E. Xianer on the day of the flower banquet, the Jiang family set out together, though Jiang Yunchen traveled in a separate carriage at the rear. Jiang Sui lifted the curtain and glanced back. Mother, why isn't brother sharing the carriage with us? Zhao Wenyu gazed at her tenderly and replied, The carriage is too small. It is not convenient. Jiang Sui did not press further. After all, they were headed to the same destination. At this moment, Zhao Wenyu remained curious as to why Jiang Sui had suddenly been so kind to Jiang Yunchen. Sui, why are you so nice to Jiang Yunchen? Zhao Wenyu abruptly halted, her mind unprepared for the question she had blurted out. She looked up, stating earnestly, Because he is my brother. He is not, Zhao Wenyu retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. Yet, if he were not my brother, why would he be at the Jiang residence? Jiang Sui's words left Zhao Wenyu momentarily speechless. She found it difficult to elucidate the matter, for she possessed no answers. Jiang Yunchen is a child brought back by your father, not your biological brother. After much hesitation, Zhao Wenyu finally spoke. She gazed at Jiang Sui, feeling a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Jiang Sui's reaction upon discovering the truth would be profound. Jiang Sui remained silent, contemplating her palm, and slowly remarked, Whether by blood or not, Mother, it does not matter. She understood Zhao Wenyu's intent, who had consistently emphasized that she and Jiang Yunchen were not true siblings. Sui, Mother, he is my brother, Jiang Sui asserted. Although she had long been aware that Jiang Yunchen was not a biological child of the Jiang family and would eventually return to his true home, her task was to be eliminated by him before that occurred. Zhao Wenyu lowered her gaze, her expression tinged with sorrow and confusion. After some contemplation, she decided to let it be. Jiang Sui was still a child, unaware of the complexities surrounding her and her understanding. Jiang Yunchen had lived in the Jiang family since birth and was naturally one of them. Thus, no matter what was said, Jiang Sui believed Jiang Yunchen to be her brother. Such matters were far too intricate for Sui to grasp. With a sigh, Zhao Wenyu chose to refrain from further discussion on the subject. She merely hoped for Jiang Sui's safety and happiness, believing she could shoulder the rest. Jiang Sui smiled at her, feeling a pang of sadness at the sorrow reflected in Zhao Wenyu's eyes. When the time came for Jiang Yunchen to take her life, surely Mother would be heartbroken. System, is there a way to prevent my mother from feeling sorrow? Jiang Sui addressed the system. Away. The system seemed perplexed by Jiang Sui's words. I do not wish for my mother to be excessively grieved after my departure. Jiang Sui could surmise that if she were to leave, Zhao Wenyu would undoubtedly struggle to endure. Although she could see the affection between Jiang Huaiqian and Zhao Wenyu, in reality, their hearts had already diverged. The Jiang family was barely holding on because of her. Otherwise, Zhao Wenyu might have penned a letter of separation and left the moment Jiang Yunchen arrived. Once the system comprehended her meaning, it responded, I will do my best. At present, there was no record like the one Jiang Sui mentioned, wherein family members would not be so sorrowful after death. System, if you find a way, you must inform me. Jiang Sui genuinely could not bear to witness Zhao Wenyu's distress. Sui, we have arrived. Jiang Sui returned to the present, turning her attention back to Zhao Wenyu. She parted the curtain and glanced outside. The venue for the floral banquet had been meticulously constructed, and each year, as the time approached, the palace would dispatch individuals to clean and prepare for a successful event. Zhao Wanyu descended first, her gaze fixed on the carriage where Jiang Yunchen resided. Noticing his reluctance to alight, she felt a flicker of confusion. However, such thoughts dissipated within moments as she observed Jiang Sui stepping down, her expression softening once more. Sui, Gomeiya. Zhao Wanyu took her hand, drawing her protectively to her side. This time, she not only had to guard against Jiang Yunchen, but also had to keep an eye on those ill-intentioned young gentlemen, preventing them from setting their sights on Jiang Sui. Brother. As Jiang Sui recalled the presence of Jiang Yunchen, she glanced back momentarily. Zhao Wanyu promptly grasped her hand, reassuring her, Sui, your brother is perfectly capable of managing on his own and will join us shortly. There is no need for concern. Jiang Sui parted her lips, but fell silent, choosing to follow Zhao Wanyu inside. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunchen remained seated within the carriage until he noticed Jiang Sui's entrance before emerging. He inhaled deeply, refraining from rushing inside. He understood that even though Zhao Wanyu had acquiesced to his request to bring him to the floral banquet, she would not allow him to approach them. More accurately, Zhao Wanyu was not inclined to see him. Jiang Yunchen lingered outside for a moment, just as he was about to step inside, when he overheard a few individuals behind him speaking ill of him. Who is this unfamiliar young master? That carriage seems to belong to the Jiang family. The Jiang family? Isn't that the disregarded young master Jiang? I've heard rumors that he is the illegitimate son of General Jiang, though the truth remains uncertain. Keep your voice down, or he might hear you. The group cast furtive glances at Jiang Yunchen, noting his handsome appearance. And what of it? The capital is not lacking in such men. Throughout the encounter, Jiang Yunchen remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead. It was only upon seeing numerous distinguished nobles at the banquet that he realized the truth in their words. Indeed, the capital would not miss his presence. He lowered his eyes, standing alone in a corner, observing the bustling crowd, feeling a pang of reflection. His request was not born out of mere curiosity, but rather a desire to discern what set him apart from others and why Zhao Wanyu held such disdain for him. He wished for Jiang Sui not to harbor similar sentiments. With a self-deprecating thought, Jiang Yunchen's gaze drifted to the lively scene, yet he felt profoundly out of place. Truly, the prince is rather conceited. A cloaked figure concealed in an unseen corner scrutinized him. Jin, you might want to moisten your lips. You could very well poison yourself. The bald man with a benign countenance, holding prayer beads, squinted slightly, the hint of malice evident in his brow. He spoke, Xian, I fear no poison. Xian responded, these two are the leaders of the masked organization in Jinghua, Jin and Xian. Their origins can be summed up in two words, unknown. The only certainty is that they were saved by Jiang Yunchen's mother and have since served her, referring to her as their master. Following her death, the organization became leaderless, with Jin and Xian stepping in as her trusted aides, thus becoming the new heads of the masked organization. Jin, you may not fear poison, but others do. Chapter 32, A Confession? Jiang Sui searched for a long time, but could not find Jiang Yunchen. Zhao Wanyu remained at her side, preventing her from wandering off. She felt a twinge of disappointment. Was Jiang Yunchen deliberately avoiding her? Little master, are you feeling down? The system noted a deviation in her mood. Jiang Sui shook her head, but then nodded slightly. I feel a bit sad. It seems Jiang Yunchen is unwilling to acknowledge me. Jiang Sui expressed her grievance. The system sensed a troubling implication. Could it be that the young master was developing feelings for Jiang Yunchen? It harbored a tinge of self-doubt, as it consistently presented scripts to Jiang Sui that depicted her bullying Jiang Yunchen, scenes rife with beatings and insults. Setting aside the notion of a potential affection from a young master, under such circumstances, it was implausible that Jiang Yunchen would develop feelings for Jiang Sui. However, avoiding her was entirely conceivable. Who would desire to draw near to someone who perpetrates torment upon them? Young master, this matter may indeed be rather intricate. Jiang Yunchen, The system pondered for an extended period but failed to conjure a plausible explanation. Jiang Sui pouted, feeding somevat dispirited. If he disregards me, how can I possibly provoke him further? The system paused, momentarily taken aback, as if words of comfort were lodged within its throat. 3 large question marks hovering above its head. Nonetheless, Jiang Sui remained ambitious, her thoughts consumed by dreams of sudden wealth. After all, who could cruelly utter the word no in the face of such vast riches? As for the temptation of ill intentions, Zhao Wanyue observed for some time, and, upon not spotting Jiang Yunchen, felt an immediate sense of relief. He had ultimately shown discernment. She spoke softly, ensuring her words did not reach Jiang Sui's ears. Zhao Wanyue's gaze gradually shifted towards Jiang Sui, and she tenderly remarked, Sui, Mother needs to prepare the delicacies for the upcoming floral banquet. You must be a good child and remain here without wandering off. I shall come to find you as soon as I am finished. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sui nodded obediently, signaling her understanding. Watching her mother depart, a faint smile graced her features. At last, her mother had left. She whispered softly, feeling a wave of relief wash over her as she exhaled deeply. Finally, she could allow herself a moment of relaxation. She shrugged her shoulders and surveyed her surroundings. Yet still could not find Jiang Yunchen. System, where is brother gone? The system noticed a familiar figure in the distance. Recognizing the attire reminiscent of the garments Jiang Sui had purchased for Jiang Yunchen, rather than disclosing this directly, it chose to guide her towards a specific direction. Young master, since we cannot locate Jiang Yunchen, why not explore a bit? Perhaps we shall encounter him shortly. Jiang Sui nodded, this being her first visit. She was quite unfamiliar with the surroundings. Although Zhao Wanyue had advised her against wandering, remaining stationary without a companion to converse with was exceedingly dull. All right, she exclaimed, promptly rising to follow the direction indicated by the system. Jiang Yunchen, hidden away in a corner, found it curious that from his vantage point, he could perfectly observe Jiang Sui. He remained motionless, yet the figure in his line of sight drew ever closer. By the time he regained his senses, Jiang Sui was already approaching him. With a throng of people surrounding him, escape was impossible. Thus, he opted to conceal himself behind a pillar, awaiting Jiang Sui's arrival. System. Mother mentioned there would be an abundance of delights at the floral banquet. Jiang Sui recalled Zhao Wanyue's words from earlier, having eaten only a morsel at home, eagerly anticipating the chance to indulge in culinary delights once the banquet commenced. Then the young master can also sample them on my behalf. Jiang Sui beamed sweetly, affirming, indeed. In the next moment, she collided with a warm chest. Stepping back in haste, she quickly apologized. I didn't mean to. Covering her forehead, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her gaze landing on the boots before her, momentarily taken aback. Isn't this what she bought for Jiang Yunchen? Jiang Sui looked up, her gaze colliding fully with Jiang Yunchen's. Brother. Jiang Yunchen displayed a triumphant smile, walking without regard for his path. Although he was clearly admonishing himself, Jiang Sui sensed that his tone was devoid of reproach. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yunchen lifted his hand and gently touched Jiang Sui's forehead. Did it hurt? Jiang Sui shook her head. Not at all. Remember this well. Next time, do not walk carelessly, or you may collide with someone. As he finished speaking, his voice faltered slightly. An image of Jiang Sui bumping into another man flashed through his mind, causing a pang in his heart. Realizing his own emotions, he furrowed his brow for an instant before swiftly masking his feelings. Does my brother not wish to be close to me? Jiang Sui's words caught Jiang Yunchen off guard. His mind went blank for a moment, leaving him unable to respond to her inquiry. The system was astonished. All this time, it had been unaware of how straightforward the young master could be. It had not provided such training. Jiang Sui grasped his hand and continued, Brother, I promise to treat you very well, yet you have been avoiding me and ignoring me. It makes me very sad. Jiang Yunchen's continued evasion left her unable to draw near him. Her mission was intricately linked to Jiang Yunchen. If he did not permit her to approach, her task would remain unfulfilled. Young master, you. The system struggled to articulate its thoughts. System, please tell me what the next step is. I only remember this much, Jiang Sui lamented. Over the past few days, seeing Jiang Yunchen disregard her, she had resorted to the scripts collected by the system for amusement. having just learned this particular segment. However, her memory was limited, and she had never been adept with words. Remembering this much was already a feat in itself. What? The system was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Sui prompted the script. The system's cognitive processes surged, quickly recalling the lines Jiang Sui had mentioned. Yet there was no such line. Jiang Sui felt a surge of anxiety. If the system did not retrieve the information soon, she would struggle to maintain her composure. Had Jiang Yunchen discerned her pretense? Young master, just a moment, the system stammered, struggling to extract the narrative Jiang Sui had referenced. It hastily produced a book, flipping a page to show Jiang Sui. Young master, this. Jiang Sui examined the text, her brow furrowed in confusion. System, are you certain? The system paused, perplexed. At that moment, Jiang Yunchen felt a twinge of guilt, although he was convinced he was in the right. The realization that he could not draw closer to Jiang Sui was painful. When he had seen Jiang Sui approaching, his instinctive reaction had been to believe she was coming toward him. Yet reason cautioned against it, even as his body had already reacted. Jiang Sui, I am not, brother. I like you. Chapter 33. He has developed feelings for Jiang Sui. I like you. Jiang Yunchen. System. Jiang Sui observed the perplexity of both the individual and the machine, equally baffled. The script clearly stated this. She had merely recited it as written. The system, upon flipping through the script, was taken aback, nearly petrified with shock. It had inadvertently turned the page. What a monumental blunder this had turned out to be. Originally, the illustration depicted the male protagonist ignoring the female lead, who gracefully departed, leaving behind the poignant remark, "Is it true that we cannot exchange even a single word?" This was the most fitting line the system could hastily conjure, yet when it was handed to Jiang Sui, the narrative had shifted to a scene where the female lead confesses her feelings to the male protagonist. Now, everything was in disarray. Jiang Sui had been reciting the lines as per the script provided by the system, and yet both Jiang Yunchen and the system appeared utterly bewildered, their gazes betraying their confusion. "What is the matter?" Jiang Sui inquired, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Jiang Yunchen's mind momentarily faltered, still reeling from Jiang Sui's startling declaration. "Little master, I strongly advise you to flee at once," the system lamented, regretting its failure to scrutinize the script before presenting it to Jiang Sui. Surely, Jiang Yunchen had misconstrued the situation. "Why?" she asked, perplexed. "Trust me. Otherwise, Jiang Yunchen will inevitably fall in love with you." Jiang Sui blinked, and upon hearing this, she took off running. Jiang Yunchen was left in utter confusion, unable to decipher Jiang Sui's sudden change of behavior. She sprinted forward, not daring to look back, afraid to pause even for a moment. She must not allow him to develop feelings for her. Her mission was to have Jiang Yunchen eliminate her, a fact Jiang Sui was resolutely aware of. The system trailed behind her, glancing back to confirm that Jiang Yunchen had not pursued her. "Little master, Jiang Yunchen hasn't followed," it announced. Jiang Sui halted, breathing slightly heavier, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. The system, puzzled, noted her endurance. "Little master, are you not fatigued?" She shook her head, her gaze resolute, asserting, "I am young." "Little master, I must apologize. It was I who provided the incorrect script. However, fear not. There is still a chance for redemption." The system sought to rectify its error, attempting to devise a strategy to prevent Jiang Sui from becoming upset. Jiang Sui pressed her lips together, managing a smile. "What remedy do you propose?" The system paused, its thoughts blank, yet it endeavored to reassure her. "Let us remain cautious for the moment." Though Jiang Sui found the system's statement somewhat reasonable, she remained uncertain, recognizing it as something the system had gleaned from its readings. Taking a breath, the system finally felt it had navigated the situation, observing that Jiang Sui had not posed further inquiries, indicating a lack of suspicion towards its words. In its quest for knowledge, it had diligently studied various texts, including the El Shur Chunxiu and the Art of War. "We must return swiftly. Otherwise, my mother will surely suspect that I have gone to seek out Jiang Yunchen." At this moment, Jiang Sui recalled that she had slipped away while Zhao Wanyu was preoccupied with preparing refreshments for the flower banquet. If she delayed her return any longer, Zhao Wenyu would undoubtedly grow suspicious. The system nodded in agreement and followed Jiang Sui back. If it were capable of perspiring, it would have been in the midst of shower by now. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunchen remained rooted in place, clutching his racing heart. The echo of Jiang Sui's words still resonating in his ears. I like you. He was perplexed as to why Jiang Sui would suddenly express such sentiments, especially towards her own brother. Although they were not bound by blood, their relationship had already transgressed the boundaries of propriety. Jiang Yunchen remained silent, observing the two for a considerable time. Is a single phrase sufficient to enchant his highness? Xuan adjusted. Jin Yi merely chuckled, playfully slapping Xuan air, admonishing him not to tease the prince. Xian erg grimaced, covering his head, feeling the impact. All right, let us return to the main topic. This flower banquet is rather dull. Now that the time has come, we should add some excitement, Xian Er said, lowering his hat before vanishing from Jin Yi's sight. Jin Yi maintained his composure, continuing to stand in the corner, silently observing the happenings below. If the master were present, he would undoubtedly be pleased. Jin Yi's gaze shifted to Jiang Yunchen, his eyes flickering with emotion as a slow smile spread across his face. Master, His Highness has found someone who loves him. As the flower banquet commenced, all the guests took their seats. Jiang Sui found herself beside Zhao Wenyu, from where she could indeed see Jiang Yunchen. After all, he was a member of the Jiang family. Regardless of Zhao Wenyu's disdain, she would endure it for the sake of decorum. With Jiang Huaiqian absent, she alone stood as the matriarch. Zhao Wenyu kept Jiang Sui and Jiang Yunchen at a considerable distance, ensuring that even though they were in the same vicinity, they were entirely apart. Others, even if they suspected something, would find it difficult to voice their doubts. Jiang Yunchen glanced at Jiang Sui, avoiding Zhao Wenyu's gaze, recalling how she had run off right after speaking. Jiang Sui exhibited no reaction to the earlier incident. In contrast, Jiang Yunchen's feelings were tumultuous. He occasionally stole glances at Jiang Sui, who seemed oblivious, or perhaps had already forgotten the words she had just spoken to him. Jiang Yunchen furrowed his brow, his palm clenched into a fist as he pondered. Could it be that his earlier reaction had been too indifferent, leaving Jiang Sui disheartened? Or was she simply too shy? Neither possibility seemed plausible. He had considered every conceivable outcome, yet arrived at no conclusion. Jiang Sui gazed at the pastries before her. Mother, are these the delicacies you prepared for the flower banquet? She asked, admiring their exquisite floral design. Zhao Wenyu's attention returned to her, patiently explaining, of course not. The flower banquet has just begun. We are currently serving the dishes specially prepared for the occasion, and the pastries will be presented later. Jiang Sui casually picked up a piece to taste, finding it sweet yet not cloying, and she thoroughly enjoyed it. If the pastries served at the banquet were already this delightful, how much more delectable would the forthcoming dishes be? Jiang Sui's simplicity led her to focus solely on the prospect of deliciousness. Jiang Yunchen observed the pastry in Jiang Sui's hand, then glanced at the ones before him, mimicking her actions and taking a bite. It melted in his mouth, the sweetness unfolding within. It was as sweet as the smile illuminating her face. Jiang Yunchen instinctively smiled back. Suddenly, he froze, realizing his emotions, and in a flurry, released his grip, causing the pastry to tumble onto the table. What had he just done? The sweetness he tasted was not solely from the food itself, but rather because Jiang Sui had eaten it first, leading him to perceive its flavor as sweet. Jiang Yunchen pressed his lips together, the sweetness in his mouth gradually turning bitter. After the flutter of his heart came the painful realization. He had developed feelings for Jiang Sui. This was no mere speculation, but a confirmation. Chapter 34. Watching the show, this thought exploded in Jiang Yunchen's mind as he repeatedly reassured himself that it could not be affection, merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, his gaze could not help but be drawn to Jiang Sui. His heart raced for her. Her smiling face and the moments spent together flooded his mind. Jiang Sui, still savoring a delicacy, turned her almond-shaped eyes and locked gazes with Jiang Yunchen. Unbeknownst to him, he caught a glimpse of the look in her eyes. When Jiang Sui smiled at him, his heart skipped a beat, and it was he who averted his gaze first. System, what is wrong with Jiang Yunchen? Why does he seem displeased upon seeing me? Jiang Sui pondered, looking towards the system. She had been following the script it provided, intending to treat Jiang Yunchen kindly. Was he still upset? She hadn't meant to say anything wrong. Well, the system struggled to provide an explanation. It had not yet deciphered Jiang Yunchen's attitude when the host of the floral banquet arrived. Each family head was presented with a plaque bearing the name of the flower they were to use. Zhao Wanyue had no desire to participate in such an event, but given Jiang Huaqian's unique status, her absence would surely incite idle gossip within hours. The Jiang family, preferring not to compete, chose the most common osmanthus flower. Those with a competitive spirit tended to utilize rare varieties. Jiang Sui curiously examined the plaques, noting many unfamiliar names, until her gaze fell upon the He family. She looked up and spotted He Yaoqing. Yao Yao's sister is here too. The system took note of her words and glanced towards the He family. Just moments ago, He Yaoqing had been unseen, but now she was in view. The system speculated that she was aware Jiang Yunchen would also attend the banquet. It increasingly suspected that He Yaoqing harbored ulterior motives regarding Jiang Yunchen. The He family had not arrived too early, as Zhao Minwei deliberately delayed their entrance to draw attention to her family. Fortunately, He Yaoqing had anticipated Zhao Minwei's intentions and made preparations. She had arranged for Lu Yu to impersonate her and remain indoors, while she exited through the back door to attend the floral banquet. Once at the venue, even if Zhao Minwei were irate, she could do nothing. Her actions were solely to expedite He Yaoqing's marriage and facilitate her departure from that household. Aware that the Jiang family was present, He Yaoqing immediately began searching for Jiang Yunchen's figure, yet she found none. She began to doubt Lu Yu's accuracy until the banquet commenced, and she finally saw Jiang Yunchen. His attire was recognizable, as it was the same he wore on the day she encountered him and his sister at the tailor's. It indeed suited the occasion. However, throughout the event, Jiang Yunchen's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Sui, while He Yaoqing observed him in silence. She sighed, reflecting on the closeness of the Jiang siblings. As with previous floral banquets, the atmosphere was relaxed. The delightful treats I had prepared had been presented to the queen, and now I invite everyone to indulge freely. The person in charge hails from the palace, a familiar face indeed. Each annual floral banquet follows a similar pattern, with families preparing delicacies adorned with flowers, each contributing a portion to the palace while the remainder is shared among themselves. During this period, if any family's confectionery pleases the queen, they are rewarded. Zhao Wanyue is well versed in this custom. Although the rules are indeed as stated, much of it hinges on power dynamics. She is disinclined to compete, which is why she prepares osmanthus cakes every year, unremarkable, yet flawless in taste. This time, Jiang Sui accompanies her merely to witness the festivities. After all these years, due to health issues, she rarely ventures out, and even when she does, it is seldom enjoyable. Mother, what is this made of? Jiang Sui inquired, pointing at a confection before her. Zhao Wanyue, pulled back to the present, replied, wisteria flowers. Jiang Sui, intrigued yet somewhat perplexed, mused that wisteria could be edible. She sampled every delicacy laid out before her, setting aside a few that were particularly unpalatable, though she refrained from disclosing their names to Zhao Wanyue. Noticing that Jiang Sui had arranged the confections, some of which she herself enjoyed, Zhao Wanyue generously offered her portion. If you like it, dear, do indulge. Mother, this one is not tasty, Jiang Sui whispered, pointing to one of the confections she had pushed aside. This is from the He family, made with roses. If it does not please your palate, then do not eat it, Zhao Wanyue said, promptly removing the confection from the table. Jiang Yunchen glanced at the array of confections on Jiang Sui's table, hesitated, and then arranged his own in the same order as hers. He tasted one that he found agreeable. Your Highness is indeed infatuated, Jing commented, his expression remaining stoic. Infatuation? Those lost in sentiment are but weaklings. Xian chuckled lightly, observing the commotion below. Jing said nothing more, pocketing his prayer beads. The heat was oppressive, and time was of the essence. Do not rush. The moment has yet to arrive. As Jiang Yunchen continued to eat, a frown creased his brow. Something felt amiss. The flavor was peculiar. He glanced at Jiang Sui, who had finished all her confections, harboring doubts, yet keeping them to himself. "Oh, it hurts. My stomach hurts." The others echoed their discomfort, with many exhibiting signs of distress. What on earth is happening? The confections, there must be something wrong with them. At this revelation, everyone's attention shifted to their own plates. Jiang Yunchen stood, scanning for any signs of trouble with Jiang Sui. "Little master, does your stomach hurt?" The system inquired, concern evident as the reactions around them grew increasingly alarming. Jiang Sui paused, her expression shifting uneasily. Sui, are you all right?" Zhao Wanyue began to worry, recalling that Jiang Sui had never been in robust health. It's not tasty anymore." Jiang Sui pouted, placing her confection down. Zhao Wanyue sighed in relief, grateful that Jiang Sui seemed unaffected. "As long as you are well." Sui. Jiang Yunchen watched Jiang Sui with bated breath, rooted in place and hesitant to approach, while Zhao Wanyue remained by Jiang Sui's side. Seeing that Jiang Sui was fine, he suppressed the turmoil brewing within him. Xian Air clapped his hands, a hint of apology in his demeanor. I might have administered too much." Jin Yi, unfazed, was well accustomed to Xian Air's lack of restraint. He offered a gentle reminder, "If someone were to perish, your highness would be unable to retrieve them. Do you believe our master would forgive you?" Jin Yi's expression gradually turned cold. "Of course, I only added a smidgen. They won't die." Xian Air was indeed aware of moderation. He glanced at the guest on the ground, clutching his abdomen, and felt a surge of delight. "Now, let's observe the spectacle." Chapter 35. Into the water, the sudden turn of events drew the attention of many, particularly those who had indulged in the pastries and were now experiencing peculiar symptoms. "Quick, return to report to the palace." Upon realizing the situation, the palace staff hurriedly notified their superiors. If anything were to befall the empress, their lives would be at stake. The floral banquet was temporarily halted as a royal physician was summoned to investigate, discovering traces of poison in the food, though not lethal. Fortunately, the pastries from the palace were untainted. Only those consumed by guests at the banquet contained the poison, each batch afflicted. The composition of the toxin was intricate, rendering it unidentifiable. After examining everyone, the physician administered antidotes, advising them to wait. If no adverse reactions occurred, they could depart, while the palace would dispatch personnel to investigate the poisoning. Zhao Minwei, who was not particularly fond of such delicacies, felt no ill effect from the unexpected incident at the banquet, which had derailed her original plans. Thankfully, it was a close call. How could such a poisoning occur at an otherwise pleasant gathering? It was fortunate she had abstained. Indeed, such occurrences have never transpired before. Merely contemplating it is quite terrifying. Zhao Minwei observed He Yaoqing walking ahead, subtly signaling to Wang Momo, who nodded in understanding of Zhao Minwei's intent. Prior to this moment, Zhao Minwei had discreetly placed a powder beneath He Yaoqing's shoe. As she walked past the pond, the powder would dissolve in water, causing her to slip. The wooden bridge by the pond was waist-high, making it easy to fall in. Seizing the moment amidst the crowded scene, Wang Momo raised her hand and pushed He Yaoqing into the water. He Yaoqing had no chance to react. Her shoe soles became wet from the bridge, and as she reached out for support, she grasped at nothing, crashing into the pond with a splash. Someone has fallen into the pond. Quick, save them. Help. The chatter about the poisoning incident was abruptly interrupted as all attention shifted towards the commotion in the water. Zhao Minwei deliberately amplified her cries for help, leaning on the wooden bridge and watching He Yaoqing struggle in the water. She knew He Yaoqing could not swim, but the pond at the banquet was not particularly deep. Even if immediate rescue was delayed, she would not perish. He Yaoqing sputtered, her airway constricted, gasping for breath. Zhao Minwei's intermittent voice echoed in her ears, and she was bewildered as to how she had ended up in the cold water. Her gaze fell upon Zhao Minwei's malicious grin, amplifying her fear. She suspected that her fall into the water was not merely an accident, but rather a scheme orchestrated by Zhao Minwei. Someone has fallen in. I can't swim. Who would? I certainly cannot. All those who witnessed He Yaoqing fall into the water refrained from attempting a rescue, claiming they could not swim. Following the incident of poisoning, Zhao Wanyue intended to escort Jiang Sui back. Yet to avoid any suspicion, a thorough examination was necessary before they could be released. as Zhao Wanyue was taken away. She instructed Lan Yu to remain by Jiang Sui's side without leaving. Jiang Yunchen followed closely behind Jiang Sui and happened to overhear the commotion by the pond. Jiang Sui gazed at the figure in the water, clad in garments that seemed all too familiar, resembling He Yaoqing. Little master, He Yaoqing has fallen into the water. The system observed, though it was powerless to effect a rescue. Jiang Sui tugged at Jiang Yunchen, directing her gaze toward him. Save her, she implored, pointing toward the scene mere steps away by the pond's edge. I cannot swim, Jiang Yunchen replied, his expression betraying little emotion. Jiang Sui recalled the system's narrative stating that Jiang Yunchen could indeed swim. His current claim was undoubtedly a ruse. Brother, you are lying, she asserted, shaking his arm. No one had ventured to assist He Yaoqing. The numerous poisoned individuals had left the area devoid of witnesses. Zhao Minwei had strategically chosen this moment. Otherwise, He Yaoqing would have already been rescued. While some considered diving in to save He Yaoqing, they feared for their own lives, opting instead to retrieve long branches to extend toward her. Jiang Yunchen remained silent, a flicker of thought crossing his face. He had not anticipated that Jiang Sui would know of his swimming ability, a secret he had never divulged to anyone. This matter traced back to Zhao Wanyue. At 13, during a growth spurt, Jiang Yunchen was utterly famished and, in the dead of night, pilfered food from the small kitchen, only to be caught by a servant. Upon learning of this, Zhao Wanyue, in a fit of rage, cast Jiang Yunchen into the pond. However, she was not cruel enough to take a life, instructing the servants to watch over him to prevent any mishap. Yet, the servants paid no heed to Zhao Wanyue's orders, instead observing Jiang Yunchen's struggle in the water, treating it as a mere spectacle. They repeatedly pulled him from the pond, only to cast him back in, eventually losing interest and returning to sleep, entirely disregarding his plight. The servants' neglect and Jiang Yunchen's despair left him unwilling to succumb to death. In that dire situation, he sought to save himself. The following day, a servant, having overslept, suddenly recalled Zhao Wanyue's command to keep an eye on Jiang Yunchen and rushed to the pond, fearing that Jiang Yunchen might have perished. To his surprise, he found Jiang Yunchen lying at the water's edge, sunlight illuminating his form. The servant feared for his own fate, believing Jiang Yunchen would expose him. Yet, he remained silent. Instead, the servant intensified his bullying of Jiang Yunchen. As Jiang Yunchen's recollections faded, his gaze fell upon the nearly unconscious He Yaoqing in the water, as if he were witnessing a reflection of his past self. Though he did not possess a kind heart, memories of those earlier days always tugged at his soul with a quiet ache. Noticing his lack of response, Jiang Sui realized that if they did not act soon, a calamity would surely unfold. She walked past Jiang Yunchen, her hair brushing against his face, the fragrance enveloping his senses. He grasped Jiang Sui's collar and lifted her effortlessly, as if she were a mere chick, pulling her back to his side. What are you doing? Rescuing someone, Jiang Sui replied earnestly. Jiang Yunchen, slightly irritated, asked, Can you swim? Jiang Sui shook her head. You're just showing off. Stay here and don't go near the water. Jiang Yunchen rolled up his sleeves and hurried towards the pond, leaping in with swift precision, cradling He Yaoqing in his arms and bringing her above the surface. His movements were fluid, executed without a hint of hesitation. He set He Yaoqing down on the shore and, seeing her expel the water from her throat, he discreetly withdrew. Cough, cough. Miss, are you all right? June rushed over to dry He Yaoqing. She felt a burning sensation in her throat, and speaking became a challenge as her gaze landed on the equally soaked Jiang Yunchen. June, was it Jiang Gongzi who saved me? June nodded affirmatively. Yes. He Yaoqing sighed in relief. Thank goodness it was him. Chapter 36. Unscathed Zhao Minwei was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes filled with confusion upon seeing the unfamiliar face of Jiang Yunchen. Where was the plan, Mr. N? Not only was he absent, but her scheme had also been disrupted. Originally, Zhao Minwei had orchestrated a plan, since He Yaoqing was unwilling to marry. She intended to use the flower banquet as an opportunity to stage an accidental fall into the water, ensuring Mr. N was prepared to rescue her. Afterward, it would seamlessly lead to a marriage proposal with the He family. In the presence of the crowd, everyone would witness the physical contact between He Yaoting and Mr. Un. At that moment, any resistance from her would be futile. The die would be cast. He Yaoting would have no choice but to accept the marriage. However, Mr. Un, whom Zhao Minwei had counted on, had not appeared. She had clearly arranged with him to be ready to rescue He Yaoting after her fall, with no further concerns required. Zhao Minwei pulled Wang Mama closer and inquired, "Wang Mama, where's Mr. Un?" Wang Mama hesitated to meet Zhao Minwei's gaze. "Mr. Un, speak. He was poisoned and is currently being treated by the physician." Wang Mama had just recalled this troubling news. Zhao Minwei was rendered speechless with anger, cursing under her breath. With He Yaoting taken away by June, her plans lay in ruins, further complicated by the appearance of an unfamiliar individual who had saved He Yaoting. Regardless, though Mr. Un was absent, the plan could still proceed. Zhao Minwei intended to carry on, believing that with so many witnesses to the physical contact between He Yaoting and Jiang Yunchen, she could exaggerate the narrative enough to ensure the marriage would be realized. The water in the pond was frigid, causing Jiang Yunchen to shiver slightly, though the weather had begun to warm, sparing him from illness. Jiang Sui marveled at Jiang Yunchen's dive, thinking, "System, Jiang Yunchen is impressive. Indeed, quite impressive." The system chimed in, noting the master's infatuation had rekindled. Jiang Yunchen merely wished to leave this place swiftly, feeling the weight of many eyes upon him, a sensation that left him somewhat uneasy. "However, young master, if you do not go and check on Jiang Yunchen, he may very well freeze to death." The system reminded Jiang Sui, noting the pallor of Jiang Yunchen's complexion. Upon hearing that he might perish, Jiang Sui snapped back to reality. That simply could not happen. If he died, how could she survive? She swiftly removed her cloak and draped it over Jiang Yunchen, urging, "Brother, you absolutely must not die of the cold." Her earnestness was evident, her small face reflecting a deep concern for his well-being. Jiang Yunchen paused, momentarily amused by her antics. "Why are you laughing, brother?" Jiang Sui inquired, puzzled. Jiang Yunchen flicked the water off his hands and playfully tapped her forehead. "You vex me." She touched her forehead, feeling no pain, unlike the last time when he had been much more forceful. Was he upset with himself again? "Let's return now," he said, taking her hand as they moved towards the entrance. Spotting Zhao Wanyue in the distance, he loosened his grip and halted. "Brother?" Jiang Sui turned back, noticing his sudden stop. "I just remembered I left something behind. You should go ahead with your mother." Jiang Yunchen forced a smile, striving to conceal his true feelings from her. "You must hurry then." Given Jiang Sui's naive nature, she would likely not grasp the underlying tension. He stepped back, hiding behind a nearby rock formation as Zhao Wanyue approached Jiang Sui. "I told you to wait for me right here," he heard her say. The palace attendants allowed Zhao Wanyue to leave after their inquiries, and she was eager to return home with Jiang Sui. However, upon arriving at the designated spot, she found Jiang Sui missing. Having heard about someone falling into the pond, her heart raced with worry for Jiang Sui. Fortunately, the household servants informed her that the young lady had left with the young master, setting off alarm bells in her mind, especially at the sight of both Jiang Yunchen and Jiang Sui together. "Mother, I forgot," Jiang Sui confessed, not lying. Indeed, she had forgotten. Had it not been for Jiang Yunchen's suggestion to return home, it might not have crossed her mind at all. Zhao Wanyue refrained from scolding her, gently patting her back. "It's all right, Sui. Let's go home." Jiang Sui opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Zhao Wanyue did not mention Jiang Yunchen, as if he were non-existent. Jiang Sui glanced back in the direction he had departed, but he was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he had genuinely gone to retrieve something. After both Zhao Wanyue and Jiang Sui had left, Jiang Yunchen emerged from his hiding place behind a rockery, a bittersweet sensation washing over him as he chuckled softly to himself. Once outside, he noticed the carriage he had occupied earlier was returning alongside the Jiang family. Zhao Wanyue truly could not maintain her facade for long. Clutching the cloak that still bore Jiang Sui's faint fragrance, Jiang Yunchen wandered down the narrow path, the sunlight gradually fading away. He made his way back to the Jiang residence, arriving just as dusk began to settle. Entering the Lan Yuan Xian, he found a room enveloped in darkness. He lit a candle and changed out of his drenched clothing, feeling a sense of discomfort. These were the garments Jiang Sui had gifted him. This is only the second time wearing it, and yet it has already become like this. Jiang Yunchen is clad in his tattered garment, his hands cold as ice. The room lacks warm water, and he sits at the edge of the bed, beginning to meditate. Suddenly, the candlelight within the room is extinguished by a gust of wind, plunging him into darkness once more. Momentarily taken aback, Jiang Yunchen does not question the occurrence. Instead, he recalls the placement of the candles from memory and retrieves a fire stick to reignite the flame, this time ensuring the windows are shut tight. In the silent room, the sound of beads being manipulated emerges, causing Jiang Yunchen to stiffen, paralyzed with fear. He has been discovered. Son ad grins, gay singot Jiang Yunchen. You are quite reckless. He remarks. Jiang Yunchen's fingertips tremble, his heart racing. Unable to move his feet, the unfamiliar voice behind him instilling a sense of dread. Are you sure you wish to remain turned away from us? Xian observes him, rigid as a statue. Clenching his fists, he takes a deep breath and turns to face them. Xian is not particularly surprised by Jiang Yunchen's calm demeanor. Who are you? Jiang Yunchen inquires, his tone laced with caution. The dim lighting in the room obscures their features, leaving only their conical hats visible. Initially, he suspects Zhao Wanyuan might have harbored malicious intent, sending individuals to silence him. However, upon reflection, he realizes that his demise would yield neither benefit nor detriment to Zhao Wanyuan. There is no reason for her to bear the burden of a life lost. Yet, the veiled figures before him remain unknown. Jing leans against a beam, while Xian perches on the table, both speaking in unison. Your Highness, we hope you are well. Chapter 37. Identity, Your Highness? Jiang Yunchen is perplexed by the words of Jing and Xian, particularly the title of Your Highness, which eludes his comprehension. It is entirely normal for you not to remember us, as you were just a child back then. However, you must listen carefully to what we are about to say. Xian asserts, stepping closer and tugging at Jiang Yunchen's garment, revealing a birthmark on his shoulder that resembles a flame. What are you doing? Jiang Yunchen pushes Xian away, pulling his garment back over his shoulder. This birthmark is unique to you. Only the crown prince of Jing bears it. Xian states plainly, directly revealing Jiang Yunchen's identity. He continues, after your birth, your mother was wronged, her health compromised, and to protect you from being implicated, she entrusted you to us. Unfortunately, certain circumstances led to your loss. Xian conceals the reasons behind Jiang Yunchen's separation, his gaze flickering towards Jing with a hint of guilt. Jiang Yunchen's birth mother could not escape and had to rely on the masked organization to send her child away. The organization possessed exceptional capabilities and could have taken her along, yet she commanded them to keep their identity hidden while she remained behind. The masked identity was the safeguard she left for Jiang Yunchen. Jiang Yunchen discerns that the master Xian refers to is his own mother, a figure he barely remembers, as he was but a child then. So, what exactly do you wish to convey? Pray, Your Highness, have you truly not grasped the crux of my words after all this time? The essence lies in the fact that your birthmark signifies your identity. Xian sighed in exasperation. Did Jiang Yunchen not realize that upon his arrival at the Jiang family, he was already aware of his birthmark, yet the significance eluded him? Xian statement only deepened his confusion. Not only was he perplexed by their sudden appearance, but now they spoke in a manner he scarcely understood. The Crown Prince of Jing Kingdom? If you have come merely to regale me with tales, I lack the inclination to listen. Xian exchanged a glance with Jing confirming their suspicions. Jiang Yunchen was skeptical of their claims. Telling stories? It appeared the prince believed they possessed an extraordinary eloquence. Xian chuckled lightly, his spirits lifted. Jiang Yunchen discerned that they were not there to harm him. They simply wished to share a narrative. Jing shifted slightly and stepped forward. Your Highness, your disbelief is understandable. However, one's identity cannot be deceived. We have come to escort you away. In contrast to Xian's verbosity, Jing directly articulated their intent. Upon hearing their intention to take him away, Jiang Yunchen's brow furrowed, instinctively retreating a few steps, entering a defensive stance. I do not require such assistance. Jing took a step back, yielding the floor to Xian Er. My eloquence is lacking, Xian Er. It is your turn to persuade the prince to return with us. Really, Jin Yi, are you leaving it all to me? Jin Yi merely smiled, offering no further response. Xian Er, with a resigned gesture, turned to Jiang Yunchen. I cannot guarantee my ability to persuade you. However, should your highness remain adamant in refusing to accompany us, I may resort to employing a few subtle techniques. What do you intend to do? Jiang Yunchen's alarm was palpable. Have you forgotten your true heritage after being the esteemed heir of the Jiang family for so long? The Jing Kingdom is, after all, the adversary of the Quan Kingdom. Xian Er spoke lightly, eagerly anticipating Jiang Yunchen's reaction. It was inconceivable that Jiang Yunchen was unaware of the implications of enmity. If Xian Er's assertions held true, then he was indeed the crown prince of Jing Kingdom, positioning him as the greatest foe of the Quan Kingdom. This meant he stood opposed to Jiang Sui. I am not. Jiang Yunchen vehemently denied it. Wrestling with the realization of his lineage, a truth he had once yearned for, but now resisted with fervor. He could not accept that his relationship with Jiang Sui had irrevocably altered. Xian Er mused aloud. It appears your highness is quite reluctant to return with us. He truly felt parched, glancing at the teacup on the table, only to find it devoid of any liquid. I fail to comprehend what attachment Jiang Yunchen has to this wretched place. Jiang Yunchen found himself outmatched. They were not merely capable of resistance, but could take him away at any moment should they choose. He understood this, as did Jin Yi and Xian Er, both parties fully aware of each other's contemplations. Initially, Xian Er had hoped to engage Jiang Yunchen in a respectful dialogue, but it appeared that gentleness was not his forte. Your Highness, once a person harbors a weakness, they become riddled with vulnerabilities, susceptible to a mere touch of pressure. Xian Er, with an unknown flick of his wrist, produced a dagger, directing its tip towards Jiang Yunchen. Jiang Yunchen gazed at him, exclaiming, "You!" That direction was all too familiar to him, and he understood precisely what weakness Xian Er referred to. Advancing towards him, he seized Xian Er by the throat, declaring, "If you dare to lay a hand on her, I shall not spare you." Xian Er deftly twisted Jiang Yunchen's wrist, liberating himself from the grasp, and erupted into a boisterous laugh. Indeed, this is the expression. After all this time, he finally discerned a different reaction from Jiang Yunchen, provoked solely by the mention of his weakness. Your Highness, we grant you time to contemplate. 3 days? Perhaps that is too brief. 5 days, a maximum of 5 days. Should you still refuse to depart with us then, do not blame us for our actions towards her. Xian Er cast a glance at Jin Yi, leaving his words somewhat ambiguous. Yet Jiang Yunchen comprehended their underlying meaning. The flickering candlelight swayed. A gust of wind swept through, leaving Jiang Yunchen alone in the room. Regaining his senses, he brushed his palm against the air, momentarily convinced it was merely a dream. However, the 5 lines etched by Xian Er on the table anchored him back to reality. 5 days, only 5 days to ponder their words. Jiang Yunchen muttered, "2 lunatics." Xian Er smirked slightly. Indeed, your highness held grudges. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Yunchen reflected on Xian Er's earlier actions, pulling down the fabric on his shoulder to reveal the birthmark resembling flames. The transformation of the crown prince of Jing State occurred so swiftly that he barely had time to react. In an instant, everything had shifted, positions altered, identities transformed. Jiang Yunchen chuckled bitterly, a ludicrous thought flickering in his mind, how he wished to be the illegitimate son of Jiang Huaiqian. Yet if that were true, his bond with Jiang Sui would become even more unattainable. He covered his face with his hands, his mind overwhelmed with fragmented thoughts, emotions intertwining in a complex tapestry. He questioned why he had to learn of his lineage at this moment. Jiang Sui, Jin, are you certain that allowing that little girl to overhear will not lead to trouble? Xian Er observed Jiang Sui eavesdropping at Jiang Yunchen's door. Jin Yi glanced at the crescent moon above and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't our task simply to hasten the return of your highness?" Chapter 38. Loopholes in the mission. Since Jiang Sui's return, she had remained indoors, particularly last night when she had not opened her door. Zhao Wenyu puzzled. presumed that Jiang Sui was frightened by the poisoning incident at the flower banquet, worried about her safety. Lan Yu had been waiting outside, and Zhao Wenyu had instructed her to inform her immediately if Jiang Sui opened the door. Lying in bed, Jiang Sui had not slept a wink all night. Ever since she overheard Jin Yi and Xian Air revealing Jiang Yunchen's heritage, she had been restless. The system, too, refrained from making any unwarranted remarks, accompanying Jiang Sui through the long night. Yesterday, when Zhao Wanyue returned with Jiang Sui, she did not notice that Jiang Yunchen was absent. Preoccupied with Zhao Wanyue, she neglected to search for him. After finishing their meal, she wandered into the small kitchen, only to discover that Jiang Yunchen was nowhere to be found. Consequently, she went to Lan Yuangshuan to wait for his return. Lan Yuangshuan was devoid of servants, with only Jiang Yunchen residing there, and few dared to pass by, particularly since they harbored disdain for him. As she waited, night fell, and Jiang Sui eventually dozed off. Upon awakening, she found herself nestled in the grass, and upon noticing the lights flickering within the house, she realized Jiang Yunchen had come back. Just as she was about to seek him out, she overheard Xian Air mentioning that Jiang Yunchen was the crown prince of Jinghua. Her hand, Poisonock, froze mid-air. Although Jiang Sui had previously been informed of Jiang Yunchen's true identity by the system, hearing it firsthand stirred her emotions. She listened intently, and when Jin Yi and Xian Air departed, she concealed herself, uncertain of what to do. After returning home, Jiang Sui pondered this revelation, remaining awake throughout the night, mirroring Jiang Yunchen's own restless state. Observing her waning vitality, the system found itself at a loss for comforting words. "Little master, are you all right?" Ultimately, it could only utter the most ineffectual concern, knowing full well that Jiang Sui was far from well. "System, is Jiang Yunchen going back?" This was the first sentence Jiang Sui had uttered since last night. Back? Back where? The system was momentarily bewildered by her reference to the previous night's conversation. She sat up, her hair cascading beside her, her eyes welling with tears, her lips quivering as she began to sob. "A little master, why are you crying? Please, don't cry." The system, adept at analyzing scripts and scenarios, found itself utterly incapable of offering solace, though it had witnessed many similar tales when faced with real emotions. It faltered. Jiang Sui wiped her tears with trembling hands, her voice quaking as she looked at the system with palpable distress. "System, do you think I can't die?" "Why, yes." The system was taken aback, momentarily frozen in its thoughts. "Does this mean my task has failed? In 5 days, Jiang Yunchen will return to Jinghua. I cannot allow him to kill me, or my fortunes will vanish." The mere thought of her wealth dissipating before her eyes intensified her cries. "Lan Yi Ue!" Hearing the commotion outside, panicked and hurried to summon Zhao Wanyue. The system, astonished, had not anticipated that Jiang Sui's sorrow stemmed from the impending failure of her task. It had assumed her distress was due to Jiang Yunchen's potential departure. The system nearly forgot that the very premise of its mission was for Jiang Sui to perish before Jiang Yunchen left. "Little master, what if Jiang Yunchen doesn't leave?" The system finally struck a chord, and Jiang Sui's sobs abruptly ceased. "I did not leave, but I distinctly heard that person say they would take Jiang Yunchen away in 5 days. She glanced at the system, her mind echoing the words she had heard the previous day, each one etched in her memory. The system fell silent. Any further words would be futile, for it seemed incapable of mastering the art of persuasion. Jiang Sui's inability to comprehend the situation stemmed from her own finances. The small fortune lay tantalizingly within her grasp, yet it seemed just out of reach, now truly on the verge of slipping away. Her dreams of sudden wealth had been dashed. Jiang Sui reflected not only on this aspect, but also revisited all the actions she had taken towards Jiang Yunchen from the very beginning. She had done everything to provoke his ire, snatching his food, commandeering his clothing, pushing him into the water, and manipulating Zhao Wenyu to punish him. Yet, none of it seemed to faze Jiang Yunchen. The system suggested a new approach, shifting from bullying him to treating him kindly, but still, it bore no fruit. She pondered where she had gone awry, for she had followed the system's instructions to the letter. "System, do you think our methods might be flawed?" Jiang Sui wiped away her tears. That possibility cannot be dismissed. In truth, Jiang Sui had always harbored a curiosity about one particular question, but had never voiced it. As the task loomed perilously close to failure, she felt compelled to inquire, "System, if I'm merely positing a hypothetical, what would happen if I were to fail this task?" The system jolted at her question, having never considered that angle. "I recall that upon our binding, the rules only outlined the rewards for task completion, leaving the consequences of failure unspecified. In that regard, I am truly at a loss." "Is that so?" Jiang Sui felt a pang of disappointment. She was reluctant to return to the underworld, devoid of work and funds, knowing she would merely exist as a despondent spirit. "Perhaps, my young master, you should wait a few days. I can return to the underworld and inquire. There may yet be unexpected surprises." Conversely, the system found Jiang Sui's notion intriguing, as it opened a perspective previously unexamined. The task had its loopholes. Perhaps this could be an opportunity to forge a new path. "Can you still traverse to the underworld?" Jiang Sui's eyes lit up as she turned to the system. The system nodded, withholding the fact that it could traverse between realms. It was not that it wished to keep this a secret, but rather that Jiang Sui had never asked. "However, the round trip may take some time. For me, it would be roughly half a day, as there is a time differential between here and the underworld." "All right, I shall await your return." Jiang Sui nodded, anticipating the system's return with good news. "But what shall I do in your absence?" She referred to the task. The system considered her question. Jiang Sui had learned numerous techniques and was ready for independence. "You may exercise your creativity." Jiang Sui tilted her head, blinking in confusion. "What do you mean?" "My young master, I have faith in you. Do your best." The system cast her a look that seemed to wish her luck. In the next moment, a portal appeared, and, as she stepped through, the system vanished from her sight. "Exercise my creativity?" Chapter 39. Creative Freedom. Jiang Sui gazed at the towering mound of vegetables before her, her cheeks bulging as she looked at Zhao Wanyu, struggling to swallow. "Mother, I can't eat anymore." "Eat more. You've lost weight." Zhao Wanyu seemed oblivious to the small mountain of food in her bowl as she served a bowl of soup to Jiang Sui. With a sense of resignation, Jiang Sui could only chew diligently. Upon hearing Jiang Sui's cries, Lan Yue immediately rushed to find Zhao Wanyu to inform her of the situation. The moment Zhao Wanyu learned of Jiang Sui's tears, she could hardly remain seated. After arranging for the kitchen to prepare lunch, she hurried over. Before she could knock, she caught sight of Jiang Sui emerging from her room, appearing anything but distraught. Zhao Wanyu refrained from probing further, instead focusing on serving her dishes while discreetly observing Jiang Sui's demeanor. Jiang Sui, compelled to eat, surmised that her earlier crying had been overheard by Lan Yue, who must have related to Zhao Wanyu. Despite having consumed 2 bowls of rice, Jiang Sui found it increasingly challenging to eat. "Drink the soup," Zhao Wanyu urged, placing a bowl of soup before her. Gazing at the soup, Jiang Sui took a deep breath, lifted the bowl, and with a forced smile, resigned herself to drink it down. Without the system by her side, she felt a peculiar loneliness. It typically filled the air with its incessant chatter, which she found comforting rather than bothersome. The system had returned to inquire about her tasks, leaving Jiang Sui with a sense of unease, apprehensive that it might bring unfavorable news. The silence felt a bit too profound. Sui, you hesitated for quite some time yesterday before deciding to ask," Zhao Wanyu began. Jiang Sui lifted her gaze and set the bowl down, replying, "I had no particular issues yesterday, merely felt quite fatigued." She averted her eyes from Zhao Wanyu, concealing her innermost thoughts. Zhao Wanyu let out a sigh of relief. As long as Jiang Sui was well, that was sufficient. She had initially feared Jiang Sui was affected by the previous night's banquet, but it seemed she had been overly concerned. After expressing a few more words of care, Zhao Wanyu left, reassured by Jiang Sui's apparent well-being. Jiang Sui fidgeted with her fingers, her mind drifting back to the words she had heard the night before, contemplating whether to seek out Jiang Yunchen. "What is the young lady pondering?" Lan Yue remarked as she tidied up, noticing Jiang Sui's troubled expression. Startled, Jiang Sui returned to the present and replied, "It's nothing." "Lan Yue, could you fetch me some pastries from the West Street? I have a craving for that particular shop." "Certainly, young lady," Lan Yue responded, pondering that she had never heard Jiang Sui express a desire for pastries from West Street. Jiang Sui was intentionally dismissing Lan Yue. If she were to seek out Jiang Yunchen, Lan Yue would undoubtedly inform Zhao Wanyue. I'm feeling a bit tired. Please head down first, Jiang Sui feigned, yawning as she pretended to lie on her bed, subtly opening one eye to watch Lan Yue's movements. Lan Yue bowed respectfully and took her leave with the items she had organized. Once the room fell silent, Jiang Sui sat up, peering out the door to find Lan Yue had indeed vanished. System, she instinctively called out, only to realize belatedly that the system had gone to the underworld to inquire about tasks and was not by her side. Feeling a pang of disappointment at the absence, she sighed and made her way towards Lan Yuangshuan. Zhao Wanyue had acquiesced to Jiang Yunchen's request, ensuring that he need no longer visit the kitchen, as meals would be regularly delivered to Lan Yuangshuan, albeit still unpalatable. At least they were edible. Jiang Yunchen idly stood not far from the small kitchen, his gaze fixed upon the water jar, reminiscing about the days when he would trek to the river daily to fetch water. In the next moment, the figure of Jiang Sui came into view. The system had instructed her to act freely, yet without any clear guidelines. Jiang Sui found herself at a loss. With 5 days remaining, she still had a chance to complete her task. Assuming Jiang Yunchen had gone to the river, she intended to follow suit, but then stopped in her tracks, suddenly brandishing a gourd ladle she had inexplicably acquired, and began scooping water from the jar. Just as she was about to pour it onto the ground, she hesitated, redirecting the water instead towards the nearby flowers, ensuring that not a drop was wasted on the earth. Upon hearing that Jiang Sui had returned, the servants rushed out, only to find her laboriously using the ladle to water the flowers. What on earth is this little ancestor doing now? They wondered. Perhaps she has a fondness for plants. Let's mind our own business. However, they couldn't help but notice that after Jiang Yunchen's absence, it was they who would have to fetch more water, since Jiang Sui had used it all on the flowers. Completely absorbed in her task, Jiang Sui failed to notice the comments of the servants. Jiang Yunchen observed her antics with a quiet chuckle, thinking her foolish for not realizing he had done the fetching earlier. After exhausting herself, with over half the water gone, she tossed aside the ladle. Her sleeves damp, but her spirits considerably lifted. Seeing Jiang Sui leave with satisfaction, Jiang Yunchen couldn't help but smile and followed her, deliberately lightening his footsteps. Jiang Sui hummed a tune as she made her way back, blissfully unaware of his presence behind her. Noticing her direction towards the Lan Yuan Xian, Jiang Yunchen recalled that he had left the door ajar when he had exited. Jiang Sui, not having pushed the door yet, spotted the slight opening. Entering, a wave of guilt washed over her, though she encouraged herself. Despite her many misdeeds against Jiang Yunchen, why did she feel so apprehensive this time? Perhaps it was the absence of the system that left her feeling unsteady. With a clear objective, she strode directly to Jiang Yunchen's room. To her surprise, the sparse furnishings caught her off guard. She raised her foot and kicked over a chair. Jiang Yunchen, taken aback, questioned her actions. Frustrated at her inability to complete her task, she momentarily vented her ire on his belongings, but then reconsidered, realizing that perhaps Jiang Yunchen was unfazed by such antics. A gust of wind caused the window to creak, startling her and drawing her gaze. The Lan Yuan Xian was an old, neglected house belonging to the Jiang family. At that moment, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. Jiang Sui gasped and spun around, only to find Jiang Yunchen standing there. Stunned and feeling as if she had been caught in a wrongdoing, she stood frozen. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "Such a timid nature. Yet you dare to wander alone." Jiang Sui shot him a glance, ready to retort, but caught sight of his smirk, igniting her frustration once more. "What are you following me for?" Jiang Sui placed her hands on her hips, feigning anger as she inquired. Jiang Yunchen gazed at her quietly, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "Pray tell, what brings you to my room?" Jiang Sui felt a twinge of embarrassment under his gaze and turned her face away. "I just came out for some fresh air," she murmured softly. "Oh, fresh air led you here?" Chapter 40. Jiang Yunchen, I am not a child anymore. Jiang Sui found herself at a loss for words, casting her gaze downward, unable to meet Jiang Yunchen's eyes. Deceit was a skill she had yet to master. Jiang Yunchen stood by, observing her, as she sulked from the small kitchen to his room. Though he had surmised her mood, the reason behind her displeasure eluded him. I, Jiang Sui stammered, struggling to fabricate a reason. Just as she contemplated fleeing, she recalled the mere 4 days remaining for her task. A sense of stubbornness took hold, prompting her to return and sit down in a chair. Jiang Yunchen watched as she exited and then re-entered, a bemused smile gracing his lips. What now? I'm thirsty. Isn't freedom about doing as one pleases? Simple enough. Jiang Yunchen raised an eyebrow, noting her demeanor reminiscent of the early days when she would tease him. Very well, he sighed with reluctant amusement, stepping outside to fetch her some water. Unbeknownst to him, his attitude towards Jiang Sui had undergone a profound transformation. Jiang Sui swung her legs, admiring the pearls on her shoes. Jiang Yunchen returned with a multitude of cups, presenting one to her. Here, drink. Jiang Sui lifted her gaze, but did not accept the cup. She observed the steam rising from it and turned her head, saying, It's too hot. I want cold water. This is warm water, Jiang Yunchen patiently explained. She shook her head, stubbornly declaring, No. Jiang Yunchen set down the cup and retrieved another, this time filled with cold water. Jiang Sui was taken aback. How had he conjured this? She continued to challenge him, pushing the cup from his hands, suddenly claiming, I want juice. She thought to herself that this would surely stump Jiang Yunchen, making him believe she was being unreasonable, thus provoking him to lose his temper. Jiang Yunchen merely chuckled, glancing back at the cup he had brought earlier, which fortuitously contained juice. He presented it to Jiang Sui, stating juice. Jiang Sui. She was utterly bewildered. Was he performing magic? How could he have everything? Jiang Sui, out of tricks, are we? Jiang Yunchen revealed her little ruse, but bore no resentment. Jiang Sui felt a flush of shame, refraining from accepting the juice he offered. Her thirst had merely been a pretext, and she had not anticipated being seen through. If only the system were present, it would surely guide her on her next steps. Yet, she understood the necessity of not relying solely on the system. It was merely a tool for support and oversight. Determined to provoke Jiang Yunchen further, she persisted in her antics. The juice is unpalatable. I want to drink wine, Jiang Sui boldly declared, observing the immediate change in Jiang Yunchen's expression. A surge of delight coursed through her. Had she succeeded? In the next moment, Jiang Yunchen grasped her face and retorted, How do you think of drinking at such a young age? Upon the conclusion of my birthday, I shall have reached the age of 17. Jiang Sui, with an air of composure, met Jiang Yunchen's gaze directly. 17 is still quite young, he remarked with a smile. Jiang Sui, her cheeks flushed with indignation, glared at Jiang Yunchen, who wore an expression that invited a playful scuffle. It was amusing how she was the one to provoke him, yet found herself irked. In a month's time, it would be her birthday. Naturally charming, she possessed a round, delicate face, alabaster skin, and ink-black hair that framed her lively, spirited demeanor. Today, she donned a light blue dress, intricately embroidered with white pear blossom patterns that danced with the breeze, evoking the faintest scent of blossoms. A moon-white ribbon cinched her waist, trailing gracefully to the hem of her skirt, accentuating her slender figure. The warmth of the day prompted her to wear a gossamer white shawl, its hem fluttering gently in the wind. Though her appearance bore a hint of novelty, the familiar essence was unmistakable. Jiang Yunchen, having pondered her words, found himself captivated by her presence. It seemed she truly had matured. His mind wandered back to the moment when she had playfully pinned him down, the softness of her form brushing against him. Abruptly pulled from his reverie, he realized the peculiarity of his thoughts too late. Jiang Sui, hands on her hips, approached him, exuding a mix of frustration about her impending departure and the looming sense of failure in her task. Jiang Yunchen, look closely at me. I am no longer a child, she insisted, tilting her head defiantly. While she was not particularly short, her petite stature was accentuated in the presence of Jiang Yunchen's towering figure. He could not help but notice how close she stood, close enough to catch a whiff of her subtle fragrance. Well, you seem at a loss for words now. Once I turn of age, I shall be eligible for marriage, Jiang Sui declared, calculating her age against the norms of their society. You wish to marry? Jiang Yunchen reacted with a flicker of alarm, grasping her arm. She blinked in confusion at his exaggerated response, shaking her head in denial. Her remark had been made in jest, yet he took it to heart. Upon hearing her answer, he exhaled in relief and immediately released his grip on her arm. "When is your birthday, and what gift do you desire?" he inquired, for despite having visited the Jiang household for years, he had never known the date of her birth. This was the first time he sought to learn. "Next month," she replied candidly. Her birthday, easy to remember as it coincided with the beginning of summer. She recalled the days of her youth, listening to the cicadas sing from the trees. "Next month sounds good," Jiang Yunchen murmured, his gaze dropping as he mentally noted the date. Jiang Sui, puzzled by his sudden curiosity, wondered why he had asked. "Jiang Yunchen, is someone looking for the young lady? What brings you here?" A servant boldly entered the Lan Yuan Xian, their brash demeanor faltering upon sighting Jiang Sui. She froze momentarily, glancing around before covering her face with her hands. "You must be mistaken. I am not the young lady. You do not see me. Do not see me." If Zhao Wanyu discovered her clandestine visit to Jiang Yunchen, she would undoubtedly be furious. She unobtrusively slipped out before them, and halfway through her departure, she overheard a servant addressing Jiang Yunchen. "Jiang Yunchen, someone is looking for you." The servant called out his full name without any hint of deference. Frowning slightly, he inquired, "Who?" "It seems to be from the He family. You can find out for yourself." Jiang Yunchen refrained from responding, knowing only one person from the He family. Jiang Sui halted in her steps. The He family? Could it be Sister Yao Yao? Chapter 41. A Parent's Mandate. A matchmaker's words at that moment. The He family was already waiting in the hall, where Zhao Wanyu was leisurely sipping tea. Jiang Sui followed closely behind Jiang Yunchen, curious about why the He family would come calling, specifically mentioning Jiang Yunchen by name. Zhao Wanyu set down her steaming cup, glancing at Madame Zhao Minwei. "Madame Zhao, what brings you and your daughter to the He family today?" Prior to their arrival, Zhao Wanyu had dispatched someone to investigate the He family's background and discovered that Zhao Minwei was merely He Liang's concubine, revealing that there was nothing particularly alarming about them. However, she sensed that their intentions were far from benign. He Yaoqing surveyed the surroundings, noting Jiang Yunchen's absence. Feeling somewhat disheartened, perhaps he did not wish to see her, Zhao Minwei smiled, assuming a posture befitting a legitimate wife. "Madam Jiang, since we are face to face, I shall be straightforward about my purpose." "Please do go on," Zhao Wanyu nodded. At the flower banquet, a small incident occurred. Yao Yao unfortunately fell into the water, and it was your esteemed Jiang young master who rescued her. Many witnessed this, and since Yao Yao is not yet engaged, the propriety between men and women is a concern, Madam Jiang. I trust you comprehend the implications. Zhao Minwei paused, casting a glance at Zhao Wanyu. Zhao Wanyu, momentarily halting her fan, placed it down upon realizing the nature of the request. Naturally, what sort of explanation does the He family seek? She countered, probing. "We have only Yao Yao as our daughter, and now that her rescue is known, Jiang young master must take responsibility for her honor." Understanding dawned upon Zhao Wanyu. The He family had come for Jiang Yunchen. Initially perplexed by their sudden visit, she recalled the incident at the flower banquet and realized it was indeed Jiang Yunchen who had saved the He family's young lady. She could not help but admire Jiang Yunchen's cleverness, as his ambitions extended beyond his own family. He Liang, beaming with satisfaction towards the Jiang family, inquired, "Madam Jiang, may I ask if Jiang young master has not yet arrived? Apologies for my tardiness." The moment Jiang Yunchen made his entrance, He Yaoqing's eyes lit up. Jiang Sui, hiding behind Jiang Yunchen, peeked out and accidentally locked eyes with Zhao Wanyu, feeling a twinge of guilt. Zhao Wanyu, aware of the presence of others, did not express anger towards Jiang Yunchen, but merely gestured for Jiang Sui. Sui, come here." Jiang Sui glanced back at Jiang Yunchen before approaching and sitting beside Zhao Wanyu. "What is going on?" she asked impatiently. "I happened to encounter my brother on the road, and upon hearing from the servants that you were here, I hurried over," Jiang Sui nervously stated, her hands clutching her skirt, uncertain if she could deceive Zhao Wanyu. Upon learning that Jiang Sui had come in search of her, she immediately ceased her inquiries. "Young Master Jiang." He Ting lowered her gaze and offered a courteous bow. Jiang Yunchen glanced at her from the corner of his eye and slightly nodded. Jiang Yunchen, do take a seat, Zhao Wanyu said, her reluctance evident, yet she feigned politeness nonetheless. He Liang regarded him, scrutinizing him with a discerning eye, not a trace of dissatisfaction present. Before arriving at the Jiang residence, He Liang had been quite irate about He Yaoting's near-drowning incident, blaming Zhao Minwei and feeling anxious about the unknown gentleman who had rescued her. Initially troubled by how He Yaoting's reputation would fare, he was taken aback to learn that the stranger who saved her was none other than the object of her affections. He Liang's mood shifted drastically, and he promptly escorted He Yaoting to the Jiang family. As soon as Zhao Minwei caught wind of this affair, she could hardly remain seated and followed closely behind. She had never anticipated that the one who saved He Yaoting would be her beloved, thus unwittingly fulfilling her desires. It was akin to lifting a stone only to drop it upon one's own foot. Zhao Minwei cast a glance at Jiang Yunchen, setting aside all else. His exterior surpassed that of many esteemed families in the capital, far exceeding that of young Masterin. A deep-seated resentment brewed within her, for it seemed rather fortunate for He Yaoting. Jiang Yunchen took his seat, his gaze casually sweeping the surroundings, landing upon the vacant seat beside He Yaoting, stirring an inexplicable feeling within him, as though it had been reserved just for him. At that moment, He Liang broke the silence with a smile. Young Master Jiang, I extend my gratitude for your timely intervention to save my daughter at the flower banquet. Jiang Yunchen replied politely. It was merely a small effort. His words were intended to distance himself. Yet He Liang misinterpreted them, finding his humble demeanor quite endearing. So modest, exceedingly modest. No wonder he is the one dear to Yao Yao, He Liang teased with a grin. He Yaoting's father, feeling the heat of embarrassment, gently tugged at He Liang's sleeve. Jiang Yunchen's gaze met that of He Yaoting, and her cheeks flushed crimson while he wore a pensive expression. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yunchen had pondered the purpose of He family's visit, observing He Yaoting's reactions. Coupled with He Liang's earlier mention of his rescue of her at the flower banquet, he had nearly pieced it all together. The He family had come to propose a match for He Yaoting, which complicated matters significantly, causing Jiang Yunchen a headache as he replayed his actions that might have led to He Yaoting's misconceptions. The atmosphere became subtly strained. Jiang Sui assumed the He family was merely there to express their gratitude, oblivious to the underlying implications until Zhao Minwei spoke up. Madam Jiang, as a token of our appreciation, we present these gifts as a small gesture of goodwill. And might it be time to consider a commitment between my daughter and young Master Jiang? Even though Zhao Minwei was reluctant to accept, the mere thought that He Yaoting could leave this household quelled her myriad of objections. Zhao Minwei hesitated momentarily in her response. The He family had indeed come with intentions directed towards Jiang Yunchen, and while she had no desire to interfere when it came to matters of marriage, she could not remain indifferent. Jiang Yunchen is destined to be expelled eventually. Allowing him to enter the He family through marriage could be seen as a reasonable solution. Given the implications for Miss He's reputation, the Jiang family will naturally take this matter seriously. Zhao Wanyue's gaze shifted towards him, suggesting that, bound by parental arrangements and the words of matchmakers, his union with Miss He could be settled sooner rather than later. I disagree, Jiang Yunchen replied without hesitation, firmly rejecting Zhao Wanyue's proposal. Zhao Wanyue was not taken aback. She smiled and said, disagree? Then let it be a marriage of entry. Upon uttering these words, astonishment spread across the faces of all present. Jiang Yunchen clenched his teeth, the retort he wished to voice lodged in his throat. If he openly defied Zhao Wanyue at this moment, he would truly have no place left in the Jiang family. However, his mother and brother were unwilling. Jiang Sui's unintentional remark felt like a stone cast into a serene lake, sending ripples through Jiang Yunchen's heart. Chapter 42. Confirming one's feelings, but mother. My brother does not agree. Jiang Sui tugged at Zhao Wanyue's sleeve, looking at her with innocent eyes. Jiang Yunchen fell silent, glancing at Jiang Sui. Zhao Wanyue, however, was displeased. Jiang Sui was unexpectedly speaking on Jiang Yunchen's behalf. Concealing her emotions, she said, Sui, you do not understand. This is a matter for adults to discuss. Adults could also encompass her as she was growing up. Jiang Sui wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Zhao Wanyue. Jiang Yunchen felt restless, knowing he had been summoned to face judgment. He understood that this was Zhao Wanyue's only opportunity to justifiably expel him. Zhao Minwei could see that Zhao Wanyue cherished her daughter immensely, while Jiang Yunchen appeared completely indifferent. Otherwise, he would not have suggested such a marriage of entry. She silently mocked Zhao Wanyue for neglecting her son to focus on a daughter, which seemed rather unwise. Master He, what do you think? Zhao Wanyue had completed her part, and now it was time to gauge the He family stance. He Liang found himself at a loss for a decision. He looked to He Yaoding. Since it has come to this, the matter of your union with young Master Jiang should rightfully be decided by you. He entrusted the decision to He Yaoding. Upon hearing Zhao Wanyue suggest that Jiang Yunchen enter the He family, He Yaoding was taken aback. Clearly, the Jiang family's status surpassed that of the He family, and marrying into the Jiang family would be considered an elevation in status. Thus, she could not fathom why Zhao Wanyue would propose such a thing. He Yaoding approached Jiang Yunchen, saying, "Young Master Jiang, may I have a word with you in private?" Since this concerned her potential marriage with Jiang Yunchen, she felt she should have a say in the matter. Yaoding, there's no need for secrecy. We are not outsiders, and your marriage has already been settled. You're being overly formal, Zhao Minwei teased, intentionally stating so to prevent He Yaoding from leaving. If she stepped out to converse quietly, how would she eavesdrop? He Yaoding ignored Zhao Minwei's comments, bowed to He Liang, and said, "Father, since this concerns the marriage, it is only reasonable for me to speak privately with my future husband." He Liang hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Very well, go ahead." Lord Zhao Minwei, however, was not pleased and expressed his displeasure towards He Liang. He paid no heed to Zhao Minwei, for this was not the He residence, and decorum was essential. He Yaoding turned back, a faint smile gracing her features. "Young Master Jiang, let us step outside to converse." A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Yunchen's eyes. What was He Yaoding up to? He shifted slightly and followed her outside. In the hall, Zhao Minwei's countenance darkened. Should he truly become a son-in-law, it would inadvertently provide He Yaoding with added security. The Jiang family was not to be trifled with, and if Jiang Yunchen were to enter the He family, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable support. She cast her gaze towards Zhao Wanyu, who sat above with an air of smugness, genuinely perplexed by whether she truly loved Jiang Yunchen or not. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yunchen was not a child of the Jiang family. Jiang Sui watched Jiang Yunchen and He Yaoding depart, her expression heavy with sorrow, fingers gripping the fabric of her attire on her lap. Now, she comprehended the He family's intentions in approaching the Jiang family. She had witnessed Jiang Yunchen rescue He Yaoding during the flower banquet. She had not contemplated much at the time, her sole focus on saving a life. If the system were present now, it would surely offer her guidance. Jiang Yunchen and He Yaoding stood facing each other in the courtyard, where few servants passed by. "Miss He, to be candid, my act of saving you was not voluntary," Jiang Yunchen stated before she could address him. He Yaoding was momentarily taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Yunchen, his expression impassive, continued, "It was Sui who saw you fall into the water and wanted to save you. She cannot swim, and fearing for her safety, I took it upon myself to assist you. Hence there is no need for gratitude." His words were too blunt, piercing the faint hope within He Yaoding's heart. "So that is how it is. But many witnessed young Master Jiang rescuing me," she stammered, hesitating as thoughts of her physical contact with Jiang Yunchen flooded her mind. Jiang Yunchen understood her unspoken thoughts, letting out a soft sigh. "Miss He, since when did saving a life come with shackles?" This statement struck deep within He Yaoding's soul, awakening her to the realization that she had, for her own selfish reasons, tacitly endorsed Zhao Minwei's actions. Her affection for Jiang Yunchen, stemming from a fleeting acquaintance, had arisen from the belief that he was unlike other men, superficial and solely concerned with beauty and the wealth of the He family. Thus, upon being rescued and discovering it was Jiang Yunchen, she felt an immediate sense of relief. When she heard Zhao Minwei insist on leveraging this incident to arrange her marriage, she acquiesced, knowing it was Jiang Yunchen who had saved her. "Miss He, Counting this encounter, we have only met 3 times in total. To arrange the rest of your life based solely on this singular event would be rather hasty, Jiang Yunchen reasoned calmly, unwilling to let He Yaoting remain deluded. Your Highness, you truly are heartless, Xian Er remarked, chewing on a blade of grass while reclining against a tree with his legs crossed. Jin Yi shook his head and inquired, is that how the phrase is used? Your Highness, your fortune with romance is indeed remarkable. Xingyi, what do you think if His Highness were to truly become a son-in-law of the He family? Xian Er posed, already knowing the answer, feigning ignorance. His Highness would never do that, Jin Yi asserted confidently. Xian Er understood implicitly that Jiang Yunchen would not visit the He family. Such an endeavor would only signify his desire to evade returning to Jinghua. If Jiang Yunchen were to act in such a manner, it would be the epitome of folly, for the He family would inevitably be entangled in the consequences. Jin Yi and Xian Er could easily intervene, and should they wish to take him away, they could do so at any moment. Master Jiang, do you find any fault in me? He Yaoqing inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. You are quite admirable. There is no need for self-doubt. It is merely this marriage proposal that I cannot accept. Jiang Yunchen spoke with a resolute heart. And even though He Yaoqing had prepared herself for this moment, she found it difficult to reconcile her emotions upon hearing his words. This was likely her first experience with rejection, and she was struck by the poignancy of it. Suppressing the urge to weep, she averted her gaze from Jiang Yunchen. Master Jiang, may I know the reason behind her decision? There are countless reasons, any one of which Jiang Yunchen could articulate. Yet as he pondered, he envisioned a face feigning anger, believing itself to be intimidating, while vociferously proclaiming, I like Jiang Sui. A faint smile graced Jiang Yunchen's lips, and his tones softened unconsciously. It was in that moment he truly acknowledged his own feelings. Chapter 43. Retention. He Yaoqing was taken aback by Jiang Yunchen's revelation. Are you not siblings? How can you harbor such sentiments for your own sister? The latter part of her statement remained unspoken. Jiang Yunchen, however, remained composed, fully aware that He Yaoqing would react in such a manner. He responded candidly, I am merely a child taken in by the Jiang family. She stepped back a few paces, struggling to accept this new reality. When He Yaoqing had first encountered Jiang Yunchen, she had instructed Jun to investigate him. But aside from basic information, no further details had been uncovered, such as the revelations he now shared. So you have no blood relation to the Jiang family? He Yaoqing questioned, still grappling with disbelief. None, Jiang Yunchen replied. A tumult of emotions stirred within He Yaoqing. She felt astonished at the revelation of Jiang Yunchen's lack of blood ties to the Jiang family, yet a twinge of guilt accompanied her earlier inquiries. She now comprehended why Madame Jiang had suggested that Jiang Yunchen be adopted into their family. He Yaoqing reflected, realizing that she and Jiang Yunchen were of the same ilk. It was Zhao Minwei who was the outsider, yet she sought to expel He Yaoqing from her own home, while Jiang Yunchen, too, was in a pitiable position, living under the roof of another, subject to their whims. She steadied herself and queried, if you are not of Jiang blood, why do you remain with the Jiang family? Jiang Yunchen's gaze dimmed as he chuckled softly. If it were possible, I would have preferred to have perished when Jiang Huaqian found me all those years ago. He Yaoqing pressed her lips together, refraining from further questions. Master Jiang, does Sui know of your affections? Recalling their encounters, she noted that Jiang Yunchen indeed treated Jiang Sui with a distinct tenderness. At Fuan Building, he had personally fed Jiang Sui, and in the tailor shop, his demeanor had been gentle, leaning closely towards her. Initially, He Yaoqing had perceived this as mere sibling affection, but now she was struck by the realization that Jiang Yunchen's actions had been deliberately crafted to convey one truth. It was Jiang Sui who held his heart. There was no need for her to comprehend further. In Jiang Yunchen's eyes, a hint of helplessness lingered, as someone on the verge of departure. What purpose would his words serve? Even without the presence of Jin Yi and Xian Er, remaining in the Jiang family would ultimately lead to no resolution with Jiang Sui. Taking a step forward, he gazed earnestly at her. Miss He, I understand that this matter is difficult for you to accept. There are many better individuals in the capital than I. If your gratitude towards me stems from my rescuing you, please do not feel obligated. You ought not to anchor your future to someone with nothing to offer. He possessed nothing and could not, in good conscience, hinder her. Xie Yanshi pondered deeply, never having envisioned herself entangled in such a complex emotional turmoil. She would not force anyone against their will. She simply absorbed Jiang Yunchen's words. Was her affection for him genuine, or merely a misconception born from his differing demeanor compared to others? Young Master Jiang, I understand your sentiments, but I will explain matters to my parents, Xie Yanshi responded, looking towards him. Thank you, Miss He. I wish you the best in finding a suitable partner who reciprocates your feelings, Jiang Yunchen replied with a respectful bow. Xie Yanshi lowered her gaze, expressing her heartfelt wishes. I also hope that young Master Jiang finds his heart's desire soon. Jiang Yunchen did not respond, merely smiling faintly. Deep down, he was acutely aware that he and Jiang Sui had no future together. As Jiang Yunchen and Xie Yanshi returned, the situation had shifted. Xie Yanshi had declined the marriage proposal. Their initial intent to save one another had transformed into a refusal, and the He family should not seek to repay kindness with obligation. Should the He family face any future scrutiny, I shall stand ready to explain. Should Miss He require it? Both families found it peculiar that the two had conversed briefly and immediately altered their stance, curious about the nature of their discussion. Upon hearing that Jiang Yunchen and Xie Yanshi's engagement had been called off, Jiang Sui's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope. Jiang Yunchen would not need to become a member of the Jiang family. He would remain. Zhao Wenyu remained silent, holding no expectations for this sudden marriage proposal. If it were to succeed, so be it. If not, it was of little consequence. Currently, Jiang Yunchen posed no threat to the Jiang family. Lord He, there's no need to dwell on today's events. Your daughter, radiant and flourishing, will undoubtedly find someone more deserving of her, He Liang acknowledged with a nod. Your son is commendable. If it does not come to pass, it is simply a matter of fate for these two children. Initially, upon hearing of Xie Yanshi's near drowning, he had been frantic, especially after Zhao Minwei had exaggerated the severity of the incident. Otherwise, he would not have brought Xie Yanshi to the Jiang family seeking an explanation. Zhao Wenyu merely smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Xie Yanshi listened quietly, sighing for this encounter devoid of destiny. Initially disheartened by Jiang Yunchen's words, she later realized what had drawn her to him in the first place. Father, it is getting late. We should return, Xie Yanshi expressed, finding solace as she stood beside Xie Liang. Given the circumstances, we shall not prolong our farewells, Zhao Wenyu remarked, escorting the He family to the door and engaging in polite conversation. This matter had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In the hall, only Jiang Sui and Jiang Yunchen remained. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Sui stepped forward and grasped Jiang Yunchen's hand. Brother, what did you discuss with Sister Yao Yao? He inquired. Looking at Jiang Sui, Jiang Yunchen simply replied, nothing of significance. However, didn't Mother mention that you were to settle this marriage? Jiang Sui sat busy de Cao Van Yue, listening intently. Jiang Yunchen chuckled softly, placing his hand atop her head. I have scarcely met Missy on a few occasions. It would be unfair to her to formalize an engagement. This was Jiang Yunchen's heartfelt sentiment. He was about to depart and wished not to implicate the He family. But brother, if you do not go to the He family, you must still leave, Jiang Sui said, her tone tinged with reproach, her voice not particularly low, which Jiang Yunchen heard distinctly. His expression momentarily froze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. You? Jiang Sui. From whom did you hear that? Jiang Sui lowered her gaze to the floor, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the hem of her garment. I just know. She refrained from disclosing that she had inadvertently overheard a conversation between Jin Yi and Xian when she sought out Jiang Yunchen that day. Although she had been aware of it for quite some time, Jiang Yunchen's countenance darkened. He was astute and quickly deduced that Jiang Sui must have witnessed the two peculiar individuals visiting him that day and overheard their dialogue. Fortunately, she had chanced upon their conversation. Noting his silence, Jiang Sui boldly embraced him, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Brother, please do not leave so soon. The unexpected embrace caused his heart to skip a beat, his eyes reflecting surprise, confusion, and panic. His lips parted in disbelief as he gazed at her. Jiang Sui felt tears welling up, employing the techniques taught by the system to retain Jiang Yunchen, fearing what would transpire should he depart. What would become of her mission? Just grant me one more month. I am certain I can accomplish it. Chapter 44. Follow them, Jiang. Jiang Sui let go. His hand involuntarily rose, then hesitated in midair. He closed his eyes, summoning all his strength to suppress his desires, his palm gradually tightening, pulling back. Though Jiang Yunchen could have pushed her away, he chose not to. I refuse. Jiang Sui could not discern Jiang Yunchen's expression, uncertain if her plea had touched him. Had she employed the wrong approach? Jiang Yunchen shifted his fingers, ultimately pushing Jiang Sui away. Jiang Sui, tell me. How'd you find out? Jiang Sui pressed her lips together, withholding an answer. She could hardly confess that she had known for quite some time, coincidentally overhearing someone from Jing Nation seeking him out. Jiang Sui, I'm at a loss for words, she thought. Just then, a grip seized her wrist. Sui. After sending the He family away, Zhao Wenyu recalled that Jiang Sui and Jiang Yunchen were still alone together and hurried over. Zhao Wenyu shielded Jiang Sui behind her, regarding Jiang Yunchen with evident hostility. I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Yunchen narrowed his eyes slightly, perplexed by Zhao Wenyu's intentions. Sui, you should return now, she instructed, turning to Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui glanced at Zhao Wenyu, hesitated, then closed her mouth, speculating that it concerned Jiang Yunchen's connection with the He family. Zhao Wenyu gestured to Lan Yu, instructing her to escort Jiang Sui away. Miss, let us depart. Lan Yu stepped forward to support Jiang Sui, complying with Zhao Wenyu's command. The atmosphere grew eerily silent as Jiang Yunchen and Zhao Wenyu exchanged glances, their eyes concealing a simmering resentment. Jiang Yunchen, speak plainly. What is it that you truly desire? Zhao Wenyu stated bluntly, his hands hanging by his sides, gradually clenched tighter as he struggled to suppress his emotions. What do you mean by that? Zhao Wenyu scoffed. What do you mean? Are you feigning ignorance or truly dim-witted? Jiang Yunchen, I fulfilled every demand you made. Yet you, not only have you failed to release my Sui, but you have also ingratiated yourself with the He family. You truly are despicable. Each word she uttered pierced Jiang Yunchen's heart. He admitted that he had failed to control his proximity to Jiang Sui. Yet Zhao Wenyu had misinterpreted his relationship with the He family. Madam Jiang, I have no ties to the He family. Jiang Yunchen merely addressed Zhao Wenyu's second question, for he could not answer regarding Jiang Sui due to his own guilt. He indeed could not manage it. Notais? Jiang Yunchen, the He family has come knocking, specifically requesting you to become their son-in-law, and you now claim you have no connection to them? Is that not laughable? Zhao Wenyu retorted with biting sarcasm. Whether you believe it or not, I have no connection with the He family. Jiang Yunchen's explanation was feeble and ineffective. It was evident that Zhao Wenyu would not take his word at face value. She approached him, her fingertip prodding his chest as she declared, I do not care how grand your ambitions may be. Do not dare covet Sui. A mother possesses the keenest insight. While Jiang Sui may be oblivious, she can clearly see that Jiang Yunchen has developed feelings for her daughter, a situation that is absolutely intolerable. Initially, she had hoped to utilize the He family to expel Jiang Yunchen from this family that did not belong to him. But she was unsure of what he had discussed with He Yao, resulting in the termination of their engagement. Although Zhao Wenyu did not harbor great hope, the mere thought of Jiang Yunchen potentially turning his intentions toward Jiang Sui left her restless. Jiang Yunchen, this is my final warning to you. Why? As Zhao Wenyu was about to depart, she heard Jiang Yunchen's query, turning back to face him. What did you say? Why you despise me so? Is it merely because I am a wild child without any status? Jiang Yunchen lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse and heavy, imbued with an imperceptible restraint. His muscles taut as if on the verge of snapping. He felt no attachment to this family. The only warmth he knew came from Jiang Sui. Yet, he could never comprehend that when he first arrived at the Jiang family as a mere 3-year-old child, he understood nothing of the world and what he could offer to the Jiang family. Zhao Wenyu held him in far too high regard. She halted, her lowered lashes casting a deep shadow beneath her eyes, her expression suffused with an indelible revulsion. Zhao Wanyue's gaze was as venomous as if laced with poison, and her words dripped with a chilling malice. Your presence has destroyed this family. Years ago, when Jiang Huaiqian brought Jiang Yunchen home during her most trying time, when she desperately needed companionship, it felt to her like an affront, carving an indelible scar upon her heart. The mockery of her inability to bear children for 3 years, only to have him return with a child from outside, was a day she could never forget. And as long as Jiang Yunchen remained in the Jiang family, she would be reminded of that painful chapter in her past, a constant reminder that Jiang Huaiqian did not truly love her. Zhao Wanyue left behind only these words, while Jiang Yunchen stood silently, gazing at Zhao Wanyue's departing figure, his lips drained of color. He gradually closed his eyes, coming to understand that Zhao Wanyue's resentment was not a mere coincidence, but rather deeply rooted since the day he arrived at the Jiang family, an indelible mark upon his existence. Was it true that as long as he departed, the Jiang family would flourish? Jiang Yunchen seemed devoid of spirit. Traversing the path back to Lanyuan Pavilion, his eyes bloodshot and his mind a void. Come forth, I know you have always been there. He halted, addressing the air. Had anyone witnessed his peculiar behavior at that moment, they would surely deem him possessed. Leaves cascaded from the trees, gently settling upon Jiang Yunchen's shoulder. His words dissipated into the atmosphere, yielding no response. He continued onward, closing the door to Lanyuan Pavilion behind him. Your Highness, have you come to a realization? Xian leaned against a stone table in the courtyard of Lanyuan Pavilion, observing Jiang Yunchen. His demeanor suggested no surprise at being discovered. Rather, he appeared tranquil, as if he had anticipated this moment long ago. Jiang Yunchen shifted his feet, approaching Xian. 5 days had passed, and with each day, they etched a mark upon the table. Initially, Jiang Yunchen dismissed it, believing he would remain in the Jiang family for eternity. However, upon hearing Zhao Wanyue's long-standing disdain for him today, he suddenly resolved to depart with them. If he left, everyone would rejoice. I understand now. Jiang Yunchen spoke with a tone devoid of emotion, pouring himself a glass of water. Jin I have triumphed. Do not play tricks. And remember to treat me to a drink upon your return. Sun ad grind, waving at yin. Jin feigned ignorance, stating, I never agreed to that. I don't care. You must treat me to a drink. Prior to this, Xian had unilaterally wagered with Jin that Jiang Yunchen would seek them out within 3 days, with the loser obligated to treat the winner. He is still here. Jiang Yunchen noted. Xian slightly raised his head, regaining his seriousness, and addressed Jiang Yunchen. From here on, Your Highness, you must listen attentively to my words. Chapter 45. The past 19 years ago, the Emperor of Jing Nation entered into an alliance with the Yi family, and Yi Lan became the Empress of Jing Nation, who is none other than Jiang Yunchen's mother. Their union was devoid of affection, merely a transaction for mutual benefit. The Emperor, being the sole heir, faced challenges in producing an heir. Hence, for the stability of the imperial power, Yi Lan was obliged to bear royal offspring. Mere months after their marriage, she conceived Jiang Yunchen. This child represented hope, yet was also an unwelcome presence in the eyes of many. To safeguard herself and her child from potential harm before safe delivery, Yi Lan clandestinely nurtured an organization known as the Masked Ones. After 10 months of pregnancy, amidst tumultuous events, the child was born safely. With the protection of the Masked Ones behind her, Yi Lan navigated 3 years of tranquility. Yet, the most feared event ultimately transpired. 3 years later, the favored concubine also bore a son. Thus, the Jing Nation found itself with 2 children, Jiang Yunchen, the crown prince, and the son of the concubine, who was merely granted the title of Anho Wang. Despite all precautions, the inevitable had occurred. The imperial concubine, consumed by dissatisfaction and jealousy, bribed a maidservant close to Yi Lan to poison her medicinal dishes. Under normal circumstances, with her martial prowess, she would not have succumbed. However, after giving birth to Jiang Yunchen, her health had deteriorated significantly. Yi Lan was wrongfully accused of infidelity and reported to the emperor, becoming a target for assassination. The masked protector, initially intending to escape with her, was met with Yi Lan's final command before her demise. from this day forth, your new master shall be Yen'er. Only when he ascends the throne may you stand by his side in rightful glory." Yilan entrusted Jiang Yunchen to the mass protector, urging them to care for the child, while she faced the court alone. In the end, the emperor granted her a semblance of dignity, and a white silk ribbon marked the conclusion of her life. The imperial concubine's original scheme was to achieve two objectives with one stroke. Yet she did not anticipate Yi Lan's contingency plan to hide the child. Regardless of her attempts, Jiang Yunchen remained elusive. To this day, the concubine continues her covert investigations into his whereabouts. The masked protector followed orders to take the child away, but fate intervened, leading to an ambush. To safeguard the child, he concealed him in some underbrush, shielding him with a basket. That night, relentless rain fell, resembling a curtain of pearls descending from the heavens, fragmenting the world into indistinct pieces. The raindrops, illuminated by the glint of swords, sparkled with silver light, a sight both breathtaking and heart-stirring. As the trees swayed in the storm like a solitary boat, the masked protector eliminated all the assailants, but when they turned to seek the young prince, he had vanished. Panic ensued among the attackers, sent by the concubine to locate the prince. Fearing he had been captured, they recalled the queen's final words and dispatched only a few to the palace, only to discover that the concubine's plan had failed and the young prince remained unfound. Subsequently, the masked protectors organization dispersed across the land in search of the young prince. Jin Yi and Xian Er were Yilan's most capable aides and the first to uncover the prince's presence in the Jiang household. They refrained from alarming the enemies, choosing instead to observe for 2 years, noting that Jiang Yunchen was not well treated and was often bullied by even the lowest servants. One day, Jin Yi could no longer bear it and retaliated by gouging out the offender's eyes. Xian Er managed the aftermath discreetly, ensuring their actions went unnoticed. "Now, your brother is quite arrogant," Xian Er recounted all to Jiang Yunchen, stretching his limbs as he reminisced about the second prince's unpleasant demeanor, which indeed deserved punishment. "My brother?" Jiang Yunchen questioned, astonished to learn of his sibling's existence. Xian Er disdainfully replied, "Yes, merely the child of your decrepit father and another woman. Your father is nearing his end, having clung to life for far too long." Deliberately jesting, Xian Er remarked on the instability of the Jing Kingdom. Where the emperor's life hung by a thread, the crown prince was missing, and only a frivolous, incompetent second prince remained. The citizens feared his ascension. Should he seize power, the kingdom would swiftly bid farewell to its sovereignty. As he spoke, Xian Er raised his hand in a dismissive gesture. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, Xian Er and Jin Yi would not have hastily revealed themselves, intent on bringing Jiang Yunchen back to the kingdom of Jing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunchen could not help but feel a stir within his heart. Their quest to find him was not solely for the impending doom of Jing, but also for the mother who once saved him. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and torrential rain fell, striking the eaves and window panes, producing a rhythmically compelling melody that sparked a myriad of thoughts. Jin Yi's expression hardened. The rain on that day had been far more terrifying than the present downpour. Jiang Yunchen fell silent after listening to him, standing by the window, his gaze piercing through the layers of rain, fixating on the distant, indistinct scene. His fingers unconsciously tapped against the window frame as he sank into prolonged contemplation. Was my mother in great pain when she left? His eyes darkened, seemingly deeper than the boundless night. Xian Er parted his lips, his tone tinged with bitterness indeed. It was profoundly painful. Did she love me? Jiang Yunchen lowered his gaze, both hopeful and fearful of the answer to this question. No one loved you more than she did. Jin Yi recalled the image of Yi Lan holding the young prince. Her smile a sight he had never witnessed before, gentle and beautiful. Upon hearing that unattainable answer, Jiang Yunchen released the fist that hung at his side, feeling a profound sense of relief wash over him. In this world, there were indeed those who loved him dearly, even to the point of sacrificing their lives. Yet now, he could no longer see her. It was truly a pity. He had been too young to remember his mother's visage. Jiang Yunchen sighed. He turned to Jin Yi and Xian Er, declaring, "Rest assured, Since I have promised to return with you, I shall not go back on my word. Truthfully, Jiang Yunchen's willingness to accompany them was largely influenced by Zhao Wanyue's words. He did not belong here. Leaving sooner would be better for everyone involved. Your Highness, are you still thinking about that young girl? Xian Air brought up Jiang Sui, causing Jiang Yunchen's expression to change. Regardless, she already knows you're leaving, so do not dwell on it. If you cannot let go, only by becoming stronger can you ensure that no one can oppose you, allowing you to attain all that you desire. Xian Air's hand patted Jiang Yunchen's shoulder. Becoming stronger, Jiang Yunchen gazed at his palm, then curled his fingers into a fist. Xian Air was not wrong. Only by gaining strength could he wield influence. Jiang Yunchen looked at them, hesitating momentarily before voicing his curiosity. Don't you find this uncomfortable? He gestured to their faces. Xian Air and Jing exchanged glances and replied in unison. Not uncomfortable at all. Your Highness, this is a signature of our organization. Jiang Yunchen twitched his lips, managing a feigned smile. Xian Air nudged Jiang Yunchen's shoulder and asked, Your Highness, can you drink? I can, I suppose. You suppose? What kind of answer is that? Master was renowned for his drinking prowess in the organization. You have clearly not inherited this virtue, which is unacceptable. Xian Air shook his head in resignation, contemplating how to deal with the situation. He cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Yunchen, hoping that the prince would be able to fend for himself. Chapter 46. When the pot breaks after Zhao Wanyue had a private conversation with Jiang Yunchen. She instructed Lan Yu to keep an eye on Jiang Sui, preventing her from seeking out Jiang Yunchen. As the day of Jiang Yunchen's departure drew near, with only one day remaining and the system yet to return, she found herself engulfed in anxiety. System, when will you return? Although Jiang Sui had prepared herself long ago for the moment of parting, she never anticipated it would take this long. Counting on her fingers, she realized that only one remained, and with a silent sigh, she acknowledged the impending departure. If this were to be taken into account, Jiang Yunchen would leave the following day, and she could already perceive the countdown of her task. According to the system's prior statements, Jiang Yunchen was not supposed to leave so soon. He had previously returned to Jinghua after half a month, yet now it had been expedited. Rising from her bed, Jiang Sui felt despondent and decided she could not continue in such a manner. After all, there was only one day left. Perhaps it was time to take a risk. She murmured to herself at the door, uncertain if the system would return today. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of Lan Yue standing there. Miss, what troubles you? Jiang Sui opened her mouth to respond, but closed it again, shutting the door instead. It was indeed difficult to voice her intentions. She could not think of a plausible reason to escape Lan Yue's watchful gaze. As she lingered at the door, Lan Yue swiftly informed Zhao Wanyue. With a headache forming, Je suis contemplated illness. Lan Yue, I feel quite fatigued today. Please ensure that no one disturbs me. She emphasized the word please with great conviction, meaning to include Lan Yue in her request to keep her at bay. Lan Yue nodded in understanding and asked, Miss, are you unwell? Shall I summon a doctor? No need. Jiang Sui quickly interjected, It is merely the arrival of Kue Shui. A blush crept on her cheeks as she smiled. Lan Yue immediately comprehended, replying, Understood, Mississippi. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Sui closed the door. Casting a glance at the window, she hesitated for a moment before quietly climbing out. The Jiang family possessed a small path leading to the back door, and she had taken care to disguise herself as a maid. In this manner, she would surely evade detection. Proud of her cunning, Jiang Sui ventured forth without being recognized, successfully exiting through the back. She had contemplated numerous methods of demise, such as poisoning or injury. If it were to be poison, it would necessitate the presence of a toxin. Had the system been available, Jiang Sui need not have ventured out. The last time she had incapacitated Jiang Yunchen with a soft bone powder was thanks to the system's assistance. She even consulted texts to ensure she would not forget, meticulously jotting down the poison's formula and visiting several apothecaries to procure various herbs. Once she had acquired the poison, Jiang Sui made her way back. Poison? What does this young lady intend to do? Xian Air remarked upon seeing a replicated list, puzzled. Jing furrowed his brow. Is she planning to poison His Highness? Xian Er's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Are you certain? Jin Yi refrained from answering, equally perplexed by Jiang Sui's motives for acquiring poison. Let us wait and see. If it is true, we shall intervene. Upon returning, Jiang Sui retraced her steps, changing back into her original attire. Looking at the poison in her hand, she felt a twinge of apprehension. Was today truly the day she would meet her end? To speak candidly, Jiang Sui felt a reluctant sorrow at the thought of leaving it all behind. She pondered whether she should bid a proper farewell to her mother, Sui Sui. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door, startling Jiang Sui so much that she trembled, causing the poison to spill onto the floor, leaving only a few scattered remnants. Jiang Sui thought to herself, it's over. In a flurry, she grabbed a cloth to gather the scattered herbs and kicked the cloth under the table. Hearing the voice of Zhao Wanyue, she surmised that Lan Yu must have informed her about her affairs. Sui Sui, open the door. Mother has made ginger soup for you to warm your belly. Zhao Wanyue called patiently from outside. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sui glanced at the floor, relieved that the remnants would not be noticed upon a cursory inspection. Nervously, she opened the door, forcing a smile onto her face. Mother. Zhao Wanyue entered, placing the ginger soup on the table. Jiang Sui hurried over, sitting down and positioning herself to shield the remnants from view. Are you feeling unwell, Sui Sui? Zhao Wanyue inquired with concern. Jiang Sui shook her head, replying, no, I'm fine. She was deceiving Lan Yu. It was merely a fabricated lie she had conjured. I just brewed it fresh. Drink it to warm yourself. If anything happens in the future, you must tell your mother, Zhao Wanyue said, her gaze filled with maternal concern. Understood, mother. To maintain the ruse, Jiang Sui lifted the steaming ginger soup before her, blowing gently on it before taking a sip. The ginger flavor was not overpowering, and with the addition of broth, it tasted sweet. 1,000 times better than the medicinal concoctions she had consumed in the past. Zhao Wanyue had only come to deliver the ginger soup and soon departed, discreetly checking whether Jiang Sui had sought out Jiang Yunchen. Once the door closed behind her, Jiang Sui gazed at the spilled remnants of the herbs, tears of frustration welling in her eyes. How foolish of me. It seemed the poison was not a viable option, compelling her to enact her second plan. Night had fully descended, the sky an inky expanse dotted with myriad stars, the water reflecting a celestial river, burdened with the weight of bygone dreams. The monotonous croaking of frogs resonated from the pond, and fireflies adorned the night in the Lan Yuan pavilion, while the luminous moon cast its gentle glow upon the surroundings. The summer breeze was refreshing, and Jiang Sui, clad in a thin garment, seized the opportunity of the night. After Lan Yu returned, she stealthily appeared at the Lan Yuan pavilion. As she scaled the wall, she inadvertently stumbled to the ground, scraping her arms but stifling a cry to avoid alarming anyone. Jiang Sui was well acquainted with the path to the Lan Yuan pavilion. Gazing at Jiang Yunchen's dimly lit room, she hesitated for a moment before placing her hand upon the door. The success or failure of her mission hinged upon this moment. With a gentle push, she opened the door, momentarily taken aback. Did Jiang Yunchen not close the door while sleeping? Regardless, she dismissed the thought. Aren't you going to stop her? Xian Er raised an eyebrow at Jin Yi. Rest assured, Jiang Sui replied, stepping inside, utilizing the faint moonlight that filtered into the room. She beheld Jiang Yunchen lying quietly on the bed, with disheveled black hair and prominent brows, his well-defined features mere inches away. So close, Jiang Sui was captivated, almost forgetting her purpose for being there, and retrieved the prepared dagger from her pocket. Grasped tightly in her hand, the moonlight glinted off the blade, casting a sharp reflection before Jiang Yunchen's eyes. He furrowed his brow, awakening suddenly, and grasped her wrist, exclaiming, "Who are you?" Jiang Sui winced as a sharp pain shot through her wrist, causing the dagger in her grip to slip from her fingers and clatter to the ground. Chapter 47. An Unexpected Kiss. Jiang Sui felt a surge of anxiety. How could Jiang Yunchen have awoken so suddenly? She had been so cautious, hardly daring to breathe. Was Jiang Yunchen's slumber so light? Fortunately, in the darkness, Jiang Yunchen had not discerned her features. The delicate hairpin atop her head jingled softly with her movements, and she dared not stir, allowing the silence to envelop them once more. She averted her gaze, biting her lip as a light sheen of perspiration formed in her palm. Yet she feigned composure, striving to maintain her tranquility. Jiang Yunchen's brow furrowed as he tightly grasped her wrist, his fingers exerting a gentle pressure, confirming the presence of a woman. A flicker of suspicion ignited within him, yet he hesitated to voice it. Jiang Sui remained silent, unable to flee, the dagger lying temptingly by her feet, just out of reach. If the system were to discover her blunder, it would undoubtedly mock her. Her heart raced with urgency, and she took a deep breath, attempting to quell her tumultuous emotions. If she were to escape, it would have to be while Jiang Yunchen was distracted. But his firm grip on her wrist rendered flight impossible. As Jiang Yunchen sat up and leaned closer, he inhaled the faint, familiar fragrance that enveloped her, reminiscent of a scent he had encountered on another garment. His uncertainty compelled him to inquire, "Jiang Sui?" Startled by his recognition, her mind went blank, and all she could think of was fleeing. She made a slight attempt to wriggle free, but the disparity in their strength made it futile. Panic surged within her. If Jiang Yunchen realized it was she, how would she explain herself? In the next moment, her wrist was released, and without a moment's hesitation, she sprang to her feet and dashed towards the door. Jiang Yunchen ignited the candle, illuminating the room, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Sui, who was poised to place her hand on the door. She froze, embarrassment flooding her as she lowered her head, forcing a strained smile while raising her hand in greeting. "Good evening, brother." "Good evening?" Jiang Yunchen replied, perplexed. "What brings you to my chamber at such an hour?" "I was merely passing by," she feigned nonchalance, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with a flicker of light. However, her mind was a tempest, thoughts swirling chaotically. If the room had remained as dim as before, she would not have felt such trepidation. Yet, facing Jiang Yunchen directly, his gaze bore down upon her like a judgment, leaving her feeling utterly exposed. As Jiang Yunchen took a step towards her, his foot inadvertently kicked the fallen dagger. Hearing the sound, Jiang Sui's eyes darted to the blade on the floor, and she gasped. In her haste to escape, she had forgotten that she had come armed. If Jiang Yunchen were to misconstrue the situation, it would spell disaster. "Brother," she exclaimed, hastening towards him, and in the very moment he reached for the dagger, she snatched it up and hurled it out the window, executing a perfect arc. "You saw nothing. Nothing happened tonight." Jiang Sui began to hypnotize Jiang Yunchen, using a veil to obscure her true intentions. Jiang Yunchen, perplexed, grasped her two small hands that were swaying before him and inquired, "Jiang Sui, what is wrong with you?" Jiang Sui fell silent. It was hardly possible for her to disclose her true motive of compelling him to end her life. Who would believe such a statement? Certainly, she could not. "I merely mentioned that I was passing by," she replied, her words somewhat vague as she slowly tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. Her pale and feeble explanation seemed to Jiang Yunchen as inconsequential as a mosquito bite, neither painful nor irritating. He furrowed his brow and raised a hand to touch Jiang Sui's forehead, which felt cold and devoid of warmth. Could it be that she was possessed by some entity? Jiang Sui took a step back, bewildered by his sudden gesture, yet it appeared that Jiang Yunchen's focus remained on her, without any mention of the dagger incident. "Brother, are you leaving tomorrow?" Jiang Sui asked. Jiang Yunchen paused momentarily before lowering his hand, his gaze dimming as he concealed the rising tide of emotions within. "How did you know?" At this juncture, Jiang Sui felt there was no need to keep secrets, especially since he was about to depart, and her mission was destined to fail. Her tone carried a hint of reproach. "That day, when they came to find you, I also sought you out and happened to overhear your departure." "They?" Jiang Yunchen connected the dots, realizing that they referred to Jin Yi and Xian. "So that is the case," Jiang Sui said, her apricot eyes fixed on him as she asked, "Brother, is it because you dislike the Jiang family that you are leaving? Do you not care for our mother?" She hesitated, contemplating the mistreatment Jiang Yunchen had endured at the hands of the Jiang family. Indeed, he likely harbored disdain for them all, herself included. "Brother, do you also dislike me?" Her inquiry was calm, tinged with a semblance of guilt. Had it not been for the mission, she would have had no desire to torment Jiang Yunchen. although she had never been taught otherwise. She understood the principle that bullying was unjust. He clenched his fists, struggling to contain the tumult of emotions within him. The word like caught on the tip of his tongue. I. Jiang Yunchen gathered his courage to speak, but before he could, Jiang Sui's gaze fell upon a piece of fabric peeking from beneath his pillow, something she felt she had seen before. Curiosity piqued. She walked past him and asked, "Brother, what is this?" Just as she was about to retrieve the concealed item from beneath the pillow, Jiang Yunchen's pupils dilated, and a flush crept to his ears as he swiftly snatched the small garment from her hands. Jiang Sui lost her balance and instinctively reached out for support, grasping Jiang Yunchen's collar, and they both tumbled onto the bed. In that instant, his lips brushed softly against hers, and time seemed to stand still, leaving only the synchronized rhythm of their hearts. Jiang Yunchen's pupils trembled as he moved away from her softness, his hands resting on her shoulders, gently caressing in a manner that was both ambiguous and tender. Beneath the seemingly aggrieved glimmer in his eyes lay a concealed affection and yearning. Jiang Sui gazed into his eyes, which harbored unfathomable depths, dark and obscure. Her mind went blank, yet she could still feel the lingering warmth of that fleeting tenderness on her lips. "Brother." It was only when Jiang Sui called his name that he awoke from his reverie, hurriedly rising from her. His mind was on the verge of unraveling, desperately forcing himself to remain composed at the precipice of chaos. "Oh dear, I arriving at an opportune moment?" The system observed with a bemused expression as Jiang Sui and Jiang Yunchen navigated the unfolding scene. Chapter 48. A responsibility to her. Jiang Yunchen dared not meet Jiang Sui's gaze, turning away as he absent-mindedly traced his lips with his fingertips, as if caught in a surreal dream, yet strikingly vivid. "Little master?" The system called out to Jiang Sui, but she remained unresponsive. Jiang Sui was still dazed by the accidental kiss they had shared. What had she done? Wasn't she here to face her doom? Wasn't her purpose to complete a task? Why had she kissed Jiang Yunchen? Although they were not blood-related, the implications of their identities loomed large, and Jiang Yunchen had yet to depart. She was still his sister in every sense. If Zhao Wen were to find out, she would undoubtedly seek to exact her wrath upon Jiang Yunchen. Jiang Sui's thoughts were a blank slate, her only inclination being to escape this place. Jiang Yunchen turned back to her, stammering, "Jiang Sui, I." Jiang Sui abruptly pivoted, catching him off guard. His eyes darted away, a nervous swallow betraying his unease, his ears flushed with a telltale crimson hue. Jiang Yunchen's cheeks burned, rendering him incapable of articulating a single word. He took a hurried step back, fearing any physical contact with Jiang Sui might lead him to transgress uncharted boundaries. "Brother, nothing happened just now, right?" Jiang Sui bit her lip, her face still flushed with embarrassment, her words imbued with an indescribable allure. Jiang Yunchen was rendered speechless, her statement catching him off guard. He gazed at her, his hands clenched behind his back, still clutching the small garment she had just discovered. Seeing his silence, Jiang Sui lowered her head and exited through the door. The cool breeze outside caressed her flushed cheeks, providing a welcome respite. She pressed her hand against her heart, making her way back, her thoughts in disarray. Jiang Yunchen stared at the open door, lost in contemplation for an extended moment. He gradually regained his composure, steadied his emotions, and looked at the small garment in his hand. "I am sorry." He was torn between relief that Jiang Sui had not discerned his disgraceful act and regret for his impulsive behavior. Seated at the edge of the bed, he meticulously folded the crumpled garment and placed it beside his pillow. "Your Highness, what just transpired?" Xian Er inquired, feigning ignorance with a teasing grin. "Xian Er, your incessant chattering is tiresome," Jing interjected, noting the disquiet in Jiang Yunchen's demeanor. Jiang Yunchen lowered his gaze, lost in a haze of memories from the kiss. He brushed his lips lightly, incredulous at the audacity of his actions towards Jiang Sui. "Your Highness, do not assume a posture of victimhood. You were the one who overstepped," Xian Er remarked, only to be silenced by Jin Yi's hand covering his mouth. "If you do not cease your prattling, no one will mistake you for mute." Xian Er shrugged off Jin Yi's hand, yet Jiang Yunchen absorbed Xian Er's words. He had indeed overstepped. He had kissed Jiang Sui. "Your Highness." There is no need to dwell excessively on this matter, Xie suggested, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. When His Highness returns to the Jing Kingdom and ascends to the position of Crown Prince, he will have his pick of women. However, having kissed someone, he must take responsibility. He must not be a heartless scoundrel. Xie chuckled as he spoke, eliciting a sharp reprimand from Jin, who struck him on the head. Xie shielded his head in mock dismay. Jiang Yunchen pressed his lips together, his gaze darkening. He felt compelled to take responsibility for her. Jiang Sui was unsure how she had returned to her room, her mind in a haze, instinctively retracing her steps based on bodily memory. Seated before the bronze mirror, she lifted her gaze to behold her reflection. Her face was flushed, her eyes shimmering with a spring-like glimmer, threatening to overflow. Her lips were slightly swollen, displaying a vivid crimson hue. Oh, how mortifying! She covered her face, unable to face her own image. Oh dear, it's nothing. It was just an accidental kiss, right? Just imagine it as your upper lip brushing against your lower lip, the system suggested. Noticing Jiang Sui's silence, it inquired, "Little master, could this possibly be your first kiss?" The system chuckled with glee, thoroughly entertained by the revelation. Jiang Sui took a moment to gather her thoughts, cautiously lowering her hands to reveal her glistening eyes. After a few seconds of shock, she nodded. The system gasped in disbelief. "No way. You never dated in your past life? Never had any romantic encounters?" It questioned. "No. I haven't." Jiang Sui replied honestly. Truly an innocent child, the system silently commended her with a thumbs up. "All right, now is not the time for such discussions. Have you clarified your situation in the underworld?" Jiang Sui gave it a light slap. The system then remembered it had returned to discuss important matters and resumed its serious tone. "Of course. I made sure to report the task's loophole. The King of Hell dispatched someone to investigate and confirm my claims, rectifying the oversight. This was the first time any spirit in the underworld had reported such an issue, which accounted for the system's delayed return. Otherwise, it would have been back the day before. What will happen if I fail to complete the task?" Jiang Sui was particularly concerned about this question. "Rest assured, little master, you will be fine. Even if you cannot complete the task, you will not be forcibly returned to the underworld, nor will you lose the opportunity to participate. There are two possible outcomes. One is failure without punishment, allowing you to experience life, death, and rebirth before returning to the underworld as a spirit. All the wealth you accumulate during this task will remain valid. You need not worry about being destitute in your next life." Jiang Sui understood. Her mission was to ensure Jiang Yunchen killed her before he returned to the Jing Kingdom. Should she fail, she could still earn money here, which she could burn for wealth when nearing death, allowing her to return to the underworld in fortune, with ample resources for her next incarnation. And the other outcome? Jiang Sui wondered. Having only heard one scenario, the other must pertain to successfully completing her task. The other outcome is successful completion, wherein you receive rewards and return to the underworld to continue your cycle of reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sui distilled her thoughts into a singular conclusion. Wealth is of the utmost importance. How delightful it is! I need not complete any tasks. For as long as I earn well, I shall have no worries about reincarnation. Jiang Sui was elated. The system had returned with good news. She no longer needed to seek employment in the underworld, and the consequences of a failed mission would not weigh heavily upon her. "Little master, you are the legitimate daughter of the general's manor, the sole cherished one. Do you truly fret over the lack of funds?" The system observed Jiang Sui, who indeed appeared to be quite the little money enthusiast. Ah, indeed. Jiang Sui only then recognized this matter, having entirely forgotten the events that transpired with Jiang Yunchen earlier. Meanwhile, someone else tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, having spent the entire night awake. Chapter 49. The Crown Prince of Jing Nation, the following day. Jiang Yunchen remained perplexed, sitting on his bed, lost in contemplation. At this hour, he would usually encounter Jiang Sui, but today, the Lanyuan Pavilion was eerily silent. Although it had always been quiet since he moved in, it had come alive with Jiang Sui's presence. Now that she was absent, it felt rather desolate. Jiang Yunchen glanced at the packed belongings on the table. Yesterday marked the final deadline. With dawn breaking, he would be returning to Jing Nation. to the place that rightfully belonged to him. Your Highness, it is time to set forth. Jin observed the intense rays of light streaming through the window, casting mottled shadows that fell upon Jiang Yunchen, momentarily revealing another figure. Xingyi, Vingyi, what captivates your thoughts so deeply? Xian Er waved a hand before Jin Yi's eyes, noticing his distraction, which was quite a rarity. Nothing. He concealed his emotions, returning to his usual demeanor. Jiang Yunchen rose, picking up the parcel from the table and casting a glance at them. They had been prepared at all times to escort the prince back as soon as he was found. Wait. Jiang Yunchen finally let go, looking towards them. They halted, turning back to face Jiang Yunchen. Your Highness, it is not wise to be indecisive, Xian Er remarked sternly. Jiang Yunchen did not wish to depart. Rather, he felt a lingering regret for not having spoken his heart to Jiang Sui before leaving. I wish to bid her farewell. Your Highness, Xian Er was about to say more when Genie interjected. Let him go. After all, we two were unable to formally say goodbye to our master. Back then, after Yilan had entrusted the young prince to them, she had limped back to the palace, gravely injured. That year, the rain fell heavily, drenching the blossoms that had just begun to bloom, scattering petals across the ground. Xian Er's expression grew melancholic as he relaxed, no longer obstructing Jiang Yunchen. Your Highness, may you depart early and return swiftly. Jiang Yunchen exhaled deeply and moved his lips very well. He then hastened towards Jiang Sui's chamber. At that moment, Jiang Sui was not in her room, but rather in the presence of Zhao Wanyue. Zhao Wanyue sat in the courtyard, placing a teacup before Jiang Sui and pouring in a spoonful of tea. Steam rose gently from the cup, the water rippling softly. How curious today. Why has Sui come to find her mother? Zhao Wanyue felt delighted by Jiang Sui's visit, lifting the teacup to blow away the steam before taking a small sip. Jiang Sui mimicked Zhao Wanyue's gesture, sipping the tea without caution, forgetting it was hot, and burned her tongue. Be careful, it is quite hot. Zhao Wanyue hastily set down her teacup and poured a glass of cold water for her. Jiang Sui, half gasping, fanned herself with her hand and offered a sheepish smile to Zhao Wanyue. The tone of her mother was ingratiating, her demeanor exceptionally cordial, indicating she had something to request. Zhao Wanyue feigned ignorance, smiling as she inquired, Sui, why the sweetness in your address? Jiang Sui nodded, rising to sit beside Zhao Wanyue, leaning against her. Mother, when will father return? Zhao Wanyue felt a twinge of confusion. Jiang Sui had never before inquired about Jiang Huaijin's whereabouts. What was amiss today? Why do you wish to know about your father? I have something to discuss with him, Jiang Sui replied vaguely. The previous day, when the system had remarked that it was inconsequential if the task remained unfulfilled, Jiang Sui had promptly altered her strategy, no longer pestering Jiang Yunchen. She believed that as long as there was money, everything would be fine. In her mind, she assumed that Jiang Huaijin managed such affairs, unaware that she was mistaken. It was Zhao Wanyue who held dominion over the Jiang household, overseeing all matters, great and small. What could be so secretive that you cannot share with your mother? A young lady ought not to harbor secrets from her mother. Zhao Wanyue felt a pang of sorrow. Jiang Sui sought assistance not from her, but rather from that transient guest, Jiang Huaijin. Jiang Sui puffed her cheeks, hesitating as she rubbed her fingers together, finally confessing, I need money. A substantial amount. She reiterated her plea with emphasis. Zhao Wanyue was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled in relief, chuckling softly. So, Sui was in need of funds? The realization that Jiang Sui's intention was merely to seek financial assistance from Jiang Huaijin eased her heart, as she presumed Jiang Sui had misunderstood, thinking the family's finances were solely under Jiang Huaijin's purview. It was also her oversight for not considering Jiang Sui's monthly budgetary constraints. Jiang Sui found it difficult to vocalize her request. It was the first time in her life she had asked for money. She had not intended to approach Zhao Wanyue, but after scouring her entire room without finding any coins, not even a scrap of silver, she felt compelled to seek help. In her recollection, Jiang Sui was not one to spend money frivolously. Zhao Wanyue promptly removed her purse, placing it into Jiang Sui's hands. Take this to spend. If it's insufficient, do not hesitate to ask your mother again. Remember, only your mother is the greatest support in this family. Jiang Sui grasped the weighty purse, her eyes brightening instantly. Nodding vigorously, transformed into a little money enthusiast. I will remember. I will remember. Sui, if you have any matters, just come to me. Treat your father as if he were heir. Jiang Yunchen, upon finding Jiang Sui's room empty, contemplated briefly before heading to the courtyard where she often roamed. As soon as he caught sight of her figure, his heart surged with excitement, only to be doused upon noticing Zhao Wanyue seated beside her. That surge of emotion was instantly extinguished. His hands, which hung by his side, gradually clenched tighter, struggling to suppress the urge to rush over and embrace her. It seemed they were destined not even to exchange a final farewell. Jiang Yunchen sought out Jiang Sui to convey his feelings and offer an apology. He could not leave without addressing the kiss from the previous day. He forced himself to remain rooted in place, merely observing, utterly motionless, even reluctant to blink. Jiang Yunchen's face was initially devoid of expression, yet his eyes sparkled with Jiang Sui's smile, betraying a smile that emerged uncontrollably. In the next moment, a sharp pain struck his neck, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed heavily. Your Highness, we must take you away. Xian Er's expression shifted subtly, his voice muffled, as he hoisted Jiang Yunchen onto his shoulder. They had prepared everything upon their arrival. Their actions would go unnoticed. They departed from the rear and boarded a prearranged carriage, whisking Jiang Yunchen away from the Jiang family, where he had lived for 16 years. Jin Yi and Xian Er were tasked with escorting Jiang Yunchen back to the kingdom of Jing, while the others remained in the kingdom of Quan to erase all traces of him, ensuring that it would appear as though he had never existed. Xian Er fell into contemplative silence, his gaze as fluid as water, resting on the still unconscious Jiang Yunchen. From this moment onward, you are no longer the eldest son of the Jiang family, Jiang Yunchen. You are now the crown prince of Jing, Xie Yanshi. Chapter 50. Departure under the moonlit sky. The night enveloped the world in a gentle embrace. The summer air was imbued with a thin mist, blurring the contours of the landscape. Jiang Yunchen awakened midway, leaning against the carriage window, gazing at the scenery outside. The fleeting shadows of trees seemed to reflect the passage of his former life. You are more composed than I anticipated, Jin Yi remarked. Jiang Yunchen lowered the curtain and turned to him, stating, since this is the predetermined outcome, what purpose does struggling serve? Xian Er rested a hand on Jiang Yunchen's shoulder, intrigued. Is your Highness blaming us for bringing you back? No, he replied, rather, I simply found it difficult to accept at first. Perhaps returning is my true homecoming. Jiang Yunchen inhaled deeply, his eyes dark and profound, seemingly more extensive than the unfathomable night itself. He acknowledged that when Jin Yi and Xian Er sought him out, he harbored resistance towards his identity as the crown prince of Jing, struggling to embrace that truth. However, upon reflection, he found a sense of joy. He was not without a home, nor was he without a family. He had a mother and a country of his own. How far are we from the Jiang family? Jiang Yunchen inquired with a calm demeanor. Xian Er drew a dagger from his waist, examining its intricate designs before responding slowly. What do you think? He refrained from providing a direct answer. Deep down, Jiang Yunchen had already reached a conclusion. Before Xian Er rendered him unconscious, he had stood outside the courtyard, watching Jiang Sui converse with Zhao Wanyu. It had been daytime then, and now he awakened to the shroud of night. There is no turning back. A touch of regret washed over him as he retrieved a jade hairpin from his chest, a trinket he had purchased when Jiang Sui casually wore it during their outing, asking if it suited her. At that moment, he had inexplicably felt compelled to buy it. Now, however, he found himself bereft of the opportunity to present it to her. His fingertips grazed the surface of the hairpin, savoring its texture. The craftsmanship was unrefined, almost rudimentary. Is this for her? Jin Yi noticed the jade hairpin clutched tightly in his hand. Jiang Yunchen paused, concealing the hairpin, yes. He was acutely aware that Jiang Sui had no need for ornaments, let alone one crafted from imitation mutton fat jade. Why didn't you get it to her? Jin Yi pressed on. Jiang Yunchen merely smiled, gripping his hands tightly to suppress the tumult within his heart, and spoke with a hint of bitterness. Never mind. she does not lack for this one. There was also the promise made at Fuan Tower to treat her to a meal in the future, which now seemed utterly unattainable. Your Highness, once you return to Jingwa, you will be the esteemed crown prince, wanting for nothing. At that time, you may present her with numerous gifts. Why be so entangled in this? Xian Er expressed his thoughts. Jiang Yunchen sighed softly, realizing that from the moment he set foot into Jingwa, there was no turning back. If Jiang Sui were to find out, how would she perceive him? Unable to return, he parted his lips, managing a self-deprecating smile, his voice refined yet tinged with helplessness and bitterness. The pain within him was beyond their comprehension. After a while, silence enveloped the carriage as the night gradually faded away. A gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing a refreshing chill. He gazed at the horizon where the first light appeared, resembling a sheet of paper slowly unfolding, colors beginning to emerge. At last, they had returned. Xian Er looked at the distant, small city, and a sense of belonging became increasingly clear in his heart. After 16 years, they had finally come back to this place. Jiang Yunchen's eyes began to reflect the scenery of Jingwa, a flicker of astonishment passing through them. Is this Jingwa? His former home? Your Highness, upon entering Jingwa, you shall be known as Crown Prince of Jingwa. Remember your name, Xie Yanshi, not Jiang Yunchen. Xie Yanshi, a name, no doubt, bestowed upon him by his mother. A relieved smile graced Xie Yanshi's face, melodious in its beauty. However, before returning to the palace, we must take you to a certain place. It is not yet your time to truly return. As Xian Er's words settled, the carriage turned in another direction, heading deeper into Jingwa. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui sat in the courtyard, observing the vibrant flowers and greenery before her. It was summer, and the sun rose early, bathing her in its warmth as she awaited lunch. Young master, Jiang Yunchen has departed. I know. Although Jiang Sui had long anticipated Jiang Yunchen's departure, her heart still skipped a beat. A sense of melancholy washed over her as she gazed at the scenery, feeling disheartened. That irresponsible brother of hers had left without even bidding her farewell. After all, they had shared such a long time together. Jiang Sui felt a twinge of anger, not for any particular reason, but simply because Jiang Yunchen had left without a word of goodbye. Out with the old, in with the new. Young master, you shall soon forget Jiang Yunchen and step into a new life. The system consoled her, for in its understanding, Jiang Yunchen represented the mission. Even if the task remained unfulfilled, Jiang Sui could still live well. Rising from her lounge chair with conviction, she declared, indeed, yesterday, I acquired a substantial sum from Zhao Wanyu. I must find time to burn for myself in the future. After all, life is finite, and I must seize the moment to prepare more for the afterlife. The thought of becoming immensely wealthy after death filled her with joy. The affair involving Jiang Yunchen resembled a stone cast into a pond, creating ripples that eventually faded, restoring the surface to tranquility. After a fortnight of such days, Zhao Wanyue began to sense an unease within her heart. With this troubling curiosity, she ventured to Lanyuan Pavilion, only to discover it devoid of any presence. Aside from the items that had always been in Lanyuan Pavilion, Jiang Yunchen's clothing was conspicuously absent. Zhao Wanyue then proceeded to the small kitchen, searching for any trace of Jiang Yunchen, but he was nowhere to be found. Madam, Jiang Yunchen has not been here for several days, nearly half a month, came the reply. Startled by this revelation, Zhao Wanyue's heart sank. Jiang Yunchen had not visited the small kitchen for such an extended period, and his absence from Lanyuan Pavilion raised further questions about his whereabouts. With all these factors converging, an ominous premonition settled within Zhao Wanyue. Jiang Yunchen had departed from the Jiang family. A surge of anger coursed through her, yet simultaneously, she felt a strange sense of relief. She secretly wished for Jiang Yunchen to leave the Jiang family for good. Whether he lived or perished mattered little. As long as he remained absent from her sight. Jiang Yunchen, it would be best if you never return, she mused, her spirits lifted. Just then, Lin Momo hurried in from the entrance and spotted Zhao Wanyue, exclaiming, Madam, the master has returned. His return? In an instant, her mood soured. Jiang Huaiqian had chosen this moment to come back, coinciding with her discovery of Jiang Yunchen's disappearance. It seemed that tranquility was now a distant memory. Chapter 51. Ambitions of a wolf. Zhao Wanyue refrained from greeting Jiang Huaiqian and instead awaited him in the hall, fully aware that his return was solely for her. Lin Momo, brew a pot of tea, she instructed, leisurely placing the pastry she held aside. Lin Momo nodded and retreated, only to encounter Jiang Huaiqian entering through the door. He walked straight to her and sat beside her, still clad in armor, a clear indication that he had come directly from the border. Master, what brings you here in such haste? You haven't even changed your clothes? Zhao Wanyue remarked, her tone casual, though she made no move to assist him in removing his armor. Jiang Huaiqian sighed and cut to the chase, asking, "Is Jiang Yunchen missing?" Zhao Wanyue paused, taken aback yet not entirely surprised. It was unexpected that Jiang Huaiqian, despite being stationed at the border, had learned of this before her, who resided daily in the Jiang household. A chill ran through her at the realization that he had placed spies within the family, a clear sign of his distrust. Do you think the master is blaming me?" Zhao Wanyue scoffed, her gaze piercing as she looked at Jiang Huaiqian. "Is that how you perceive me? That is not my intention. Do you truly see me in such a light?" Jiang Huaiqian retorted, pointing at himself in disbelief. Zhao Wanyue rose, casting a cold stare in his direction. "Your image in my eyes shattered the moment you brought Jiang Yunchen into the Jiang family. Now that he is missing, your return is merely an opportunity to cast blame upon me, is it not?" Jiang Huaiqian found it futile to argue further and fell silent. The tension between them thickened, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped the air. "At this juncture, I find it unnecessary to continue concealing the truth from you. It is time to reveal the reality of the past." Jiang Huaiqian, with a heavy sigh, reminisced about the events of 16 years ago. Zhao Wanyue, observing his deep exhale, straightened her posture and finally articulated the explanation she had long kept silent. "Years ago, I brought this child back to the Jiang family, and you mistakenly believed him to be the illegitimate son of another. My silence at the time was due to the necessity of protecting his true identity." "True identity?" Jiang Huaijian interjected. "If you intend to use such absurd reasoning to dismiss the events of the past, you might as well concerted your efforts." Zhao Wanyue's response was anticipated. Any belated explanation was ultimately futile. He shook his head as memories of that stormy night resurfaced. Jiang Yunchen, the crown prince of the Jing Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanyue could no longer contain herself. "What are you saying? If we are to discuss that time, it can only be deemed coincidental. The rain was torrential, and I chose to take a shortcut to return quickly, only to inadvertently stumble upon two factions engaged in battle. At that moment, I heard of the Jing crown prince being abducted and the search parties dispatched. It was then that I spotted the child, and the connection struck me immediately. 16 years prior, Jiang Huaijian was not yet the formidable general he is known as today. He traversed the back roads between the realms of Quan and Jing, encountering masked assailants pursuing the young prince. In fear of being ensnared, he concealed himself, only to hear the sound of a child weeping. Following the sound, he discovered the young prince hidden beneath a bamboo basket. He gazed at the child, then glanced at the combatants before him, and for reasons unknown, he chose to carry the child away. In his subsequent encounters with Zhao Wanyue, he refrained from disclosing the child's true origins, keeping it for the future. His deep voice resonated in Zhao Wanyue's ears like a thunderclap, shattering her composure. "Jiang Huaijian, you truly possess audacity. When you brought him home, did you not consider the calamity he might one day bring to the Jiang family?" His breath hitched, and he gripped his palm tightly, raising his gaze to Zhao Wanyue, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. "I know. Do you think I brought him back out of pure benevolence? Did you believe I never contemplated this matter?" Jiang Huaijian regained his composure, fixing his eyes on Zhao Wanyue. He confessed that his decision to bring the child home was driven by personal motives, intending to leverage the gratitude he would foster in Jiang Yunchen for his own security should a crisis arise. Yet, Zhao Wanyue found herself at a loss, unable to comprehend his true intentions. "Zhao Wanyue, do you think the Jiang family's current standing was established solely through my valor on the battlefield? You are gravely mistaken. Such merits alone could not even secure a foothold beneath the emperor's gaze. The emotions swirling in Jiang Huaijian's eyes trembled violently, and he could not suppress a shudder. Forcing a bitter smile, I once believed I could keep this secret hidden, but the emperor learned of my actions in bringing this child back, and thus conferred upon me further titles, not as a reward, but rather as a threat, a means of surveillance. He rose abruptly, his eyes aflame with a mixture of rage and self-mockery as he spoke. For many years, Jiang Huaiqian had concealed himself at the border, evading the emperor's gaze. The motivation behind this was to prevent any suspicion that he might harbor treasonous thoughts. Should conflict arise between the two nations, he would not betray his country. Recently, he had heard unsettling news regarding the kingdom of Jing. The emperor was on the brink of death, and the throne was in turmoil, with no suitable successor in sight. Jiang Huaiqian immediately thought of Jiang Yunchen. Although he had skillfully concealed his identity, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Coincidentally, a message from his informant within the Jiang family confirmed that Jiang Yunchen had vanished. He hurried back from the border, fearing the emperor had acted against him, but thankfully, it was merely his overactive imagination. However, Jiang Yunchen was indeed missing. All the meticulous plans he had orchestrated over the years seemed to unravel in that instant. Zhao Wanyue sank in her chair, unable to regain her composure. It dawned on her that Jiang Huaiqian had harbored such a monumental secret all these years. The child was not his illegitimate son, but rather a weapon concealed within the Jiang family. A contingency plan he had reserved for himself. She had never comprehended why Jiang Huaiqian maintained a stoic demeanor towards Jiang Yunchen. It would erupt in fury at any mention of banishing him. Jiang Huaiqian was the true embodiment of ambition cloaked in a wolf's guise. The revelation was terrifying. The person she shared her life with was hiding such a colossal secret, and she had been oblivious. Now that Jiang Yunchen had disappeared, it would not be long before the emperor learned of it, necessitating an impeccable plan to conceal the truth. After revealing the secret he had kept hidden in his heart, Jiang Huaiqian exhaled a sigh of relief. Zhao Wanyue stepped back, her fingers gripping the edge of the table until they turned white. With a vacant expression, she asked, "What do you intend to do?" "There is but one solution," he replied, his eyes darkening with concealed malice. Jiang Yunchen must die. Chapter 52. A fitting funeral for the Jiang family. Jiang Yunchen must die, yet he could not truly perish. Jiang Huaiqian could not abandon the choice he had made 16 years prior. He had brought Jiang Yunchen back for a reason, and he would not allow his plans to fail. If all went according to his design, Jiang Yunchen's return to the kingdom of Jing would be advantageous. "My lady, tomorrow no. Today, we must announce that the eldest son of the Jiang family is gravely ill and has passed away today." Jiang Huaiqian grasped her shoulders tightly, his voice laced with urgency and anticipation. For Jiang Yunchen to die without arousing suspicion, a death by illness would be the most plausible explanation. Zhao Wanyue chuckled softly, acknowledging Jiang Huaiqian's cunning as he contemplated this aspect for his grand design. "I understand," she said, regaining her composure and gently pushing Jiang Huaiqian away. As Jiang Huaiqian slowly calmed down, he cast a glance back at her, turning away as he spoke. "Do not blame me for this. I act solely for the future of the Jiang family." Zhao Wanyue felt a piercing pain in her heart, her fingers trembling as though someone had scattered steel balls within her, the cold, hard sensation rolling through her chest. The future. Ultimately, she could no longer bear the weight of it all, collapsing to the ground, clutching her heart as she laughed bitterly at Jiang Huaiqian's words. What a future it is! Jiang Huaiqian extinguished the last semblance of dignity she had left for this family, and his so-called future was merely a means to satisfy his own selfish desires. After regaining her composure, Zhao Wanyue contemplated Jiang Huaiqian's actions. His measures were indeed ruthless, yet perhaps this was truly the final safeguard for the Jiang family. If the nation were ever to fall, the first to be targeted would undoubtedly be the Jiang family. She rose, inhaling deeply, and returned to her original seat. "Lin Mama, please come in." Lin Mama hesitated for a moment, still holding the warm tea that Zhao Wanyue had instructed her to bring. "Madam." Zhao Wanyue was uncertain how much she had overheard, yet chose not to address it. Lin Mama had accompanied her to the Jiang family. Thus, she was trustworthy. Zhao Wanyue spoke softly. You must have heard quite a bit just now. Please go and prepare what is needed. Rest assured, madam, I am devoted to your well-being. Lin Mama spoke truthfully. I believe you. In this household, Lin Mama and Jiang Sui were the only ones she could rely upon. The rest were wolves in sheep's clothing. Zhao Wanyue thought to herself that if Jiang Sui were to learn of this matter, she would undoubtedly be quite agitated. Lin Mama, if Miss inquires about this situation, you need not elaborate. I will explain it to her myself. Lin Mama set down the tea, bowed, and replied, Yes, madam. I shall take care to ensure no detail is overlooked. Zhao Wanyue nodded slightly, watching Lin Mama's departing figure without uttering a word. Her gaze shifted to the tea before her, which now held no appeal. She felt only a sense of nausea. Jiang Sui, meanwhile, was leisurely contemplating when to visit her grave. System, when would it be most inconspicuous for me to burn money for myself? As she calculated the days, she realized there would be no suitable opportunity ahead. Having missed this year's Qingming festival, she truly lacked an appropriate reason. Perhaps next year then. After all, the young master is sure to live long and will certainly pass away peacefully. Jiang Sui pouted at the thought, holding her brush in hand, reflecting that the system made a valid point. It was merely a matter of waiting another year, and that time would soon pass. Perhaps she could accumulate a bit more to burn for herself later. She wrote down her intent to burn money for herself next Qingming festival, folded the note, and tucked it into her sleeve, vowing to carry it with her every day henceforth. Young master, why do you need to write it down? The system inquired, puzzled. I fear I might forget. As you know, my memory is not the best. Keeping it close ensures I won't overlook it, Jiang Sui replied sweetly, eagerly anticipating her future wealth. The system nodded and gave her a thumbs up. After completing her tasks, Jiang Sui realized that mealtime had passed. Yet Zhao Wanyue had not come to summon her, which was unusual. Zhao Wanyue habitually came to find her without fail. Today felt rather strange. She rose and walked outside, the colors around her gradually fading to white. Confused by the spirit banner hanging from the pillars, she wondered who had passed away in the family. Why was she not informed? A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Sui as she hurried to seek out Zhao Wanyue. Mother, young master, please assist me in locating my mother. I have matters to discuss with her. Jiang Sui halted her steps, noticing that the servants were carrying items intended for a funeral. The system, upon hearing her request, began searching alongside her. Just then, she encountered Granny Lin emerging from the small kitchen. Jiang Sui approached and seized Granny Lin's arm. Granny Lin, what is happening? Who has passed away within the residence? Jiang Sui's immediate thought was of Jiang Huaiqian, considering that her father only stayed for a few days whenever he returned home, leading her to suspect something had occurred at the border. After performing a respectful gesture, Granny Lin calmly replied, Miss, the madam has made all the necessary arrangements. You should change your clothes shortly. You have yet to inform me whose funeral this is. Granny Lin, Jiang Sui pressed. It is young master's funeral, Granny Lin stated. Jiang Sui's mouth fell slightly agape, and she stood in stunned silence for a moment. What did you say? Granny Lin, still holding the funeral garments, bowed once more and sighed. Miss, do not grieve. After the events conclude, Madam will explain everything to you. By the time Jiang Sui regained her composure, Granny Lin had already departed. Confusion and dread enveloped her thoughts, as if ensnared by invisible threads. Surely, there must be some underlying mystery. Did Jiang Yunchen not return to be the crown prince of Jing Kingdom? How could he be dead? I do not know. Jiang Sui felt utterly bewildered. To uncover the truth, she could only seek her mother. Without further hesitation, she contemplated her next move and hurried toward the morning hall. Xian Er observed the fluttering funeral banners with a light chuckle. What a splendid affair. What a remarkable Jiang family. Upon returning, I see they have swiftly arranged the funeral. Baldy, do you think we should inform His Highness? Xuan Evondet, curious whether His Highness would be incensed to the point of fainting. Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that the situation was more complex than they had presumed. The Jiang family had already extended its influence into the Jing Kingdom. Chapter 53. Return Again, Mother. At last, Jiang Sui found Zhao Wanyu before the morning hall. You have arrived, Zhao Wenyu greeted her with a faint smile, clearly not surprised by her presence. Young master, you two converse. I shall take my leave. The system discreetly suggested, granting Jiang Sui and Zhao Wenyu the opportunity for private discussion. Jiang Sui clenched her hands tightly and inquired, Mother, brother. He has disappeared, has he not? How could this be? Her gaze shifted towards the morning hall behind Zhao Wenyu. Sui, from this day forth. Remember this. Jiang Yunchen has passed away from illness. He is not merely missing, he is dead. Do you understand? Zhao Wenyu refrained from elaborating on the true circumstances. Wishing to shield Jiang Sui from the harsh reality for a while longer, concerned for her well-being. Jiang Sui was still young. Matters of life and death would only serve to burden her. Zhao Wenyu desired nothing more than for Jiang Sui to grow up safely and smoothly. As long as she could live without worries, any sacrifice would be worthwhile. Mother, there must be some misunderstanding, brother. Jiang Sui suddenly halted, unable to continue. She was uncertain whether Zhao Wenyu was aware of Jiang Yunchen's return to the Jing Kingdom. Biting her lip, she ultimately refrained from saying more. Jiang Yunchen was frail, his health deteriorating, and he had succumbed to illness. Zhao Wenyu placed her hand gently on Jiang Sui's shoulder, her eyes filled with tenderness, and softly spoke, Sui, all you need is to be safe and happy, to embody the carefree daughter of the Jiang family. That is your rightful place. However, as she continued, Mother will be well. Tomorrow, everything will pass. From now on, the Jiang family will remember not Jiang Yunchen, but only Jiang Sui. Zhao Wenyu abruptly interrupted Jiang Sui, unable to meet her gaze. She turned to a maid standing nearby and instructed, take the young lady downstairs to change her clothes. Zhao Wenyu turned her back to Jiang Sui, her gaze heavy upon the memorial tablet in the center of the room. As Jiang Sui was led away by the maid, she still had not received a clear answer as to why the Jiang family had suddenly organized a funeral for Jiang Yunchen. Standing at the doorway, she shook off the maid's hand with a somewhat icy tone. I can manage on my own. You may leave. The maid hesitated for a few moments, but did not actually depart, bowing respectfully before retreating to the side of the door. Jiang Sui did not urge her away. Once inside her room, she closed the door behind her, resting her forehead against it as she slowly crouched down. Little master, how did it go? The system materialized, glancing at the disheartened Jiang Sui, crouched at the door, her expression far from cheerful. Jiang Sui buried her face in her knees, and, after a moment, soft sobs escaped her. The system paused in surprise upon hearing the weeping and leaned closer to Jiang Sui, unable to see her face. Little master, why are you still crying? Did your mother say something harsh to you? This was the only conclusion the system could reach, yet it saw Jiang Sui shake her head. Then if not that, it must be. The system's voice trailed off, realizing it was either Zhao Wenyu's words or Jiang Yunchen's identity that troubled her. Mother. Mother seems to have discovered Jiang Yunchen's true identity. Jiang Sui lifted her tear-streaked face, her long eyelashes adorned with droplets, her countenance resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking deep sympathy. Her small mouth pouted, and despite her efforts to stifle her cries, tears continued to cascade down. The system perplexed thought. Zhao Wenyu had always believed Jiang Yunchen to be the illegitimate child brought back by Jiang Huaqian. If Jiang Sui's speculation were correct, it implied that the funeral was deliberately arranged. No, surely not. The system remained skeptical. For 16 years, Zhao Wenyu had been unaware. If she were truly oblivious, she would not have suddenly organized a funeral for Jiang Yunchen, especially in such haste. Jiang Sui, recognizing her own naivety, understood that Zhao Wenyu must have learned something significant to act in such a manner. Little master, why then are you crying? Yet, what truly piqued the system's curiosity was the reason behind Jiang Sui's tears. Jiang Sui paused, sniffled, and with some embarrassment confessed, I can't help but think of how Jiang Yunchen was bullied while he was still in the Jiang family, and even in his departure, he continued to be mistreated. The system grasped her sentiment. Jiang Sui was grieving for him. I used to bully him too. Her eyelashes fluttered, unable to bear the weight of her tears, as they fell like melting ice crystals onto her garments, staining her porcelain skin with a rosy hue at the corners of her eyes. That was a necessity dictated by your mission. Do not blame yourself, for it is not the fault of the young master. Furthermore, at that time, you were unaware that the mission had failed and that it would bear no consequences. The system consoled her. Yet, a lingering sense of guilt enveloped me. Jiang Sui rose to her feet, feeling a slight dizziness. She leaned against the door for support and, after a moment of recovery, seated herself on the couch. Her gaze drifting toward the morning attire laid out on the table. By the way, I also heard from the servants that your father has returned, the system recalled. Jiang Sui lowered her eyes, tears still marking her cheeks. The return of her father explained everything. Jiang Huaiqian was back, and Jiang Yunchen was dead. It dawned upon me that it was not her mother who knew of Jiang Yunchen's identity, but her father, who had been aware of Jiang Yunchen's status as the crown prince of Jing Kingdom for 16 years. As this realization struck her, a shiver coursed through her body, and her hands turned icy. His return surely stemmed from the knowledge of Jiang Yunchen's disappearance, and he must have revealed the truth to her mother. So, Jiang Huaiqian knew Jiang Yunchen's true identity when he brought him back to the Jiang family 16 years ago. This aspect of the narrative had been unknown to the system at the time of its inception. No, it was precisely because he knew that he brought him back. Jiang Sui bit her lip, astonished by the immense ambition her father harbored. Although she was unclear about Jiang Huaiqian's motives, she felt a twinge of remorse for Jiang Yunchen. The Jiang family had indeed treated him poorly. Should he harbor resentment in the future and seek retribution, it would be entirely reasonable. However, if the time came for her to face death, could it be considered part of her mission? Fortunately, Jiang Yunchen had departed, unaware of this scene. Otherwise, his hatred for the Jiang family would have been profound. Outside, as dusk settled, a man cloaked in a cape surveyed the white surroundings, unable to suppress a cold smirk. The Jiang family was truly ruthless. Confronted by the brisk wind, he suppressed the tumult within. Upon hearing the news relayed by Jin Yishuan, Xie Yanshi immediately set out for the kingdom of Quan. He had assumed he would never return, yet fate had summoned him back to witness his own funeral. Indeed, heaven had a penchant for mockery. He tilted his head slightly, closing his eyes to quell the surging turmoil and struggle within, and when he reopened them, his expression had returned to its usual calm, devoid of any trace of emotion. Jiang family, it was you who severed this bond first. Chapter 54. I am willing to marry. The Jiang family's mourning rites stirred considerable commotion in the capital. Initially, there was extensive debate surrounding the sudden demise of the Jiang family's eldest son. Tales spread from one to another, becoming increasingly fantastical. Some claimed Jiang Yunchen had succumbed to an illness, prompting the Jiang family to issue clarifications. Others suggested his illness was a consequence of rescuing the Miss He from drowning at the flower banquet, which, coupled with Zhao Wanyu's portrayal of his frail condition, transformed Jiang Yunchen into an image of delicate helplessness. However, his act of heroism garnered him much acclaim. In summary, the events surrounding the Jiang family faded into silence within a month, and the capital returned to its tranquil state. The Jiang family continued as before, albeit with Jiang Yunchen's absence leaving a notable void. Jiang Sui was stealthily concealing something in her room, having deliberately secured the door. In her hands lay a considerable sum of silver, some of which had tumbled to the floor. She first set down the item she was holding, then bent to gather the scattered coins, placing them into a box she had prepared for saving money. With a satisfying pat on her hands and her hands on her hips, she gazed upon the box, nearly half filled with coins. Truly admirable, young master. In just over a month, you have amassed such wealth. The system regarded her with admiration. However, she knew better than to rejoice too soon before she had burned some for herself. Jiang Sui locked the box and hung the key around her neck. To prevent losing this crucial key, she had commissioned a craftsman to fashion it into a necklace, which she wore daily as a precaution. After completing her task, she sat in a chair and poured herself a glass of water, downing it in one go. Yet, before she could settle in, a knock echoed at the door. Jiang Sui's attention was instantly drawn, and without a moment's thought, she surmised it was Zhao Wanyue come to see her. Is it you, Sui? She opened the door with a sweet smile. What brings you here, mother? She noticed Zhao Wanyue held a considerable number of portraits in her hands. Sui, I've come to ask for your opinion on these portraits. Please tell me which ones you find most appealing. Zhao Wanyue smiled somewhat falsely, guiding Jiang Sui to sit down and placing the portraits on the table. Jiang Sui, puzzled, obediently began to examine the images before her, realizing they were all portraits of men. What could be her mother's intention? Zhao Wanyue chuckled nervously, masking her own unease, and nudged the portraits towards Jiang Sui, urging her to take a closer look. Jiang Sui's gaze occasionally flickered to her mother, her hands continuing to sift through the images, discovering them to be quite unremarkable. What is wrong, Sui? Is there not a single one you fancy? Zhao Wanyue inquired, observing Jiang Sui's lack of reaction, her eyes not lingering on any particular portrait. Jiang Sui pouted slightly, shaking her head in honest response. Not even a little? Zhao Wanyue pressed, raising 2 fingers in a hopeful gesture. Jiang Sui remained steadfast in her honesty, shaking her head once more. Zhao Wanyue began to doubt herself, rifling through the carefully selected portraits. How could Sui not be pleased by any of them? It seemed impossible. Surely, these men had been enhanced by beauty filters. Mother, why are you showing me these? Jiang Sui questioned, already suspecting the answer, yet awaiting Zhao Wanyue's response. Zhao Wanyue lifted her gaze, her movements faltering as she anxiously rubbed her hands together. Cautiously, she asked, Sui, if I were to arrange a marriage for you, would you hold it against me? Marriage? Jiang Sui's expression froze, and she fell silent for a moment. Dear master, your mother intends to marry you off, the system gasped quietly, glancing at Jiang Sui. Seeing her silence, Zhao Wanyue grew concerned that she had hurt Jiang Sui's feelings and began to smooth things over. If Sui did not wish to speak, then her mother would refrain from pressing further. Indeed, it was her mother who had been overly anxious. I did not consider Sui's feelings and impulsively brought these portraits for you to see. As one ages, one's vision tends to dim. If Sui dislikes them, I shall remove them. Today let it be as if I never mentioned it. Zhao Wanyue's incessant chatter left her momentarily stunned. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her garment. Mother, if I were to marry and you deemed it well, then so be it. Zhao Wanyue's gaze flickered, momentarily doubting her own hearing. What did you say? Jiang Sui lifted her eyes and reiterated earnestly, Mother, I agree to marry. Zhao Wanyue was taken aback that Jiang Sui offered no opposition, but rather accepted the proposition outright. She grasped Jiang Sui's hand, yet her heart ached with reluctance. Sui, I cannot find the words to express myself. Her decision was influenced by Jiang Yunchen's status. She feared not his potential retribution against the Jiang family, but rather the repercussions it might have on Sui. As a woman, she felt powerless, especially with the looming threat of Jiang Yunchen seeking vengeance. Zhao Wanyue had little hope in Jiang Huaqian. If he could conceal his selfish motives from her for 16 years, he could easily cast her aside in uncertain times. She felt indifferent. This family had long ceased to hold any significance for her, yet her heart ached for Sui. If Jiang Sui were to marry, she would become part of her husband's family, allowing her to distance herself from any future turmoil that Jiang Yunchen might unleash upon the Jiang household. Mother, whatever decision you make, I know it is for my benefit. Jiang Sui wore a smile, although her heart was laced with bitterness. I am willing to marry. Zhao Wanyue's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, yet she stifled her urge to weep. My Sui, it is my fault. I have wronged you. Jiang Sui leaned against her, feeling no grievance. Are you truly willing? The system queried, unable to comprehend the deeper implications. Observing Jiang Sui's expression, it censored discontent. Jiang Sui remained silent, unsure if her choice was right, yet she knew that her agreement to marry would bring joy to her mother. Nevertheless, deep down, she was reluctant. She did not wish to marry, yet felt unable to voice her true feelings. With the task failed, Jiang Yunchen returned to Jinghua, which was his rightful home. While she was destined to marry, perhaps this was her own fate. The setting sun was devoured by the encroaching night. The monotonous chirping of cicadas resonated from the treetops, and fireflies adorned the darkened landscape, while the moon cast its gentle light upon the earth. Yet, within the heart of the moonlit soul, a bitter rain fell. Chapter 55, Long time no see, my brother. This wine is truly delightful. Xian Er savored the exquisite drink, setting down the wine jug and sighing contentedly. Eyes closed in enjoyment. Jing shot him a glance and quipped astutely, "A drunkard." Xian Er scowled, retorting with a dismissive scoff, "You know nothing." The rain fell in torrents, enveloping the two inside in a haze of mist. Outside, the sound of movement was heard as a rain-soaked hand pushed open the door. "I'm back." Xian Er glanced at the doorway, quietly adjusting a cup and pouring a drink into it before placing it beside the vacant seat. Jing did not turn around, sipping from his drink without finding it as delightful as Xian Er had claimed. Xie Yanshi, feeling a chill, removed his hat and observed the two with a sense of detached amusement. Their leisurely demeanor was hardly surprising. He shook off the rainwater from his clothes, strands of hair at his temples still dripping. "You two truly seem indifferent to the world," he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, settling into the seat they had saved for him. Upon seeing the drink Xian Er had poured, he downed it without hesitation. The plum wine slid down his throat, cool and smooth, but soon enough, warmth spread through his body, dispelling the lingering chill. His Highness has indeed been increasingly diligent lately, practicing even in the rain, Xian Er teased, while pouring himself another glass. Xie Yanshi, with a flick of his wrist, splashed the remaining rainwater from his hand onto Xian Er's face, feigning ignorance. "Oh, I didn't notice." Xian Er raised an eyebrow, noting the growing grudge in his Highness's demeanor. Jing stifled a laugh nearby. "Baldy, what are you doing joining in on the fun?" Xian Er, now somewhat disenchanted with the idea of drinking, turned his attention to Jing. "One would be foolish not to join in on the merriment," he replied with a grin. The previously somber atmosphere transformed into one filled with a hint of camaraderie, as Xie Yanshi chuckled softly, gradually feeling more human in such company. Xian Er nudged him with his elbow, saying, "I must say, Your Highness, you are the first person I have encountered who, despite being very much alive, is eager to prepare for their own funeral without an ounce of anger." As he recounted last month's events, Xian Er's enthusiasm grew. They had uncovered the Jiang family's heinous deeds, reporting back to Xie Yanshi, and vividly recalled the grim expression on his face at that time. They had expected him to cause an uproar upon returning to the royal court, perhaps even disrupting the morning hall, yet nothing of the sort occurred. "As for composure, Your Highness is unmatched, remaining entirely unfazed," Xian Er continued. Jing, ever the instigator, chimed in, "Indeed, when it comes to magnanimity and breadth of heart, Your Highness surpasses the sea and the sky." Xie Yanshi looked at the two with amusement, finding the wine in his hand tasteless as he laughed. "Are you two performing a comedy act here?" "Indeed, Your Highness, don't you think we possess quite the talent?" Xian Er quipped mischievously. "How audacious, taking liberties without invitation," Xie Yanshi retorted, playfully tapping Xian Er on the head. "Watch your language," Xian Er exclaimed, shielding his head and distancing himself from the two. Xie Yanshi feigned a smile, saying, "You deserve a good thrashing." After a few moments of laughter, tranquility returned. "Your Highness, it's time to make the first move," Xian Er declared, reclining on the grass mat as the storm raged outside, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Xie Yanshi tapped his fingers on the table, staring at the empty cup, falling into silence. Since their return with Jing and Xian Er, they had not gone directly to the palace, but instead arrived at the residence of the masked organization. The location was concealed, unobtrusive, and difficult to detect. Xie Yanshi could not help but admire their ingenuity. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated by Jing's state long ago. After joining the organization, he underwent rigorous training, aiming to strengthen himself rapidly and acquire the ability to protect his life, without means of self-preservation. Even if he managed to reclaim his position as the crown prince through his birthmark and bloodline, his life would soon be forfeit. Every aspect of the covert training was perilous, yet he never complained, enduring injuries and bloodshed without uttering a word of pain. The training yielded remarkable results. Xie Yanshi was no longer the Jiang Yunchen of yesteryear. "Chess, there is no rush. I wish to see him first." Xie Yanshi turned his cup upside down, his gaze darkening. "Very well, Your Highness, you may decide." As dusk fell, the lights of Yinyun Alley gradually illuminated. with the most prominent being the three large golden characters of Zui Tower, shimmering enticingly under the lantern's glow. Amidst the music, cups clinked together, filling the air with an atmosphere of opulence and indulgence. A man, surrounded by beautiful women, was being served fine wine, while one of the ladies offered him peeled grapes. He glanced at her, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as he consumed the sweet fruit she had delicately prepared. The lady blushed slightly, playfully tapping his chest, her fingertips gliding over his skin. "Your Highness, please do not tease me." He raised her chin, his fingers caressing her face, a roguish grin adorning his features. "If you serve me well tonight, I shall reward you handsomely." "Then I shall ensure your Highness enjoys himself thoroughly," she replied, twirling gracefully, her flowing sleeves resembling a dancing butterfly, each movement exuding innate charm. The man watched in silent admiration, occasionally applauding, oblivious to the imminent danger. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the private room, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap. His attention was drawn away, and by the time he turned back, a sword flew towards him, grazing his cheek and leaving a trail of blood that slowly seeped out. His pupils constricted as the panicked screams of the courtesans echoed in his ears. It was only then that he came to his senses, fixing his gaze on the cloaked figure shrouded in darkness before him. "Why you?" he stuttered, fear rendering him speechless, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Outside, the clouds churned ominously, heavy rain poured down, accompanied by the roar of thunder. As he appeared like a specter in the night, the cloaked figure ambled toward the man, unable to suppress a laugh at his terror-stricken expression. He threw back his cloak, revealing frosty eyes and a slight smirk, a menacing aura emanating from him as he closed the distance. He slowly spoke, "Long time no see, my brother." Chapter 56. Return what rightfully belongs to me. He has returned. He has returned. The man scrambled into the palace, panic-stricken, his face pale and filled with dread, struggling to articulate his thoughts. At this moment, within the Eternal Harmony Palace, a woman adorned in a resplendent golden-red phoenix robe. Her long hair, intricately styled and cascading to her waist, allowed a few strands to fall gracefully upon her chest. The floral ornament on her brow radiated brilliance, while maintaining an air of dignified elegance. Her exquisite features exuded an endless allure, yet her eyes held a glimmer of coldness that instilled a palpable chill in those who beheld her. Upon hearing the voice of a man from within the palace, she refrained from directing her gaze in his direction. Instead, she cast a fleeting glance at the sky, her spirits evidently dulled, as she lowered her head and idly teased the red-bellied gray sparrow confined in its cage. The plump creature, prodded by her fingers, chirped incessantly, growing impatient enough to peck at her, yet she seemed oblivious to its irritation. "My lady, are you unwell? Shall I summon the physician?" One of the palace maids beside the noble consort inquired hastily, though she hesitated to reach out and assess the extent of her injuries. The consort withdrew her hand, brushing her sleeve as she contemplated that even the most beautiful of pets remained untamed beasts. The maid, sensing the gravity of the situation, retreated to a corner, wary of incurring the noble consort's displeasure. The noble consort, Bai Huishue, hailed from a prestigious lineage, being the daughter of the esteemed Minister Bai. Her beauty was striking, akin to a radiant lotus, her delicate brows gracefully arched, the corners of her eyes slightly upturned, and her lips adorned with a hint of crimson. She embodied an innate charm that had captivated the emperor of the Jing Kingdom in years past. Bai Huishue was acutely aware that the emperor's interest in her stemmed solely from her alluring visage. Otherwise, she would not have attained her current status. Despite her elevated position within the imperial harem, fortified by her own cunning, none dared to challenge her authority. Yet, for her, such power was still insufficient. Her aspiration was to one day ascend to the position of empress and wield the imperial seal. Casting a glance at the sparrow in its cage, Bai Huishue remarked, "This creature is devoid of vitality. Dispose of it." "Mother! Mother!" a flustered Xian Ling exclaimed, her demeanor utterly disordered. Bai Huishue shot a glance at the surrounding maids who, understanding the unspoken command, promptly exited the Eternal Harmony Palace and discreetly closed the door behind them. since the previous day, following a terrifying encounter with Xie Yanshi. Xie Ling had been in an unstable emotional state, constantly feeling as though he were being watched. Mother, he has returned. He has returned. Xie Ling stammered, gripping Bai Huishue's sleeve with fervent desperation. Bai Huishue furrowed her brow, sensing an unsettling turn of events. She had never witnessed Xie Ling in such a state. Even when he had accidentally taken a life, he had not exhibited such panic, for she, as his mother, had always managed to resolve his predicaments. Who has returned? She inquired, bewildered, unable to comprehend the identity of the person Xie Ling referred to. Xie Ling glanced around anxiously, fearful of a recurrence of the previous day's events, pointing to the dried bloodstains on his face. Mother, did you not say he was dead? I saw him yesterday. He was wielding a sword, intent on killing me. As Bai Huishue observed the scars upon his face, her fingertips brushed lightly over them. Upon hearing Xie Ling's words, is he not dead? An image from her childhood, one she had long despised, suddenly resurfaced in her mind. How is this possible? Bai Huishue was engulfed in doubt. Years prior, she had dispatched assassins to eliminate Xie Yanshi, and upon their return, they had unwaveringly assured her of his demise. Yet, Xie Ling's reaction suggested otherwise. If there were any discrepancies in this matter, it was evident that someone had lied. Did he not die all those years ago? Was she deceived? Her gaze was as venomous as poison itself. For 16 years, everything regarding Yilan had refused to release its grip on her. Xie Yanshi, just the thought of his name filled Bai Huishue's eyes with boundless malice, as if it were about to consume her whole. Are you searching for me, Your Highness? Bai Huishue froze at the sound of that voice, her blood seemingly reversing its flow, leaving her breathless. Xie Yanshi emerged from the shadows, halting before her, his gaze looming down upon her with a murderous intent. Xie Linfeng, upon seeing him, recoiled in terror as if confronted by a specter, hiding behind Bai Huishue. Mother, save me. You want to kill me. You, anyone. There's an assassin. Bai Huishue's panic escalated, shielding Xie Linfeng behind her while shouting towards the entrance. Yet no response came, nor was there even a hint of a figure. Stop shouting. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come. Save your strength, Your Highness. Xie Yanshi remarked, casually cleaning his ears, deriding Bai Huishue's cries. Bai Huishue forced herself to regain composure, locking eyes with Xie Yanshi. The pressure in his gaze was suffocating. If you dare lay a hand on me, you shall not leave here alive. Xie Yanshi paused in his motion of drawing his blade, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he regarded Bai Huishue with indifference. How naive she was to think she might perish. Then why not take a guess as to how I entered? His eyes darkened ominously, a flicker of fire igniting within them, as if flames danced in the depths of his gaze. Your Highness, if I can silently appear before you, I can certainly depart unscathed. Bai Huishue was momentarily taken aback, finally realizing the truth in his words. He had survived 16 years ago. Even now, he could leave alive. Steeling herself, she regained her rationality. Xie Yanshi, if you have come for revenge, if you wish to kill me, then proceed, but it all hinges on your courage. Bai Huishue lifted her chin subtly, suppressing the fear that surged within her. As a dignified consort, she had commanded fear in the harem over the years. Not merely due to her beauty. Without some measure of cunning, she would have long been flayed and dismantled. Xie Yanshi clapped his hands, his dark eyes, deep and silent as a still pond, turned towards Xie Linfeng behind her. Is that so? It has been 16 years since I last saw my brother. How fortuitous that I am particularly eager to rekindle our brotherly bond today. You dare? Do you doubt my courage? Xie Yanshi was unperturbed, prepared to go to any lengths, willing to rise from the depths of hell if need be. Bai Huishue clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with hatred as she gritted her teeth. What is it that you truly desire? Xie Yanshi inhaled deeply, a smirk gracing his lips as he took a few steps back, raising his hand to bow to Bai Huishue. Truly, Your Highness, you are astute beyond measure. In a veiled glance, a trace of mockery flitted through his half-closed eyes. His tone icy. Return what rightfully belongs to me. Chapter 57. The heart of the people is easily won. Have you heard? The The long-lost crown prince has been found. Is that true, or are you trying to deceive me? There's been no news for 16 years. How could he suddenly reappear? At a wonton stall, several citizens engaged in animated discussion about the news they heard that morning. The palace had issued an announcement stating that the young prince, abducted by thieves 16 years ago, had been recovered. Only after ensuring everything was in order did they release the information. They also mentioned that during the assassination attempt in the palace 16 years ago, the young prince went missing, and the palace had dispatched individuals to search for him in secrecy, never abandoning hope. One elderly man, furrowed in thought, interjected, "But didn't he, the noble concubine, hold a funeral for the young prince back then? I distinctly remember hearing about it 16 years ago. Old sir, please do not spread such rumors. The young prince has been found. How could the palace have held a funeral for him? Perhaps your memory has faltered with age." The old man opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from continuing, thinking to himself that he might have indeed been mistaken. The citizens were ambivalent, unsure of what to believe, especially given the long passage of time and their limited knowledge of the young prince. However, with the palace making such a public declaration, it could not be false. "It is said that the crown prince has endured much hardship while away," whispered one patron. "Indeed, it has been 16 years. It is a fortunate event that the crown prince has returned to Jingwa," responded another. The crowd at the wonton stall grew larger, with everyone discussing the news of Xie Yanshi's return to the palace. As the conversation progressed, it shifted to the matter of succession to the throne. Ever since the news of the emperor's severe illness emerged, the people have been in a state of panic, fearing that the demise of the emperor would spell disaster for Jingwa. Presently, there is but one prince, Xie Yanshi, who is expected to inherit the throne. However, if Jingwa were to fall into the hands of a tyrant, their lives would be plunged into despair. The return of Xie Yanshi is a joyous event for the citizens, a savior of sorts. Although they do not know him well, they are all too familiar with Xie Yanshi, a prince who often frequents the Zui Tower, indulging in debauchery and luxury, with his mind occupied solely by beauty and wine, utterly ignorant of matters of state and possessing a timid disposition. If he were to feel slighted by anyone, he would resort to violence without regard for life. Such an individual should never ascend the throne. Otherwise, the people of Jingwa would suffer greatly. The appearance of Xie Yanshi is indeed most fortuitous. Regardless of who the crown prince may be, he is certainly preferable to the second prince. "I stand firmly by the crown prince," one patron boldly proclaimed, only to be pulled aside by a friend who whispered, "Shh, you mustn't let anyone from the palace hear you. Do you still value your head?" Ignoring the warning, he draped an arm over his friend's shoulder and asked, "I'll ask you this. Whose side are you on?" The friend glanced around, his eyes darting, and replied, "Naturally, it is the crown prince." "Then that settles it. What is there to fear? Rather than perish, one should meet their end with dignity. It is my fervent hope that His Highness the Crown Prince shall not disappoint us." The crowd buzzed with lively discussions, creating an atmosphere of excitement. A magnificent carriage glided slowly past, the curtain fluttering slightly, revealing a youth clad in splendid garments within. Xie Yanshi peered through the curtain at the common folk, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He had overheard their earlier remarks. "Your Highness, did you hear that? The citizens of Jingwa are wholeheartedly devoted to you," remarked Xian, reclining nonchalantly nearby, lifting one eyelid to glance at Xie Yanshi. Xie Yanshi remained silent in response to Xian's words, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Yet he was perplexed, for he could not fathom why the populace's impression of him had so swiftly transformed. Xian paused, then turned to the rigidly seated Jing beside him, calling out, "Hey, I'm not eloquent. You explain it to His Highness." Xie Yanshi's countenance grew increasingly intricate, the worries etched upon his brow deepening as he followed Xian's gaze to Jing, his heart equally eager to uncover the answer. Without opening his eyes, Jing methodically twirled the prayer beads in his hand and slowly spoke, "Your Highness, this is the will of the people." "The will of the people?" Xie Yanshi echoed. "Intrigued. You have been absent for 16 years, a mystery to the populace, while Xie Linfeng's image has long been entrenched in their hearts like mud, impervious to any attempts at erosion. Your return represents a new beacon of hope for them. Xian Er interjected at this moment. This is merely the beginning. What you must do now, Your Highness, is to win the hearts of the people and solidify the image they have come to place their hopes upon. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. This adage has always held true. A light dawned upon Xie Yanshi as he absorbed Jin Yi's words. He opened the carriage curtain once more, casting his gaze upon the scenery beyond. The will of the people, he mused with a soft chuckle. It indeed seems within reach. The sun shone brightly today, the weather more amiable than the previous days of torrential rain, though remnants of water still clung to the streets. The lantern towers along the avenues had already been erected, with colorful edifices adorning the lengthy thoroughfares, their heights surpassing even the city walls. The air was imbued with the fresh scent of rain, the cobblestones glistening, while droplets occasionally dripped from the eaves. The shop doors lining the streets gleamed with moisture, and the distant sounds of vendors calling out their wares resonated through the throng, while the crackling of charcoal in the stoves mingled with the steam rising from the bamboo baskets. Xie Yanshi's gaze fell upon a pot of wontons bubbling with steam. He had yet to taste wontons. Is this truly Jingwa? He pondered, recalling the place of his birth. After 16 years of wandering, he had grown accustomed to the cramped quarters of the Jiang family home, and now, returning abruptly to the strict confines of the royal palace felt like a dream. Could he genuinely accomplish this? Jingwa, a blend of familiarity and strangeness. Indeed, he was no longer Jiang Yunchen of the Jiang family, but Xie Yanshi, the crown prince of Jingwa. The rightful crown prince. It was within his expectations that Bai Huishue would agree to this matter. He had deduced that Xie Linfeng was her Achilles' heel. Once a person possesses a weakness, they become exceedingly vulnerable. His gaze traversed through the throngs of people, fixating on the indistinct scenery in the distance. As he succumbed to a prolonged reverie, a cherished smile emerging in the recesses of his mind. Your Highness, what captivates your attention? Xian Er inquired with curiosity. Xie Yanshi inhaled deeply, his lips parted slightly as his eyes turned toward the wonton stall. I yearn for wontons, he uttered. Jiang Sui, I miss you. Chapter 58. She is to be married. The night gradually faded, a gentle breeze brushing against the skin, imparting a hint of coolness. While the horizon began to blush with the dawn, Jiang Sui stood by the window, witnessing the transformation of darkness into light. The system accompanied her, hesitant to make a sound, merely circling nearby. Jiang Sui had spent the night in wakefulness, letting out a silent sigh as she raised her arms to warm her chilled skin. Her head rested lightly against the window, her gaze somewhat vacant. On the table lay a bridal gown, adorned with exquisite pearl embellishments, alongside a jade ribbon. This was personally delivered by Zhao Wanyu the previous day. Intending to witness Jiang Sui try it on and identify any areas needing alteration. However, due to Jiang Sui's subdued demeanor yesterday, Zhao Wanyu refrained from insisting, merely suggesting that Jiang Sui should try it on and inform her afterward. The bridal gown remained untouched on the table, showing no signs of having been tried on. Jiang Sui had not donned it. She was uncertain whether agreeing to this marriage was indeed the right choice, yet as long as her mother found joy in it, she felt compelled to share in that happiness. However, she could not muster any joy within herself. Young master, the system, feeling increasingly restless, finally spoke up, recalling the days when Jiang Sui was lively and communicative. Jiang Sui, lost in thought, did not register the system's words, her attention still captivated by the scenery before her. Young master, the system gathered its courage to call out again. Jiang Sui snapped back to reality, momentarily startled. What is it? You've been acting strangely lately, perpetually downcast. The system observed, noting her melancholic demeanor, likely stemming from Zhao Wanyu's discussions regarding the marriage. The intended groom hailed from a prestigious, scholarly family in the capital. Lu Shueshao, the sole heir of the Lu family. He was doted upon by his family, yet remained unspoiled, devoid of any undesirable traits. His appearance was acceptable, and more importantly, his scholarly accomplishments ranked among the best in the capital. Zhao Wanyu had expressed satisfaction in every regard, deeming the match appropriate for Jiang Sui. The compatibility of Jiang Sui and Lu Shueshao's birth dates had been verified, and both families were exceedingly pleased. The wedding date had been set for the 6th day of next month, determined to be an auspicious occasion by the matchmaker. Initially, Zhao Wenyu had harbored concerns that the Liu family might object to such an early date. However, both families found common ground, agreeing that an early marriage would be advantageous. To that end, an arrangement was made for Jiang Sui to spend time alone with Liu Shuexiao. She recalled that day vividly, when Liu Shuexiao took her to the academy to listen to the recitations of literary works, which she found exceedingly dull. Nevertheless, she did not wish to offend him and endured through the experience, nearly succumbing to slumber. Jiang Sui felt a lingering gratitude towards Liu Shuexiao for accompanying her to the academy to listen to poetry. The impending marriage had caused her considerable distress, resulting in sleepless nights and an inability to rest properly. However, after that outing, she managed to sleep until dusk, restoring some vitality within her. Initially, she found it perplexing why Zhao Wenyu was so eager to arrange a marriage for her. Although she refrained from objection to provide Zhao Wenyu with peace of mind, she ultimately sought an explanation. It became clearer yesterday when news of the long-lost crown prince of Jing Kingdom being found after 16 years spread rapidly to Quan Kingdom, seemingly casual yet perhaps deliberately orchestrated. Naturally, the Jiang family was among the first to learn of this development. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Sui hurried to find Zhao Wenyu. But upon seeing her composed demeanor, she found herself unable to voice her questions. She nearly forgot that Zhao Wenyu was already privy to this information. At that moment, all the questions weighing on her heart suddenly found their answers. Zhao Wenyu feared that Jiang Yunchen might harbor resentment towards the Jiang family for their past actions and might seek revenge. Marriage was Zhao Wenyu's solitary means of protecting her. System, do you think Jiang Yunchen is faring better in Jing Kingdom than here? Jiang Sui asked, her heart already knowing the answer. Little master, Jing Kingdom is his home. He must be doing well, the system replied candidly. Jiang Sui lowered her gaze, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Yes, Jing Kingdom was indeed his home. Strangely, she found herself missing him. Shifting slightly, she directed her gaze towards the wedding attire quietly displayed on the table. System, please disappear for a while. I wish to try it on. She ran her fingers over the exquisite patterns on the fabric, which felt wonderfully soft to the touch, yet her heart was filled with bitterness. The system observed her with concern, but chose to remain silent, obediently vanishing from the room. Left alone in the now silent chamber, Jiang Sui rose, moving like a soulless automaton as she slipped into the wedding gown, which fit her perfectly. Zhao Wenyu truly understood Jiang Sui well. As the gown was devoid of any flaws, she found it pleasing. Before the dressing table, a copper mirror shaped like a palm leaf reflected her image, adorned with a phoenix crown and flowing veil. Her red lips and pearly teeth complemented the intricate hairpiece featuring intertwined pearls and lotus flowers, flanked by 2 blooming lotus plants with cascading coral tassels. Had Zhao Wenyu been present, she would have gazed in admiration and delight. Yet, the Jiang Sui in the mirror revealed glistening tears in her eyes, and her delicate features appeared devoid of spirit, as the vibrant makeup lost its luster. The overwhelming bitterness felt like a flower wilting away, leaving her heart barren, dimmed, and helpless. Mother, I truly do not wish to marry. Jiang Sui swallowed her anguish, took a deep breath, and wiped away her tears. She rose and approached the door, pushing it open to reveal Lan Yue. Tell mother that this wedding gown fits me perfectly, and I am quite satisfied. Xie Yanshi had not yet fully returned to the palace, but was secretly training. The first move had been made, and there was no need for haste regarding the remaining steps. In the bamboo grove, he wielded his sword with grace and abandon. Yet every motion concealed an air of lethal intent. Jin Yi and Xian Er stood atop the bamboo forest, hesitating to descend. I can't do this, you go. Xian Er insisted. No, this is your discovery. Jin Yi replied with a smirk, and before Xian Er could react, he gave him a shove, sending him tumbling down. What the genie? Xian Er exclaimed, his face darkening. Just as he was about to let loose a torrent of curses, Xie Yanshi appeared before him. Feeling guilty, Xuan fez silent. Meanwhile, Jin Yi descended, unabashedly declaring, "It concerns the Jiang family." You. Xian air felt a wave of despair wash over him. Jin Yi was certainly leading him to his doom. Upon hearing the mention of the Jiang family, Xie Yanshi's interest piqued. "What about them? Your Highness, you must assure me that if I divulge this information, you won't turn it against me." Xian air chuckled nervously. "What is so secretive?" Xie Yanshi's curiosity grew. "All right." Clearing his throat and preparing to flee at any moment, Xian air began. "The young lady of the Jiang family, your former sister, she is to be married." The urgency in his voice heightened when he mentioned Jiang Sui. "What did you say?" Chapter 59. A stroll in the garden? A stroll my foot. Ever since Xian air informed Xie Yanshi about Jiang Sui's impending marriage, the covert organization had also faced dire consequences. To distract himself from this troubling news, Xie Yanshi doubled his training regimen each day, and the organization dared not slack off, training alongside him to the point of exhaustion. Jin Yi chuckled, teasing him. "This is all you're doing. How was I to know it would turn out this way? Who could have guessed His Highness would be so invested in that young lady from the Jiang family?" Xuan lamented. Back in the kingdom of Quan, he had assumed Xie Yanshi's feelings for Jiang Sui were merely those of ordinary sibling affection, but he soon realized it was far more complicated than he had thought. Xie Yanshi trained with relentless fury, each punch striking bloodily against the practice dummy. The moment he paused, visions of Jiang Sui in her fiery red bridal gown, marrying a stranger, invaded his mind, disturbing his peace. What is wrong with His Highness? I have never seen him like this. Do not speak of it. We do not know who has provoked him, yet we are the ones suffering the consequences. His subordinates lamented, calling out in vain for relief. For days, they endured this relentless training without complaint, as the organization's sole tenet was loyalty. The covert organization heeded only the master's commands, and Xie Yanshi was their current master. Even if they failed to comprehend his actions, they would never voice a dissenting opinion. Look, neither Lord Jin Yi nor Lord Xian air dares to say a word. We should just continue training. Indeed, perhaps this is for our benefit, to enhance our physical prowess. The true instigator of their plight observed silently from the sidelines. It was only when Xie Yanshi had exhausted all his strength that he finally came to a halt. Breathing heavily, drenched in sweat, his garments clung to him, testament to his exertions. His gaze turned fierce as he took a deep breath, his throat parched. It took several sips of water to alleviate his discomfort. Striding forward with determination, he stated firmly, "I must visit the kingdom of Quan." Xuan guspit, not daring to intervene, and promptly replied, "I will handle it right away." Jin Yi, sipping tea by the side, remarked to Xie Yanshi, "Your Highness, your self-control requires enhancement." Xie Yanshi averted his eyes, feeling irritable as he sat down and took a sip of the tea Jin Yi offered, finding it unpleasant. "Your Highness, tea is meant to be savored," she added. Yet, with her impending marriage to another, what use was self-control? It had already been half a month since Jiang Sui tried on her wedding gown, and Zhao Wanyue wished to reconfirm the marriage arrangements with the Lu family, ensuring that not a single detail went awry. Her daughter must have a splendid wedding. Initially, Jiang Sui had no desire to visit the Lu residence, but Zhao Wanyue insisted that she and Lu Xuexiao should meet more frequently to foster familiarity. Reluctant to cause her mother distress, she accompanied her. Yawning, Jiang Sui sat beside Zhao Wanyue, idly tracing circles on the table with her finger. The future mother-in-law was overly formal, presenting an abundance of gifts. Mrs. Lu observed the room nearly filled with presents, unable to suppress her smile, though new lines appeared at the corners of her eyes. Zhao Wanyue smiled politely, stating, "We shall soon be family, so it is only natural to exchange gifts." Although the gifts held considerable value, they paled in comparison to Jiang Sui's future life. Zhao Wanyue's intention was to ensure that the Lu family treated Jiang Sui as their own daughter. Of course, upon hearing that Sui was here, I specifically asked Shower to set aside his affairs and make time to bond with her. After being mentioned by Mrs. Lu, Lu Xuexiao bowed respectfully to Zhao Wanyue. Jiang Sui did not even lift her eyelids. Upon hearing Mrs. Lu's words about Lu Xuexiao prioritizing her, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Such sweet words. but it was merely a matter of writing and painting. If that were the case, having read numerous novels, she could claim to be well-versed and knowledgeable. Little mistress, Lu Xuexiao is looking at you, the system observed, sensing something amiss in his gaze, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Jiang Sui continued to ignore him, her gaze fixed on the empty table. I am naturally gifted in beauty, she quipped. The system chuckled, momentarily reminded of Jiang Sui's former self. Indeed, little mistress, your kindness, beauty, and grace make it a stroke of fortune for the Lu family to wed such a lovely maiden as yourself. Jiang Sui pressed her lips together, aware that the system's words were meant to amuse her. The weather was splendid that day. Mrs. Lu proposed. Why not let the two young ones venture out to the garden together? It would nurture their bond, especially with the forthcoming marriage. It would be beneficial for them to spend time together. Rubbing her hands together, she cast a smiling glance at Jiang Sui and Lu Xuexiao. Zhao Wanyue instinctively looked at Jiang Sui, opening her mouth, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Jiang Sui paused her circular motion, a whirlwind of thoughts surging within her. Yet she resumed her dull task without any further reaction. Shower, what do you think? Madame Lu cast a glance toward Lu Xuexiao, signaling with her eyes. I too sought a moment to stroll outside. Sui, shall we venture out together? Lu Xuexiao promptly rose and approached Jiang Sui, extending his hand toward her. Yet, the mere sound of Lu Xuexiao calling her by her childhood name elicited a wave of nausea within her. She glanced at his hand, forcing a faint, insincere smile, and discreetly evaded Lu Xuexiao's outstretched hand. The weather is pleasant. Let's take a walk. Lu Xuexiao's face momentarily flushed with embarrassment as he silently withdrew his hand. Sui, let us depart. Jiang Sui nodded, and just as Lu Xuexiao was about to grasp her hand, she swiftly exited the hall. Young mistress, you didn't see how dark Lu Xuexiao's expression was, remarked her companion. Jiang Sui sighed, aware that this marriage had been meticulously selected by Zhao Wanyue, who was thoroughly satisfied with the arrangement. She did not wish to disappoint her, but each time Lu Xuexiao attempted to impose upon her, an overwhelming resistance surged within her. She had tried to force herself to accept it, yet she found it impossible. Jiang Sui boarded the carriage first and instructed Wanyue, if Lu Gongzi wishes to enter the carriage, inform him that I caught a chill yesterday. Although it is not severe, I would prefer not to risk affecting him. It would be unfortunate if he would catch it. Wanyue, perplexed, wondered why no one in the household had mentioned Jiang Sui's illness. Understood, Mississippi, although she harbored doubts. Wanyue complied with her request. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuexiao refrained from joining Jiang Sui in the same carriage, and she released a sigh of relief, grateful to avoid the discomfort of sharing the same space with him. From a distance, Xie Yan observed the scene with a disdainful smirk. What a farce. Chapter 60. A misstep. Jiang Sui arrived at their destination first, shortly followed by Lu Xuexiao. Wanyue stood beside Jiang Sui as she grasped her arm firmly. Wanyue, you must remain by my side without fail. Do you understand? Not a step away. Ensure Lu Gongzi does not come near me. Initially, Wanyue appeared confused, but recalling Jiang Sui's mention of her illness, she quickly grasped her intent. Nodding, she reassured, rest assured, Miss, I will not leave your side. Hearing Wanyue's words, Jiang Sui finally felt a sense of relief. As Lu Xuexiao descended from the carriage and approached her, Jiang Sui instinctively took a step back, hiding behind Wanyue. Sui, Lu Xuexiao observed her instinctive retreat with a hint of displeasure. Wanyue hastily explained, Lu Gongzi, my mistress has caught a chill. It is best to maintain some distance. Lu Xuexiao's expression shifted, his mood lightening considerably. It is of no consequence. Sui and I are to be wed soon. A mere chill poses no threat. Jiang Sui furrowed her brow, perplexed by his willingness to approach now, despite his earlier reluctance to share the same carriage. Lu Gongzi, she feigned a cough, theatrically, eliciting a startled retreat from him. If you catch my chill, the wedding may be delayed. Perhaps it is best to refrain? Jiang Sui partially obscured her face, covertly observing Lu Xuexiao's reaction. Indeed, upon hearing that the wedding date would be postponed, his expression shifted instantaneously. He remarked, "If you, Sui, can understand my predicament, then I shall keep my distance." Lu Xiao raised his hand, allowing Jiang Sui to depart first. Jiang Sui exhaled in relief, having navigated through that moment. Yet she pondered the future complications of their impending union. The garden was devoid of onlookers, presumably a meticulous arrangement by the Lu family to create an opportunity for her and Lu Xiao to converse privately. The pavilions were open, with the gentle sound of flowing water and the rustling of bamboo filling the air, showcasing a picturesque scene at every step. In the courtyard stood a flourishing magnolia tree, its subtle fragrance wafting with the breeze, while a nearby elegant pavilion, draped with curtains, held several lanterns that quietly absorbed the mist, creating an ethereal ambience akin to a celestial realm. The day was somewhat sweltering, yet the pavilion, encircled by bamboo groves, offered a refreshing coolness that was distinctly invigorating. Jiang Sui found a lovely spot to sit beside the pond in the pavilion. The stone table at the center bore an intricately carved Go board, with black and white pieces poised on either side. "Sui, do you know how to play Go?" Lu Xiao inquired, as he retrieved a black piece, intending to place it on the board, only to notice Jiang Sui shaking her head. "I have been rather dull-witted since childhood and have not managed to learn such things," Jiang Sui replied, feigning modesty. Lu Xiao chuckled with a hint of pride. "Playing Go is akin to navigating life. Each move requires careful contemplation. Just as I devoted myself to studying poetry and literature, which has afforded me the enviable abilities I possess today." Unsure how to respond, Jiang Sui smiled politely and took a sip of tea. "I came to appreciate the scenery, not to listen to this boastful rhetoric," the system scoffed, rolling its eyes. Lu Xiao persisted in sharing his self-important insights, redirecting the conversation towards Jiang Sui. "It matters not if you do not know how to play. When you marry me on the 6th of next month and become my wife, I shall teach you. My brilliance will surely benefit you." He ostentatiously placed his first piece on the board. Jiang Sui watched his perplexing maneuver, a question mark forming above her head. Did this person suffer a high fever in childhood? The system remarked disdainfully, twirling its finger at its temple. "I suspect that might be the case," Jiang Sui thought, averting her gaze from his game, contemplating how to divert his attention. Remaining here to witness his Go playing would surely drive her to distraction. "How could I have possibly liked such a fool?" Xie Yanshi commented with irritation, flicking a stone from his fingertip towards the bamboo behind Lu Xiao. The stone struck with a loud crack, causing the bamboo to splinter and nearly fall upon Lu Xiao. "Lu Gongzi, are you all right?" Jiang Sui exclaimed, startled. How could a perfectly healthy bamboo suddenly break? Lu Xiao, though frightened, managed to maintain his composure in Jiang Sui's presence, suppressing his anxiety as he forced a smile. "I am unharmed." Jiang Sui blinked in relief, noting he was unscathed, and then turned her gaze towards the clear lake beside them. "Shall we abandon the game? How about fishing instead?" "What a splendid idea," he agreed eagerly, fearing that lingering any longer might jeopardize his well-being. As Lu Xiao stood, his legs trembled with fear, nearly causing him to stumble. "How cowardly," he mused. Xie Yanshi remained impassive as he hurled a stone towards Lu Xiao's knee, causing him to uncontrollably collapse to the ground. "Jiang Sui. System, is it already New Year's?" Lu Xiao's face immediately turned ashen, suspecting no foul play and attributing his fall to the fright he had just experienced. I. The road is too slippery," he stammered, awkwardly rising and inventing an excuse to deflect the situation. "Yes, indeed, the road is slick," Jiang Sui echoed, diverting her gaze toward Lanyu, poking her and whispering, "Do not laugh." The atmosphere shifted into something comical as Xie Yanshi recognized a familiar smile on Jiang Sui's face, alleviating some of his inner irritation. Seated by the lake, Jiang Sui and Lu Xiao gently swayed their fishing rods over the water, with Jiang Sui resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought as she gazed at the rippling surface. Fishing, indeed, possesses its own intricacies. Not long after the chatter in his ears had settled, Lu Xiao began to dispense his philosophical musings once more. "You're being tedious." Had Lu Xiao been able to hear the system's reprimands, he would have silenced himself. Jiang Sui had little desire to fish. She merely sought to pass the time and distract Lu Xuexiao from playing chess. Wait for me. I will surely catch you a big fish shortly, Lu Xuexiao declared with fervor, though he had yet to even bait his hook. Every time she envisioned spending a lifetime with such a person, an uncomfortable sensation prickled at her. As she drifted into her thoughts, Lu Xuexiao's rod suddenly twitched, igniting his excitement. Fish! A fish is on! Jiang Sui was startled. Had he truly caught one? With a shriek, she watched as Lu Xuexiao tumbled into the lake, landing in a most undignified manner. I can't swim. Sui, save me. Wow. Jiang Sui quickly regained her composure, urging Lan Yu to seek help for Lu Xuexiao. She herself could not swim and could only watch helplessly, offering words of encouragement for him to save himself. Young Master Lu, I can't swim. You must fend for yourself. Help, help. Chapter 61. Brother, I knew it was you. Young Master Lu, are you all right? Jiang Sui inquired, observing Lu Xuexiao trembling and pale. I'm fine. He managed to force a smile. Jiang Sui pursed her lips and stepped aside. Thankfully, her prompt action in sending Lan Yu for assistance had extracted Lu Xuexiao from the lake, averting a potential tragedy. Although it was a bright sunny day, the lake's water was chillingly cold. A brief immersion might be bearable, but prolonged exposure could render one dangerously cold. It was hard to believe that Lu Xuexiao would escape without catching a chill. Upon their return, she would have to honestly recount the circumstances of his fall. But the Lu family would likely struggle to believe that he had simply lost his balance. Never mind. Let them blame me, Jiang Sui thought, her head throbbing. Why was it that whenever she was with Lu Xuexiao, misfortune seemed to follow her? Serves you right for showing off, the system quipped disdainfully, expressing its dislike for Lu Xuexiao. Lu Xuexiao appeared harmless, though his intellect seemed somewhat lacking. He often spoke self-righteously, expounding on grand theories, which the system found perplexing. How could his mind, so mismatched with the esteemed reputation of the Lu family, rank among the most erudite in the capital? Intuition suggested that Lu Xuexiao was not as clever as he seemed, yet something felt amiss. Jiang Sui sighed, realizing there was no further need to linger in the garden. Lan Yu, have them bring the carriage. Escort young Master Lu back, she instructed. Lan Yu nodded and promptly set to work. Exhausted, Jiang Sui returned to the lakeside bench. Young Master, how remarkable you are. When did you catch the fish? Came the voice of the system. Fish? When had she caught any? Jiang Sui glanced at the nearby wooden tub, where indeed 2 lively crucian carp were swimming about, their size rather substantial. But she had been preoccupied with rescuing Lu Xuexiao. How could she have possibly caught any fish? Even if the fish had bitten during her brief absence, where would she have found the time to reel them in? Who else could it be? The system's casual remark caused Jiang Sui to sense something was amiss. Young Master, what troubles you? The system observed Jiang Sui's sudden change in demeanor and stood up abruptly. Jiang Sui looked around, even casting her gaze skyward, shaking her head as she dismissed her unease. Lan Yu, Jiang Sui hurried towards the carriage, just as a servant assisted Lu Xuexiao into it. Lan Yu, who was about to call for her, noticed Jiang Sui approaching and pulled aside the carriage curtain. Miss, I was just about to call for you. Shall we return? Jiang Sui shook her head and fabricated an excuse. I have matters to attend to. You return with young Master Lu and explain to Madame Lu the circumstances of his fall. But miss, it is growing late. If we delay, it's all right. Just ensure young Master Lu gets home safely. I still have not caught my fish, Jiang Sui chuckled nervously, fidgeting with her fingers. Lan Yu, suspecting nothing, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall return shortly. Yes, Jiang Sui replied, watching the carriage depart, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Now, it was time to focus on her task. Young Master, what will you do here? The system inquired. Jiang Sui remained silent, her attention captivated by the crucian carp in the tub, a realization dawning upon her. I suspect these fish were caught by Jiang Yunchen. Could it truly be? The system exclaimed, startled by the name. Jiang Sui was also uncertain of her supposition, for she was alone in the garden. A breeze wafted past as Xie Yanshi stood with arms crossed in the bamboo grove, gazing down at the diminutive figure of Jiang Sui. System. Devise a plan to draw out Jiang Yunchen, she urged, biting her finger in contemplation. She had no inkling of Jiang Yunchen's whereabouts. I'll see what I can find. The system replied, adeptly flipping through its records in search of relevant plot details. It paused at a particular page, examining the illustrations, yet remained unsure if it was the solution Jiang Sui sought. Young master, I have discovered something similar, but Jiang Sui blinked. What is it? At this moment, Jiang Sui stood, her gaze fixed upon the illustration in the script held by the system. The image depicted a wounded woman, while a man leaned over to examine her injuries. The premise of the story was rooted in a conflict between the two, where the man's tenderness and care for the injured woman led to their reconciliation. This will have to do, she thought, resigned to her fate. With determination, Jiang Sui rolled up her sleeves while standing on the steps of the pavilion, wiping her shoes against the surface. Xie Yanshi, what are you up to now? His confusion was evident as he observed Jiang Sui's actions. In the next moment, a shriek echoed as Jiang Sui tumbled down the stone steps. Rubbing her backside, she feigned her discomfort, glancing around. Why isn't he out yet? Xie Yanshi, can you be any more theatrical? Is it not enough that you fell? The system was audacious in its remarks, and Jiang Sui clutched her sides, not wishing to meet a dire fate. Contemplating her situation, she realized that Jiang Yunchen was typically unperturbed by emotions and would likely remain unmoved. Her gaze shifted to the lake where Lu Xueshao had just fallen, yet she was painfully aware of her inability to swim. Little master, are you certain about this? The system inquired. Jiang Sui bit her lip, hesitating. I wish to understand his motives. It had been quite some time since she last saw Jiang Yunchen, and uncertainty about his well-being gnawed at her. The sight of the crucian carp he had given her stirred a longing to see him, perhaps also fueled by a sense of guilt for having bullied him earlier for the sake of a task. Once more, Jiang Sui resumed her previous position, pondering how Lu Xueshao had ended up in the lake. Xie Yanshi, perplexed, wondered why she had returned to her seat after he had caught her 2 crucian carps. Foolish girl, he scolded inwardly. Did she not understand that the water was perilously close, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster? As she peered at the lake's surface, she edged closer, murmuring, System, what if I drown? Fear not, little master. You shall live as long as a tortoise, came the system's reassuring reply. Bolstered by the system's encouragement, Jiang Sui inhaled deeply and, stepping onto the moss-covered stone, lost her balance and fell into the lake. Xie Yanshi witnessed the scene and, without a second thought, descended from the bamboo grove, leaping into the water to rescue her. Fortunately, he was timely in his intervention, and Jiang Sui managed to avoid swallowing too much water. Jiang Sui, are you trying to throw your life away? His eyes blazed with concern as he gripped her arms tightly. As Jiang Sui wiped the water from her eyes, she recognized the familiar figure before her. Brother, I knew it was you. Chapter 62. Interfering Jiang Sui smiled sweetly, showing no signs of panic from her fall. Do you even realize what you're doing? Don't you know how dangerous it is by the lake? You approach the edge even though you can't swim. Xie Yanshi struggled to maintain his composure, relieved that Jiang Sui emerged unscathed. Soaked to the bone, water dripped from her hair, falling like tears along the curve of her face. It's because you don't see me, she lamented, her lips pouting in a display of feigned grievance. Jiang Yunchen is so fierce, she muttered, somewhat dissatisfied that his temper had worsened upon returning to Jinghua. The system was equally perplexed by the thoughts swirling in Jiang Yunchen's mind. Rubbing its head, it suggested, Little master, why not ask him directly? I shall not intrude upon your intimate world. In the next moment, the system vanished from Jiang Sui's sight. Unlike before, Jiang Sui now felt considerably less apprehensive about being alone with Jiang Yunchen. Xie Yanshi opened his mouth to speak but held back, observing her expression of grievance. It was she who had been inattentive, yet he found himself reluctant to speak harshly. Jiang Sui, I shall escort you back. Xie Yanshi picked up the cloak discarded on the lawn and draped it over Jiang Sui, aware that the temperature would soon drop as dusk drew near. I will not return until you answer my question, Jiang Sui insisted, gripping his arm to prevent him from leaving. Xie Yanshi halted, turning to face her. Be obedient. Do not be obedient, Jiang Sui pouted, mirroring the defiance she had previously displayed towards him. Xie Yanshi pinched her cheek, which quickly flushed a bright red. His fingers lingered, feeling a slight warmth against his skin. Jiang Sui tugged at Xie Yanshi, her mind brimming with inquiries, yet she struggled to decide which to voice first. Ignoring his protests, she pulled him toward the pavilion where she had just played chess with Lu Xuexiao. Xie Yanshi's gaze was fixed on her delicate wrist, his throat tightening. He could easily shake her off, yet his body betrayed him, unwilling to harm her. If you do not answer my questions properly today, I shall ensure you cannot return to Jingwa, Jiang Sui declared fiercely, mistakenly believing she could intimidate Xie Yanshi, though her tone was more flirtatious than threatening. Dressed in a frost-colored long coat, Xie Yanshi's hair fell gracefully across his sun-kissed skin, embodying an exquisite allure. Jiang Sui, being a romantic at heart, couldn't help but notice, finding Jiang Yunchen far superior to Lu Xuexiao. Clenching his fist, veins protruding, he replied, "Very well, ask your questions." Jiang Sui's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Jiang Yunchen, how fares your life in Jingwa? How does it differ from here?" She eagerly awaited Xie Yanshi's response. "Jingwa and Kuangwa are adversaries," Xie Yanshi stated, feeling a pang in his heart as he spoke. Jiang Sui fell silent for a moment, having forgotten this fact upon her arrival in this world. She had only heard the system mention it vaguely, while her focus had been solely on Jiang Yunchen. Xie Yanshi truly wished to understand what thoughts occupied her mind, how she could remain so calm and innocently engage in conversation with him, the prince of an enemy nation. "What name do you go by now, Jiang Yunchen?" Jiang Sui seemed to bypass his previous statement, inquiring about the next matter. The system had once mentioned Jiang Yunchen's other name, his true name, but Jiang Sui couldn't recall it. Xie Yanshi's expression darkened, momentarily at a loss for words. The name was both familiar and foreign to him, a constant reminder of his identity and the opposition between him and the Jiang family. Avoiding Jiang Sui's gaze, he murmured, "Xie Yanshi." The name felt cold and distant, lacking the melodic quality of Jiang Yunchen. Jiang Sui contemplated these thoughts silently, refraining from voicing them. After a brief pause, she turned her gaze towards him and said, "You have asked me, and in the interest of fairness, I must inquire of you as well." At this moment, she remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, responding with a casual, all right. She was still apprehensive about Jiang Xian's potential silence towards her. Jiang Sui was somewhat unaccustomed to Jiang Yunchen's new identity, feeling a touch awkward when calling him Xian. "Jiang Sui, do you harbor any affection for that foolish Lu family scion?" Xian abruptly halted, stifling his urge to berate Lu Xuexiao. He observed Jiang Sui shaking her head with unwavering resolve. "Then why do you intend to marry him?" Jiang Sui lowered her gaze, the smile fading from her face. "It was my mother's decision. I do not wish to upset her." Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's name, Xian scoffed. "Are you bound to obey your mother's every command? If you're unhappy, why proceed with the marriage? He is devoid of intellect, character, and looks, yet he possesses such arrogance. How could you possibly consider marrying someone like that?" Each question hurled at Jiang Sui intensified her feelings of injustice, culminating in an emotional outburst. Pouting, she fought back tears, her chin trembling. Suddenly, she stood up, startling Xian. "It's not my choice to marry him. You speak without understanding anything." You returned and incessantly chattered, without even informing me of your departure, and yet you dare to criticize me. You're a wicked person, a truly wicked person. I'm the wicked one. I merely remind you. Are your eyes situated at the back of your head? He lacks all masculinity before you, and you can tolerate such weakness? Your discernment is truly poor, Xian retorted sharply. My judgment is poor? Jiang Yunchen, I could strike you down. Jiang Sui exclaimed in frustration, her fists clenched, striking Xian. Had it been in the past, before his return to Jingwa, he might have felt a twinge of pain. Now, it felt as soft as a massage. At that moment, Jiang Sui was genuinely irate. For so long, she had been perplexed by Jiang Yunchen's abrupt departure, and now, as she contemplated marriage, he returned to lecture her. What sense did that make? Jiang Sui, Xian, inexplicably ignited by her anger, called out to her loudly. What is it? Jiang Yunchen, you are no longer my brother. My affairs are none of your concern. This marked the first time Jiang Sui had raised her voice in anger. The first time she had spoken such harsh words to him. He was rendered speechless, his gaze dimmed, momentarily lost in thought, before a self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. His thin lips parted several times, yet he swallowed his questions. Indeed, he was no longer a member of the Jiang family. What right did he have to intrude upon her life? Once her anger subsided, Jiang Sui realized she had overstepped, delivering harsh words to Jiang Yunchen. Jiang Sui, iapologitse. I have meddled too much, Xian said, rising and turning away from her, leaving her with a final remark. But he truly is not a good person. Chapter 63. Princess Anna. Before Jiang Sui could offer an explanation, Xie Yan vanished from her sight. You are no longer my brother. In the future, we can still be friends. Can't we? Jiang Sui did not pursue him, feeling a twinge of sadness, knowing that even if she had, she could not catch up. She sneezed and tightened her cloak around her, muttering, You are also a wicked person. Everything was perfectly fine, so how did it escalate into an argument? Jiang Sui sighed, gazing towards the direction where Xie Yanshi had just departed, leaving without a proper farewell. The last time she left the Jiang residence, it had been the same, and this time they had quarreled. Yet, it was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, she had discovered that Xie Yanshi had played a trick on Lu Xiuxiao, causing him to fall into the water. It was likely that the bamboo had inexplicably snapped during their game, also orchestrated by Xie Yanshi. Initially, Jiang Sui had been oblivious to his motives, but after hearing him scold Lu Xiuxiao, she understood that he harbored contempt for him. Did he truly wish for her not to marry Lu Xiuxiao? Miss. Lan Yu hurried over, noticing Jiang Sui drenched, reminiscent of Lu Gongzi's earlier predicament. Miss, how did you end up soaked to the skin? Lan Yu quickly helped Jiang Sui to her feet. After returning Lu Xiuxiao to his home, she had rushed back to escort her mistress home before sunset. Fortunately, she had timed it well, arriving just in time. In her concern for Jiang Sui, Lan Yu overlooked the fact that the cloak Jiang Sui wore was not hers. Avoiding Lan Yu's inquisitive gaze, Jiang Sui instinctively turned her eyes elsewhere. I was just thinking about fishing when I slipped and fell in. She refrained from mentioning Xie Yanshi's appearance before her. Lan Yu, not paying heed to Jiang Sui's words, shifted her gaze to the lakeside, spotting the Crucian carp swimming in the wooden bucket. Miss, you are truly remarkable. You caught 2 large fish. The mention of the fish ignited a pang of frustration in Jiang Sui. Those fish were caught by him, not her. Yet, on another note, it would be foolish not to claim a benefit. Yes, indeed, you should have seen my fishing prowess. I pulled it up as soon as it struggled. Do not forget to take those 2 big fish home for mother to taste. Jiang Sui proudly took credit for the catch. Lan Yu smiled, certainly Mississippi. As the sun began to set, the slender shadows of the green bamboo fell upon the ground. Someone shook their head helplessly, pondering when she had learned the art of deception. Yet, when it came to him, she felt no desire to deceive. Believing her words wholeheartedly, Lan Yu continued to praise Jiang Sui. By the way, did the Lu family say anything? Jiang Sui suddenly recalled this matter and looked at Lan Yu. I explained everything to Madame Lu after returning young Master Lu. She did not say much, only hurriedly took him home and called for a physician. Jiang Sui nodded, feeling the chill of the evening air, the dampness of her clothes intensifying the cold. The wind seeped into her body, making her shiver involuntarily. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself to fend off the chill. Miss, let's hurry to the carriage and return home before you worsen your cold. All right, Jiang Sui replied, casting a final glance at the garden as she ascended into the carriage. Goodbye, Jiang Yunchen. Since you always forget to bid me farewell, let me say it this time. Perhaps this would be their last meeting. It was only after she boarded the carriage that Xie Yanshi truly departed. You say Xie Yanshi has returned to the kingdom of Quan? On an intricately embroidered soft couch, a lady rested her palm against her cheek. Clad in a gown of blue satin that hugged her slender waist, the fabric draped delicately from her shoulders, revealing her porcelain-like neck. Beside her, a maid fanned her to alleviate the heat, while reporting on the movements of Xie Yan. She raised her hand, and the maid discreetly withdrew, leaving only an elder wet nurse, Zhou Ernyang, who had nursed the young lady. Princess, it appears that Xie Linfeng has outlived his usefulness. It is time for a resolution. Zhou Enyang remarked as she picked up the fan the maid had set aside and began to cool the princess. Slowly, the princess opened her eyes, a cold smile gracing her lips. I once believed Xie Linfeng would remain untroubled for life, destined to be the future sovereign. Alas, he is merely a stepping stone for others. This young woman was Princess Xie Yanshi of the Jing Kingdom. Her origins were tumultuous, as she was brought to the palace 10 years after the favored concubine by Huishua gave birth to Xie Linfeng, personally retrieved by the emperor himself. It was said that she was the offspring of the emperor's secret visit to another woman. Yet, the emperor offered only a single explanation. He felt a connection to the child and chose to bring her back, forbidding any further speculation. A glimmer of malice flickered in Xie Yanxi's eyes as she sat up. In the past, I thought Xie Linfeng would surely ascend the throne. It seems the tides of the Jing Kingdom are about to shift. The emperor had brought her back chiefly because of her youth, her resemblance to the late empress, and her innocent visage that softened even the hardest of hearts. Xie Yanshi quickly won the emperor's favor, transforming into a princess of the Jing Kingdom. Initially, she pursued Xie Linfeng relentlessly, hoping to win his affection so that once he claimed the throne, she would become the esteemed empress. However, Xie Linfeng held her in disdain, often mocking her as a bastard. Determined to ensnare him with her beauty and force his hand, she found him perpetually entangled with courtesans at the drunken pavilion. For the sake of future riches and glory, she swallowed her pride, and now, with the return of the former crown prince, she sensed her opportunity had finally arrived. Princess, what are your plans moving forward? Zhou Enyang inquired. Xie Yanshi adjusted the shawl that had slipped from her shoulders, exuding an air of calculated strategy. A subtle smile graced her lips as she teased a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her tone laced with affection. I refuse to believe that Xie Yin is immune to my charms. But what if Xie Yin questions your lineage? Let him doubt. As long as I'm a princess, I am the true princess of the Jing Kingdom. Who dares to challenge my legitimacy? If even the emperor willingly recognizes me as a princess, how strong can Xie Yan's self-control truly be? Zhou Enyang, who had never married nor bore children, had watched Xie Yanshi grow up and cherished her as if she were her own. Her unwavering support for the princess's decisions was evident in her indulgent demeanor. With a cheerful smile, Xie Yanshi stood at the doorway. Nurse, I'm off to meet my brother Yin. Chapter 64. It has succeeded. My aspirations have come to fruition. Xie Yanshi did not immediately leave the state of power. Instead, he ventured to the abandoned Lanyuangshuan, a place where no one would come, let alone discover his presence. Ensuring his safety, as he pushed open the door, the dust accumulated on it fell with a gentle shake, dispersing into the air. Frowning, Xie Yanshi quickly covered his mouth and nose. The only sound in the air was the creaking of the door frame. And as he gazed at the dust on the table, he surmised that since his departure, Lanyuangshuan had once again been forgotten, just as it had been before. His gaze shifted to the quilt on the bed, a gift from Jiang Sui, made of exquisite fabric. He approached and sat on the bed, entering a state of deep contemplation. Had he not known that Zhao Wanyue had held a funeral for him to erase his existence, he might have doubted whether he had ever lived in the Jiang household. How truly difficult it must have been for her. Lost in thought, Xie Yanshi instinctively reached for the familiar spot beneath the pillow, only to find it empty, jolting him back to reality. Once, there had been Jiang Sui's little garment tucked away there. He withdrew his hand, opting not to light a candle, and ventured into the night. Passing through the small kitchen, he glanced at the water jar, conjuring up memories he preferred to forget, accompanied by images of Jiang Sui trailing behind him like a shadow as they fetched water from the river. Unbeknownst to him, a smile had crept deeper upon his face. Silently, Xie Yanshi moved about the Jiang residence with ease, the training he had undergone proving beneficial here. Before he realized it, he found himself at Jiang Sui's room, which was brightly lit, suggesting she had yet to fall asleep. He paused, wishing to leave, but found himself unable to do so. The sound of footsteps on gravel approached, and Xie Yanshi reacted swiftly, concealing himself before Lanyu appeared. Lanyu entered, carrying a steaming bowl of ginger soup, and knocked on the door, calling Miss. It is I. After a few moments of silence, the door to Jiang Sui's room opened, and Lan Yu stepped inside. Once all was quiet, Xie Yanshi emerged from his hiding place. He clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles turning white. Rationality urged him to leave Jiang's house at once. Yet his body refused to comply. In his struggle, he took a step closer to the door, careful to shield his shadow. Lan Yu, must you drink it? Jiang Sui pouted, pushing the bowl of ginger soup away on the table. Lan Yu pushed it back, shaking her head and replying, Madam specifically instructed that after your fall into the water today, you must drink it. Jiang Sui hesitated, not out of unwillingness to drink, but because the taste of ginger was overwhelmingly strong, making it difficult to swallow. She had always detested the pungent flavors of garlic and ginger. If only it were tasteless. It would be better, but seeing it and tasting it was an unbearable torment. Jiang Sui looked at Lan Yu with wide, pleading eyes, attempting to evoke sympathy. Miss, if you do not drink it, Madam will surely make you have a second bowl, Lan Yu replied, exasperated, waving her hand dismissively. Resigned, Jiang Sui accepted her fate. Lifting the bowl of ginger soup from the table, puffing out her cheeks, she sought to delay, saying, Lan Yu, do you believe me if I say I am perfectly fine and would not catch cold? As the moonlight cast a gentle smile, Lan Yu let out a hollow laugh. I don't believe it. Jiang Sui sighed, feeling utterly at a loss. Resolutely, she closed her eyes, pinched her nose, and swiftly gulped down the ginger soup. It was said that consuming such distasteful concoctions would lessen the flavor. Once she finished, she released her nose, and a strong ginger taste surged into her mouth, sending a shiver through her entire being. Lan Yu, honey, candied fruits, anything sweet will do. Jiang Sui pecked at the table like a little chick. Lan Yu hurriedly offered her some candied fruits, and upon consuming them, the overwhelming sensation subsided slightly. Was it not supposed to diminish? Was it all a deception? Yet she had always taken her mother's herbal brews in this manner. Could it be that the ginger soup was simply too hot? Jiang Sui felt her spirit wane. Utterly fatigued as she approached the bedside. Kicking off her shoes, she sprawled across the bed, dutifully tucking herself under the covers. Lan Yu, I need a rest now. Lan Yu, having succeeded in ensuring Jiang Sui finished the ginger soup, was pleased that Jiang Sui was now ready to sleep. As she stepped out, she extinguished the candlelight, while Xie Yanshi skillfully concealed himself. Indeed, Jiang Sui was exhausted. After the day's events and a quarrel with Xie Yanshi, she had expended considerable energy and was ready to succumb to slumber. At that very moment, the system fortuitously emerged, catching a glimpse of Xie Yanshi's silhouette by the door. After tossing and turning a few times, she drifted into a deep sleep, unaware that the door had been opened once more. Xie Yanshi carefully cracked it open just enough to slip inside, then stealthily closed it behind him. Approaching the bedside, he noticed that the room was steeped not only in the pungent scent of ginger, but also in the delicate fragrance that lingered around Jiang Sui. Was it not uncomfortable to sleep in her clothes? With a gentle gaze, Xie Yanshi's hand hovered in the air, and upon hearing her soft breaths, he gingerly pinched her cheek. Her ebony locks were tousled, some strands cascading on her neck, causing a slight itch. She shifted, and he held his breath. Daring not to move, Jiang Sui turned onto her side, facing away from him. This time, she slept soundly, oblivious to the presence beside her. Xie Yanshi, feeling helpless, tucked the unruly strands behind her, bemused by her utter lack of caution. If a rogue were to intrude at this moment, but he himself was no paragon of virtue. He gazed at her quietly, cherishing this fleeting moment of beauty. Reflecting on the earlier confrontation with Jiang Sui, he felt a pang of remorse. His hand clenched slowly at his side, his voice low and heavy. I'm sorry. Even if she were to be angry with him or resent him, he could not tolerate Lu Shao, that insipid bookworm, a mere lecher. He was utterly unworthy of Jiang Sui. It baffled him how Zhao Wenyu could ever find favor in such a character. Learning of Jiang Sui's impending marriage drove him to the brink of madness. He was acutely aware that he ought not to harbor such emotions, that he should force himself to refrain from thoughts of her, to not seek her out. Yet, ultimately, he found himself powerless against it. He simply could not bear the thought of Jiang Sui marrying another, of her sharing her life with someone else in the future. Jiang Sui. He finally called out to her, his Adam's apple moving slightly, embodying a subtle restraint, as if he were suppressing his emotions. His lips descended upon hers, tenderly kissing her, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, the softness of his lips so palpably real. An eruption of feelings surged forth, a fervent desire concealed beneath a veneer of control. Oh ho ho ho! The system witnessed this scene, erupting into a frenzy of gleeful laughter. It's happening. My ship has sailed. Chapter 65. I am not your brother. Xie Yanshi returned to Jinghua the following day. He did not immediately return to the palace, but instead made a brief visit to the cover agency, relaying the discoveries made during his trip to Quan country. The Jiang family had indeed harbored ulterior motives when they took him in. It was confirmed that Jiang Huaiji had returned via the small path between the two nations, fortuitously encountering them. Xie Yanshi gazed at the letter in his hand, containing news sent from the cover agency in Quan country. His return was primarily to investigate other leads related to the Jiang family, with a side intention of checking on Jiang Sui. No wonder the bald man claimed that the Jiang family was not simple. Xian sat up, shaking his teacup in hand. Jin poured a cup of tea for Xie Yanshi, who took a moment to clear his throat. Nodding, Xie Yanshi continued. Since Jiang Huaiji is aware of my identity, yet remains indifferent, he must have motives beyond mere exploitation. However, I am still unclear about his true intentions. I find it perplexing that Jiang Huaiji would keep a prince of an enemy nation by his side. I can think of no second reason apart from threat. If I were to boldly speculate, Jiang Huaiji must harbor unspeakable secrets. Upon leaving the Jiang residence, Xie Yanshi did not encounter Jiang Huaiji. Perhaps he was stationed at the borders. For all these years, he had remained there. Could it be to evade someone? Lost in thought, he raised the tea that Jin had poured earlier to his lips, only to realize something was amiss. Was this not wine? Is it good? Xian chimed in. This is my newly acquired vintage. Xian, a connoisseur of fine spirits, had only resorted to tea due to a lack of proper vessels. Xie Yanshi, with a sense of resignation, said nothing, taking a sip and nodding in approval. Is that all? I have heard this wine is said to enhance beauty and complexion. Xian remarked with a hint of disappointment. Do you actually believe such nonsense? If you desire those effects, you might as well procure some pills from Xianchong. Xing Yuvestit. Upon hearing this name, Xian quickly halted him. No way. I have no wish to be poisoned at such a young age. The two engaged in playful banter, while Xie Yanshi merely observed. Disinterested in further debate with Jin, Xian placed the teacup on the table, resting his arms beneath his head. His gaze fell upon a conspicuous embroidered quilt in the corner behind Xie Yanshi. Where did this beautiful quilt come from? It appears to be of a style suited for a lady, Xian inquired with curiosity, moving towards it. Xie Yanshi's heart skipped a beat as he turned to watch Xian, keenly attentive to his actions. He had concealed it well. How had it still been discovered? Oh, it's definitely not mine, Jin said with a smile. Xie Yanshi remarked. There are only 3 of us present. If it is neither he nor Jin, then it must only be one other person. Your Highness, so you have a preference for such things? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Xian stifled a laugh as he glanced at Xie Yanshi. Just as he was about to reach for the quilt, he was admonished loudly, do not touch. Xie Yanshi, opting to drop the pretense, rose to guard his quilt, stating, I am not accustomed to the bedding of Jinghua. He fabricated a flimsy excuse, his gaze wandering, betraying a hint of guilt. Xian had no intention of touching it. He merely sought to tease Xie Yanshi. He had seen this quilt before during his visit to the Jiang family's Lanyuan pavilion, where he noticed it gracing Xie Yanshi's own bed. Jin, standing nearby, chose not to expose the joke, yet Xian, known for his candidness, could not hold back. Your Highness, this quilt seems so familiar. It couldn't possibly be a gift from that young lady of the Jiang family, could it? The remark struck a nerve with Xie Yanshi, making him increasingly anxious and irritable. I have matters to attend to. You may continue to watch the Jiang family. With that, he departed, clutching his quilt. Ha! Your Highness is quite easy to tease. Just admit it. Xian resumed his previous position. It is clear that you have feelings for that young lady. Do you not fear that one day His Highness may become angered? Jing Yi spoke casually, fully aware that Xie Yanshi would not react violently. Xian Er fell silent, letting out a deep sigh. It was rare for His Highness to engage in conversation. His spirits had noticeably lifted. I merely wished to see him free from the bitterness that once rendered him so despondent. Since Xie Yanshi returned to the masked realm, he had immersed himself in relentless training, now burdened with the quest for vengeance. He knew that only by growing stronger could he strike back, as he did not want to disappoint them. The 16 years spent in the Jiang family, living as Jiang Yunchen, had not been joyful. He felt neglected and uncared for, enduring a life worse than that of commoners. The arrival of Jiang Sui felt like an incongruity in his existence, yet also a refreshing emergence amidst his dreary life. It was because of her that Xie Yanshi began to experience emotions again. Feelings blossomed naturally over time, leading him to develop affection for Jiang Sui. Alas, the disparity in their identities would forever loom over them, marking their paths as destined to diverge. Jing Yi's gaze drifted to the window, where two magpies nestled closely together, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. That may not be the case. Xie Yanshi returned to the palace with his quilt. The room was brightly lit by candles. Evening was approaching, and the summer twilight lingered longer. He remained vigilant, noticing that the main door was not fully shut, indicating the presence of others inside. Pushing the door open, he placed the quilt in a clean spot and drew a dagger from his waist for protection. "Brother," a sweet voice called out as a young woman appeared before him, arms outstretched, ready to embrace him. Xie Yanshi reacted swiftly, evading Xie Yingying's advance. "Who are you?" he asked coolly, concealing the dagger behind him. Xie Yingying's hug fell short, her face momentarily clouded with displeasure. After regaining her composure, she turned back to Xie Yanshi, her smile returning. "Brother, it's me, Yingying, your sister." Xie Yanshi furrowed his brow, recalling that Xian Er had mentioned the Emperor of Jinghua had 3 children. The crown prince born of the Empress, which was himself, his younger brother, Xie Feng, born of the favored concubine, and the Princess Anha, a child adopted by the Emperor. He gazed at the little princess before him, adorned in splendid garments, truly a product of pampered upbringing. Although the origins of Princess Anha remained unclear to him, his instincts suggested she harbored considerable cunning. "Brother, I heard you have returned, so I prepared some delicious food for us to enjoy together," Xie Yingying exclaimed, reaching out to him. Xie Yanshi recoiled, feeling averse, and retorted coldly, "I am not your brother." In his heart, he held only one sister, and that was Jiang Sui. Chapter 66. Psychological Warfare. Xie Yingying's face momentarily betrayed her embarrassment, though it did not surprise her too much. This was their first meeting since she learned of Xie Yanshi's return. He glanced at the dishes on the table, then at her reaction, concluding there was likely no poison present, and sheathed the dagger he had been holding. Naturally, Xie Yingying caught sight of this moment. "A dagger? Such a high level of vigilance," she remarked. "Brother, how can you say such a thing? If we were not so unfamiliar, surely we would develop feelings over time." She spoke with veiled implications, yet wore an expression of feigned innocence. Xie Yanshi chose not to respond to her words, instead questioning, "How did you end up in my room? I'm a princess. The palace staff naturally opens the door for me. Don't you appreciate the surprise I prepare for you?" Xie Yingying employed her usual method of coaxing, confident in her charm. For how else could she have maintained such favor until now? "Dislike it," Xie Yanshi stated emphatically. Xie Yingying blinked in disbelief. His response led her to doubt. How could he remain unmoved? Even if Xie Lingfeng indulged in revelry, a little coaxing from her would always yield what she desired. Undeterred, she feigned a hint of grievance, reasoning, "It is only natural that you are not close to me, having been away for so long." Hearing her incessantly call him brother set his nerves on edge. "Princess Anha, you need to leave. I wish to rest," Xie Yanshi declared, stepping back to maintain distance from her. Xie Yingying narrowed her eyes slightly, but retained her smile. She hadn't anticipated that Xie Yanshi would be immune to her tactics. How intriguing, a challenge indeed. She chose to temper her approach, aware that being overly clingy could prove irksome. "The dishes on the table are all prepared with care. Remember to eat, brother, as it is merely to welcome you home," she said, taking a few steps before glancing back at Xie Yanshi with a playful remark, "No poison." Xie Yanshi watched her retreat to the door, his gaze cold as he regarded the steaming dishes before him. "Come in," he ordered. A maid entered, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, remove this food," Xie Yanshi instructed. The maid hesitated but complied. "Wait, prepare a fresh serving," he added. Since returning from Quan State, he had not eaten a single bite, resolutely refusing the meal prepared by Xie Yanshi. The maid was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Xie Yanshi's actions. With meals left untouched, he insisted on having new ones prepared. She dared not inquire further, speculating that the food might contain items he disliked. Upon seeing the empty table, Xie Yanshi felt a sense of relief. His initial reaction to the meals was a comparison to the fare prepared by Jiang Sui, which he deemed superior. Jiang Sui, her name echoed in his mind, along with the kiss they shared before parting. Xie Yanshi's ears gradually flushed with warmth. His heart raced as he replayed the moment in his thoughts. His fingertips brushing his lips. Reflecting afterward proved futile. Conversely, Xie Yanshi felt no remorse this time. This was his second kiss with Jiang Sui. The first had been accidental, while this one was intentional. He was uncertain if he would ever see Jiang Sui again after leaving the Jiang family, for their relationship had irrevocably changed. If fate allowed them to meet again, he hoped their roles would not be adversarial. Upon seeing Xie Yanshi return from Xie Yanshi's palace, Zhou Ernyang approached her, saying, "Princess, how long has it been since you emerged?" She cast a glance at the tightly shut door behind Xie Yanshi. However, Xie Yanshi replied with a smile. "It was not entirely fruitless. Xie Yanshi is even more remarkable than I imagined. I am certain that one day his name will be inscribed in the annals of this world." Zhou Ernyang produced a bowl of red bean soup. "Princess, this chilled red bean soup will help alleviate the heat." Xie Yanshi accepted it and took a sip. The refreshing taste delighted her, as she had a fondness for sweetness. Zhou Ernyang, aware of her preferences, had instructed the kitchen to add extra rock sugar. "Nurse, please help me investigate Xie Yanshi's past before his return to Jinghua. I wish to know everything. Only with sufficient understanding can I adopt the right approach to make Xie Yanshi devoted to me." "Understood, Princess," she replied. Since Xie Yanshi did not acknowledge her as a sister, it was even better, sparing her future identity-related troubles. "Xie Yanshi, I must admit, I prefer you over that fool Xie Linfeng." The next course of action would be to win his heart. In Qinqing Palace, the air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs. A man on the couch coughed, while the eunuch beside him looked anxious, the steaming potion ready for consumption. "Your Majesty, your health is deteriorating. If this continues, it will not end well." Xie Jinghang pressed his lips into a thin line, gripping a handkerchief tightly. His lips stained with blood, his complexion pale. "It matters not. I have long been on the brink of exhaustion. That I have lasted this long is a defiance of fate." However, Eunuch Chung refused to accept this grim reality. Since Xie Jinghang ascended the throne, Eunuch Chung had remained by his side, and now, witnessing his suffering, he felt immense sorrow. "Eunuch Chung, you have been with me for 30 years. I am grateful for your dedication throughout these years." Xie Jinghang lifted the potion and drank it in one gulp. Eunuch Chung nodded, "If I am not mistaken, this marks the 31st year." Xie Jinghang reflected, marveling at the swift passage of time. This potion remains as bitter as ever. For years, he had relied on the imperial physician's concoctions to sustain his life, though in truth, he had long been beyond recovery. "Your Majesty." Xie Jinghang glanced at the memorials on the table, feeling fatigued. What would become of Jinghua without him? Xie Linfeng is deemed useless, a sentiment widely shared among the citizens of Jinghua. With his eyes closed in contemplation, he recalled a certain individual upon reopening them. "Eunuch Chung, I have heard that Xie Yanshi has returned?" asked Xie Jinghang. "Indeed, Your Majesty," replied Eunuch Chung. "I am perplexed. If he has returned, why has he not sought an audience with me?" Prior to this, Xie Jinghang had been in a deep slumber for several days, remaining oblivious to Xie Yanshi's return until he had recently awakened. His awareness of Xie Yanshi was still anchored in the memories of 16 years past. "Your Majesty, at that time, you were still unconscious and had specifically instructed those outside to refrain from disturbing you." Xie Jinghang nodded, understanding that Eunuch Chung acted with his best interests in mind. A sigh escaped his lips, the bitterness lingering within him. "Eunuch Chung, I wish to cease taking medicine. After 16 years, it is time I meet him. Please summon him. I have matters to discuss. Chapter 67. The so-called choices involve abandonment to see me? Just as Xie Yanshi finished his meal, Eunuch Cheng sent someone to summon him. Your Highness, the Emperor wishes to see you. Please make your way there. The eunuch stood at the threshold, refraining from entering. Xie Yanshi hesitated, recalling the words of Jing Yi and Xian. They were correct. Even if he did not seek out Xie Jinghang himself, the Emperor would certainly send for him. Since his return, aside from engaging in covert training, Xie Yanshi had remained within the palace, refraining from seeking out his father, especially since Xie Jinghang had never indicated a desire to meet. Now, however, he was being summoned, likely due to some whispers he had overheard. Originally, he had intended to wait a bit longer before approaching Xie Jinghang, wanting first to ascertain the true nature of Bai Huishua and whether Xie Linfeng was indeed as foolish as the rumor suggested. If he were merely feigning ignorance, one must tread cautiously. After meeting Bai Huishua, she had taken measures to protect Xie Linfeng, doubling the number of guard around him. Such was her fear. Regrettably, Xie Linfeng was restless, consumed by thoughts of seeking pleasure at the Zui Tower. Should he decide to act against Xie Linfeng, no amount of guards arranged by Huishua would suffice to thwart him. Your Highness? A voice from outside the chamber pulled Xie Yanshi from his reverie. Bai Huishua was wary of him. If she were to discover that Xie Jinghang sought him out, what conclusions would she draw? He found himself intrigued by how much fear she harbored towards him, even as a child 16 years prior. Understood, Xie Yanshi replied. Truthfully, he felt uncertain about how to face Xie Jinghang, a figure absent from his life for 16 years, and now they were to meet. He grappled with the emotions that surged within him and pondered how his father regarded him. Ultimately, he would have to confront this reality. Rising from his seat, he acknowledged that if the old emperor wished to see him, then he too should meet the father he had not seen in 16 years. He opened the door and turned to the eunuch. Lead the way. Once they arrived at the entrance of Qianqing Palace, the eunuch stepped aside, stating, Your Highness, the emperor awaits you inside. As Xie Yanshi approached, a faint scent of herbs wafted from within the hall, causing him to furrow his brow. There had long been rumors in Jingwa that the emperor's health was failing, and Jing Yi and Xian had brought him back for this very reason. The guards opened the door, and, after a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. The grand door closed slowly behind him, intensifying the medicinal aroma that filled the air, prompting him to cover his nose slightly. Your Highness has arrived, announced Eunuch Cheng upon hearing the commotion. Xie Jinghang coughed a few times, setting aside the memorial he had yet to finish reading. I will take my leave now, the old servant said. As Eunuch Cheng collected the memorials and placed them on a nearby table, he passed by Xie Yanshi, pausing to glance back at him with a warm smile. My, how tall you've grown since the last time I saw you. You were scarcely knee-high then, he remarked, gesturing to emphasize his point. Xie Yanshi observed Cheng's movements, but no recollection of the eunuch surfaced in his mind, perhaps due to his tender age at their last encounter. Go on, the emperor is waiting for you. Cheng concluded before departing. Xie Yanshi lingered momentarily, hesitating to advance. Through the screen, he could vaguely discern Xie Jinghang seated on the bed, his expression inscrutable. The atmosphere in the chamber felt oddly tense, with only the two of them present. Since you are here, why do you not approach me? Xie Jinghang's voice finally broke the silence. Startled by the sound, Xie Yanshi pressed his lips into a thin line, anxiety gripping him as he clenched his hands at his sides and moved towards Xie Jinghang. He had expected the emperor to appear imposing during their reunion, given his status as the sovereign, yet the reality was starkly different. Xie Jinghang's pallor was striking, his eyes slightly narrowed, betraying a profound weariness and fatigue. He had lost the vigor of his former self, looking so frail that even a gust of wind might topple him. The ravages of illness over the years were evident in his haggard visage, and he forced a smile, attempting to appear less alarming. Xie Yanshi was taken aback by the transformation. Please, take a seat. Xie Jinghang gestured to the empty space beside him, seemingly reserved for him. Xie Yanshi cast a glance, but chose to remain standing, expressionless as he bowed to the emperor. There's no need for formalities, Xie Jinghang said, understanding that his son was reluctant to address him as Father Emperor, a sentiment rooted in years of neglect. I am aware that you have many questions in your heart. I called you here today to assure you that I will answer whatever you wish to know. After such a lengthy statement, he succumbed to a fit of coughing. Xie Yanshi raised an eyebrow, discerning the purpose of his visit. Since they had broached the subject so directly, there was no need for further circumlocution. What truly transpired back then? My mother did not commit those acts. Why was she sentenced to death by your command? Xie Yanshi struggled to contain his emotions, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. Xie Jingheng chuckled softly, recognizing that the matter weighed heavily on Xie Yanshi's heart, just as it did on his own. If I were to describe it as a choice made out of necessity, would you harbor resentment toward me, Yena? Xie Yanshi scoffed. A choice made out of necessity? What a laughable excuse. Had it not been for you, how could my mother have met such a fate? If there is any concealment in this matter, Xie Yanshi trusts the truth spoken by Jing, Yi, and Xian err more than his words. Xie Jingheng sighed. The circumstances of those years were intricate. Your mother had an affair, which implicated you as well. I had no choice but to make a decision. If I did not execute her, they would not rest easily. Xie Yanshi clenched his fists. It is easy to speak of choices, but a sovereign cannot contend with ambitious ministers without sacrifice. He could not believe that his mother would betray him. She had always shown him immense affection, preparing a new garment for him each year, though sadly. This only extended to when he was 4. Xie Jingheng closed his eyes, stating, I have attempted to maintain a balance, yet their ambitions are insatiable, and they heed me not. This was my last resort, a measure taken to ensure your safety. Each person offered differing accounts, and within Xie Yanshi's heart resided a duality of answers that coalesced into a singular conclusion: abandonment. What choices, what righteousness, what purported care for him? All mere nonsense. It was absurd that a woman had to be sacrificed to settle this fabricated issue. The court was truly hypocritical. Xie Yanshi felt a dull ache in his heart as he lifted his gaze to Xie Jingheng. Since learning of those past events, he had harbored a singular question for him. Stepping forward, he asked, both eager and fearful, do you know that all of this was orchestrated by Hui Xue? Xie Jingheng inhaled deeply, a flicker of guilt passing through his eyes as he replied slowly, I know. Chapter 68. This is what I owe him. Xie Jingheng's words chilled him to the core. The fact that he knew everything implied his complicity. You are still a good father, a good husband, a good sovereign. Xie Yanshi remarked with sarcasm, his eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Xie Jingheng. The only loyalty Xie Jingheng possessed was towards the citizens of Jinghua. He was indeed a commendable ruler, yet he could never atone for his wrongs towards Yilan. Yanshi, I know you resent me, but my days are numbered. Xie Jingheng produced the handkerchief stained with blood that he had coughed up. A flash of red entered Xie Yanshi's eyes as he coldly retorted, What do you mean? Do you seek my sympathy? Xie Jingheng folded the handkerchief away, gently shaking his head. He gazed at Xie Yanshi, as if seeing the visage of the empress in him. Your eyes resemble hers, he murmured, his hands trembling, unable to suppress his feelings of guilt. So similar, too similar. Indeed, you are Lanner's child and my own. What do you tell me this for? Xie Yanshi averted his gaze, his emotions in turmoil. Xie Jingheng continued, You are correct. I am not a good father, nor a good husband. The realm of Jinghua deserves a wise ruler to safeguard it. When he looked at Xie Yanshi, he constantly perceived the shadow of Yilan. His eyes were tightly shut, enduring the torment within. I understand that your return was not by your own volition. It must have been her design. The burden is too great for him to bear. His heart is not with the people. Yanshi, pursue what you wish to do. I can withstand it. A smile graced Xie Jingheng's face as he looked at him. I believe in you. Xie Yanshi suppressed the tumult within his heart, his expression gradually stiffening as he slowly raised his gaze, even the muscles in his cheeks subtly twitching. Do not think that by saying these words, I shall forgive you. He loathed him. As a husband, he had never loved his mother, willing to cast her into the inferno for personal gain. As a father, he had not sought him out for 16 long years. Even now, not a single word of concern had been uttered in his direction. Truly, the emperor was devoid of sentiment. I have never aspired to forgiveness. Xie Yanshi inhaled deeply, his gaze darkening as it fell upon him, concealing the tumult beneath. He offered a faint smile, Even if you do not utter these words, I shall personally end your life. Were these words spoken by another, heads would have surely fallen. Yet Xie Jinghang merely smiled, the guilt he harbored within him forever unatoned. I am weary. You may leave. Xie Yanshi, with a blank expression, turned and departed. Your Majesty. After Xie Yanshi's exit, Eunuch Cheng leisurely entered. Xie Jinghang's complexion shifted abruptly as he began to cough violently. Upon witnessing this, Eunuch Cheng hastily brought forth water and presented it to Xie Jinghang. Your Majesty, I shall summon the imperial physician. Eunuch Cheng, Xie Jinghang called to halt him. I am well aware of my own body. It is merely a matter of exhaustion, nothing to trouble yourself over. Your Majesty, Xie Jinghang lifted the quilt covering him, prompting Eunuch Cheng to step forward and support him. Your Majesty, you ought to rest comfortably in bed. Should you require anything, simply inform this servant. Eunuch Cheng was genuinely concerned for his health. He shook his head, seating himself before the writing desk, preparing to draft an imperial edict. Eunuch Cheng, please convey this. Eunuch Cheng gazed at the edict in his hands, letting out a sigh. Your Majesty, why must you go to such lengths? You could directly reveal to His Highness the truth of that year. Why the concealment? You have always loved the Empress. Eunuch Cheng could not fathom why Xie Jinghang chose to hide the events of the past. He had never doubted that Yilan harbored ulterior motives, let alone that she would engage in an affair with another man. Outsiders merely perceived their union as a political marriage, mistakenly believing there was no genuine affection between them. While the truth was that Xie Jinghang had cherished Yilan for many years, compelled by circumstances to unite with her in this manner. Xie Yanshi was his firstborn. Upon his birth, he had eagerly anticipated the conclusion of state affairs to meet the mother and child. Alas, fate often toys cruelly with the hearts of the devoted. The favored consort harbored malicious intent, conspiring against the Empress, showing no mercy even toward a child. Consequently, rumors spread that the young crown prince was the offspring of the Empress and an outsider. And as the tale grew, so too did its repercussions, with officials petitioning for the removal of the demonic Empress. Xie Jinghang had indeed resisted, firmly believing that the Empress would never commit such a heinous act. Yet how could mere words prevail against the tide of public outcry? At that time, Yilan had already discerned the poison within her, aware that her days were numbered. Unwilling to witness Xie Jinghang's suffering, she ensured Xie Yanshi's safety before returning to the palace to bring this all to a close. Xie Jinghang had initially sent Yilan away, but never anticipated her return. She declared, "Ahang, I do not wish to see you bear this burden alone." However, he was willing to do everything, even if it meant being separated by distance and unable to meet, as long as she could remain safe. All that he endured would then hold value. If Yilan were to return, it would only lead to a fatal conclusion. Before her demise, she made one final request to Xie Jinghang, wishing to take matters into her own hands. Upon her return, she took a pill concealed within her veil, and after consuming it, she would simply need to sleep, peacefully departing without pain. Xie Jinghang acquiesced, and after Yilan's passing, he concluded this tragic farce with a strip of white silk. To personally slay his beloved felt as though his heart were being cleaved by a knife. Whenever he recalled the actions of the past, his emotions felt ensnared by an invisible hand, rendering him breathless and unable to escape. Lanner, our Yena has grown up, taller than I am now. Xie Jinghang gazed at the pearl hairpin upon the desk, a birthday gift he had bestowed upon Yilan on her 18th birthday. If you were still here, you would surely be overjoyed. The Emperor Cheng Gonggong could not help but feel sorrowful, sympathizing with Xie Jinghang's plight. Happiness is but an approach to death. The appearance of Xie Yanshi years ago had been mistaken for the beginning of joy, yet it turned out to be an ending. It was precisely because of this that they became ensnared in a sweet vortex, oblivious to the predatory eyes surrounding them. Lanner, wait a little longer. I shall soon come to find you. After penning his final word, Xie Jinghang entrusted the imperial decree to Cheng Gonggong, speaking earnestly. Cheng Gonggong, I leave Yenner in your care from now on. Your Majesty, why must you do this? Cheng Gonggong trembled, holding the decree as though it were scalding. It contained 16 years of guilt and helplessness, a belated apology from Xie Jinghang. This is what I owe him. Chapter 69. You shall not fall in love, will you? The following day, the imperial edict proclaimed to the world that Xie Yanshi was the crown prince of Jinghua. Outrageous! Upon learning of this, Bai Huaishu erupted in fury within her chamber, destroying numerous items in her rage. The return of Xie Yanshi rendered her emotions uncontrollable. Mother, what shall we do? Last night, Xie Linfeng had been reveling at the drunken loft, still inebriated this morning when Bai Huaishu had dispatched someone to bring him back. Bai Huaishu, her face aflame with anger, pointed an accusatory finger at him, her delicate features contorted by frustration. Look at your disgraceful self. Can you not muster some spirit? Idling about all day, mingling with those women. As she spoke, her voice escalated. If you could achieve even a fraction of something, why should the title of crown prince still belong to him? Bai Huaishu was utterly disillusioned with her son. In her eyes, Xie Linfeng was akin to a pile of mud that could not be propped up. The most dreadful part was that he was her own son, and she felt powerless to change him. After enduring a torrent of scolding, Xie Linfeng dared not retort. Mother, I have tried my best. Those political matters are beyond my comprehension. I simply cannot remember, he replied meekly, his voice dwindling to a barely audible whisper. A perfect embodiment of helplessness. Bai Huaishu's hand trembled in midair, her entire being quaking with rage. Ultimately, she resignedly lowered her hand. After all, he was her own son, and neither striking nor scolding him seemed appropriate. Xie Linfeng knelt on the ground, sensing his mother's mounting anger, and hastily attempted to appease her. Mother, please do not be angry. I shall strive to improve, I promise. Bai Huaishu found herself at a loss, fully aware that his words were mere rhetoric, devoid of any genuine understanding of the consequences. However, this time, she was determined not to acquiesce. Strive? When have you ever shown such resolve? Each time you err gravely. It is I who must clean up your mess. Do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. Xie Linfeng fell silent, his head bowed in shame. His reckless behavior stemmed solely from Bai Huaishu's current status, which left no one daring to challenge him. No matter what he did, he always had Bai Huaishu as his support. Without her, he would be nothing. Mother, from this day forth, you are forbidden from visiting the Drunken Bliss Pavilion. You shall reflect upon your actions properly within the palace. Should I discover otherwise, I shall have it demolished. Bai Huaishu had declared, sweeping away with her robe. Mother, upon hearing that the Drunken Bliss Pavilion might be destroyed, Xie Linfeng immediately grew frantic, rushing to grasp Bai Huaishu's arm. He knelt on the ground, his face filled with remorse. Mother, I promise. I shall absolutely heed your words from now on. I will study the matters of state as you wish. Please do not demolish the Drunken Bliss Pavilion. At the mention of his promise, Bai Huaishu had briefly entertained the notion that Xie Linfeng might have turned over a new leaf, only to realize it was merely for the sake of those courtesans. Truly, he was beyond redemption. How could I have birthed such a son? Bai Huaishu resolutely released his grasp, leaving only her silhouette behind. The moment he stood, he was intercepted by the guards beside him. Your Highness, the noble consort has commanded that you must reflect in solitude. Stand azida. The guards remained unmoved, blocking the entrance. Xie Linfeng gritted his teeth, forced to retreat into the palace, watching the doors close behind him. At the Jiang residence, after Jiang Sui fell into the water, despite consuming ginger soup, she still caught a chill and was now coughing. Miss, the madam has instructed that you should bask in the sun in the courtyard to recover more swiftly, Lan Yu said, observing Jiang Sui, who sat beside a stone table adorned with chilled cakes. I have already soaked up the sun for half an hour. Can I not rise now? Jiang Sui felt somewhat dazed, having been pulled out to bask in the sun soon after breakfast by Zhao Wanqing. Lan Yu shook her head. Miss, you should wait a little longer. Little master, is basking in the sun pleasant? The system inquired, eager to discern Jiang Sui's feelings. It feels warm. Jiang Sui's face was sheltered from the sun, her body lounging comfortably in the rocking chair beneath its rays. This incident of Jiang Sui falling into the water had greatly alarmed Zhao Wanqing, who feared a repeat of the previous illness that had left her bedridden with a high fever. The memory of that ordeal still haunted her. Meanwhile, Lu Xueshao's condition was even more grave. Upon returning, he had succumbed to a persistent fever, and his current state remained uncertain. Zhao Wanqing had initially held a favorable impression of him, as he possessed numerous commendable qualities, and his minor flaws could be overlooked. However, this time, he had caused Jiang Sui to fall ill as well, with the outing to the garden being proposed by his family, placing direct responsibility upon him. Lu's family sent a letter, subtly implying that Jiang Sui should go and care for Lu Shuexiao. Upon seeing the letter, Zhao Wenyu's anger intensified. The marriage had not even been formalized, yet they expected her to serve her future in-laws. Was that not madness? Did they think that just because the Jiang family showed interest, they could ride roughshod over her? It was utterly preposterous. Zhao Wenyu felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Sui and regretted her earlier actions. If only she had known Jiang Yunchen's true identity sooner, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point. She firmly insisted that Jiang Sui refrain from visiting the Lu family and remain at home, focusing on her own well-being without concerning herself with anything else. The system could freely move about the Jiang household, invisible to its inhabitants, and it soon learned of Zhao Wenyu's awareness regarding the Lu family's desire for Jiang Sui to tend to Lu Shuexiao. Upon its return, it promptly relayed this information to Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui was not naive. She harbored no affection for Lu Shuexiao, nor did she desire the marriage. The longer she could delay it, the better. Currently, due to Lu Shuexiao's illness, she was spared the obligation of seeing him, providing her a respite from his presence. She had to thank Jiang Yunchen for that. Suddenly, the image of Xie Yanshi flashed in Jiang Sui's mind, his icy, unyielding visage devoid of warmth. Yet she found herself inexplicably drawn to it. She paused, bewildered, pondering why he had been occupying her thoughts so frequently of late. Little mistress, what are you thinking about? Lan Yu, I have a craving for mung bean soup to cool off. Could you fetch me some from the small kitchen? Jiang Sui smiled softly, gazing at Lan Yu. Lan Yu, taken aback by her charming smile, found it difficult to refuse. Very well, miss, I shall retrieve it for you. In truth, her intent was merely to send Lan Yu away, so she could inquire about something with the system, though her craving was genuine. After Lan Yu departed, Jiang Sui hesitated before speaking. System, I keep thinking of Jiang Yunchen lately, during meals and even before sleep. What could be the reason? The system paused momentarily, analyzing the situation, recalling the farewell kiss from Xie Yanshi, and a knowing smile graced its face. Little mistress, could it be that you are falling in love? Falling in love? Jiang Sui blinked in confusion, perplexed by the meaning of the words. The system, realizing its mistake, rephrased, little mistress. How do you feel when you see Jiang Yunchen? No, Xie Yanshi. Do you feel any flutter in your heart? It nearly forgot that Jiang Yunchen no longer existed. Now, it was Xie Yanshi. Jiang Sui pondered deeply, scrutinizing the system, and eventually replied with a long hum. But if her heart was unmoved, then what was the point? Jiang Sui's thought process was unique, leaving her entirely oblivious to the implications of the system's inquiries. The system, perplexed, responded, "Is that so? You seem to have a point," she conceded, though the system could not refute her, realizing that the little mistress was unaware of her own feelings. After a moment's thought, it rephrased its question, "Little mistress, if given the chance, would you wish for Jiang Xie Yanshi to return?" The system instinctively almost uttered Jiang Yunchen's name instead. Jiang Sui shook her head gently and pressed her lips together. She believed that her current life was quite satisfactory, at least free from bullying. If Xie Yan were not your brother, what identity would you prefer him to hold in relation to you? It mused, hoping that the young master would grasp the underlying meaning of the question. After all, he was not truly my brother. He was, after all, the crown prince of Jing Kingdom, was he not? Jiang Sui earnestly responded to the system's inquiry, blissfully unaware that each of her answers missed the mark. Ha! How unfortunate. Oh, young master, you truly possess a wooden head. Observing the system's expression freeze, Jiang Sui felt puzzled. Had she erred in her response? What was amiss? Jiang Sui wore an innocent expression, her eyes clear as crystal. No, it's nothing. I believe I should take a rest now. The system was about to explode. If it continued conversing with Jiang Sui, it might find itself assimilated as well. As Jiang Sui watched the system fade from her sight, she remained oblivious to its words. convinced that her answers were entirely appropriate. At that moment, Lan Yue returned, and upon seeing the bowl of mung bean soup in her hands, Jiang Sui had already cast the matter aside. "Miss, I specifically asked the kitchen to add some extra ice for you." Lan Yue placed the mung bean soup in front of her. "Thank you, Lan Yue." Jiang Sui's eyes curved into a joyful crescent. As she held the bowl, the icy sensation at the bottom cooled her body, alleviating much of her earlier heat. She adjusted her reclining chair to a more shaded angle. The sun had shone long enough. Jiang Sui took a sip, savoring the sweetness. "Miss, just now, Madam informed me that your marriage with the Liu family may be delayed." On her way to the small kitchen, Lan Yue had encountered Zhao Wanyue, who had intended to visit Jiang Sui personally, but had been delayed by other matters, and asked Lan Yue to convey the message. "Delayed?" Jiang Sui inquired. Lan Yue nodded. Jiang Sui set down her bowl of mung bean soup, having consumed a small portion. Upon hearing this news, her immediate reaction was, of course, elation. She wished for the delay to last as long as possible. "Indeed, Madam insisted that I convey this to you, but no specific date has been set as of yet. It is said that young Master Liu has caught a chill and has yet to recover." Lan Yue revealed the truth to Jiang Sui. "Caught a chill?" Jiang Sui pondered, perplexed. For Liu Xuexiao's health seemed even more fragile than hers. "Well, my mother's decisions surely have their reasoning." Jiang Sui feigned indifference, yet the smile on her face betrayed her. "Then, Miss, I have delivered the message, and I shall take my leave." Jiang Sui nodded, continuing to finish the remaining mung bean soup. Suddenly, the system returned, leaving Jiang Sui in a daze. Falling in love? It seemed she finally understood the meaning behind the system's earlier words. In the palace, Xie Yanshi was adorning herself, admiring her beauty in the bronze mirror. "If I did not possess this face, would I have perished long ago?" She gazed at Zhou Ernyang, her smile growing increasingly radiant. "Princess, do not speak such words. This is your fate," Zhou Ernyang replied with a smile, assisting her with her hair. Xie Yanshi placed a golden hairpin atop her head, deepening her smile. "Indeed, this is my fate. What a substitute. I am clearly the most sought after." Xie Yanshi does not lead a life of ease within the palace. She often overhears the maids discussing her behind her back, disparaging her as a mere counterfeit, a substitute, a sham. While such remarks might bring tears to the eyes of others, they invigorate her spirit instead. She embraces the notion that their words stem from jealousy. "By the way, nurse, what news do you have regarding the matter I asked you to investigate?" Xie Yanshi inquired, admiring her reflection in the mirror as she glanced at Zhou Ernyang. Zhou Ernyang replied, "I have discovered that His Highness the Crown Prince was previously adopted by the Jiang family of the state of Quan. The Jiang family has a younger daughter named Jiang Sui, who is considered His Highness's nominal sister." Upon hearing this, Xie Yanshi instantly understood why Xie Yanshi had declared that she was not his sister. Another had long captured his heart, explaining his indifference towards her. "So that is the case," she mused, resting her chin on her hand while toying with her hair. Jiang Sui piqued her interest, and should an opportunity arise, she would indeed wish to meet this person who had captured Xie Yanshi's affections. "I have heard that Xie Linfeng has been confined by the imperial concubine." Xie Yanshi recalled not having seen Xie Linfeng for several days and felt an unusual sense of disquiet. Her thoughts were now consumed by Xie Yanshi, leaving little room for concern about Xie Linfeng's whereabouts. Zhou Ernyang nodded, stating, "The imperial concubine is furious upon learning that the emperor has restored Xie Yanshi's status. She berates Xie Linfeng as a useless prince." Back in the palace, Xie Yanshi had already begun to consolidate her influence, with Bai Huixue placing informants to monitor Xie Linfeng. However, he was often found at the Drunken Pleasure Pavilion, a place she looked down upon but could not infiltrate until he returned to the palace. "Princess, shall we continue to draw closer to Xie Linfeng?" Zhou Ernyang queried. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Yanshi concluded that Xie Linfeng had lost all value, while Xie Jinghong's edict indicated a shift in focus towards Xie Yanshi, suggesting he harbored hopes for him. "Certainly, for if he and Xie Yanshi were to clash, I could choose between them, thus ensuring my own advantage," Xie Yanshi replied, her eyes sparkling with ambition. The old servant understood and promptly withdrew. At that moment, Xie Yanshi's curiosity was piqued regarding Xie Yanshi's feelings towards Jiang Sui. After all, They were adversaries now. Xie Yanshi, if you aspire to be the heir of a nation, your heart must remain cold. Chapter 71. Who claims kinship with you? Verdant green woods and winding streams, tranquil and elegant. The river's surface glimmered with delicate, feeble light. As a silhouette collided with it at dusk, Xie Yanshi struck a wooden post with his fists, the knuckles already bruised and bloodied from the repeated blows. Such determination was commendable. Xian could not help but express his admiration for Xie Yanshi's diligence. I was quite lazy in my youth, he remarked. Yet, the masked figure beside him interjected, Lord Xian, it was never a matter of effort for you. Your innate talent allowed you to learn effortlessly, rendering such exertion unnecessary. Xian remained silent, observing him thoughtfully. Only after he was utterly exhausted did Xie Yanshi cease his actions. Picking up a handkerchief resting upon the stone nearby to wipe the sweat from his brow. What have you gleaned? After catching his breath, he casually set the handkerchief aside and turned his gaze towards Xian who was engaged in idle chatter. Xian, realizing the moment, lounged back with a carefree demeanor, grinning as he replied, Oh, there are indeed some fruitful tidings. My recent endeavors have yielded a wealth of promising news, and I eagerly anticipate your reaction when I divulge it. Do tell, Xie Yanshi said, feeling fatigued and lacking the inclination to indulge in Xian jesting. He pursed his lips and shook his head, remarking on the prince's apparent lack of amusement. Surely, if I were to mention the news regarding the Jiang family's young lady, you would find yourself a tad more intrigued? Xian raised his voice in curiosity, eyeing Xie Yanshi with expectation. Indeed, upon hearing the sensitive mention of the Jiang family, Xie Yanshi's demeanor shifted, the irritation in his eyes considerably dissipating. What news? His heartbeat quickened momentarily, an urgent desire to uncover the information stirring within him, yet he was too proud to voice it outright. Xian, deliberately withholding the information, took his time pouring a cup of tea from the pot on the table, exclaiming, What splendid tea this is! Xie Yanshi mused to himself that every time he entrusted Xian with gathering intelligence, he returned in a state of such disarray. Next time, he vowed to refrain from sending Xian. Even Jing, he was far more reliable. In fact, everyone else involved was more trustworthy than he. If you choose not to speak, then I shall lose interest, Xie Yanshi declared, feigning indifference as he stood to intimidate Xian. Yet, Xian remained unfazed. Watching Xie Yanshi depart, after taking only a few steps, he noticed that Xian did not call him back, and upon turning, found Xian gazing at him with a triumphant expression. Your Highness, why have you paused? Have you perhaps been weighed down by iron on your feet? Xie Yanshi thought to himself that it only took a fleeting moment to harbor the intent to eliminate someone. Xian, fully aware that Xie Yanshi would not truly leave, remained seated with a placid demeanor. Very well, I concede. Xie Yanshi gritted his teeth and returned, saying, Xian, if you do not speak soon, I shall feed all your precious wines to the dogs. Xian gasped in dismay, realizing he could not afford to jest too recklessly. It was wise to know when to retreat. He chuckled awkwardly. Your Highness, please do not threaten my wine. I shall reveal the information at once. Xie Yanshi smiled slightly, knowing he had not quite lost his grip on the situation. The marriage between the Jiang and Lu families has been postponed due to Lu Xuexiao contracting a chill. However, a precise date has yet to be determined, and I have observed a marked shift in the Jiang family's attitude towards the Lu family, Xian disclosed in one breath. Upon hearing about Lu Xuexiao's predicament, Xie Yanshi immediately understood it was a consequence of the incident when he had thrown him into the water. A secret thrill coursing through him. His methods had proven effective, resulting in the delay of the marriage. Moreover, Bai Huaixue has confined Xia Linfeng, seemingly concocting something clandestine. Though this remains unverified, the palace is heavily guarded. While he could enter, he deemed it unnecessary, fearing exposure of his identity. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive concern, as there are indeed members of the Faceless within the palace. The Faceless organization is omnipresent. Xie Yanshi nodded in acknowledgement after hearing all this. Xian felt a twinge of disappointment. Why was His Highness so remarkably composed? This was not in keeping with his usual demeanor. You continue to watch. I must return for a while, Xie Yanshi declared as he rose, drenched in perspiration and feeling quite unwell, especially with his wounds. The day was waning, making it inconvenient to linger in the cover of darkness. Leaving so soon, Your Highness? Stay for a meal. I shall cook. Xian Er jested playfully. Without turning back, Xie Yanshi waved his arm dismissively. Forget it. If you're cooking, I'd rather not meet an early demise. Xian Er scoffed. Upon returning to the palace, Xie Yanshi took a refreshing bath and changed into clean garments. As he admired the elegant attire he donned, he recalled the clothes that Jiang Sui had taken him to purchase at the tailor's shop. It had been quite some time since he had worn them. Just as he stepped out, he encountered Xiang Ying. Brother Yanshi, good evening, she greeted, her face perpetually adorned with a smile. Xie Yanshi felt a wave of distaste, but, out of courtesy, refrained from dismissing her immediately. Instead, he inquired, "Why are you in my chambers?" Xie Ying, unusually patient, replied, "Haven't I already answered this? I'm a princess. Naturally, I can come and go as I please." As she approached him, her gaze fell upon the embroidered quilt resting on his bed. Unmistakably a feminine piece. The overly delicate design made it hard to believe that Xie Yanshi would ever use such a coverlet. "Brother, this quilt is truly lovely," she remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly as she sensed something amiss. It was evident that Xie Yanshi would not have chosen such a quilt. Thus, the only conclusion was that it had been gifted to him by his sister. Xie Yanshi felt a surge of displeasure and positioned his body to obstruct her line of sight, casting a glare filled with hostility at Xiang Ying. "If you're merely seeking to pass the time, I have no interest in your games." With a playful smile, she quipped, "Oh, does that mean you only play with Sister Jiang Sui?" "You." Xie Yanshi instinctively flared with anger, his eyes betraying a flicker of confusion. He had never mentioned his ties to the Jiang family, making it impossible for Xie Ying, an outsider, to know. "Do you dare investigate me?" Without hesitation, Xie Ying admitted, "I wish to learn about your past." Xie Yanshi clenched his fists at his sides, the fresh ointment on his wounds causing them to bleed anew from the pressure. "Get out." Xie Ying, however, sauntered leisurely, her gaze fixed on him. "So it turns out you do not wish to be close to me because of her. How heart-wrenching. Brother, we are family, are we not?" Her feigned grievance bore a hint of authenticity. Nevertheless, Xie Yanshi was impervious to her manipulations, evading her proximity while tightly clenching his hands to suppress the turmoil within. Jiang Sui was his sore point, and Xie Ying dared to tread upon it. Family? One who has masqueraded for so long believes herself to be genuine? At those words, Xie Ying instinctively paused. The notion of her inauthenticity had never escaped her. Although she felt indifferent when others spoke of her, hearing it from Xie Yanshi transformed the sentiment entirely. Xie Ying's countenance darkened slightly as she forced out a strained smile and said, "Brother, you mustn't speak such nonsense. If I were an impostor, then who would be the true princess?" She continued to suppress her emotions, masking her inner turmoil. However, when she cast a glance at Xie Yanshi, her eyes betrayed a growing tension. Though she tried to feign indifference, her heart raced inexplicably. Observing her distress, Xie Yanshi scoffed, disregarding her words. It is often said that one cannot awaken a person feigning slumber, even if he declared her a fraud, as long as Xie Ying did not concede. His words would hold no weight. "Xie Ying, regardless of your thoughts, keep your distance from me," Xie Yanshi uttered coldly, a flicker of hostility flashing in his gaze. The chill emanating from his eyes sent shivers down her spine. Indeed, he was incomparable to Xie Linfeng. Xie Yanshi's heart was as unyielding as stone. It appeared that yet again, she faced impending failure. Perhaps it was wise to retreat, as the saying goes, in times of trouble, retreat is the best strategy. Taking a deep breath, Xie Ying maintained her smile and playfully remarked, "Brother Yanshi, if you are so fierce with me, it shall surely wound my heart." She feigned a sense of grievance, opting to leave, having gleaned the information she sought, deeming it unnecessary to tarnish her impression before Xie Yanshi. As Xie Yanshi watched her departing figure, he found himself perplexed by her intentions. If her aim was to cultivate a better rapport with him, something felt amiss. He was not intimidated by her. His gaze shifted to the embroidered quilt upon the bed, and he approached, caressing its surface. The quilt had been meticulously folded, and he had ensured it was washed clean upon his return, treating it with utmost care. Upon hearing Xie Yanshi mention Jiang Sui, a pang of fear coursed through him. Should she dare to harm her, he would not hesitate to claim another life. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he produced a jade hairpin from his bosom, pondering whether she might be upset. Whenever thoughts of Jiang Sui crossed his mind, he instinctively retrieved the pin to admire. After their last encounter, when he had stolen a kiss from Jiang Sui while she slept soundly, he had refrained from disturbing her. He had acted impulsively, endangering her future spouse, and wondered if she harbored resentment towards him. However, it seemed Jiang Sui held no affection for Lu Xuexiao. Xie Yanshi recalled with clarity that he had not misheard. Sui, he whispered, gripping the jade hairpin tightly, its icy touch lingering in his palm. Only in solitude did he dare to call her by that name. After a moment, he tucked the pin away close to his heart. "Come forth," he commanded, his gaze lowered. The wind rustled at the window momentarily before settling into stillness. "Master," a veiled figure knelt before Xie Yanshi with deep respect. "Keep a watchful eye on Xie Yanshi. Inform me of any developments," Xie Yanshi instructed coldly. The veiled figure nodded, understood. In an instant, the figure vanished from sight. That night, the moon was absent. A gentle rain began to fall in the coolness of the night, the evening breeze mingling with the raindrops as they pattered softly upon the ground. Inside the palace, the chill was kept at bay. Bai Huishue sat upon the couch, surrounded by the delicate tendrils of smoke wafting from the incense burner beside her. "Mother, have you summoned me for an urgent matter?" Xie Linfeng yawned, having spent his days in a haze of sleep and sustenance since being confined by Bai Huishue. After completing the tasks she assigned, he succumbed to a despondent state. Just as he drifted into slumber, he was called upon by Huishue. Yet he failed to glean the purpose of her summons. Bai Huishue, gazing at the letter in her hand, wore a satisfied smile. This time, Xie Yanshi was certain to meet his demise. 16 years prior, he had narrowly escaped a perilous fate, but she would not allow him to evade it again. "Mother, what does this mean?" Xie Linfeng, startled from his drowsiness, noticed the letter Bai Huishue clutched. To bring about his downfall, one must first incite his arrogance. She mused, adorned in a crimson cloak, her skin as pale as snow, with sharp brows and eyes that glinted with cunning. Her blood-red lips, framed by exquisite makeup, radiated a dangerous allure. Xie Yanshi's return and his desire for the throne presented her with an opportunity she could not refuse. Having initially been thrown into disarray upon learning that Xie Jinghang had reinstated the crown prince position to Xie Yanshi, she now perceived it as a fortuitous development. To eliminate Xie Yanshi would eradicate a future threat. "Mother, what are you planning?" Xie Linfeng asked, a tremor of apprehension evident in his voice as Bai Huishue's demeanor shifted after reading the letter. With a light laugh, her eyebrows arched elegantly, her phoenix-like eyes glimmering with a fierce cunning, she replied, "Naturally, it involves his assassination." Xie Linfeng's eyes widened in fear, his voice trembling. "Mother, Xie Yanshi has returned, undoubtedly backed by powerful forces. Is it prudent to act rashly?" He recalled how Xie Yanshi had silently struck against him in the intoxicated hall, aware he could not possess such skill without a formidable ally. Bai Huishue responded with a dismissive huff, her lips parting slightly, exuding a dangerous charm. "Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly. However, do not forget, he once consorted with Yilan, casting doubt upon his royal lineage." She understood the truth of that matter better than anyone else. As Xie Yanshi's true affiliations remained obscured, she resolved to let him assume more responsibilities at court. When he inevitably faltered, she would align with the ministers to impeach him. Even if the emperor wished to protect him, it would be difficult to silence the collective voice of the court. This strategy would also allow her to probe the extent of Xie Yanshi's capabilities. If he proved to be a mere fade, he would pose no threat. She would have her methods. Xie Linfeng's eyes sparkled with newfound respect. "Mother, your strategy is brilliant. Without Bai Huishue, he might have been the forsaken child." Bai Huishue's lips curled into a triumphant smile, her countenance brimming with ambition and cunning. "I shall await his every misstep." With that, a glint of cold determination flashed in her eyes as she envisioned Xie Yanshi's public disgrace. The contents of the letter revealed that the assassins she had arranged were fully prepared. Moreover, from this day forth, you shall remain in the palace and focus on dealing with Xie Yanshi. Do not let me down. Bai Huishui admonished him once more with emphasis. Mother, what a father! He stammered. Surely, I cannot act treasonously? Xie Linfeng concealed his feelings of insecurity, his gaze wandering aimlessly. Bai Huishui raised a subtle smile, her eyes drifting towards the rain outside the window. Your father, the emperor, is at the end of his rope, barely holding on. Chapter 73. Entering the game, Xie Jingheng, gravely ill, still insisted on attending the morning court, though he concealed his affliction from the public eye. Among the attendees were several of Bai Huishui's associates. In front of Xie Jingheng, incited him by deliberately spreading rumors from 16 years past, hoping to employ the same tactics once again, to suppress their machinations. Xie Jingheng acquiesced to their demands, sending Xie Yanshi to Liangzhou. He was reluctant to relive the events of that year. Yet he also sought to observe how Xie Yanshi would respond, fully aware of the impending trap. Upon hearing this favorable news, Bai Huishui promptly dispatched individuals to make preparations. This morning, word arrived that Xie Yanshi had been sent to deliver provisions to Liangzhou, which had recently suffered from drought and poor harvests. Upon investigation, it became clear that the commotion had been instigated by officials within the court, leaving the emperor with no recourse but to compromise. Xian air plucked a freshly washed grape from the table and tossed it into his mouth, its tartness evident. Xie Yanshi sat cross-legged at the table, the post-rain mist still lingering, casting a hazy veil around him as he meticulously examined a dagger in his hand. This weapon had been entrusted to him by Jing Yi, a birthday gift meticulously carved for him by Yi Lansheng during her lifetime. Regrettably, she had not been able to present it to her child in person. Xie Yanshi cherished this dagger. It was the same one he had used to wound Xie Linfeng at the Zui building. He wiped it with a handkerchief before stowing it away, then began to respond to Xian Er's comments. It matters not. I am rather keen to discern her true intentions. Even if she employs the same stratagem, it will depend on her capabilities. Xie Yanshi remained unfazed, willing to immerse himself in the intrigue to uncover the hidden motives at play. Bai Huishui merely wished to eliminate him, allowing the position of crown prince to become vacant for Xie Linfeng, though she ought to fear that he might not last long on the throne. Xian Er chuckled. Your Highness, pursue whatever you desire. We shall never oppose you. Xie Yanshi's eyes darkened in contemplation. He held complete trust in his abilities, asserting that within the kingdom of Jing, no one could rival him. When do we depart? He inquired. 3 days hence, Xian Er replied. At this, Xie Yanshi paused, contemplating the urgency of his expulsion. It seemed they were eager for his demise. Understood. He gazed out the window, where the delicate rain fell amidst the lingering mist, the oppressive heat of summer seeping in. He pondered whether the kingdom of Quan was also experiencing rain. Now, you and I are not witnessing the same rain, he mused. The recent downpours often reminded him of his time at the Jiang residence, where he recalled Jiang Sui's childish attempts to bully him, only for him to inadvertently inflict harm upon himself while attempting to retaliate. Zhao Wanyue had punished him by making him kneel in the courtyard, even coming to hold an umbrella over him. What a fool she had been. Xian Er waved a hand in front of him, taking a crisp bite of an apple, the sound echoing in Xie Yanshi's ears. He snapped back to attention, noticing Xian Er's proximity. Why are you so close? I merely wish to observe you, Your Highness. It seems your mind is elsewhere, Xian Er teased. A flicker of guilt crossed Xie Yanshi's face as he averted his gaze from Xian Er. In 3 days, he would depart for Liangzhou, and he was merely contemplating what schemes Bai Huishui might enact along the way. Oh, is that so? Xian Er replied, clearly skeptical. Is it that obvious? Xie Yanshi retorted. Enough jesting about His Highness. At that moment, Genie happened to pass by and took a seat. Xian Er waved his hand dismissively, feeling bored. Very well, Your Highness, everything has been arranged. We have thoroughly investigated the ambush along the route, and numerous explosives have been concealed, including within the supplies. This time, the Imperial concubine is determined to eliminate you, and assassins have been dispatched along the way. Jin Yi had been away from the bamboo courtyard recently, investigating Bai Huishui's whereabouts, while also probing into the individuals behind her. Xie Yanshi nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, since she is so intent on my demise, I shall oblige her. but I must ensure she does not find joy in it. Your Highness, please exercise caution. Xie Yanshi understood and was determined not to let any misfortune befall him. 3 days later, Xie Yanshi set off for Liangzhou as scheduled. The number of guards accompanying him was minimal. He was uncertain whether this was by Huishue's doing or perhaps influenced by Xie Jingheng, but such matters seemed inconsequential. Seated in the carriage, the group took a narrow path, a choice made in haste to reach Liangzhou more swiftly. The provisions they brought were scant, and the water supply was limited. Xie Yanshi understood this was to prevent him from overindulging. After a day of travel, he observed the route on the map and sensed something was amiss. How much longer until we reach Liangzhou? He inquired, poking his head out of the carriage to address a nearby guard. Your Highness, we still require 5 days. The guard replied. Upon hearing this, Xie Yanshi furrowed his brow. According to the map, the journey was merely 3 days. How could it possibly extend to 5? As he pondered by Huishue, everything fell into place. He ceased his inquiries, feeling a twinge of anxiety about what Bai Huishue might do. It was still daylight, and she would likely wait until nightfall to act. He remained vigilant. When they reached a small stream ahead, the carriage came to a halt. Xie Yanshi sensed the commotion but did not exit immediately. Your Highness, there is a water source ahead. Should we continue, the path will become treacherous once darkness falls. The guard advised. They had already embarked on a steep and bumpy route via the narrow path. Stepping out of the carriage, Xie Yanshi looked up at the bright sky. Is it truly nearing dusk? He mused, feeling exasperated. They were calculating even this small amount of time. In Bai Huishue's eyes, his demise was the only matter of significance. He retrieved his water flask, intending to fill it. Just as he crouched down, he sensed something amiss with a guard approaching him too closely. Instinctively, Xie Yanshi turned sharply to face him. Why are you following me? The guard, startled by his sudden movement, stammered, Naturally, I am here to protect your Highness. Is that so? He maintained an impassive expression as he stowed away the water kettle. The guard nodded, having received explicit instructions from the Emperor to ensure the safety of His Highness. Xie Yanshi raised an eyebrow, looking down at him from his elevated position. Are you certain it was the Emperor who sent you to protect me? The guard suddenly grew anxious, taken aback by Xie Yanshi's probing inquiry. Everyone else remains inactive. Why are you so eager? He retorted. Your Highness, are you suggesting that it is you who desires my protection? Chapter 74. To kill me. You are still lacking. The guard, now terrified, could scarcely utter a word, trembling uncontrollably. Xie Yanshi deliberately softened his demeanor, placing a hand on the guard's shoulder. All right. It was merely a jest. You needn't take it so seriously. The guard sighed in relief, forcing a smile. Ah, it seems your Highness was only teasing me. Xie Yanshi chuckled softly, crouching down with his back turned, washing his hands in the stream. Yet, he sensed the faint, cautious sound of a blade being drawn behind him, though he feigned ignorance and continued to cleanse his hands. The guard's expression shifted abruptly, his gaze turning fierce as he gritted his teeth, raising his hand to strike down Dai. In an instant, Xie Yanshi drew the dagger at his waist, plunging it into the guard's throat. The water from the stream mingled with the splatter blood, leaving a crimson mark upon the grass. Xie Yanshi slowly rose to face him. The guard's pupils dilated in shock. The knife fell from his grip as he clutched his throat, blood gushing forth, rendering him voiceless. In terror, he gazed at Xie Yanshi, whose expression remained unervingly calm. I was not joking. I was deceiving you. Xie Yanshi's smile was perilous. The blood splattered upon his face, enhancing his deranged demeanor. Assassin, protect His Highness. The other guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. He watched as the guard writhed in agony on the ground, his eyes fixed on Xie Yanshi with a desperate intensity. The guard extended a trembling finger towards Xie Yanshi, gradually succumbing as his breath faded away. Your Highness, are you unharmed? The leading guard inquired. Xie Yanshi, too indifferent to even lift his eyelids, wiped the blood from his dagger. No matter, dispose of him in the wilderness for the wolves. He replied in a tone devoid of concern for human life. He refrained from exposing others, aware that most present were allies of Bai Huishue. The guard glanced at the fallen man's gruesome demise, hesitant to voice any objections, simply accepting the command, as you wish, Your Highness. Xie Yanshi scrutinized the expressions of the remaining individuals. They all bore signs of fear. It was evident that the fallen guard had acted independently, overestimating his abilities, foolishly believing he could claim a victory before Bai Huishue. However, he was mistaken. Xie Yanshi silently thanked himself for resolving the matter swiftly with a single stroke, rather than imprisoning and torturing the man over time. With this brief interlude, the others were momentarily deterred from taking rash actions, fearful of sharing the same fate as the guard, entirely unaware of Xie Yanshi's cold-blooded nature. Xie Yanshi found tranquility as he sat upon a wooden stump, munching on provisions. As dusk approached, the guards gathered kindling to start a fire. Although it was summer, the cool breeze in Liangzhou, near the border, still held a certain chill. He gazed at the flames before him, crackling softly, his eyes cast downward. "Your Highness, the night deepens. You should rest first. We will take turns on guard," one of the attendants suggested. Xie Yanshi retracted his hand, nodded slightly, and said nothing further, retreating directly into the tent to rest. He extinguished the lamp, yet his eyes remained open, staring into the darkness ahead. The noble consort had instructed that action be taken tonight, to prevent prolonged anxieties. Upon seeing Xie Yanshi enter, the guard quietly instructed his companion. "Tonight? Did we not agree to act closer to Liangzhou?" The attendant questioned, perplexed. The leading guard smacked him lightly, asserting, "We need not concern ourselves with such matters. The noble consort has her methods. Our task is merely to silence them." He gestured ominously at his throat. The young attendant dared not voice his thoughts. Being of lesser rank, he simply acquiesced to the leader's commands. Xie Yanshi turned over, utterly speechless. Did they not realize the importance of discretion during such discussions? He had overheard everything. Tonight, he placed his hand beneath his head, wide awake. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips as he pondered the antics these individuals might unveil. He had remarked that Bai Huishue was cunning and ruthless. Yet this situation diverged entirely from his expectations. Externally, he appeared to lie still, but internally, he calculated his response. Time passed, and a faint rustling sound reached his ears. Having not slept, he turned his back, the moonlight casting shadows that concealed him. Several dark figures stealthily approached his tent. The leading guard signaled, and they drew their blades, rushing into the tent. However, it was empty. "Where is he?" The guard stood dumbfounded, questioning their senses, while Xie Yanshi remained silent, watching their comical predicament from a distance. Something was amiss. He was certain he had not seen His Highness exit. Just as the guards remained bewildered, a swift arrow whizzed through the air. "Watch out!" the leading guard shouted, only to be struck in the shoulder by a sharp arrow. Xie Yanshi emerged from the nearby woods, observing the encircling assailants clad in black. "Who gave you the audacity to attempt my life? You are exceedingly naive," he remarked coldly. The assassins, realizing their predicament, closed in around him. Xie Yanshi finally comprehended the flaw in their plan. These individuals were far too foolish, reminiscent of Xie Linfeng. It appeared that they were not Bai Huishue's subordinates, but rather those of Xie Linfeng. Should Bai Huishue discover that her dim-witted son had jeopardized her scheme, would she not erupt in fury? "Capture him. The one who brings back his head shall be handsomely rewarded." At the sound of the command, figures darted from the woods. Blades aimed in unison. Xie Yanshi remained motionless at the center, having only practiced on dummies during his training. This marked his first real combat experience, providing an opportunity to gauge his true strength and assess his capability to protect her. With agility, Xie Yanshi drew his dagger from his waist, swiftly thrusting it toward the throat of the nearest black-clad assailant, and amidst the flash of steel, blood splattered. "Today marks your demise." The figures clad in black relentlessly besieged him, while Xie Yanshi deftly dodged and parried their attacks, his dagger dancing skillfully in his grasp as he felled several of them in quick succession. How foolish! Xie Yanshi felt a tinge of disappointment. Their prowess was hardly superior to that of the dummies, rendering the encounter rather dull. "Will you assist?" Xian, arms crossed and his hat pulled low, observed the fray below. Jing idly played with his prayer beads, a faint smile gracing his lips, confident that His Highness could handle the situation. Since the onset of this journey, the masked organization had been covertly safeguarding Xie Yanshi. They were ever ready to intervene should he require aid. Xie Yanshi bent low to evade a sweeping blade, seizing the assailant's shoulder and plunging his dagger down with unyielding resolve. Crouching momentarily, he rose with deliberate grace. Blood smearing his fingers as he wiped his face, his gaze fierce. To wish for my death, you are sorely unworthy. Chapter 75. At your service, the smile at the corner of Xie Yanshi's mouth gradually faded, replaced by a palpable aura of menace. Observing the black-clad adversaries before him, they hesitated, retreating a few steps, warily appraising him. Boss, did His Highness not claim the Crown Prince lacked martial prowess? How could our men be so thoroughly bested? The black-clad figures cast bewildered glances at their leader, astonished. We have been careless. Regardless of whether Xie Linfeng deceived them, the truth remains, they underestimated him, failing to anticipate Xie Yanshi's concealed strength. Xie Yanshi stood poised, placing his foot upon the corpse of a recently slain adversary. He leaned down to pull back the mask, revealing that the individual was not a native of Jinghua. It seemed Xie Linfeng had shown some wisdom, recognizing the folly of employing Jinghua assassins against him. The leader of the black-clad men maintained a defensive stance, gazing at Xie Yanshi, genuinely apprehensive. In less than 15 minutes, they had sustained grievous losses, and even he felt fatigued, while Xie Yanshi appeared utterly unfazed. Breathing heavily, he found it increasingly difficult to wield his blade. They had initially believed it a simple task. So many against a single individual. Surely it would be effortless? Yet, the reality was far more daunting than anticipated. This man's prowess was undoubtedly beyond mere appearances, and at this juncture, they had yet to ascertain the full extent of Xie Yanshi's formidable abilities. If you do not act soon, my patience will wear thin, Xie Yanshi declared, stretching his limbs languidly. Having foregone sleep all night to guard against them, he had assumed they were formidable, yet they ultimately proved to be mere novices. Boss, what should we do next? One of the men stammered, glancing apprehensively at his leader. The leader inhaled deeply, brow furrowed. Today, it is a fight to the death. Even if we flee now, we would not survive until tomorrow. You will not spare us. With death inevitable, we might as well fight. I will heed your command. We shall follow your lead. Bolstered by these words, they regained a semblance of confidence, though it was unclear who had instilled such courage in them. Xie Yanshi sighed, recognizing their folly. He had contemplated sparing them should they choose to retreat, allowing the night to pass without incident. However, sometimes excessive kindness breeds ingratitude. Some individuals simply do not appreciate mercy, taking advantage instead. They approached Xie Yanshi once more, albeit with considerably slowed movements, displaying a heightened wariness, for they did not wish to meet their demise so soon. Xie Yanshi sheathed his dagger and seized a fallen sword from the ground, preparing to employ it for a deadly purpose. In a swift motion, he darted forward like a released arrow, closing in on the cloaked figures in the blink of an eye. His long blade cleaved through the air with ruthless precision, exhibiting a more profound intent to kill than before. The clash of blades echoed, and the ground was soon stained crimson with blood. A faint smile graced Xie Yanshi's lips as he raised his weapon slowly towards them. He charged ahead, yet amidst the throng, he sustained a cut to his arm while evading their attacks. Pain surged through him as blood flowed forth, the sticky sensation of it clinging to his sleeve. The black-clad assailants, witnessing their injury inflicted upon Xie Yanshi, were momentarily elated, believing they could vanquish him in one fell swoop. However, one of them was caught unawares, suddenly feeling a chilling breeze at his throat, followed by an excruciating pain as blood gushed from his neck, pooling on the ground beneath the moonlight. In mere moments, dozens of cloaked figures lay lifeless, their deaths gruesome and tragic. The ground was littered with corpses, their vibrant blood soaking the grass. Xie Yanshi maintained an indifferent demeanor. His steps appeared deliberate, yet in an instant, he was at the side of one of the men. "You are too slow," he remarked. "With such meager skill, you dare to kill me?" Alarmed, the leader of the black-clad men felt his pupils constrict. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Xie Yanshi's hand had already gripped his throat, and with a mere exertion of strength, he could easily snap his neck. The cloaked man began to struggle, his face contorted in a grimace as he glared at Xie Yanshi. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of those who had perished, leaving only the man caught in Xie Yanshi's grasp. "Ah, your highness certainly lacks gentleness. Your methods are rather severe," Xian commented after observing the entire scene. You're no better, Genie retorted, exposing his hypocrisy. So what? Xian replied. Every time they undertook a task, Xian was the one to take action while Jing merely observed. Each life extinguished by Xian was left in such a disfigured state that even the king of hell might struggle to recognize their former selves. Xie Yanshi released his grip, causing the man to immediately turn to flee. Yet before he could traverse 5 steps, an arrow pierced his knee. If you wish to kill me, then do it swiftly. I fear you not, he declared defiantly, even as death loomed near. Xie Yanshi chuckled softly, crouching to meet him at eye level. Not afraid? Then why do you run? The black-clad man's expression flickered with terror as he clutched his injured leg. At that moment, his sole thought was to escape. Quite accurate, Jing remarked, glancing at the bow in Xian possession. This arrow lacks precision. It seems I must practice diligently upon our return. Xian sheathed his bow, deeming it unnecessary for further use, and leaned against a tree trunk, awaiting the conclusion of Xie Yanshi's endeavor. Xie Yanshi picked up a nearby blade and proposed, "Let us engage in a game. I shall ask you questions, and you must answer. Should you answer incorrectly, I will strike you. Should you answer correctly, I shall grant you a chance at survival." The cloaked man trembled, compelled to comply. You may speak," he stuttered. His gaze swept over the surrounding bodies of his fallen comrades, and he inquired, "Who sent you?" The man in black hesitated for a moment. "Your Highness," he began, but before he could finish, Xie Yanshi narrowed his eyes and drew a blade across the man's thigh. A delayed response indeed. As he had surmised, these individuals were assassins dispatched by Xie Feng to eliminate him. Unfortunately, their cleverness had been their undoing. In their eagerness to hasten his demise, they had fallen victim to their own folly. Bai Huixue had already made meticulous arrangements, now squandered in vain. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Aside from Yulat, are there any ambushes awaiting us on the road to Liangzhou?" Xie Yanshi posed a question, eager to discern the truth of his answer. "No, yes, but I am unaware of that group, only that their capabilities surpass ours." The man dared not conceal the truth, his entire body trembling from the pain radiating from a wound. Rising, Xie Yanshi discarded the knife in his hand. "You may leave." The man in black, quaking with fear, stood with great difficulty and turned towards his escape route. In an instant, 2 arrows pierced his kneecap, and he fell to the ground with a pained groan. "I forgot to mention, I did not permit you to leave on your feet. You scoundrel." The man in black cursed, now indifferent to his own survival. Xie Yanshi replied with a smirk, "A scoundrel, you say? I appreciate your compliments. I want you to crawl back and inform him that His Highness is always awaiting him." Chapter 76. Raising a foolish son. It had already been 4 days since Xie Yanshi set off for Liangzhou, and if one were to calculate the time, he should be arriving today. Bai Huixue anxiously awaited news within the palace. She had arranged for elite assassins specifically to eliminate Xie Yanshi, yet there was still no word. How can still be so quiet? Bai Huixue fretted, her unease growing. Nearby, Xie Feng trembled in fear, his complexion ashen. Last night, the black-clad man he had sent returned at dawn, leaving a long trail of blood outside the palace, a gruesome sight. Xie Feng was petrified. Having not yet awakened that morning, the sight of the man's horrific condition nearly robbed him of his senses. The man relayed that Xie Yanshi had annihilated all of them, and after delivering Xie Yanshi's message, he succumbed to his injuries. Upon learning of this, Xie Feng's legs turned to jelly as he realized he had made a grave error. On that day, Bai Huixue had only divulged a fragment of information to Xie Feng, fearing the actions he might take if fully informed. Confident in her own victory, she believed that even if the assassination failed, she could retreat unscathed. Xie Yanshi would suspect her but find no evidence against her. In a moment of reckless impulsiveness, Xie Feng, terrified that Bai Huixue would discover his foolish deeds, hastily disposed of the assassin's body and rushed to her side. Fortunately, she remained unaware of the full extent of the situation until now. Though anxious, she maintained her composure, seated by the window and gazing at the scenery outside. After several days of rain, the skies finally cleared for a moment. Bai Huixue lifted her teacup from the table, savoring a sip. The tea was fragrant and sweet. She awaited good news with bated breath. The mere thought of Xie Yanshi's impending demise caused her smile to blossom. Her spirits lifted, casting aside any lingering worries. As she cast her gaze towards Xie Linfeng, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. This morning, Xie Linfeng had unexpectedly sought her out, an act of initiative that was rare from him. Yet, his countenance was far from favorable. Concerned for him, Bai Huishu inquired, "Linfeng, what troubles you? Have you caught a chill? Your complexion appears rather poor." Startled by her voice, Xie Linfeng trembled slightly, lifting his head in a daze and stammering, "Mother, I am quite well." He forced a smile, yet hesitated to confess the error he had committed. At this moment, he clung to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps his actions had not affected his mother, which would be fortuitous indeed. However, as anticipated, a figure entered the hall, kneeling before Bai Huishu to pay her respects. "Your Highness, grave news has arrived." The woman knelt, too fearful to meet Bai Huishu's gaze. Upon hearing this, Bai Huishu's pupils constricted sharply, her expression darkening. "What has transpired?" she demanded. The woman bit her lip, opening her mouth but hesitating to speak. Bai Huishu's fingers, gripping the edge of the table, turned pale as she dreaded the implications regarding Xie Yanshi. Steeling herself, she reassured, "I can bear it." The woman raised her head, her voice trembling, "Your Highness, Xie Yanshi is not dead. All those dispatched to deal with him have been." Bai Huishu was not particularly surprised to learn Xie Yanshi was alive. But confusion washed over her as the woman faltered in her explanation. "What happened to them? All of them all killed." The woman's eyes brimmed with terror. Recalling the horrifying scene, her body trembling. According to their plan, the assassins were to strike near the cliff, eliminating Xie Yanshi in one swift blow. She had calculated the timing, intending to retrieve Xie Yanshi's body at dusk. Bai Huishu had instructed that if Xie Yanshi fell from a cliff, he must be brought back alive or dead. It was not merely for the sake of closure, but to ensure her peace of mind. Only by witnessing Xie Yanshi's lifeless body could she truly feel secure, free from the threats against her and Xie Linfeng's positions. Upon her arrival, she was paralyzed by fear, staring at the corpse before her, surrounded by blood-soaked earth and vegetation. The eyes of the slain assassins were hollowed out, their vacant stares fixated on her. The limbs of the assassins lay grotesquely contorted on the ground, their forms illuminated by the dusky light, mingling with blood to create an eerie orange hue. It was utterly chilling. Even now, she struggled to comprehend. Killed? How could Xie Yanshi possess such formidable prowess? Bai Huishu's composure began to unravel. She had invested heavily to hire 100 highly skilled assassins. How could they all have been vanquished by Xie Yanshi? Absolutely certain. The woman trembled, unable to fathom how they had met such a gruesome fate at Xie Yanshi's hands, and she could scarcely believe his methods were so merciless, capable of such devastation. Impossible. I refused to believe it. Bai Huishu hurled her teacup to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces that scattered across the floor. Xie Linfeng remained utterly silent, daunted by the furious countenance of Bai Huishu. He dared not utter a word. The woman had already conveyed the results to Bai Huishu. She was merely a messenger and wished not to be caught in the ensuing turmoil. Is mother still alive? I thought she had perished, Bai Huishu pondered, recalling the rumors that the crown prince had discovered the assassin's whereabouts beforehand. During her return, she had encountered a cloaked figure pierced through the knees by arrows. Upon recognizing her as a member of the palace, the figure had divulged the details of Xie Yanshi's assassination to her. Bai Huishu found this hard to believe. How could such a thing have been discovered? She had always exercised utmost caution. If memory serves, there was indeed a prior attempt on Xie Yanshi's life before you. But the identities of the assailants remain unclear. What did you say? Xie Linfeng's complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, as he could not bear to meet Bai Huishu's gaze. Hearing those words stripped him of the courage to conceal the truth any longer. Mother! Bai Huishu's mind was in disarray as she pressed her hand to her forehead. At this moment, do not add to my troubles. Sensing her agitation, the woman hurriedly withdrew, fearing Bai Huishu's wrath might be unleashed upon her. Xie Linfeng fell to his knees with a thud, eyes brimming with remorse. Mother, I was wrong. Linfeng, what are you doing? Bai Huishu was baffled by his actions. The person you mentioned, those who sought to assassinate Xie Yanshi, I sent them. He confessed, "I merely wish to alleviate Mother's burdens. I never anticipated such a catastrophe would ensue." Bai Huishue sprang to her feet in fury. "What did you just say?" "I was wrong, Mother. I truly regret my actions. I promise to heed your words in the future. I only wanted to help you." Xie Linfeng placed his hand upon his chest, feigning ignorance of his misdeeds. "Is this what you call alleviating my burdens?" Bai Huishue nearly fainted from indignation, lamenting the fact that she had borne such a foolish son. Kneeling on the ground, Xie Linfeng repeatedly bowed his head. "Mother, please forgive me. I genuinely sought to rid you of Xie Yanshi." His original intent had been to eliminate Xie Yanshi before Bai Huishue, to gain her favor and prove his worth. Instead, he acted with reckless cleverness, revealing his own ineptitude. His actions not only endangered himself, but also implicated Bai Huishue. Given the current turmoil, Xie Yanshi was the crown prince of Jingwa. News of the assassination attempt would undoubtedly reach Jingwa swiftly. "Linfeng, you are truly driving me to despair." Bai Huishue felt darkness encroach upon her vision, nearly collapsing. "Mother!" Xie Linfeng rushed forward to support her, filled with regret for his actions. Once Bai Huishue regained her composure, she shrugged off his hand. "I wish to be alone for a while. You may leave." She sighed deeply, massaging her temples in discomfort. Just as Xie Linfeng opened his mouth to speak, he caught sight of Bai Huishue and ultimately refrained, retracting his hand that hovered in the air. "I take my leave." Bai Huishue did not even lift her head, wishing to say nothing more regarding Xie Linfeng's folly. Only after he had truly departed did she raise her gaze. "Kumin, Your Highness." A palace maid entered and bowed respectfully. Bai Huishue gazed at her and remarked, "I am suffering from a headache. Should anyone come seeking me, please inform them that I have been bedridden and cannot receive visitors." The maid nodded, understanding her intent. A fleeting thought crossed Bai Huishue's mind. A perfect opportunity to feign ignorance regarding her condition. If Xie Yanshi were to return and seek her out, he would find her unavailable. At this juncture, she truly felt at a loss when it came to Xie Linfeng. She had laid the path before him, yet he seemed utterly incapable of traversing it. Since hope could no longer be placed in him, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. Who says women cannot wield power? She could undoubtedly claim the throne. Xie Yanshi successfully delivered provisions to Liangzhou, but having just dealt with assassins, another pressing issue loomed. In a region already suffering from drought and scarcity, the moment the populace laid eyes on the grains, they disregarded all else, rushing to seize them. Fortunately, Xie Yanshi had anticipated this reaction. En route, he had discreetly replaced all accompanying guards with his own trusted men, for he placed his faith solely in himself. Furthermore, he had preemptively addressed the threat posed by the black-clad individuals who had mentioned explosives hidden within the grain, discerning the unusual weight of the provisions beforehand. Disguised as a guard, he managed to control the unruly crowd. Initially, the citizens were oblivious to the danger, fixated only on claiming the food. However, as they observed their fellow townsfolk being subdued, those who lagged behind reaped the benefits, growing cautious and forming an orderly queue. Each individual received a share of grain ample enough to sustain them for half a year. Given that the provisions had been lightened due to the concealed explosives, Xie Yanshi had specifically sent someone to the palace to retrieve additional supplies, also taking Bai Huishue's silver coins as compensation for the people. Naturally, he would not hold her accountable upon his return. Her desire to eliminate him stemmed merely from the threat he posed upon his return. He had no interest in the throne, only in vengeance. Yet, there remained individuals in this world who had not betrayed him. Xie Yanshi understood a fundamental truth. Promises must be fulfilled, a principle she had once articulated. After distributing the grain, he addressed the unruly citizens, uttering just a few words. And they promptly ceased their disturbances, reassured they would receive their due provisions. Initially, the people of Liangzhou believed they had been forsaken, only to discover that someone had come specifically to deliver sustenance. Indeed, they were correct. The kingdom of Jing had abandoned them, with half of the grain being supplied by Xie Yanshi himself. Once the situation in Liangzhou was resolved, Xie Yanshi did not linger, setting off to attend to another matter. He sat within the carriage, accompanied by Jin Yi and Xianer. The scene mirrored that fateful day when they had extracted him from the Jiang family. Xie Yanshi sat partially bare, having sustained injuries, and during his time in Liangzhou, he had focused solely on the grain distribution, neglecting his wounds. The gash on his arm was gruesome, yet not deep, treated in time to prevent infection. Jin was diligently using tweezers to tend to the blood clots on his injury. Your Highness, if it hurts, do not hesitate to cry out. We shall not mock you. Xian Er playfully slapped Xie Yanshi on the shoulder, his expression one of cheeky mischief. Thank you genuinely, Xie Yanshi replied, clenching his fists, his gaze drifting towards the window where the night breeze felt rather chilly. Jin, with steady hands, swiftly tended to Xie Yanshi's wound, once bandaged. He donned his clothing once more. Your Highness, be brave. Xian Er gave a thumbs up. Xie Yanshi swatted Xian Er's hand away, a bit exasperated. I am not a child. He reflected on the past, when it was Xian Er who had fallen and cried like a child. A thought that made Xian Er grin mischievously. Disregarding Xian Er, Xie Yanshi remained stoic. It was typical of Xian Er's nature. Jin smiled gently. Turning to Xie Yanshi, Your Highness, how do you feel about your recent trip to Liangzhou? Regarding the assassination attempt by Xue, what are your thoughts on how to proceed? Upon mentioning the serious matter, Xie Yanshi fell silent, his lips pressed into a thin line, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Truthfully, he had not yet formulated a plan. He understood that Xue could not tolerate his presence. Yet he found himself at a loss for resolution. After a prolonged pause, he finally replied, I have not thought it through. Jin ceased further inquiries, as his intention was merely to provide Xie Yanshi with clarity for his decisions. By the way, the young lady's birthday is approaching. Jin produced an invitation and placed it beside Xie Yanshi. He nearly forgot that he had inquired about Jiang Sui's birthday, while failing to remember it himself. Gazing at the vibrant red invitation, emotions welled within him. I have yet to prepare a gift for her. When is it? He hesitated, lifting the invitation in his hands. In 3 days, Jin responded. In 3 days, Xie Yanshi murmured softly. Xian Er nudged him. Your Highness, do you intend to attend? Xie Yanshi's heart skipped a beat, his pulse quickening. He found himself uncertain of how to face her now. Forget it, he concluded after much contemplation. Please, Your Highness, it would be quite inappropriate for you to miss your sister's birthday. I am injured. It is a day of great joy, and I would not wish to bring bloodshed. They all understood the unspoken truth. Xie Yanshi was merely offering an excuse. It was not that he did not wish to attend, but rather that he felt he could not. Chapter 78. To see her smile brings me joy if she is guilty. Let the law punish her, rather than spending such a beautiful day strolling with Lu Xueshao. Jiang Sui was enveloped in a low atmosphere, her mood far from pleasant. Little master, endure for a moment, and peace shall return. Take a step back, the system suggested. Frustrating myself is futile, Jiang Sui retorted, cutting off the system mid-sentence, leaving it speechless, as her point seemed valid. There was enough space between Jiang Sui and Lu Xueshao for 2 people. Whenever Lu Xueshao drew near, Jiang Sui instinctively distanced herself from him. Didn't they say he was gravely ill? How has he recovered so swiftly? Jiang Sui brooded, her mood darkening further at the sight of Lu Xueshao. She had hoped he would be incapacitated for a few leisurely days. He doesn't seem to have any visible weight. How does he possess such resilience? The system, equally baffled, recalled how pale Lu Xueshao had appeared the day he fell into the water. Jiang Sui, do you find this hairpin to your liking? Lu Xueshao picked up a hairpin, intending to demonstrate its placement atop Jiang Sui's head, only to have her deftly evade his gesture. A forced smile graced her face as she looked at him, appearing rather mundane. The style of the hairpin Lu Xueshao held was the most commonplace, lacking any distinctive charm. Upon hearing Jiang Sui's response, he was somewhat puzzled. Did not all women delight in such trinkets? Noticing her disinterest, he refrained from purchasing it. Dear master, that hairpin is indeed quite ordinary, far less exquisite than the one your brother gifted you, the system affirmed, firmly standing by Jiang Sui's side. Jiang Sui, upon hearing this, turned to the system. When did he ever buy me a hairpin? I have no recollection of such a thing. In her memories, there was certainly no instance of Xie Yanshi presenting her with a hairpin. The system faltered. Perhaps I am mistaken. It scratched its head. yet had distinctly witnessed Xie Yanshi acquiring a hairpin. Could it be that its memories were in disarray? Jiang Sui continued her stroll, pausing at a ready-to-wear store where she had once wandered with Xie Yanshi, while Lu Xuexiao, noticing her halt, hastened to catch up. Sui, if you fancy it, let us step inside and browse. Do not fret about expenses. I have ample funds to indulge your desires, and you are not one to squander money frivolously. Just as Lu Xuexiao intended to place a hand on her shoulder, Jiang Sui swiftly evaded him. I can manage on my own. I know what I like. Jiang Sui politely declined. Lu Xuexiao looked at Jiang Sui, but misinterpreted her words, thinking, Sui is indeed considerate. She is already mindful of saving my money even before marrying me. I'm truly fortunate to have such a good wife. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. Is he lacking in sanity? Perhaps a childhood fever caused some brain damage, the system suggested. Jiang Sui chuckled dryly, casting him a disdainful glance. I suspect the recent mishap in the water has further muddled his mind. The system nodded in agreement. Both the girl and the system silently ridiculed him. Jiang Sui's fondness for him had already been quite limited, and now it was utterly extinguished. She began to question Zhao Wanyue's judgment in favoring someone as self-important as Lu Xuexiao. However, she recalled Zhao Wanyue's wise words, spending a man's money will lead to misfortune. She had no interest in Lu Xuexiao's meager offerings. Shifting her gaze from the ready-to-wear store, Jiang Sui felt a sense of tedium without Xie Yanshi by her side. Previously, she had clung to Xie Yanshi during shopping excursions, partly for her task and partly for companionship to alleviate the monotony. Whenever she purchased something, Xie Yanshi would always take it from her, sparing her the effort. In contrast, Lu Xuexiao was self-centered, meticulously calculating every expense, leading Jiang Sui to doubt the true wealth of the Lu family. Sui, tomorrow marks your birthday. What gift would you desire? As long as it lies within my means, I shall procure it for you, Lu Xuexiao declared, tossing his purse in the air. In the next moment, it was snatched away by a small beggar lurking by the roadside. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Lu Xuexiao stared at his empty palm, dumbfounded. My money. Stop the thief. Help, a thief. Lu Xuexiao immediately reacted, rushing forward to chase after the little beggar. Jiang Sui did not pursue, smilingly remarking, serves him right. With Lu Xuexiao absent, a sense of tranquility enveloped her. She could procure her own birthday gift, having no need for his. Given Lu Xuexiao's temperament, it was likely that the moment the gift was bestowed, he would seek some means to reclaim it. Jiang Sui had now discerned Lu Xuexiao's true intentions. He merely leveraged the alliance between the Jiang and Lu families to exert his influence, hoping to extract some advantage for himself. Unfortunately, the betrothal gifts had already been accepted, and it was too late to turn back. Even if she wished to avoid marriage, it was now inevitable. The birthday banquet had been proposed by the Lu family, serving merely as a facade to showcase their amicable relationship with the Jiang family, utilizing Jiang's stature to pave the way for the Lu family. Well, no use dwelling on it. Standing before a dessert shop, Jiang Sui picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and took a bite. Boss, I'll take a bag of these. Miss, you look familiar. You must frequent my establishment. Today, we happen to have a promotion. These pastries are on the house. On the house. How generous. Jiang Sui, wary that the owner might be deceiving her, still produced her money. No, truly, you needn't pay. If you find them delightful, just come back again, the owner insisted, refusing her payment. How strange. She had visited this shop several times before and had never heard of any promotion. Could it be her lucky day? Jiang Sui felt relieved, glad to have not spent Lu Xuexiao's money. Well, thank you then. Jiang Sui beamed, her smile sweeter than the osmanthus cake in her hand. Miss, take care. After consuming half of her treat, she found herself slightly choked. When she bought sweet soup at a nearby shop, the situation was the same. They also refused to take her money, repeating the same lines about promotions. Could it be that every shop on this street is having a sale today? Jiang Sui pondered, bemused, as her hands brimmed with goodies without spending a penny. It seems the young mistress is fortunate today, and with your birthday tomorrow. Perhaps it is a gift from the heavens, remarked Xian, teasingly observing Xie Yanshi, who was subtly watching Jiang Sui. Xie Yanshi's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Sui. He lifted his teacup, content in knowing that her happiness was paramount. Those in love are indeed different, he mused, a smile gracing his features. It was merely a small expenditure to earn her smile. Besides, he had promised to present her with a birthday gift. Chapter 79. Love and its surroundings. Xie Yanshi took a deep breath, emotions swirling his gaze. He had promised not to come, yet here he was. Xie Yanshi had traveled directly from Liangzhou, not returning to Jinghua first. Both of them had anticipated that Xie Yanshi, despite his stubborn demeanor, would still arrive, and had made preparations in advance within the palace of Jinghua. They arranged for someone of similar stature to Xie Yanshi to be present in the hall, to guard against Bai Huishue's lingering malice and her attempts to ensnare him. However, it was reported that Bai Huishue had feigned illness and had not sought out Xie Yanshi. It can be considered that both individuals have arrived at a mutual understanding. Xian detected the unmistakable scent of unrequited love emanating from someone, and indeed, no matter what was said, it felt utterly misplaced. The money was spent with heartfelt willingness. Your Highness, the outcome of unreciprocated affection is seldom favorable, Xian kindly cautioned, gesturing with a finger that ultimately landed upon Xie Yanshi. Money is merely a trivial matter, Jing scoffed lightly. Xie Yanshi found himself in a tea house, initially believing it to be an ordinary establishment, yet soon realized the proprietor was affiliated with a covert organization. No wonder they received news from the kingdom of Quan so swiftly. Have you completed the task I assigned? Xie Yanshi inquired, noticing that one of Jiang Sui's companions was absent, recalling the instructions given to Xian concerning matters related to the kingdom of Quan. Xian confidently patted his chest. Rest assured, Your Highness, the task is in capable hands. Xie Yanshi's expression could barely conceal his disdain for Lu Xuexiao. It was indeed his scheme that led to the little beggar snatching Lu Xuexiao's purse. However, the ensuing mishap was merely a stroke of bad luck for him. Whoever claimed that bloodshed is undesirable certainly has a peculiar perspective, Xian remarked with a teasing tone, observing Xie Yanshi. Xie Yanshi shot them a withering glance. Unwilling to engage, Jiang Sui felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched from the shadows, yet could not pinpoint what was amiss. Glancing around, she found nothing particularly out of the ordinary. System, I can't shake the feeling that someone is observing me. Jiang Sui voiced her concerns. But there are people everywhere. Aren't there? The system replied. True enough. The system's words dispelled her unease. Overburdened with items, Jiang Sui found little that she desired. Her outing was merely a result of the Lu family's insistence that Lu Xuexiao accompany her shopping, as she did not wish to create difficulties for Zhao Wanyu. Moreover, Jiang Sui had no intention of allowing her birthday celebration to become overly ostentatious, as most items were provided by the Lu family, leaving her perplexed as to their true intentions. Little master, are you ready to return? Jiang Sui nodded. With Lu Xuexiao's purse still missing, she remained uncertain whether it would be recovered. Let's return first. Lu Xuexiao can go wherever he pleases. Jiang Sui returned home, laden with gifts from the event. Xie Yanshi observed Jiang Sui as she made her way back, casting a glance at the tea before stating, I shall take my leave. Jing and Xian exchanged knowing looks, silently questioning, Your Highness, where are you headed? The tea had cooled. He fabricated an excuse and strode purposefully towards the exit. Xian touched the teacup, aware that it was still warm to the touch, rolling his eyes at the notion that it had cooled, clearly eager to see the young lady from the Jiang family. Disguised, Xie Yanshi felt a sense of relief that Zhao Wanyu had been unwilling to acknowledge him, rarely admitting in public that he was the eldest son of the Jiang family. Otherwise, he would surely be recognized throughout the capital. He trailed behind Jiang Sui, maintaining a respectful distance. Whenever she lingered over an item for more than 3 seconds, he would purchase it after she departed, sometimes even acquiring fruits and vegetables. By the time Jiang Sui returned to the Jiang residence, evening had fallen, and Zhao Wanyu awaited her as always. Mother, she called sweetly. Zhao Wanyu hastily stepped forward to retrieve the items from her hands, realizing that she had returned alone. She inquired, Where's Lu Xuexiao? Why didn't he come back with you? Jiang Sui explained. On the way back, a little beggar snatched his purse. He went after him and hasn't returned since. I waited for a while, but when he didn't show up, I decided to come back. Zhao Wanyuan nodded, and upon learning the truth, chose not to speak further, feeling a pang of regret for having chosen such a feeble son-in-law. She blamed her impatience for not considering the unforeseen outcomes. She had initially believed that Jiang Yunchen would retaliate after returning as the crown prince of Jinghua, yet autumn was approaching, and there was still no sign of him. It was as if he had vanished without a trace from the Jiang family. At that moment, Zhao Wanyue couldn't help but wonder if she had been overly sensitive, perhaps misjudging Jiang Yunchen. Upon reflection, it seemed he had not truly harmed Jiang Sui. "Are you harboring resentment towards your mother's decision?" she asked, gazing at Jiang Sui with a hint of guilt on her face. Jiang Sui was taken aback, but then shook her head. "I understand that my mother acted out of concern for me. Soon, she will be marrying Lu Xuexiao." And now she felt indifferent towards him. Neither hatred nor affection lingered in her heart. Zhao Wanyue felt a twinge of pain for her daughter, lamenting her predicament. With a sigh, she led Jiang Sui inside. Xie Yanshi observed this scene with a tumultuous mix of emotions, unable to articulate his thoughts. He sought to uncover the reason behind Zhao Wanyue's haste in marrying off Jiang Sui, suspecting it stemmed from a fear of retaliation against the Jiang family. After all, his stance was entirely opposed to theirs, and he held no emotional ties to the family, only to her. Truth be told, Xie Yanshi had no intention of taking action against the Jiang family. His anger had been ignited when Zhao Wanyue organized a funeral for him, a matter he had etched in his memory. Yet now, witnessing Jiang Sui being forced into marriage, a dull ache pierced his heart. He stared at his clenched fist, feeling as though he grasped nothing at all. At this juncture, he could not claim to harbor any hatred towards the Jiang family. After lingering at the door for a moment, Xie Yanshi slipped into the Jiang residence. Jiang Sui, feeling fatigued, did not engage in further conversation with Zhao Wanyue and retreated to her room. Upon seeing the items before her, her eyes sparkled with clarity. "Little master, when did your room become a storage?" The system remarked, surveying the plethora of items ranging from jewelry to vegetables and furniture. "Did I take a wrong turn?" Jiang Sui stepped back out, closed her eyes, and re-entered, only to behold the same scene again. "This is indeed my room," she mused, perplexed as she fiddled with the items, realizing they were not things she had just purchased. Both the system and Jiang Sui were bewildered by the sudden appearance of these items, planning to inquire about their origins later. Meanwhile, Xie Yanshi, hidden in a discreet location, found amusement in Jiang Sui's bewildered expression. Fortunately, he had purchased enough for her to choose from. "Spending money on you shall be my first gift to you." Chapter 80. I Desire Xie Yanshi. Jiang Sui stared for quite some time, utterly perplexed by the origins of these items. She ventured out to inquire with Zhao Wanyu, yet received no clarity. The items were not in her chamber, perhaps due to the negligence of the servants. To this end, Zhao Wanyu questioned the staff, but they all claimed innocence. Jiang Sui was disinclined to meddle further. She had merely sought an answer, and finding none, she resolved to let the matter rest. Her curiosity piqued regarding whether Lu Xuexiao had recovered his purse. She learned that not only had he failed to retrieve it, but he had also suffered a beating en route. He returned to the Lu residence with a bruised visage, startling Madame Lu, who summoned several doctors in the dead of night. Fortunately, the injuries were superficial and not grave. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sui felt a sense of vindication. Lu Xuexiao, a miserly individual, could not even part with his money. Her opinion of him diminished further, with Lu Xuexiao's injuries prominently displayed on his face. He was unfit to make an appearance. The following day marked Jiang Sui's birthday banquet, and she had intended to introduce Lu Xuexiao to the connections of the Jiang family during the celebration. However, it seemed that this was no longer feasible. Jiang Sui felt a surge of joy upon learning that Lu Xuexiao would not attend her birthday celebration, relieved to avoid the presence of that unfortunate fellow. "Young master, splendid news. You shall not encounter Lu Xuexiao," the system announced with a digital fanfare. Jiang Sui reclined on her bed, gazing at the gauzy curtains, her face illuminated with joy. Indeed, today was remarkably fortuitous, and she fervently wished that the morrow would mirror it. The system nodded in agreement. turning to Jiang Sui and inquired, "Young master, do you desire any gifts for your 18th birthday? I may lack funds now, but I can bestow gifts upon you once I fulfill my objectives. That is unnecessary. Your thoughtful intent is enough for me. Your companionship is the finest gift you could offer," Jiang Sui replied earnestly. Since her arrival in this world, she had always been accompanied by the system. With few acquaintances and no friends, her circumstances stemmed from the original owner's frail health. Zhao Wanyu forbade her from venturing outside, fearing for her safety. Previously, while dining at Fu Wanlu with Xie Yanshi, she had encountered sister He Yaoqing, who had since married the man she favored. Their connection merely a fleeting one. On that occasion, she had visited the Jiang family, but the conversation left Jiang Sui somewhat bewildered. He Yaoqing had remarked, "Sui Sui. Jiang Yunchen's feelings for you are not merely romantic. I hope one day you will comprehend this." The notion of feelings not being purely romantic puzzled Jiang Sui. Was her relationship with Xie Yanshi not considered simple affection? This conundrum had lingered in her mind, unresolved to this day. "Young master, what gift do you wish for?" The system pressed. Jiang Sui, pulled from her reverie, lowered her gaze, lying supine on the bed, blinking as her mind wandered blankly. From her window, the sky was visible, a full moon suspended amidst a tapestry of shimmering stars. It seemed she truly desired nothing. With her dreams of sudden wealth dashed, she was grateful for alternative means. She had saved a considerable sum for her future. With money acquired and family at her side, she found herself lacking in further desires. Yet, as she pondered this matter, a sudden image of Xie Yanshi flashed through Jiang Sui's mind. Startled, she sat up, covering her face with her hands, unable to comprehend that she had just thought of Xie Yanshi. The system, oblivious to her thoughts, observed her actions with some confusion and then approached her, asking, "My little master, have you thought of something?" After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Sui nodded, then shook her head. The system, perplexed, inquired, "What does this mean?" Jiang Sui lowered her hands, pursed her lips, and felt her heart racing in her chest. Gently placing her hand over her heart, she spoke slowly. A tremor coursed through her, and her ears flushed crimson. "I want Xie Yanshi." The system was taken aback. "What?" Jin E and Xian Er exchanged bewildered glances, both wearing the same incredulous expression. "My goodness, this little girl is quite bold, uttering such audacious words," Xian Er exclaimed, glancing at the subject in question. Xie Yanshi felt his entire being stiffen, his heart pounding fiercely, and his face rapidly reddened as he lowered his gaze, a smile creeping across his features. Fortunately, it was night, concealing the blush adorning his face. "Your Highness, do enlighten us. When did you ensnare this young lady's heart?" Xian Er emphasized the word ensnare, narrowing his eyes at Xie Yanshi. Embarrassed, Xie Yanshi cleared his throat and turned his head away, avoiding Xian Er's gaze. "That is not the case." Xie Yanshi denied it vehemently, the words Jiang Sui had just uttered reverberating in his ears. Xian Er shook his head in lament. A blade of grass clenched between his teeth. "Ah, how fleeting is youth. It hasn't been long, and already the heart flutters for another. When you return to your marital home, you may not even recognize us anymore." "Foolishness," Xie Yanshi muttered. Jin E chuckled lightly, attempting to ease the atmosphere. "All right, Xian Er, let us refrain from further jesting." Xie Yanshi was eager to shift the subject, wishing to evade Xian Er's inquiries. His thoughts were in disarray, grappling with the bewildering notion of why Jiang Sui would express such feelings. Surely, she could not. No, it was impossible. Jiang Sui could not possibly have developed feelings for him. He must have misheard. "Indeed, I must have been mistaken," the system asserted confidently, gazing earnestly at Jiang Sui. "You must have misspoken, correct?" Yet Jiang Sui, with utmost sincerity, replied, "I did not err. When you asked me what I desired, Xie Yanshi was the first thought that came to mind. Isn't that the essence of instinctively providing an answer?" The system found itself unable to counter her logic, which was surprisingly sound. "Earlier, you inquired about when I celebrate my birthday, and you even promised to give me a gift. Although I understand that you likely meant in jest, I truly wish for you to attend my birthday banquet." Jiang Sui's wish was simple, She merely desired Xie Yanshi to come to her birthday celebration. She had not contemplated anything beyond that. Your Highness, I believe you mentioned you would depart for Jingwa tonight, did you not? Xian Er provocatively brought up the subject, aiming to provoke Xie Yanshi. A fleeting look of guilt flitted across his face as he stammered. When did I ever say that? Oh, perhaps I have made a mistake. It must be you who is mistaken. Xian Er, your mind truly seems not to be as sharp as it once was. Xie Yanshi hurriedly departed, concealing the turmoil within his heart. Xian Er twitched his lips and remarked, Hey, Your Highness, you could have simply stated it without needing to belittle me. Jing Yi trailed behind, observing the banter between the two, and cast a glance back at Jiang Sui's room. It appeared that someone would be losing sleep tonight. Chapter 81. The birthday banquet. Today's birthday banquet for the Jiang family was indeed lively. Jiang Huaiqian had returned from a border to celebrate Jiang Sui's birthday. Due to the matter concerning Xie Yanshi, the two had been at odds, yet for Jiang Sui's sake, they pretended to be a loving couple despite their mutual disdain. Today, even if you want to drop the facade, you must maintain it. It's Sui's birthday, and I will not allow any mistakes, Zhao Wenyu said. Stepping closer to Jiang Huaiqian, he glanced at her and nodded, acknowledging her words. To the outside world, Zhao Wenyu and Jiang Huaiqian appear to be a devoted couple, putting on a show to mask the past. Misunderstandings aside, it sufficed that they seemed affectionate in the eyes of others. Zhao Wenyu's parents had also arrived to support Jiang Sui, along with relatives from the Jiang family. At the very least, both families shared one commonality, their adoration for Jiang Sui. Zhao Wenyu greeted the arriving guests at the door, while Madame Lu was even more enthusiastic. Those unaware might easily mistake Madame Lu for Jiang Sui's mother, as she dominated the conversation at the banquet. The birthday celebration took place in the Jiang family courtyard, adorned with lush greenery, vibrant flowers, and a gentle fragrance wafting through the air. Guests meandered along the path and took their seats at the tables. Gradually, the gathering swelled, and Zhao Wenyu's smile remained radiant, though her expression shifted when Madame Lu interjected. Madame Jiang, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your daughter's birthday. This is a small gift from me, a token of my goodwill. Please accept it, a voice echoed. Zhao Wenyu graciously accepted, expressing her gratitude. The gifts on the table continued to accumulate, each a testament to the respect afforded to the Jiang and Zhao families. This marked Jiang Sui's first birthday celebration, and naturally, many came to honor the occasion. Jiang Huaiqian, a general stationed at the border and favored by the emperor, commanded considerable influence and status, making the Jiang family a coveted ally. Zhao Wenyu hailed from a well-to-do family. Before her marriage to Jiang Huaiqian, she was the sole daughter of the Zhao family. The Zhao family, a prestigious literary lineage, was among the most respected in the capital, and none dared to question the capabilities of old Master Zhao. Even if the two families were separate, none would dare to infringe upon them, let alone when united as one. Madame Lu forced a smile, her envy deepening as she gazed upon the mountain of precious gifts. Why did the Lu family receive nothing? Her wretched husband seemed entirely devoted to his concubine, utterly neglecting her and Lu Xiao. It was due to this very reason that when the Jiang family came to propose marriage, she nearly revealed her true feelings. Frequently flaunting this matter, it is now through the grand birthday banquet that they have become even more audacious. From this moment forth, those individuals will regard the alliance between the Lu and Jiang families with favor, extending their kindness towards the Lu family. By the babbling brook and among the pavilions, a considerable number of guests are seated, and the atmosphere grows increasingly lively. Today, Lady Lu, with a determined heart, has spent a significant sum to invite musicians to perform. As the guests listen to the melodies of strings and winds, and watch the dancers gracefully twirling in their colorful sleeves, the scene is one of splendid beauty, a veritable feast for the senses. Golden glimmers dance, and the waters shimmer. On the table, a crimson lacquer dish holds plums of deep purple and cherries of bright red, accompanied by verdant bamboo and willows, the leaves of vibrant green. Lady Lu gazes around, her heart swelling with admiration for how indulgently the Jiang family dotes on Jiang Sui. This birthday banquet is indeed a lavish affair. Her shower has truly married a treasure. Rather than jealousy, Lady Lu feels a profound sense of gratitude. The crowd is filled with laughter, the wine flowing and the flowers blooming, as the summer sun casts warmth upon the revelers. Today is not merely Jiang Miss's birthday banquet, yet her presence seems conspicuously absent. Indeed, how can the celebration proceed without the guest of honor? As the guests express their confusion over Jiang Sui's absence, Zhao Wenyu steps forward to clarify, today is an important occasion on the road. The young lady surely treasures her birthday, so please bear with us. Naturally, Sui has grown up before our very eyes. It is entirely normal for a young lady to take her time in preparation. Thank you all. Zhao Wenyu smiles graciously. Jiang Sui, still in a daze, sits before her vanity, her eyes barely open when Lan Yu pulls her up. Miss, do not sleep. Today is your birthday. You must awaken. Lan Yu adjusts her awkwardly tilted face and begins to outline her brows in the mirror. What, Lan Yu? I can't hear you, Jiang Sui mumbles, her words trailing off as she drifts back to sleep. With no choice, Lan Yu hastens to complete Jiang Sui's makeup. Miss, are you awake now? Jiang Sui blinks her eyes open, but her sleepy state is evident. Last night, for some unknown reason, she had tossed and turned, finally succumbing to slumber just before dawn. She seems utterly indifferent to the significance of her own birthday, as if it were merely another day. Lan Yu, have they arrived? Jiang Sui, with her elongated reflection, finally comprehends Lan Yu's earlier words. Lan Yu, momentarily taken aback, nods yes, Mississippi. You must get up. Have you forgotten that today is your birthday? Not at all, Jiang Sui replies, her memory intact. She rises and glances at her reflection. Donning the light green garment Zhao, one you had prepared long ago, perfect for such an important day. She twirls around, finding herself quite pleasing to the eye. Pinching her cheek, she feels more awake. Let us go. Mother must be waiting. As Jiang Sui exits her room, Xie Yanshi, whose previously vacant gaze is suddenly illuminated, halts his actions, his eyes fixed upon Jiang Sui. Beautiful, isn't she? The cold, indifferent voice of Xian Er reaches Xie Yanshi's ears, darkening his expression as he shoots a discontented glance at him. Xian Er, with a hint of disdain, retorts, not beautiful? You're staring so hard. It's as if you're bewitched. Just look, Xie Yanshi replies, his rare retort cutting through the air. Xian Er was taken aback. Your Highness, are you truly giving up the facade? Xie Yanshi replied, no more pretenses. As Jiang Sui stepped outside, she intended to greet all the guests. But upon seeing her grandparents, their beaming smiles instantly dispelled her weariness. Grandfather, grandmother, Jiang Sui dashed towards them and sat between them. Jiang Sui, you've lost weight. Have you not been eating well? Zhao grandmother noticed Jiang Sui's diminished figure with a pang of concern. Indeed, you must be mistreating the child. Zhao grandfather glared at Jiang Huaiqian and Zhao Wenyu, his face etched with anger. Jiang Sui quickly shook her head. No, not at all. I've been well fed. In the Jiang household, the most authoritative figure was undoubtedly Jiang grandfather, whose words left no room for dissent. Really? Jiang Sui obediently nodded, affirming her words. Xie Yanshi observed this scene from the shadows, inhaling deeply, moved by the warmth of the moment. Yet, he couldn't help but lament that his presence had disrupted their once idyllic happiness. Jiang Sui had always radiated joy. Chapter 82, Birthday Gifts Xian Er. Noticing the sorrowful expression on Xie Yanshi's face, teased, Your Highness, are you feeling nostalgic? Xie Yanshi denied it. Xian Er let out a long oh, remarking on the stubbornness that remained unchanged. After exchanging a few words with her family, Jiang Sui shifted her focus to the main event. Today, she was the star, naturally drawing attention. Besides offering customary expressions of gratitude, she was also expected to showcase her talents, which felt rather daunting. Fortunately, she had a smattering of skills to draw upon, managing to avoid embarrassment. As she engaged in conversations with Zhao, Wenyu, and various guests, Jiang Sui found herself at a loss for words, her throat parched and her mouth dry. Once the formalities concluded, Jiang Sui finally found a moment to rest. Having already been sleep-deprived, her legs had grown weary from the morning's exertions. As guests began to partake in the lavish spread, Jiang Sui settled in a quieter corner, massaging her aching calves to alleviate the soreness. Observing Jiang Sui's bustling activity, the system felt a twinge of sympathy. Dear master, if only I could assist you with a back massage. My dexterity is quite impressive, it remarked. Although the system existed in a virtual state and could interact with Jiang Sui, its capacity was limited. That is all right. I appreciate your kind offer, Jiang Sui replied, stretching her limbs and shaking her feet as her gaze wandered around the room. The remaining responsibilities fell to Zhao Wanyu, who was mindful not to place Jiang Sui in an awkward position. After surveying the area, Jiang Sui suddenly realized that she had not seen Lu Shueshao. He had not come to her birthday celebration. Initially, she had thought the Lu family would merely attend out of courtesy. She never anticipated that Lu Shueshao would truly be absent. No wonder she felt tired yet in high spirits today. Jiang Sui, why have you come here? Zhao, when you finally located her daughter resting in a pavilion after a prolonged search. Hearing her mother's voice, Jiang Sui turned to face her. Mother, I can hardly move. I need a moment to rest. Zhao Wanyu smiled, her expression lightening. You've worked hard, but you'll have to endure a bit longer to open your gifts. Upon hearing the word gift, Jiang Sui's eyes sparkled with delight. A gift? Indeed. Today marks your birthday. How could there be a celebration without presents? Zhao Wanyu gently assisted Jiang Sui to her feet. All the gifts had been placed in Jiang Sui's room by Zhao Wanyu. As she opened the door, she was greeted by a mountain of gifts. Wow, Master has received so many, the system exclaimed, its eyes gleaming. The moment Jiang Sui beheld the gifts, her gaze became entranced. Approaching the pile, she felt a growing affection for the celebration of her birthday. If only all of these were money, Jiang Sui chuckled merrily. The system hovered around Jiang Sui, marveling at the grand spectacle before it, as it was the first time it had witnessed such an event. You're also tired, Sui. The remaining processes are nearly complete. Stay in your room and enjoy unwrapping your gifts, Zhao Wanyu remarked, her heart swelling with happiness at Jiang Sui's joy. All her emotions were derived from Jiang Sui's happiness. Not wishing to linger, she left, knowing Jiang Sui's focus was entirely on the gifts. Jiang Sui gazed at the exquisite boxes, opening the largest gift first. This one was from her mother, containing a new outfit and a pair of pearl shoes, all lovingly crafted by Zhao Wanyu herself. My mother is truly wonderful, Jiang Sui mused, her smile brightening as her fingertips brushed over the fabric, the raised golden threads gliding through her palms. It was undeniable that Zhao Wanyu showered Jiang Sui with affection. Any request she made was readily fulfilled. The system observed the gifts before them. Master, there are still many more. Why not unwrap a few more? Jiang Sui felt a sense of mystery surrounding the remaining boxes, her anticipation growing with each unwrapping. I can hardly keep up, she laughed. As she continued, she uncovered a gift from Jiang Huaqian, a short sword. As a martial artist, it was no surprise for him to gift a weapon. Jiang Sui picked it up to test its weight. While she lacked martial skills, possessing a weapon was certainly advantageous, and she admired its exquisite craftsmanship. The gifts from their grandparents consisted of calligraphy and paintings, which Jiang Sui hung on the vacant wall in her room. As she continued unwrapping, most of the items were jewelry, an overwhelming quantity prompting her to consider sharing some with Lanwei. Master, what is that? The system inquired, noticing another box partially concealed beneath the pile. Puzzled, Jiang Sui followed the system's gaze to the exposed box. She cleared the surrounding gifts to reveal it, leaving only this singular box on the table. She speculated it might be a gift from a guest, especially since this box appeared quite unique. Its packaging unlike anything from the Kingdom of Quan. Master, shall we open it? The system encouraged. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Sui opened the box. In her eyes reflected a stunning set of jewelry inlaid with rubies. The necklace was intricately carved to resemble bamboo, with a translucent ruby pendant at its center. Vibrant and opulent, the earrings and bracelet were also fashioned from rubies, each piece echoing the bamboo motif, forming a complete set of exquisite jewelry. In a realm of power, there lay no rubies, let alone an exquisite set of jewelry, all intricately carved from rubies. Jiang Sui found herself momentarily dazed, holding the necklace in her hands, feeling a peculiar warmth emanating from it. She gently set it down, pondering how such a precious item could possibly be carelessly placed here. Could it be that someone had mistakenly left it behind? Furrowing her brow in suspicion, Jiang Sui contemplated the possibility that this gift box had inadvertently been brought in. If it belonged to someone else and was not intended for her, the consequences would be dire. Such a valuable item was far beyond her means to compensate. Surely not. Today is your birthday, and all these gifts are meant for you. This ruby must surely be among them, the system analyzed. Jiang Sui pressed her lips together in silence. It was not until her gaze fell upon a red paper tucked beneath the jewelry that she pulled it out to reveal her birthday invitation. Clutching the invitation, a thought blossomed in her mind. This ruby was a birthday gift from Xie Yanshi. He had come to celebrate her birthday. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped the invitation tightly and dashed outside. The system, trailing behind in confusion, called out, "Young master." Jiang Sui searched the entirety of the Jiang residence, including all the guests present, yet Xie Yanshi's figure eluded her. She halted, panting, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, on the verge of tears. However, since today was her birthday, she stifled the urge to cry, growing angrier as she gazed at the crumpled invitation in her hand. Xie Yanshi was intentionally avoiding her. Chapter 83. Reckoning the system caught up and inquired, "Young master, what are you searching for?" Jiang Sui, momentarily disheartened, took time to respond. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Xie Yanshi, he has come." "He has. I did not see him," the system replied, puzzled, doubting whether Jiang Sui had perhaps misinterpreted the situation. Its presence constituted the greatest anomaly. Within this domain, only Jiang Sui possessed the ability to perceive it. Although the system could wander freely, it was bound by a range, unable to stray more than 10 meters from its host. In the entire Jiang household, not a trace of Xie Yanshi could be found. How could he possibly be here? "He is here, but he simply does not wish to see me," Jiang Sui concluded, her head bowed in affirmation of her thoughts. The system fell silent, observing Jiang Sui's demeanor, which did not appear feigned. "What shall you do now, young master?" it eventually asked. Jiang Sui stood frozen, shaking her head, truthfully unsure. If Xie Yanshi had not attended her birthday celebration, the birthday gift would not have manifested before her, nor would the invitation have been deliberately placed for her to discover. Did he truly intend to avoid her? "Seems the young lady is waiting for you," Xian air chimed, hands on hips, nudging Xie Yanshi. He shook his head, explaining, "I do not wish to trouble her." After arriving in the realm of power, wherever Jiang Sui went, he followed. Lu Xueshao was someone he had instructed to confront, aware that Jiang Sui preferred not to encounter him. Furthermore, he recalled Jiang Sui's own words during their outing in the park, where she had candidly expressed her dislike. Jin Yi and Xian Er simultaneously patted Xie Yanshi on the shoulder, uttering in unison, "Your Highness, you handle the rest. We shall await your return." Acknowledged. Xie Yanshi did not turn back, his gaze directed towards Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui pouted, flinging the invitation in her hand to the ground, trampling it in a frenzy. "Xie Yanshi, you scoundrel! Scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel! You infuriate me!" Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Xie Yanshi's head. The system, little master, dare not utter a word and quietly retreated. The wrath of the little master was not to be trifled with. Observing her vexed demeanor, Xie Yanshi felt no anger. Instead, he found her somewhat endearing, a smile gradually deepening at the corners of his mouth. "Happy birthday, Sui Sui." He draped his cloak over himself, turning to depart. Having resolved the significant matter in his heart, he felt ready to leave. Jiang Sui huffed in indignation, glancing at the invitation she had reduced to shreds beneath her feet. She halted, turned back, and picked up the remnants of the invitation. Villain. 3 days later, Xie Yanshi remained in the palace, neglecting the covert organization. Jin Yi and Xian Er were elusive, but they would appear at a moment's notice should Xie Yanshi require their assistance. It has been quite some time. Has the esteemed concubine's health not improved? Xie Yanshi, engrossed in a book, was flipping through its pages. "Your Highness, the esteemed concubine has not yet recovered." A palace maid conveyed to Xie Yanshi. "Not yet?" Xie Yanshi chuckled lightly, his gaze still affixed to the book. "Is that so? I should pay a visit. It would be rather inappropriate otherwise." Since Bai Huaishua dared not meet him, he would go to her personally. The palace maid withdrew, and Bai Huaishua's informant, placed beside Xie Yanshi, immediately relayed this information to her. To see this palace? Do not presume this palace is unaware of what Xie Yanshi is thinking. Bai Huaishua waved her sleeve dismissively, reclining against the bed, exuding an air of triumph that belied her supposed illness. Draped in a magnificent gold and red phoenix robe, her hair cascaded elegantly to her waist, with only a few strands falling gracefully to her chest. A dot of vermilion graced her brow, vibrant yet dignified. Her exquisite features radiated an endless allure, yet her eyes bore a hint of coldness that sent a chill to those who gazed upon her. The palace maid dared not meet Bai Huaishua's gaze, lowering her head, her voice trembling slightly. Why, yes, esteemed concubine, the crown prince has expressed his intention to visit. Bai Huaishua took a bite of the sliced fruit, fully aware that Xie Yanshi's visit was prompted by the recent assassination attempt against him, undoubtedly suspecting her involvement. This palace shall see no one. Naturally, Bai Huaishua would not grant Xie Yanshi this opportunity. Whether you wish to or not, you shall see him. Xie Yanshi appeared seemingly from nowhere, materializing before her just as she finished speaking. Bai Huaishua's expression darkened, casting a glance at the palace maid beside her, who discreetly withdrew. The two stood separated by a screen, Xie Yanshi confronting her directly. Bai Huaishua slightly rose, meeting his gaze. Xie Yanshi, who granted you the authority to enter this palace? He scoffed. I am the authority. Impudent. You are merely a crown prince. Do not think that upon your return and restoration to your title, you can trample upon this palace. Bai Huaishua rebuked, a light laugh escaping her lips as her crimson mouth parted slightly. Esteemed concubine, why must you be so enraged? Xie Yanshi's tone was languid as he walked from behind the screen to stand before Bai Huaishua. Surely, the Empress was well aware of the assassination attempt I encountered recently. He was genuinely curious to see the myriad expressions that would dance across Bai Huaishua's face upon this mention. Her complexion shifted momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. I know not of what you speak. Do not slander me with baseless accusations. Xie Yanshi smirked coldly. If the Empress chooses to deny it, so be it. However, the palace is rife with ears and eyes. Should certain matters escape into the public sphere, it would tarnish your reputation, Empress. I do not comprehend your words. If you seek to frame me as the culprit due to your inability to find the true assailant, I possess ample means to expel you, Bai Huaishua retorted, her resolve steely. She had already concealed her cards in preparation. Even if the truth were to surface, if Xie Yanshi were to confront her, he could not ensnare her. Could he? Xie Yanshi exhibited no signs of haste as he withdrew a jade pendant from his waist. Empress, I believe you're quite familiar with this pendant. Bai Huaishua initially feigned indifference, but upon glimpsing the jade in his hand, her pupils constricted. It was the very pendant she had gifted to Xie Linfeng, inscribed with his delicate script. What do you intend? Bai Huaishua inquired, her heart racing with trepidation. Merely this, Empress. Temper your actions and refrain from engaging in any further indiscretions. Otherwise, I cannot predict the extent of my own actions, he warned, tightening his grip on the pendant. Xie Yanshi's gaze turned frigid. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Bai Huaishua clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with defiance. Yet she understood the folly of confronting Xie Yanshi at this juncture. I understand, she managed to utter, the words laced with veiled malice. Xie Yanshi nodded in satisfaction, hoping the Empress would adhere to her word. With that, he turned to leave. Bai Huaishua sank weakly onto the bed, her eyes glinting with vengeful fury. Xie Yanshi, you shall pay for this. Chapter 84. A blade above the word of love in the drunken bliss pavilion. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, the clinking of cups creating a symphony of revelry. The atmosphere within the brothel was steeped in an aura of opulence and indulgence. In the Zhuiyun pavilion, the courtesan Yulian reclined gracefully upon a brocade couch, her slender form adorned in a crimson satin palace gown that accentuated her delicate waist. The draped silk at her shoulders slipped softly, revealing her porcelain-like neck. Bathed in candlelight, her skin radiated an enchanting glow. At this moment, Xie Linfeng was quite inebriated, his eyes slightly glazed, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. Yu Yan rose and, with a light step, approached him. Her demeanor was playfully coy. Her ruby lips parted as her fingertips grazed his chest, an act imbued with both shyness and subtle seduction. Your Highness, it has been several days since your last visit. I have missed you dearly, she murmured softly. Xie Yanshi chuckled at her antics, pulling her into his embrace as he slurred. But I am here now, am I not? Yu Yan nestled against him, her gaze playful as she cooed, Your Highness, do stay and indulge Yu Yan for a while longer. Xie Yanshi, having cast aside thoughts of Xie Yanshi and by Huishue's feigned illness, was wholly absorbed in the pleasures of the moment, forgetting all else as he surrendered to the intoxicating fragrance of the beauty in his arms. Your Highness, it truly has taken an eternity for your arrival. Yet, may I inquire why you have chosen this moment to grace us with your presence? Xie Yanshi raised his cup, draining its contents in one swift motion, exclaiming loudly, It is none other than my wretched royal brother. For 16 years, he has remained absent, and now, at this most inconvenient time, he chooses to stir discontent. Were it not for Xie Yanshi, my days of indulgence would not have been so abruptly curtailed. Yu Yan, plucking a grape, delicately placed it near Xie Yanshi's lips, urging him, Your Highness, do not let anger consume you. It would be unwise to jeopardize your health. Enraptured by her beauty, Xie Yanshi found the sound around him somewhat muffled. A smile graced his features. Yu Yan's words ignited a spark of joy within him. Indeed, this prince does not stoop to quarrel with the petty. Standing at a distance, Xie Yanshi observed the scene unfolding within, a vision of exquisite allure. Yet the distance rendered him unable to discern their words. Your Highness, are you merely going to watch? Shouldn't you take action? Xian queried, curiosity etched upon his face. Xie Yanshi's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Why the haste? The best is yet to come. With arms crossed, his eyes gleamed with calculation. Since Xie Yanshi has forgotten the mischief he has caused, it is my duty as an elder brother to impart a lesson, lest he forget again. He signaled to Xian, who understood immediately. It seemed the prince had already set his plans in motion. A smile crept across Xian's face as he comprehended that Xie Yanshi had orchestrated everything, and he swiftly vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, Xie Yanshi was in high spirits. Gazing at the enchanting Yu Yan, his hands began to wander restlessly. Yu Yan, having visited so many times with wealth aplenty at my disposal, why do you hesitate to indulge in a moment of pleasure with me? I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. Yu Yan's smile remained undiminished as she gracefully rose from his side, dancing lightly. Your Highness, I am not one of those frivolous women. Though I am within the confines of the Drunken Bliss Pavilion, do not forget there are rules here. The women of Drunken Bliss Pavilion offer only their artistry, not their bodies. This is the primary rule. Should anyone dare to transgress, irrespective of their power, they will surely suffer consequences, and there will be no opportunity for regret. Xie Yanshi laughed heartily, dismissing her words, yet he had long been infatuated with Yu Yan. The longing gnawed at him. Her figure and grace far surpassed those of the palace concubines. He had frequented the Drunken Bliss Pavilion, lavishly spending in pursuit of Yu Yan. Alas, each time he came, Yu Yan claimed to have prior engagements. Regardless of his attempts, he could not persuade her to accompany him. Initially, he contemplated a more forceful approach. Yet the pavilion seemed to possess knowledge of his intentions, thwarting him and even bestowing a beating upon him. He was at a loss as to how to retaliate. Uncertain of the power backing the Drunken Bliss Pavilion, which even a prince like him could not contend with. Today, however, was peculiar. The usually elusive Yu Yan had come forth to see him unbidden. Xie Yanshi was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He was resolute in his desire for Yu Yan. Yu Yan, I have certainly not forgotten. I merely desire for you to perform a piece for me alone. Is that too much to ask? As long as we can be alone together, I shall find a way to win your heart. Yu Yan chuckled softly, concealing her face with her sleeve as she gracefully passed by Xie Yanshi. Your Highness, one cannot speak so lightly. If I were to perform solely for you, would it not lead to others seeking the same privilege? What then shall I do? Xie Yanshi rose to seize Yu Yan, his voice laced with fervor. Fear not, my beauty. I shall protect you. In the days to come, I shall summon you alone to play for me. What say you? Yu Yan evaded his grasp, leaving him yearning. Your Highness, are your words sincere? Indeed, he declared, his promise unwavering. Hearing her softened tone filled him with joy, the smile on his face betraying his delight. "Your Highness, Yulian shall ponder this carefully," she replied. Having sobered somewhat from his inebriation, Xie Linfeng suddenly grasped Yulian, inhaling the intoxicating scent that enveloped her. "Yulian, I shall not neglect you." Yulian pushed against him, but found herself nestled in his embrace. The two of them collapsing onto the couch as the dancers discreetly exited the chamber. Only Yulian and Xie Linfeng remained within the room. With an urgency that betrayed his intentions, Xie Linfeng hastily shed his outer garment. "Yulian, Yulian. Your Highness, are you in such a hurry?" Yulian evaded his lips, maintaining a distance between them. "Do not evade me. I shall be gentle," he leered, his expression unabashedly lascivious, no longer pretending in their solitude. Yulian stood her ground, observing as he approached, his hands beginning to remove her garment. "Your Highness, such haste is not wise," she cautioned. "You seem to disregard the rules of the Drunken Essence Pavilion." Suddenly, Yulian's demeanor shifted as a heavy weight fell upon her, the flickering candlelight casting shadows on the wall, one of which drew a blade. "Ah, my hand, my hand." Two of Xie Linfeng's fingers were severed. Clutching his mutilated hand, he gazed at the severed digits beside him, his pupils trembling with pain. He writhed on the ground, voiceless in agony. Emotionless, Yulian donned her attire anew, her fingertips brushing away the blood from her face. "Your Highness, do you now remember the rules of the Drunken Essence Pavilion?" Chapter 85. Xie Yanshi. Letting go? "I'm afraid I hold a grudge." Xie Linfeng stared at his severed hand, the pain numbing his senses, rendering him speechless, his complexion ashen, the intoxication dissipated. You, someone, Xie Linfeng." Veins bulging, writhed helplessly on the ground, his words slurred. "Save me. Capture this vile woman." Yet, no matter how loudly he called, no one came. Yulian sheathed her dagger, her gaze icy as she regarded the fallen Xie Linfeng, the memory of his earlier advances causing her stomach to churn. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the urge to retch. "Second Prince, are you now awake?" Yulian inquired, producing a handkerchief to wrap around his severed fingers as she crouched beside him. Xie Linfeng's eyes blazed with fury as he rose from the floor, now devoid of the softness he had displayed moments before. "I shall kill you. I shall kill you. Your Highness has transformed rather swiftly. Just a moment ago, you were so enamored," Yulian remarked, a hint of disdain coloring her laughter as she looked down on him. Xie Linfeng's face bore no trace of affection for Yulian. Instead, his eyes were filled with the bitterness of severed fingers. "You dare to wound me? You shall pay a grievous price." He spat through clenched teeth, attempting to rise and lunge at Yulian, only to stumble and fall back to the ground, weakened by excessive blood loss. "A grievous price?" Yulian scoffed. "Your Highness might want to tend to your own wounds first. I neglected to inform you that I coated my dagger with a little something. Rest assured, it is not poison, merely a potent concoction that exacerbates bleeding." With that, she slowly stood, brushing off non-existent dust from her skirt. "You." Xie Linfeng's face contorted with rage. "I will not let you escape unscathed." Yulian raised her gaze and performed a courteous bow. "I shall be awaiting your Highness at the Drunken Bliss Pavilion. Do come find me at your convenience." As Xie Linfeng crawled towards the exit, Yulian suddenly obstructed his path, stating, "Second Prince, one must take responsibility for their actions. Should you have forgotten, I am more than willing to remind you." Xie Linfeng, bewildered by Yulian's cryptic words, merely wished to flee this cursed place. "I cannot comprehend your words. Let me go." He reached to grasp Yulian by the throat, but she deftly evaded him, causing him to grasp at thin air. Yulian smiled and remarked, "Oh, it seems your Highness has quite the forgetful nature. Not long ago, you summoned a multitude to pursue His Highness the Crown Prince. Does that ring a bell?" Her gaze deepened with emotion as she scrutinized his expression. At first, Xie Linfeng was oblivious to her insinuations until her mention of the Crown Prince's pursuit struck a chord. He froze, slowly lifting his head, and it dawned upon him that Yulian was affiliated with Xie Yanshi. Yulian observed the shifting expressions on his face, which ultimately settled on shock. "So, your Highness has recalled? You are one of Xie Yanshi's people?" "You are indeed one of Xie Yanshi's people." Yulian was somewhat taken aback by Xie Linfeng's astonishment. Was he incredulous about her existence or merely about his brother's connections? However, she corrected him. "Your Highness, you are mistaken. I am a member of the Drunken Bliss Pavilion." With that, Yulian opened the door, watching as Xie Linfeng stood frozen in place, reluctant to move. "If your Highness wishes to remain at the Drunken Bliss Pavilion, I could summon my sisters to play a tune for you. How does that sound?" Xie Linfeng snapped back to reality. His thoughts no longer occupied with the relationship between Xie Yanshi and Yulian. He hurriedly fled the room. The onlookers downstairs, witnessing his disheveled exit, were not particularly surprised. They simply chose to ignore it. Once Xie Linfeng had departed from the Drunken Bliss Pavilion, Yulian closed the door behind her, surveying the chaotic scene before her. Blood was splattered haphazardly across the floor, and in silence, she took a seat. Taking a deep breath, she picked up 2 teacups from the table. Gazing at the handkerchief in her hand, she placed it on the table, revealing 2 of Xie Linfeng's severed fingers. Only after Xie Linfeng had left did Xian Er slowly enter, taking a seat with practiced ease. Reaching for the teacup opposite Yulian. "Are you injured?" Yulian shook her head. "My lord, do you not trust me? How could I dare?" Xian Er chuckled lightly, acknowledging the strength of Yulian. Subsequently, the atmosphere fell into a serene silence for a few moments, as the 2 exchanged silent glances, much like they always did. After finishing a pot of tea, Xian Er rose, removed the handkerchief from the table, and, as the window creaked softly, tranquility resumed, with only the faint sound of music drifting up from below. On his way back, Xie Linfeng succumbed to excessive blood loss and fainted midway. In the stillness of the night, there was no one to rescue him. The masked figure awaited his arrival, dragging the unconscious Xie Linfeng to a desolate patch of grass and administering a pill concocted by Lu Shan. In the short term, Xie Linfeng's life was spared. Xie Yanshi, having timed his actions meticulously, placed the contents of the handkerchief into a wooden box at dawn, sending it disguised as a eunuch to the palace of Bai Huishue. Bai Huishue was already troubled by the failure of the assassination. Her sleeplessness was exacerbated by Xie Yanshi's visit the previous day. Thus, when the eunuch delivered the package, it was serendipitously received directly by Huishue herself. This was indeed a source of delight for Xie Yanshi. As she opened the wooden box, confusion enveloped her, and upon discovering the severed finger within, her soul nearly fled in terror, a sentiment shared by the maidservants nearby. Furious, she was about to command a thorough investigation when her gaze fell upon a blood-stained note beside it. "Your Grace, do you like the gift I have sent you? This, indeed, is Xie Linfeng's finger. Do take good care of it. This time, I shall let it slide, but next time, it may not merely be a finger." Upon reading the note, Bai Huishue realized it was Xie Yanshi's doing, understanding the implication of Xie Linfeng's severed digit, her heart aching uncontrollably. She comprehended, better than anyone, that Xie Yanshi was issuing a warning. The matter of assassination was now a quest for vengeance. Initially, Bai Huishue had dismissed the notion that Xie Yanshi possessed such formidable power, naively believing she could stand against him. The severed finger served as irrefutable evidence of his capabilities. At that moment, genuine fear gripped Bai Huishue. Xie Yanshi knew her vulnerability. Despite Xie Linfeng being a disappointment, he remained her child, born after 10 arduous months. Though she held the title of imperial consort, she was still a mother. No mother in the world would willingly witness her child suffer. Bai Huishue understood that as long as Xie Yanshi lived, she and Xie Linfeng would remain under threat. Her greatest regret was allowing Yulan to deliver smoothly. Otherwise, the current predicament would not have unfolded in her defeat. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Yanshi was oblivious to the depth of Bai Huishue's animosity, which had only intensified since their last encounter. Chapter 86. The fish's hook. Xie Yanshi had accurately anticipated the moment Bai Huishue would locate Xie Linfeng. The effects of the drug were perfectly timed to wear off just as Xie Linfeng was brought back, appearing lifeless. Upon seeing him, Bai Huishue nearly fainted. Fortunately, the imperial physician managed to revive Xie Linfeng. He sustained no grave injuries, save for the loss of his finger, rendering him a cripple henceforth. Bai Huishue, too, fell ill due to this incident. Could this be considered poetic justice? The tale of Xie Linfeng's severed finger swiftly spread, with the populace unaware of the truth. It was rumored that Xie Linfeng had become intoxicated at a tavern and, in a drunken stupor, fell from the upper floor, leading to the unfortunate amputation due to improper medical care. Upon hearing this matter, Xie Yanshi was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated Xie Yanshi's methods to be so ruthless. "Your Highness, it is time for your meal," Zhou Ernyang announced, placing the dishes upon the table and awaiting Xie Yanshi's presence. Recently, Xie Yanshi had taken to caring for a small kitten, diverting her thoughts away from Xie Yanshi. She had named the kitten Dewdrop, having found it on a rainy day, a fitting name indeed. Embracing Dewdrop while teasing it with a feather, Xie Yanshi inquired, "Nurse, has Xie Linfeng truly lost his fingers?" Zhou Ernyang nodded, affirming that this news had spread throughout Jingsheng, leaving no room for doubt. Xie Yanshi was indeed heartless, and it seemed there was no brotherly bond between him and Xie Linfeng. Yet, Xie Yanshi was curious to understand what Xie Linfeng had done to warrant such a fate. The agony of losing fingers was beyond her imagination. Zhou Ernyang arranged the utensils for Xie Yanshi, stating, "Your Highness, Xie Linfeng has now become a cripple. Should we not abandon him as a pawn?" Xie Yanshi shook her head and replied with a smile, "Why the haste? Although Xie Linfeng is now incapacitated, he still possesses a devoted mother. To her, Xie Linfeng had always held little value. She was astute enough to see that his achievements were solely reliant on Bai Huishui. However, with Bai Huishui now ailing, the situation had become rather intriguing. "Your Highness, please eat," Zhou Ernyang suggested, refraining from further comment. Xie Yanshi, cradling Dewdrop aside to feed it, allowed her thoughts to drift, recalling a previous conversation. "Nurse, I had asked you to investigate Xie Yanshi's past. You mentioned he had a sister, a fact I nearly overlooked." Zhou Ernyang paused her tasks and turned her gaze towards Xie Yanshi, confirming the existence of such a sibling. "Your Highness, it seems the Crown Prince's sister is to be married." During her inquiries, Zhou Ernyang had overheard this and retained the information. Nonetheless, Xie Yanshi had never pressed for further details, nor had Zhou Ernyang volunteered it. Married? The mere mention of the word sparked a glimmer of excitement in Xie Yanshi's eyes. It was no wonder she had observed Xie Yanshi lingering within the palace recently, rather than venturing outside. It was due to his sister's impending nuptials. "Nurse, after our meal, I wish to visit Xie Linfeng," Xie Yanshi declared, an idea forming in her mind. Zhou Ernyang nodded in agreement. Before long, Xie Linfeng awoke, bewildered by the decor of the palace around him, momentarily believing he had merely experienced a nightmare. However, when he beheld the absence of 2 fingers on his right hand, terror seized him, shattering any semblance of calm. His alarm disturbed the guard stationed outside, who were assigned by Huishui to oversee him. They were instructed to report any disturbances. Yet, with Bai Huishui in a state of unconsciousness, they refrained from doing so. Just then, the imperial physician arrived to assess Xie Linfeng's injuries, discovering that the wounds had reopened. After applying numerous remedies to halt the bleeding, they cautioned him against any emotional upheaval to avoid the risk of infection. Xie Linfeng felt as though his spirit had been extinguished, unable to fathom a future as a cripple. In the hearts of the people of Jinghua, he was once regarded as a worthless prince, and now he has truly become one. "I am a waste. Ever since I lost my hand, I have become a cripple," Xie Linfeng muttered to himself, his mind somewhat disordered. Xie Yanshi refrained from allowing the palace maid at the door to enter with a report. Instead, she leisurely walked in and found Xie Linfeng curled up beside the bed, his right hand bandaged, revealing the unmistakable absence of 2 fingers in the concave area. As she approached him, he remained oblivious, just in time to overhear his self-reflection. She feigned a look of concern and addressed him, "Brother, how have you come to this state?" Upon hearing Xie Yanshi's voice, Xie Linfeng froze. "What are you doing here? Are you here to mock me?" He averted his gaze from her, concealing his right hand in his robes. "Brother, how could I be here to ridicule you? I came specifically to express my concern after hearing about your injury," Xie Yanshi replied sweetly, placing her hand gently on his head. "Who did this to you?" she inquired. She was well aware that it was Xie Yanshi who had caused Xie Linfeng's plight, yet to maintain the fade of a naive and virtuous sister, she pretended to be ignorant. Xie Linfeng remained silent, his eyes ablaze with anger. The mere thought of Yulian's face ignited a desire for vengeance within him. He had never anticipated that Xie Yanshi had ties to the Zui building. "Why do you ask these questions?" "Of course, I am here to assist you, brother." I understand that your disdain for me stems from the fact that I am a child brought back by our father. You fear I might vie for your affection. But I seek merely a place to belong, Xie Yanshi said, gazing at him with feigned innocence. Starting with a display of vulnerability, she aimed to win his heart step by step, a tactic she often employed. Xie Yanfi's expression softened as he turned to look at her pitiful demeanor. You say you're here to help me? He queried, gazing at her intently. Xie Yanshi felt a surge of triumph. He had indeed taken the bait. No wonder he was so easily ensnared each time. Absolutely, she exclaimed, seizing the remaining hand of Xie Yanshi. Brother, I have heard of your misfortunes, and my heart aches for you. As your sister, I must share your burdens. I know all this is the doing of your royal brother, and I despise him as well. Xie Yanfi's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing her disdain for Xie Yanshi. He was now fully aligned with her sentiments. So, brother, I have a plan that could help you resolve this completely, Xie Yanshi said, a dangerous glint in her eyes. What plan? Xie Yanshi asked, his excitement palpable as he awaited her response. Xie Yanshi smiled. Xie Yanshi has a sister in the Jiang family whom he cherishes dearly, treating her like a treasure. As long as you can keep her under your control, you will be able to take your revenge on Xie Yanshi as you please. He will only kneel and beg for mercy. At that moment, you shall be the sovereign of Jinghua. Xie Yanshi understands perfectly what Xie Yanshi desires. Everyone holds him in contempt, yet he yearns to prove himself. The more impatient he becomes, the more he is bound to ruin everything. Indeed, once I eliminate Xie Yanshi, my mother will alter her perception of me, and the world will no longer dare to look down upon me. Yanshi, you're truly my dear sister. Xie Yanshi, filled with joy, shows no trace of regret for his severed finger. She gazes at Xie Yanshi and states, Brother, I've already informed you of the method. You should know better than I what to do next. Xie Yanshi is acutely aware that with just a few of her words, Xie Yanshi was provoked. And from that moment, she comprehended a crucial truth. Jiang Sui is Xie Yanshi's Achilles heel. Naturally, Xie Yanshi initially thought little of Xie Yanshi, especially considering her origins as an abandoned child. Yet, unexpectedly, this sister he dismissed becomes his greatest ally. Furthermore, they share no blood relation. A sudden thought crosses Xie Yanfi's mind, and he looks at Xie Yanshi with a changed expression. Yanshi, we're not biological siblings. Why do you assist me so willingly? Naturally, it is out of affection for you, brother, Xie Yanshi replies without hesitation. Anyone can utter flattering words. Since Xie Yanshi wishes to hear them, she obliges. Really? Xie Yanshi inches closer, but upon seeing his severed finger, he halts. Xie Yanshi perceives his hesitation and understands that he is engulfed in self-doubt, which is advantageous for her, as it grants her greater leverage over him. Brother, do you not recall how I have treated you? Or do you doubt my sincerity? Xie Yanshi tosses the question back at him, turning to leave. Seeing this, Xie Yanshi quickly grasps her arm. No, I certainly hold it dear. I too cherish you. Today, I realize you are the most important person in my heart. Upon hearing this, Xie Yanshi nearly bursts into laughter. She furrows her brow, yet a smile graces her face. Brother, if you ascend to the throne, Yanshi would willingly follow you. As she exaggerates her words, she finds the situation amusing, relishing the feeling of having Xie Yanshi ensnared by her cleverness. When I take my place as emperor, you shall be my empress, Xie Yanshi exclaims with fervor. To him, Xie Yanshi's presence is a beacon of hope amidst the scorn of others. Only she dares to draw near him. Xie Yanshi bows and smiles, saying, Then I shall await you, brother. With that, she promptly departs from Xie Yanfi's palace. She knows when to stop, should she say more. Her patience for Xie Yanshi would surely wane. The empty promises of a man are merely hot air. Xie Yanshi would never hold onto the commitments Xie Yanshi makes. If the day ever comes, she knows he would abandon her first. After all, she has never believed his words. With the plan successfully set in motion, all that remains is to await the unfolding of a splendid drama. Upon hearing that Xie Yanshi had awoken, Xie Yanshi initially intended to pay him a visit. However, upon reflection, he realized that more pressing matters demanded his attention. Your Highness, it appears that Xie Yanshi is truly incapacitated now, Xian remarked casually, his demeanor suggesting indifference. As if discussing a trivial matter. Incapacitated? He has merely lost 2 fingers. he still has hands and feet and retains the ability to move. That hardly constitutes a state of disability. Xie promptly fell silent, recognizing that in Xie Yanshi's eyes, only death and dismemberment could be deemed as true incapacitation. After all, he had witnessed Xie Yanshi's ruthlessness during the assassination attempt, where the assassins had been rendered utterly helpless. The fault lay with Xie Linfeng himself for overreaching. Xie Yanshi had no intention of taking action against Xie Linfeng. Had he not acted so cunningly, he would not have reaped such dire consequences. Originally, Xie Yanshi's target was solely by Huishue. Since Xie Linfeng had approached him, how could he decline? Xie lounged nonchalantly in his chair, his leg crossed, exuding a sense of leisure. The sister of your esteemed country has gone to visit Xie Linfeng. Is that not curious? Xie Yanshi frowned, a hint of displeasure crossing his features as he emphasized, she is not my sister. Xie fell silent, realizing he had misspoken. It is not surprising that she sought out Xie Linfeng. I cannot decipher her intentions. Xie Yanshi spoke the truth. He was indeed perplexed by Xie Ying's ulterior motives. What was she truly after? Merely engaging with Xie Linfeng was insufficient. She had to provoke him further, yet she remained utterly confounded. Are you certain? Xie observed Xie Yanshi's unwavering conviction, wondering if revealing what he knew would cause him to leap from his chair in alarm. He restrained his mischief, eager to witness Xie Yanshi's reaction but refraining from speaking. Although I am unclear about what Xie Ying desires, I am certain that she poses no threat to me. Our foremost priority is to bring Bai Huishue down. Xie Yanshi maintained a calm demeanor as he sipped his tea. Xie smiled silently, biding his time for the opportune moment. Noticing a shift in the atmosphere, Xie Yanshi realized that Xie had become unusually quiet. Typically, he was the most loquacious, akin to a trumpet, yet now he was subdued. Xie, your silence is rather peculiar. Xie Yanshi directed his gaze towards him. Xie denied any anomaly. Not at all. Your Highness, perhaps you are mistaken. Elated, he thought, had Xie Yanshi finally caught on? Xie Yanshi's intuition was seldom wrong. He sensed some hidden agenda. Is there something you have yet to disclose? Xie shook his head, a smug expression upon his face. Xie Yanshi, if you refuse to speak, your precious wine shall be forfeit. Xie exclaimed, to threaten me with my wine is excessive. How outrageous! Ifiji, your Highness will surely not hold it against me. To use my wine as leverage? He sat up, raising an eyebrow. Xie Yanshi remained impassive, stating, I shall not. Upon hearing this, Xie felt reassured. After all, Xie Yanshi was a man of his word. Xie Ying has indeed approached Xie Linfeng, though I am unaware of the specifics. However, news has arrived from the Kingdom of Quan that Xie Linfeng has sent someone to investigate the young lady from the Jiang family. Why did you not mention this sooner? Upon hearing these words, Xie Yanshi could no longer remain seated. Indeed, just as Xie had foreseen, he leapt from his chair. Xie Yanshi, momentarily speechless, cast a glance of disdain at Xie and, as he was about to depart, he turned back in anger, exclaiming, your wine is finished. Xie responded in disbelief. But your Highness, did you not agree to remain still? Alas, I should not have placed my trust in your nonsense, Xie lamented. In chapter 88, with him present, those ruffians would not dare to lay a finger on her. As dusk approached, the remnants of the sun were devoured by the encroaching night, while the river bordering the woods shimmered with golden edges. The trees stood in hushed silence, and the moonlight cascaded like water, draping the ground in a delicate veil that glimmered faintly with silver. The glistening surface of the lake had frozen, resembling a layer of crushed silver, illuminating the darkness. Xie Linfeng stood alone amidst this tranquil scenery, gazing into the night, yet a tumult of indescribable emotions surged within him. A few subordinates hastily arrived, shattering the stillness. Your Highness, everything has been arranged. We can proceed tonight, they reported with respect as they approached Xie Linfeng. Understanding their intent, he nodded slightly, his expression radiating determination. I am aware. You may leave. Since the amputation of his finger, Xie Linfeng had commissioned a pair of gloves to conceal his injury. Once his subordinates departed, he glanced down at the gloves, a flicker of malice glinting in his eyes. Xie Yanshi, I shall repay you for all that you have done. The hatred in Xie Lingfeng's gaze deepened. His once favorable circumstances had been utterly destroyed by Xie Yanshi emergence. Had it not been for him, how could he have been reduced to this wretched state? He held fast to Xie Yingying's words, and after she had spoken, he dispatched someone to the kingdom of Quan. Indeed, as Xie Yingying had indicated, Xie Yanshi had a sister during his time at the Jiang family. It was said that Xie Yanshi doted on her, perhaps. As he suspected, there were tender feelings towards Jiang Sui. Furthermore, he was aware of the Jiang family's formidable power, with Jiang Huaqian being a trusted aide of the Emperor of Quan. Fortunately, he had gathered intelligence beforehand, refraining from any rash actions. Otherwise, he might have ventured into peril. He surveyed the token in his hand, feeling a sense of calm and unwavering resolve. This time, he was certain of success. He had already placed his people within the Jiang household, waiting for the opportune moment to abduct Jiang Sui and, subsequently, use her as leverage against Xie Yanshi. When that time came, no matter how Xie Yanshi might wish to retaliate, he would hold Jiang Sui's life in his grasp, leaving him no choice but to submit and plead for mercy. Xie Lingfeng envisioned the image of Xie Yanshi kneeling and begging for forgiveness, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him as he turned away, his robe billowing behind him. As night deepened, he would act swiftly. At the Jiang residence, Xie Lingfeng had previously prepared a sleeping incense, intending to minimize any disturbance. Under its influence, Jiang Sui slept soundly, while Jiang Huaqian was away at the borders. Since Xie Yanshi's departure, the rift between him and Zhao Wenyu had widened, resulting in scant communication, and he remained stationed at the borders as before. It was precisely for this reason that Xie Lingfeng felt emboldened. His arranged operatives, clad in black, awaited their moment, stealthily entering through the back door under the cloak of night. Xie Lingfeng, exhibiting a rare moment of prudence, had refrained from deploying an excessive number of personnel, fearing too much commotion. The leader raised his hand, signaling for all the cloaked figures to head towards Jiang Sui's chamber. Everyone, ensure the prince remains alive. Do not let him perish, the leader cautioned. The cloaked figures nodded, sheathing their blades. As one of them approached Jiang Sui's door, just as his hand was about to touch it, a rustling sound emerged from the surrounding thicket. At that moment, a shadow darted out from behind the trees, swiftly closing in on him. Step back. There's an ambush. The leader, noticing the disturbance, quickly repositioned himself. The cloaked figures hesitated and, upon closer inspection, realized there was only one individual. They had initially assumed a multitude lay in wait. Instantly, their panic subsided. Wise choice. Retreat at once. The shadow raised his mask, his gaze icy as he turned to the leader. Is this one of Xie Lingfeng's men? The leader questioned, recognizing him as a citizen of Jinghua, and perhaps even an associate of Xie Yanshi. He spoke brazenly, dismissing the figure before him. If you know who I am, why are you still here? You should leave at once. Should a fight ensue, we shall not show mercy. Xie Yanshi, upon hearing this, felt a wave of amusement. Had Xie Lingfeng truly dispatched such inept individuals? Did they underestimate the Jiang family or him? He let out a derisive sigh, slowly articulating, to seek and yet find nothing. Having said this, he propelled himself forward at remarkable speed. The leader's pupils dilated in shock, and he reacted swiftly, sidestepping and drawing his blade to engage Xie Yanshi. My lord, his subordinates, witnessing the clash, were thrown into disarray, unsure of how to proceed. Xie Yanshi's movements were enigmatic, his strikes ruthless. Though the leader was skilled, he found himself at a disadvantage, momentarily struggling to defend himself. Though he managed to evade several blows, he could feel his endurance waning. However, the objective tonight was not to engage in battle. Do not mind me. Our priority is to bring the prince back alive. His subordinates instantly grasped the intent, focusing their efforts on the figure behind the door, Jiang Sui. Xie Yanshi flung his twin daggers at the cloaked figures advancing towards Jiang Sui, leaping to stand at the entrance. A mocking smile graced his lips as he coldly declared, with me here, you shall not pass. As long as he stood, these insignificant foes would not dare lay a finger on her. Is that all you've got? The cloaked figures entirely disregarded Xie Yanshi, swinging their blades at him. Such arrogance. He mused, unfazed, not even raising an eyebrow. These individuals, much like their master, were utterly devoid of strength, their bravado laughable. Xie Yanshi deftly evaded their strikes, delivering a powerful blow to the foremost cloaked figure, watching as he spat blood and was propelled 2 meters away. The remaining assailants paused, terror etched in their eyes. The power he displayed was beyond that of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, they steeled themselves and pressed on. With each adversary he felled, Xie Yanshi would stifle their cries, ensuring they did not disturb Jiang Sui. The leader, panting, observed as Xie Yanshi incapacitated his subordinates, a wave of panic washing over him. No, it is impossible. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him, convinced that his martial prowess was formidable enough to handle the situation at hand. He believed he could retreat unscathed even if confronted. Yet after just a few moves, he found himself utterly outmatched by Xie Yanshi, and in that instant, his confidence was completely shattered. As the bodies continued to accumulate, he stood frozen in place, realizing that if he did not flee soon, he would be the next to perish. The leader hesitated for a moment before turning to escape. After Xie Yanshi dispatched the last adversary, he glanced in the direction of the fleeing figure, allowing him a brief head start. Taking a deep breath, he wiped his hands with a handkerchief, observing Jing and Xian emerge only after the fray had ended. You two are quite enthusiastic spectators, yet you did not descend to assist, he remarked. Xian cheekily replied, Your Highness, you were the hero saving the beauty. How could we possibly steal your thunder? Xie Yanshi did not retort, but discarded the soiled handkerchief onto the ground, leaving the remainder for them to handle. Rest assured, Your Highness, they assured him. He glanced at his now clean hands, inhaled deeply, and approached the door to open Jiang Sui's chamber. Chapter 89. The dream shattered. The room was warm, filled with the faint scent of sandalwood mingling with the narcotic incense released by the cloaked figures. Xie Yanshi observed the wisps of smoke curling from the incense burner and unhesitatingly cast it outside. This too shall be dealt with. I shall create an identical one for my own use. Xian gazed at the incense burner thrown out by Xie Yanshi, his expression one of bewilderment. Xie Yanshi's attention shifted to Jiang Sui, who lay on the bed, the gauzy curtains drawn, with half of the blanket fallen to the floor. He sighed softly, not surprised. He had previously retrieved the blanket for Jiang Sui, well aware of her restless slumber. After tidying the blanket, he hesitated before drawing back one side of the curtain, her tranquil, sleeping visage reflecting in his gaze, her gentle breaths resonating in his ears. He crouched down, quietly calling out, Jiang Sui. Yet, she remained undisturbed, sleeping soundly. Xie Yanshi observed her, reassured that the earlier commotion had not awakened her, attributing her peaceful slumber to the narcotic incense. Just as he was lost in thought, admiring Jiang Sui, he suddenly heard a faint rustle from outside the window. Frowning, he swiftly rose to his feet, alertly peering outside. Expecting to see Xie Linfeng plotting something anew, he was instead met with a heap of blades at Xian's feet, leaving him puzzled. What are you doing? Xie Yanshi inquired, pointing at the array of knives before Xian. The latter kicked at the pile, a sheepish look upon his face. I thought I might take them back to refine. Perhaps they could fetch a decent price. He spoke earnestly, causing Xie Yanshi to briefly question if Xian was jesting. He then turned his gaze to Jing, silently communicating through his eyes. Jing shook his head, indicating that he was merely passing by, responding to Xie Yanshi. It's his personal hobby. It does not concern me. Xie Yanshi exhaled in relief, initially fearing that the masked figure was in dire need of funds. He considered retrieving some money from the palace, though upon reflection, he realized that the Drunken Dream Pavilion was likely a lucrative asset under the masked figure's control. Returning to the room, he cast another glance at Jiang Sui, who remained undisturbed by the earlier commotion. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Sui's dressing table, where a gift box lay, one he was all too familiar with. It was the very birthday present he had gifted to Jiang Sui. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Xie Yanshi opened it momentarily, uncertain of Jiang Sui's true feelings. However, upon discovering the crumpled invitation within, he was momentarily taken aback. There were even a few footprints on it. Recalling the day Jiang Sui had lost her temper, he surmised that she likely did not appreciate it. With a tinge of melancholy, He returned the invitation and tidied up the items. He glanced back at Jiang Sui, murmuring, "I am leaving, take care." As he departed, he casually opened the window to let in some fresh air, knowing that an excess of the fragrant incense could be detrimental to one's health. The system observed Xie Yanshi's actions with a mix of admiration and concern, pondering whether to inform the young mistress. However, recalling how she had stomped and crushed the invitation in a fit of anger, it deemed it wiser to remain silent, lest she become agitated once more. Xie Yanshi exited quietly, making sure not to disturb anyone. It was nearly impossible for such a commotion to go unnoticed. Yet Xie Linfeng had taken the rare precaution of administering sleeping powder in each room. He had also dealt with any pedestrians on his way, ensuring that no one would know of the night's events. Xie Yanshi did not wish for the Jiang family to be embroiled in this matter. The animosity lay solely between him and Xie Linfeng, and innocent parties should not be put at risk. Xie Yanshi, do you truly harbor feelings for the young mistress or not? The system found itself perplexed by Xie Yanshi's sentiments. He had presented a birthday gift, yet chose not to appear. He displayed the heroism of rescuing the damsel in distress, yet remained reticent. Despite having perused numerous tales where male protagonists exhibited subtle affections for their female counterparts, none had been as convoluted as this. After much analysis, it concluded, with a sense of self-satisfaction, that Xie Yanshi held no romantic interest in the young mistress. Following the previous incident, Xie Linfeng had sworn off visiting the Drunken Delights Pavilion, leading Bai Huixue to believe he had undergone a change of heart. In truth, he had merely summoned a beauty to his palace for indulgence, remaining far from idle. Bai Huixue, already drained by Xie Yanshi's unexpected presence and nearly fainting from Xie Linfeng's misguided antics, now faced the additional calamity of losing a finger. With each event weighing heavily upon her, Bai Huixue increasingly questioned whether giving birth to Xie Linfeng was a mistake or merely her retribution. There was not a single day that offered her peace of mind. Xie Linfeng was resolute that he would regain Bai Huixue's trust and earn his father's favor, proving to the world how erroneous their disdain for him had been. Lost in his reveries, he was abruptly interrupted by the chief, who rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness! Your Highness! What is you so flustered?" Xie Linfeng replied nonchalantly, rising to brush off his garments upon seeing the chief. The chief halted, kneeling in deference, unable to utter a word at the sight of Xie Linfeng, having previously vowed that this time would yield resounding success, ensuring that all the prince desired would be effortlessly attained. However, now there is not a single person to bring back. He cannot help but think that Xie Linfeng would be enraged enough to kill him for this. Observing the panic on his face, Xie Linfeng's instincts alerted him that something was amiss, prompting him to ask, "What has happened?" "Your Highness." The leader lowered his head, hesitant to respond. Xie Linfeng furrowed his brows, raising his voice, "Speak." The leader trembled, biting his lip as he confessed, "We failed to bring Jiang Sui back." The plan was proceeding smoothly until a figure in black suddenly intervened, rescuing him. "Our brothers suffered heavy casualties." Xie Linfeng's countenance instantly turned ashen. His fists clenched tight as he bellowed, "Useless! A pack of useless fools! You cannot even handle such a trivial matter." With his dreams shattered, Xie Linfeng paced back and forth within the hall, his gaze filled with resentment and fury. The leader quivered in fear, bowing so low that his forehead nearly touched the ground. "Your Highness, please quell your anger. It must be that Xie Yanshi knew in advance, which is why the plan faltered. He is simply too cunning." Suddenly halting, Xie Linfeng cast a cold stare at the leader, pondering how Xie Yanshi could possibly be aware. This matter was disclosed to him by Xie Yingying. Could it be that Xie Yingying has betrayed him? "You may leave. I shall handle this matter myself." A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Xie Linfeng's eyes as he contemplated how to settle the score with Xie Yingying. Upon hearing this, the leader mustered the courage to lift his head, recalling the fallen brothers, and lamented, "Your Highness, what shall we do about those who have perished? What shall we do? A group of inept fools. Do you expect me to collect their remains? I have shown you mercy by not killing you." The leader promptly closed his mouth, fearing that any further words would cost him his life. "Yes, Your Highness is correct." Taking a deep breath, Xie Linfeng commanded, "Summon Xie Yingying. I have matters to discuss with her." In Chapter 90, the weather vane, Xie Yanshi sat before her vanity, admiring her own beauty. When Zhou Ernyang relayed the news she had just learned, Xie Yanshi paused her grooming. Failed. As expected, Xie Linfeng is indeed a fool. She chuckled lightly, not overly concerned about the failure of the plan. Her intention in informing Xie Linfeng was never to actually capture Jiang Sui. What she truly desired was Xie Linfeng's demise. Only when Xie Yanshi became aware that it was Xie Linfeng's doing could she profit from the situation, using Xie Yanshi's hand to eliminate Xie Linfeng. From the moment she disclosed the information about Jiang Sui to Xie Linfeng, she knew the plan would inevitably fail. Even if it succeeded, he would be the first to abandon her. It was no surprise that someone had already been dispatched to find her. Princess. The second prince is coming with a great force. Their intentions are not benign, Zhou Ernyang reported, having received word from her informant placed beside Xie Linfeng. There's no rush. They have yet to arrive, Xie Yanshi replied calmly, inserting a hairpin into her coiffure before slowly rising. She spoke, "Nurse, Xie Linfeng's part has been completed. Now we await Xie Yanshi." After preparing herself, Xie Yanshi left before Xie Linfeng's men could arrive, making her way to Xie Yanshi's palace. Xie Yanshi had just returned from the Kingdom of Power, having dealt with those in black, and the following day passed without incident. He left a portion of his men at the Jiang residence, wary that Xie Linfeng harbored ulterior motives, intent on targeting Jiang Sui. At that moment, Xie Yanshi was in the hall, having changed into clean attire, and he keenly heard noises outside, swiftly kicking his cloak beneath the table. "Who is it?" He approached the door without opening it. A voice filled with feigned distress, belonging to Xie Yanshi, seeped through the crack. "Brother Yanshi, please open the door. The second prince wants to kill me." Xie Yanshi raised an eyebrow, perplexed. What could Xie Yanshi possibly want from him, and why mention Xie Linfeng? Recalling what Xian had said, he realized that Xie Linfeng's audacity stemmed from something Xie Yanshi had divulged. The nature of their conversation intrigued him. What performance was she putting on now? With a swift motion, he opened the door. The moment the door creaked open, Xie Yanshi seized the opportunity to lunge at him. But he deftly evaded her, causing her to fall gracefully to the ground instead. "Brother, please save Yanshi," she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xie Yanshi regarded her from above, unmoved. "Xie Yanshi, this is not a stage. If you wish to act, then leave at once." He stepped past her, moving to the table to pour himself a cup of water. Xie Yanshi fell silent, dabbing at her faux tears before smiling. "Indeed, this act has no effect on you, brother." She rose and snatched the cup from his grasp, taking a sip. Xie Yanshi thought to himself, how could the water he poured for himself be taken away? Xie Yanshi, deciding to abandon her pretense, seated herself across from him, her face beaming with mischief. "Brother, if Xie Linfeng truly sought to end my life, would you save me?" "No," Xie Yanshi replied without a moment's hesitation. How utterly heartless. Xie Yanshi was not offended. Instead, she leaned closer, her eyes glinting with cunning. "Actually, I anticipated you would respond this way." Xie Yanshi set down his cup, his gaze sharpening. "Oh really? Do you think I'm unaware that it was you who sought out Xie Linfeng and informed him about Jiang Sui? Xie Yanshi, do you believe you can manipulate me in the same manner?" Xie Yanshi let out a delicate laugh, unperturbed. "I simply have your best interests at heart. Xie Linfeng is ambitious and will inevitably pose a threat to you. Moreover, I cannot abide by him. I wish to use your hand to eliminate him." In the next instant, her smile faltered as Xie Yanshi seized her by the throat. "Xie Yanshi, do not presume I would hesitate to end your life. You are indeed clever, though I am unaware of how you acquired knowledge of the Jiang family. I warn you, I'm not Xie Linfeng and am not so easily deceived." Xie Yanshi had surmised her intentions. Xie Yanshi aimed to wield a dagger in the guise of friendship. "Brother, choosing you was certainly the right decision." Xie Yanshi struggled, managing to force a smile, gambling that Xie Yanshi would not take her life. "I did send Xie Linfeng to abduct Jiang Sui out of my selfish desires. Furthermore, he will not succeed." "Xie Yanshi, do you dare to admit that you have feelings for Jiang Sui?" The grip of Xie Yanshi tightened around her throat, his hold becoming more ferocious. "Should you harm her, be prepared for the consequences." Xie Yanshi struggled to catch her breath, her complexion flushed with fear in this moment. She truly realized the weight of Jiang Sui in Xie Yanshi's heart. It was Xie Linfeng who had harmed her, yet I merely offered you a glimpse into your true feelings. Xie Yanshi took a deep breath and ultimately released Xie Yingying. The suffocating sensation dissipated, and Xie Yingying felt as if she had been reborn, inhaling deeply as she regained her composure. After a while, she gathered herself, straightened her disheveled attire, and returned to her cunning demeanor. Brother, Yingying merely wishes to assist you. Besides, isn't Jiang Sui's sister also somewhat troublesome? Xie Linfeng is a significant concern. If you keep him around, trouble will inevitably arise. Xie Yanshi regarded her coldly. Should you dare to harbor any ill intentions towards the Jiang family, I will not hesitate to end you. Xie Yingying refrained from responding, donning an innocent expression. Was it not the Jiang family she was concerned about? Or was it herself? Xie Yingying eagerly nodded, a triumphant look on her face. Rest assured, brother. I only seek your resolution of Xie Linfeng. I shall meddle no further. He could not grasp why Xie Yingying harbored such sentiments towards Xie Linfeng. First showing him kindness, then treachery, truly a fickle character, swaying with the wind. Sounds emanated from outside. It was Xie Linfeng's men. Your Highness, it has been reported that an assassin has infiltrated. We implore you to open the door. Brother, they have come to seize me. Xie Yingying's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as she feigned terror, retreating behind Xie Yanshi. Xie Yanshi's expression darkened as he approached the door, opening it slowly and surveying the crowd. I see no assassin here. The leading figure hesitated. Your Highness, this assassin is exceedingly dangerous. Should he escape, calamity may ensue. We request permission to search. Is my palace a place you can search at will? Do you hold this prince in such disregard? Xie Yanshi's eyes gleamed with a hint of murderous intent, his brow slightly furrowed. The leader outside felt increasingly troubled. When he had gone to Xie Yingying's quarters, the maid informed him she had headed to the prince's palace. If he failed to return her, Xie Linfeng would surely retaliate. Your Highness, please allow us to enter. It would be regrettable if any harm befell you. The leader's face was etched with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he silently lamented his predicament. He was determined to bring Xie Yingying back to fulfill his duty. Xie Yingying's lips curled slightly, revealing a subtle smile as she sweetly said, Brother, you mustn't turn a blind eye to my plight. Her gaze towards Xie Yanshi carried a different undertone. Xie Yanshi remained silent, standing stoically, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed Xie Yingying. He could easily cast her aside to Xie Linfeng, yet he refrained, unwilling to allow Xie Linfeng to succeed so effortlessly, for Xie Yingying had ample opportunities to deal with him later. What if I choose not to open the door? It seemed he was not without options. The leader found himself in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat, and finally said, Your Highness, please let me take a brief look inside. Xie Yanshi cast a glance at Xie Yingying beside him, silently conveying a message. Today, I have refrained from exposing you, and I hope you will not betray me. My leniency does not stem from kindness, but rather from my indifference to entanglements with you. He had articulated his intentions clearly, and should Xie Yingying remain oblivious, he would have no choice but to take drastic measures. Xie Yingying nodded obediently, her demeanor amiable. From this moment forth, I shall place my trust solely in you, dear brother, and I would never dream of betraying you. Yet, upon hearing her tone, a sense of discomfort washed over Xie Yanshi. Her words stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Exit through the window, he commanded, standing by the open window and gazing at Xie Yingying. Are you suggesting I climb out the window? She queried, gesturing towards the open pane. I offer you two choices, the window or the front door. Without hesitation, Xie Yingying opted for the window, adjusting her skirt as she gracefully leapt through. She landed on the ground with a scowl, casting an indignant glance at Xie Yanshi and inwardly cursing. His cold demeanor shows a complete lack of appreciation for delicate beauty. It is no wonder that the younger sister of the Jiang family holds him in disdain. After her indignation, she departed, making her way back to her palace along the narrow path. Only after she had left did Xie Yanshi open the main door, fixing his icy gaze upon the leader of the group waiting outside. It suddenly struck him why the man's voice seemed so familiar. He was one of those who had attempted to abduct Jiang Sui the previous day. Judging by his attire, he was likely the ringleader. presenting himself on a silver platter just as Xie Yanshi had been searching for him. Xie Yanshi approached, his eyes glinting with menace. I have already ascertained that there are no assassins here. The leader, upon witnessing Xie Yanshi open the door, felt a surge of hope and was about to stride forward when Xie Yanshi obstructed his path. Whether or not there are assassins is something we can only confirm after our investigation. After all, we must ensure the safety of His Highness, do we not? It seems you doubt my words. Surrounded by guards, Xie Yanshi made it clear that the leader could not advance. The leader found himself at a disadvantage. Despite having a considerable number of men, he knew he would be no match for Xie Yanshi in combat. Observing the unfavorable circumstances, his expression shifted, and he quickly plastered on a smile. Your Highness speaks truly. How can we dare to question you? However, the assassin has injured the second prince, and we are merely eager to apprehend the culprit to provide an explanation to him. Are we not? The leader edged closer to Xie Yanshi, attempting to curry favor. With a disdainful chuckle, Xie Yanshi responded, Is that so? The second prince has been injured? Indeed, yes, he has sustained serious injuries, which is why we must act swiftly to capture the... That is of no concern to me, Xie Yanshi interjected coldly, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the leader's face, and he dared not speak further. Although the second prince was his superior, he held Xie Yanshi in such high regard that he feared any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Having narrowly escaped the debacle at the Jiang household the day before, he had relied on his knowledge of the terrain to evade capture. Your Highness? The leader watched Xie Yanshi's back as he suddenly halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. I almost forgot something of great importance. Xie Yanshi swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and, with a swift motion, plunged it into the leader's neck. With no opportunity for contemplation, the leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt his throat pierced in an instant. Xie Yanshi relaxed his brow and revealed a profound smile, leaning closer to the leader's ear, whispering, My oversight allowed you to escape yesterday. If I were to spare your life now, it would truly be a regret. The leader could utter no words, blood gushing forth. As he gazed at Xie Yanshi with sheer terror, it dawned on him then that the one who had slain all his brethren the previous night was none other than Xie Yanshi. The surrounding sounds of fear resembled a symphony, resounding loudly. Xie Yanshi crouched down, wiping the blood from the dagger onto his garments. It was far too late to plead for mercy. The gravest mistake you made was daring to risk your life to abduct her. Xie Yanshi slowly rose, his gaze cold as he observed the leader's final breaths, his eyes remaining wide open in death. The guards around him were paralyzed with fear, their instincts to flee thwarted by Xie Yanshi's men. As the saying goes, to capture a thief, one must first capture the king. The leader, now lifeless on the ground, had once been the head of these guards, but that was no longer the case. Return and inform Xie Lingfeng that the assassin has been eliminated by my hand, and he may rest assured and focus on his recovery, Xie Yanshi stated before turning back toward the palace. Upon hearing of the incident, Bai Huixue hurriedly rushed over, believing the threat of an assassin to be real, only to find Xie Lingfeng in a fit of rage. Xie Yanshi, is you again? Xie Lingfeng hurled everything in the room to the ground, priceless vases shattering into countless fragments across the floor. He was so enraged he could hardly breathe, collapsing wearily onto the ground. Lingfeng, what are you doing? Bai Huixue was perplexed by Xie Lingfeng's behavior amidst the chaos. Is it truly worth such fury over an assassin? Her presence seemed to bring Xie Lingfeng some semblance of calm. Mother, what brings you here? I heard that an assassin injured you, so I came to check on you. Let me see where you are hurt, Bai Huixue said, inching closer to Xie Lingfeng, who instinctively concealed his right hand behind his back. Bai Huixue hesitated, her hand frozen midair, her expression softening as she realized the situation. Though Xie Lingfeng often caused trouble, her heart ached for her child. The sight of his severed finger had felt like a dagger to her heart. Regrettably, by the time she found Xie Lingfeng, it was too late to mend the injury. She understood that he must be tormented by the thought of his future limitations and blamed herself for being overly harsh, which had led to the current predicament. Bai Huixue's palm brushed against his face, her eyes filled with concern. Lingfeng, does it hurt terribly? Chapter 92. The break Xie Lingfeng had not anticipated by Huishue's gesture and instinctively recoiled from her touch. Her hand lingered in the air, equally surprised by his withdrawal. "Mother, there is no assassin. I fabricated this tale," he stated, avoiding her gaze as he took a few steps back to maintain distance. "You need not concern yourself, mother. This is my matter to handle." At this moment, Bai Huishue profoundly felt the insurmountable chasm that had developed between her and Xie Lingfeng. Taking a deep breath, she withdrew her hand and dismissed those attending her, leaving only Xie Lingfeng and herself in the room. "Why do you fabricate such words? Do you not realize how deeply I worry for you?" Her voice trembled slightly, laced with agitation. She inhaled once more, striving to control her emotions and make her tone sound as steady as possible. Hearing Bai Huishue's words, a wave of desolation surged within Xie Lingfeng. The corners of his mouth curled into a self-deprecating smile as he repeated, "Worry for me? Mother, you worry for me?" He uttered this phrase twice, as if questioning Bai Huishue, yet simultaneously interrogating himself. With a few hollow laughs, he continued, "Do you know why I visit the drunken pavilion daily? Why I immerse myself in beauty and wine?" As he gazed at Bai Huishue, the torment within him intensified, compelling him to unburden his soul. In response to Xie Lingfeng's inquiries, Bai Huishue found herself at a loss for words, falling into silence for a moment, unsure of how to respond. "Lingfeng, let's not discuss this today. Since you are well, I shall take my leave," she said, though for reasons unknown. She felt an urge to escape upon hearing his words. As she turned to depart, Xie Lingfeng's voice pierced the air once more. "Only when intoxicated can I avoid pondering whether I am your son or merely a tool for you to seize power. Only those beauties do not impose expectations on me, only wishing for my happiness." As he voiced the sentiments he had long concealed, he anticipated relief, yet instead, he was met with heartache. His words struck Bai Huishue like a dagger, causing her to halt, trembling slightly, unable to comprehend his sentiments as she turned to face him in disbelief. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Lingfeng had ceased sharing his personal struggles with her long ago. "Mother, you remain oblivious, only caring if I can shoulder great responsibilities, if I can ascend to the position of crown prince to inherit the throne. You have never inquired about my feelings, about what occupies my thoughts." His tone rose in intensity, and the grievances and sorrow within him surged forth, yet every time he came close to articulating his feelings, the words remained lodged in his throat. Bai Huishue stood frozen, gazing at Xie Lingfeng as if he were a stranger. "You, Lingfeng, is this truly how you perceive me? Indeed, I have long since had enough. I do not wish to study those texts, no matter how I strive to emulate father. I cannot retain what I learn. I am but a failure." Xie Lingfeng gasped, his voice rising in anger. Each time Bai Huishue coerced him into studying, whenever he resisted, she would remind him that if he could not learn, how could he ever take on the great responsibilities of Jinghua? Yet, his aspirations lay elsewhere. The prolonged mental confinement had long since extinguished Xie Lingfeng's spirit. He yearned for freedom, even if only in a corporeal sense. Yet these desires were buried deep within the recesses of his soul. Bai Huishue's eyes instantly filled with tears, as she never anticipated that her painstaking efforts would be perceived by her son in such a light. "Lin Feng, do you truly believe that this palace desires to coerce you?" she implored. "The future of Jinghua necessitates a capable sovereign. Years ago, I exerted immense effort to ensure your position as crown prince, to make Xie Yanshi vanish from Jinghua forever. Do you not comprehend the lengths to which your mother has gone?" Her voice trembled with emotion as she took a step forward, yearning to grasp Xie Lingfeng's hand. Yet, he recoiled once more, bitterness etched in his demeanor. "Painstaking efforts? This burden is merely thrust upon me by you, mother. You perpetually act in your own interest, claiming that all of this is for my benefit, yet I have never required it." His gaze was resolute. Bai Huishue swayed, nearly collapsing, realizing that her endeavors were to him nothing more than a handful of dust, easily scattered by the wind. "Lin Feng, do you not grasp that if you prove unworthy of your responsibilities, countless eyes will scrutinize you, and myriad schemes will be devised against you? Only by ascending to the throne can you possess everything. I merely wish for you to possess the means to protect yourself. Xie Linfeng let out a cold laugh. Protect myself? It seems rather that you wish to solidify your own standing. Ever since Xie Yanshi's return, he had seen through the facade. No matter how fiercely he fought for what was not rightfully his, it was in vain, and he had even sacrificed 2 fingers in the process. He had no desire to vie with Xie Yanshi. He merely wished to indulge in his own sanctuary, to languish in blissful ignorance for a lifetime. Yet everyone pressed him, compelling him to transform into a monster. Lin Feng, how can you speak thus? Your mother contemplates every detail for your sake, considering your future. Yet you remain oblivious to her intentions. You truly wound her heart. He mocked himself, gazing at his severed fingers. But in his sorrow, who was there to comfort him? Since I have erred, let me err further. I now fulfill your wishes. Do you not desire me to seize power? Do you not wish for Xie Yanshi's demise? For years, Mother has looked down upon me, and I shall prove otherwise. Upon hearing this, Bai Huishue obstructed Xie Linfeng's path, fearing that in a moment of impulsiveness, he would commit a grave mistake. Xie Yanshi was not easily dealt with. She had initially underestimated him, believing his sudden appearance posed no threat to her. 16 years ago, she had expelled him from Jinghua, nearly ending his life. She could do so again. However, she was gravely mistaken. Xie Yanshi had returned fully prepared, awaiting her to walk into the trap. Xie Linfeng was unaware of Xie Yanshi's true capabilities. Should he act recklessly, the consequences could be dire. Bai Huishue dared not let him take such a risk. He was her only son. Linfeng, do not act rashly. Xie Linfeng halted, tearing away her grasp from his arm, his resolve unwavering. In any case, I am but a cripple now. There is nothing left for me to lose. With that, he turned and strode out of the room. Linfeng, Bai Huishue was left standing alone, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 93. The Promised Debt? A commitment to keep coughing violently. Xie Jingheng slowly sat up from the bed. Xie Jingheng sat pale-faced upon the bed, his hands closing the final memorial. With the last batch completed, a profound emptiness suddenly engulfed him. He exhaled softly, glancing at the bowl of herbal medicine that the eunuch Cheng had placed nearby, still steaming. Yet he did not reach for it. Cheng Gonggong, how fare things in the palace of late? After a moment's silence, Xie Jingheng inquired, his voice hoarse and tinged with fatigue. Upon hearing the emperor's voice, Cheng Gonggong hastened to his side, bowing respectfully as he replied, Your Majesty, it is rather unsettled. Xie Yanshi let out a light chuckle, finding no surprise in this response. He furrowed his brow slightly, pressing on with his query. I have heard that Yanshi severed Lin Feng's finger. What transpired? Xie Jingheng listened intently, his heart full of trepidation. Cheng Gonggong hesitated before divulging. The second prince fell from the drunken tower, resulting in the loss of his finger. Xie Jingheng remained silent, merely casting a knowing glance at Cheng Gonggong. So, it is, he thought, his tone laced with a hint of resigned understanding. He was well aware of the true circumstances and merely sought confirmation. Cheng Gonggong must know the reality, yet chose to veil it to spare him worry, for brotherly strife was hardly a matter of honor. Leaning against the headboard, Xie Jingheng's gaze became somewhat unfocused. Observing the emperor's deteriorating complexion, Cheng Gonggong was plagued by an ominous premonition. Cheng Gonggong, is the moon particularly beautiful tonight? I wish to gaze upon it. Concerned for Xie Jingheng's health, Cheng Gonggong contemplated dissuading him, but softened upon recalling how long the emperor had been confined by illness and pain. Your Majesty, I shall accompany you. Xie Jingheng smiled and replied, Very well. Rising, he donned an outer robe and slowly made his way to the window, where a stunning sight awaited. The night outside was like flowing water, the moonlight cascading over the palace's glazed tiles, casting a chilling luminescence. Your Majesty, please tread carefully. Cheng Gonggong supported him, distressed by the sound of his cough. As they entered the imperial garden, a melodious flute resonated through the air. It has been ages since I last heard this tune. I recall the last time was when Lanner was still with us. Xie Jingheng chuckled softly, steadying himself as he followed the sound, only to discover Xie Yanshi. Dressed in white, he appeared ethereal under the moonlight, playing a mournful melody on the flute. Just as Chung Gonggong prepared to speak, he was silenced. Opting not to interrupt this moment, Xie Jinghang stood quietly by, not uttering a word. The flute sound was somewhat unrefined, suggesting it was a recent endeavor. He had no idea that Xie Yanshi could play, let alone a piece uniquely crafted by Yulan. He refrained from intruding, not wishing to disrupt the poignant moment, as his thoughts were filled with longing for her. As the melody drew to a close, Xie Yanshi finally noticed him and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, this is indeed a leisurely affair." When Xie Yanshi put away the flute, Xie Jinghang caught sight of the flowing tassels attached to it, an item he had painstakingly crafted the year Yi Lan first conceived Xie Yanshi. At the time, he had lamented his lack of skill, fearing she would find it unappealing, yet she had seen the gift ahead of time and declared, "I like it very much." The bamboo flute was also a cherished possession of Yulan, and now it has been given to Xie Yanshi, perhaps a sign of fate. Xie Jinghang gazed at him and gently inquired, "Yanshi, when did you learn this piece? Does it matter?" Xie Yanshi's eyes turned icy as he retorted, "Your Highness, how can you speak to the emperor in such a manner?" The eunuch Chung attempted to interject, but Xie Jinghang raised his hand to silence him. "It is of no consequence." After a moment of silence, Xie Yanshi lifted his head, a flicker of determination crossing his gaze. "What? Does the emperor believe that upon my return I must behave like a son towards you? Or do you think I harbor no resentment in my heart?" "Your Highness." Xie Jinghang remained silent, refraining from responding to Xie Yanshi's remark. Their first encounter had been fraught with discomfort, and it seemed that no matter what he said, Xie Yanshi would never forgive him. Xie Jinghang felt a sense of helplessness, yet he had to accept that he had failed to save Yulan back then, knowing that one day, those he held dear would distance themselves from him. "Eunuch Chung, you may withdraw." He gestured, and after a bow, the eunuch retreated slowly. Now, only Xie Jinghang and Xie Yanshi remained in the room. "If you wish to speak, then speak plainly. I am aware that you know of my deeds. Otherwise, your late-night appearance before me could hardly be attributed to the emperor's boredom." At this, Xie Jinghang let out a rare laugh. Xie Yanshi was puzzled by his amusement, his expression one of confusion. Having never experienced paternal affection, he assumed Xie Jinghang was merely plotting something. After all, those who attain such positions surely concealed their own agendas. With a sigh, Xie Jinghang patted his shoulder. "May I see that flute?" "The flute?" Xie Yanshi was taken aback, glancing at the bamboo flute in his hand. Unsure, yet complying by offering it to him, Xie Jinghang accepted it, skillfully turning it about, and upon noticing the character Lan engraved at the joint, he recognized it as Yilan's. He recalled the promise made long ago. Should she play a tune on the flute, he must grant her a wish. Yet, despite his waiting, that wish remained unfulfilled, becoming a lingering regret in his heart. Now, with Xie Yanshi holding her bamboo flute and playing the melody she had composed in her lifetime, it felt as though he was fulfilling that promise on her behalf. "Lanner," Xie Yanshi observed the sorrowful expression on his face, sensing something amiss. "Your Majesty, the late one has passed. There is no need for such feigned sorrow." It had been previously stated that there was no affection between Xie Jinghang and Yi Lan in their union, yet when he held the bamboo flute, it did not seem to be mere pretense. Could it be that Xie Jinghang truly loved his mother? Xie Jinghang coughed a few times, reluctantly returning the bamboo flute to Xie Yanshi. "Yanshi, what is it that you desire upon your return? I shall grant it." Xie Yanshi's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a look of disdain. "Grant me? The emperor is so generous? Then what if I say I wish to have this realm of Jing? Can you provide that?" Xie Yanshi's gaze was cold. He naturally did not believe such words. It was easy to speak, yet if he were to truly claim it, there would be reluctance. "What I desire, I shall seize with my own hands, but come that time, your Majesty must not blame me." With those words, under the moonlight, Xie Yanshi's figure gradually receded. Xie Jinghang remained in place, suddenly seized by a violent cough, spitting out a palmful of blood. His hands trembled as he silently clenched them into fists, a smile gracing his brow and eyes. "All right, Lanner, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you." Chapter 94. A kingdom and a beauty, both to be had on his way back. Xie Yanshi found himself at a loss. Unable to fathom Xie Jinghang's erratic behavior an unpredictable demeanor. Your Highness, what are you pondering so deeply? Care for a game of cards? Xian Er's voice broke the prevailing silence. Returning to reality, Xie Yanshi gazed at him, his face pale as a ghost. Silence reigned over tonight's conchiao. Just as he intended to decline, Xian Er dragged him over, insisting that 3 players made the game more enjoyable. Your Highness, ever since your return, you become quite the dullard. This simply won't do. As Xie Yanshi settled down, he opened his mouth to speak, only to have a handful of cards thrust into his hand. There's no time to flee, he remarked. I must tell you, the young lady from the Jiang family has no fondness for someone as taciturn as you. When she shares a joke, you won't even respond. Xian Er played down 2 of the smallest cards, awaiting their turn. Xie Yanshi hesitated, successfully diverting his attention to Xian Er's words. Is it true she dislikes dull individuals? Did she say that? Xian Er rapped the table, focusing on his cards. Your Highness, it's your turn to play. Glimpsing his hand, Xie Yanshi casually discarded 2 cards. First, enlighten me. Did she indeed say that? Xian Er, taken aback, replied, How could you play such a high card at once? I heard it with my own ears. The young lady herself spoke those words. In truth, he was fabricating. Jiang Sui had never uttered such sentiments. Xie Yanshi absorbed this, frowning and spiraling into self-doubt. Was he truly so dull? Jing Yi, with a pristine complexion devoid of any expression, remained silent, merely playing his cards while hearing Xian Er's words directed at Xie Yanshi. Xie Yanshi's thoughts were in disarray, preoccupied with Xian Er's earlier remarks. Ha ha, I'm down to 2 cards. You shall all lose. Xian Er, clutching 2 formidable cards, observed Xie Yanshi and Jing Yi, both still holding half their cards, and concluded that victory was assured. He nudged the dazed Xie Yanshi, his smile widening as the cards in his hand shimmered with promise. Your Highness, do you possess a card larger than mine? Xian Er, eager to play, felt confident in his hand. Xie Yanshi scanned his cards and played one even larger than Xian Er's. By the way, did Jiang Sui mention anything else? Do you still remember? Xie Yanshi couldn't help but inquire. Xian Er stood agape, incredulous that Xie Yanshi's card surpassed his own. How is that possible? He lamented, nearly in tears. Yet Xie Yanshi pressed on. Do you recall? With a smile, Jing Yi interjected, Now it's my turn. After a prolonged silence, Jing Yi played a card that surpassed Xie Yanshi's, effortlessly discarding all his cards thereafter. Xian Er stood frozen, his 2 cards slipping from his grasp onto the table. Utterly speechless. Jing Yi, are you cheating? The probability of you winning every hand is simply too high. Be honest, have you done something illicit? Xian Er's lips twitched as he began to scrutinize Jing Yi. He had questioned the cards, the positions, and even doubted his own skills, but never considered the possibility of his opponent's deceit. Jing Yi had never lost at this game. At this moment, he was resolute that the fault lay entirely with Jing Yi. Accepting the wager, Xian Er resigned himself to fate. Jing Yi, quick as a flash, slapped a white strip onto Xian Er's face. The white strips covered Xian Er's visage, leaving only a small area untouched. Is this correct? Xian Er inquired. Absolutely, Jing Yi replied. I'm done playing. Someone had been pushed to their limits. Jing Yi chuckled. Are you certain you don't want to continue? You know how you are. Poor at the game, yet insatiable. The more Xian Er pondered, the angrier he became, feeling an overwhelming urge to defeat Jing Yi at least once. All right, fine. I'll have another go. This time, I will definitely win. Xie Yanshi, waiting for Xian Er's response, found himself deep in thought. Your Highness, your cards. After finishing his hand, Xian Er handed Xie Yanshi his cards. Jing Yi appeared unfazed, arranging his own cards before addressing Xie Yanshi about a pressing matter. Your Highness, Xie Linfeng has begun amassing troops. I estimate he has around 20,000 now. It seems he is preparing for action. Upon hearing this news, Xie Yanshi's attention sharpened, narrowing his eyes as he contemplated the urgency. At that moment, Xian Er, having played 2 cards forcefully, chuckled and remarked, he and Bai Huishue had a quarrel, and it seems he has changed his demeanor. I believe it's not a change of heart, but rather a reckless abandonment, Xie Yanshi observed. He understood that Xie Linfeng's temperament was easily provoked. His greatest fear was a lack of trust, constantly haunted by feelings of inadequacy. Even the slightest disparaging remark could trigger him. Bai Huaishua must have said something to incite Xie Linfeng to rally his forces. His intent was not to seize power, but rather to prove himself to everyone. He was not worthless, and he wished to instill guilt in those who looked down upon him. Xie Linfeng was mistaken. The more he sought to prove himself, the more counterproductive it would become. Your Highness, the pieces seem uncontrollable. Should we not redirect them? No need. I must thank him instead. Otherwise, I would still be searching for a legitimate excuse to infiltrate. Xie Yanshi had long awaited a moment like this, and it had finally arrived. He suddenly recalled an important matter. Jing paused in his actions, looking at Xie Yanshi. In 3 days, the young lady will wed. Xie Yanshi lost grip of his cards, several slipping to the floor as he froze in shock. His voice was hoarse, so soon in 3 days? His heart tightened, an unfamiliar panic washing over him. Xian and Jing exchanged glances, unfazed by Xie Yanshi's reaction. He had been preoccupied with other matters these past few days and had forgotten that Jiang Sui was to be married. Xie Yanshi clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. The game could no longer continue. He tossed the cards aside and rose from his seat. Xian, noticing this, remarked playfully, "Your Highness, the game isn't over yet." Xie Yanshi waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not playing anymore. This game has lost all significance. What is meaningless, the card or the matter? It is quite difficult to discern." Xian gazed at the departing figure of Xie Yanshi and remarked to Jing, "You truly are something." Bringing up the matter of the young lady's impending marriage at such a time, fully aware of how much it weighs on his heart. Jing replied nonchalantly, "Precisely because it matters, it must be addressed. If he does not urge Xie Yanshi, he might truly manage to suppress the pain within and witness Jiang Sui wed another." He placed his card on the table, a smile gracing his face. "Xian, I have won again." Xian hung his head, resigned to the fact that winning against you in cards is a formidable challenge. Jing cast a glance toward the entrance. "Do you think His Highness will choose the kingdom or beauty?" Xian sighed deeply, "Certainly both." Chapter 95. The intent to seize power within the Qianqing Palace. The mingled scents of blood and medicine were exceedingly unpleasant. Xie Jinghang's cough grew increasingly pronounced, and the worried eunuch Cheng listened anxiously to the sound. "Your Majesty, you must not come to harm," he fretted, pacing behind the screen as the imperial physician delayed his emergence. After a while, the physician finally appeared, his countenance grim. Observing the physician's troubled expression, an ominous premonition surged within eunuch Cheng. "What has happened? Is the emperor unwell?" The physician remained silent, his fingers trembling as he clutched the medicine box. He opened his mouth, but ultimately could not utter a word. "What does this mean?" Eunuch Cheng pressed. The physician, with a heavy heart, replied, "Eunuch Cheng, the emperor's health has deteriorated severely. There is little hope for recovery." Upon hearing this, eunuch Cheng felt a ringing in his ears. "What did you say? You mean to say the emperor cannot be saved?" The physician had exhausted all remedies. Xie Jinghang's condition had long since become critical, sustained only by those medicinal herbs. Otherwise, he would have departed this world long ago. Xie Jinghang exhaled in relief, unperturbed by the outcome. He turned his gaze toward eunuch Cheng behind the screen. "Eunuch Cheng, I have matters to discuss with you." Eunuch Cheng released his grip on the physician's collar, steadied his emotions, and stepped forward. "Your Majesty." Before him was Xie Jinghang's gaunt visage. Eunuch Cheng averted his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "Eunuch Cheng, I am quite satisfied with this outcome. I feel weary and wish to rest. Now, there is no one in this palace whom I hold dear. Once I am gone, you must diligently assist Yin. Xie Jinghang entrusted a decree to eunuch Cheng. His fingers trembled as he accepted the edict, having accompanied Xie Jinghang for approximately 31 years. Eunuch Cheng felt a deep reluctance to see him depart. Xie Jinghang merely smiled, believing the timing to be perfect, neither too early nor too late, coinciding precisely with Xie Yanshi's return. "I have arranged all matters. Tomorrow, I shall attend my final morning court." Xie Jinghang's gaze fell upon the dragon robe placed nearby, crafted by Yi Lansheng during his lifetime. Now, departing in this attire would leave no regrets. "Your Majesty, please do not say such things. I cannot bear to part with you. Eunuch Cheng gazed at him, tears streaming down his face. Xie Jingheng gently patted Eunuch Cheng's hand. Do not grieve. Life and death are destined. His voice was faint yet imbued with undeniable resolve. For him, death was rather a release. Go on, tomorrow shall mark the end. Xie Jingheng let go of his hand, uttering these words with a sense of liberation. Your servant acknowledges the decree. At that moment, Xie Linfeng was in the palace, staring blankly at the military token in his hand. A subordinate entered, bowing respectfully and reporting, Your Highness, according to reliable information, the emperor is nearing his end. The imperial edict will be proclaimed tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Xie Linfeng tucked the military token away, his eyes narrowing. Is this truly the case? The subordinate replied. It is a certainty, as the emperor himself has stated. Rising with an air of confidence, Xie Linfeng felt that he could finally realize his ambitions. Everyone looked down upon him, doubting his potential, yet he was determined to prove them all wrong. He, Xie Linfeng, was the most capable prince. He had no desire for the position of crown prince. If he were to seize it, he would demand the very best. Excellent. We shall set forth tomorrow. I can hardly contain my eagerness, Xie Linfeng declared with a smile, filled with joy and anticipation for the events to come. However, Your Highness, our military strength is limited. Though we possess 20,000 troops, it is folly to confront the imperial city's forces, his subordinate cautiously interjected. Xie Linfeng's expression hardened as he cast a glance at him. What is there to fear? If I am confident, then the matter of troop strength is of no concern. You may withdraw. There is no need for further discussion. I will devise my own plan. The subordinate hesitated, wishing to persuade Xie Linfeng further. But the intensity of his gaze compelled him to remain silent. Indeed, should there be any developments from father, report to me immediately. Understood. Once the subordinate departed, Xie Linfeng stood in place, retrieving the military token once more. 20,000 troops were not insignificant, yet against the imperial city's army, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, utterly futile. To achieve a resounding victory, you would require an additional 50,000 soldiers. Pondering where to obtain such forces, he realized that the current 20,000 were gathered surreptitiously, many of whom were conscripted. Presently, there was but one course of action left. He adjusted himself and made his way towards Bai Huishua's palace. Xie Linfeng was aware that Bai Huishua secretly commanded a substantial force of approximately 40,000. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to catch up so swiftly when Xie Yanshi was taken away years ago. Meanwhile,